Ha! I never expected that this so-called otherworldly existence would be so unremarkable, brave one. How laughable. The somber clouds released a gentle drizzle, casting a gloomy atmosphere over the land tainted with various impurities. Observing the muddy puddles beneath his feet and the filth scattered about, the traveler from the ancient dragon kingdom couldn't help but frown slightly. With a soft click of his tongue, he swiftly traversed the narrow alleyway, as if attempting to escape from something. Upon exiting the alley, the streets were nearly deserted, save for a few pedestrians hastily seeking shelter from the rain, while the merchants had long since closed their stalls. The entire thoroughfare felt eerily vacant. The youth, known as Shang Yu, was originally a student studying abroad under the cherry blossoms. However, one fateful day, while returning home, an unexpected incident caused him to be reborn in a bizarre new world. Humans, monsters, fairies, elves, and dwarfs, all manner of races inhabited this vast planet, each vying for dominance on a continent where conflict was inevitable. Yet, for the moment, nearly all races were allied, united in their purpose against the demonic forces from the northern domains. In summary, this was a realm of swords and sorcery, a truly surreal world. Why surreal, you may ask? Because, dingling, welcome, a melodious voice chimed, and feeling the dampness and discomfort clinging to his body, Shang Yu hurriedly pushed open the door. Kain Tavern. Ah, master, you're back. The young maid, her head snapping up, displayed a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Yes, Elena, you've worked hard today as well. Shang Yu replied with a warm smile, gazing at the charming young maid. He reached out to gently stroke her golden, silky curls, a creature of exquisite beauty he had found 30 years prior during a quest to slay a dragon after being transported to this world. Indeed, 30 years ago, the adorable dragon maid had been but an egg. And no, it's not hard at all. As long as Master is here, Elena will always feel happy. Elena squinted her eyes, nuzzling against Shang Yu's warm hand, her voluptuous figure complemented by her alluring, mature voice as she displayed a small canine tooth in a playful pout. The court's insipid nobles who foolishly believe they control everyone. How amusing. Soon, they shall reap the consequences of their actions. Shang Yu gently removed his long robe, which Elena dutifully accepted, quietly following behind him, eager to hear about his day. How tedious. I fear that even after a millennium, humanity remains stagnant, unable to learn any lessons. But Master is also human, isn't he? Strictly speaking, I can hardly be considered human anymore. Have you ever seen a human maintain their youthful appearance for decades? No, it is more than just appearance. Shang Yu mused, recalling the grotesque visages of the nobles, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. He settled onto a bar stool and swiftly crafted a cup of fine wine, downing it in one gulp. In his obsidian eyes lay the weight of time and experience. How the exquisite drink cascaded through him, its sweet and fragrant essence bursting forth. Turning to glance at Elena, the petite maid had taken a seat beside him, her large eyes sparkling with an unmistakable hint of adoration. Speaking of which, you are still but a young dragon, aren't you, ha? Shang Yu laughed heartily, placing his wine glass down with his left hand, while his right gently grasped Elena's slender waist. He lifted her delicate form onto his lap, pinching her puffed cheeks and exclaiming, so adorable. Ha-eek. Elena's cheeks were playfully squeezed in Shang Yu's grasp, her demeanor one of delightful submission, her small tail wrapping snugly around his waist, her fair complexion flushing deeper, breathless in appearance. Shang Yu leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Ugh, master, kiss my forehead. Well then, this is a reward for Elena's hard work today. Feeling the tightening grip of her tail around him, Shang Yu chuckled lightly, offering a few gentle caresses. What happened during today's court meeting, master? Oh, nothing much, just a bunch of stubborn old fools attempting to conspire with a neighboring kingdom to eliminate a certain old relic. Honestly, even if their plans were meticulously crafted over millennia, I doubt they will succeed. Oh, and then they performed their usual brainwashing routine about selecting heroes to vanquish the Demon King. Shang Yu lamented in boredom, rising to head towards the tavern's entrance, lifting his hand to flip the large wooden sign hanging outside. Closed for business. Master is resting so early today? Elena inquired, her delicate legs propelling her petite form as she gazed up at the tall, handsome figure. Indeed, today's court meeting was dreadfully dull. This cursed rainy weather likely holds nothing of interest. By the way, the experiment is nearing completion. A glimmer of intense desire flickered in Shangwan Ye's eyes, hinting at his yearning for something profound. I believe Master will succeed, that at least the current Master hardly resembles a human anymore. Elena gazed up at the towering man before her eyes filled with a touch of affection as she spoke softly. Of course, considering the plethora of peculiar races and creatures here, materials for experimentation are never in short supply. Is Master heading to the laboratory? Yes, as always, keep me safe, my dear little maid Elena. As you wish. Elena gracefully curtsied, watching as Shangwan Ye's figure vanished up the staircase. In an instant, her gentle, wine-eyed eyes transformed into fearsome, slitted pupils. With an expressionless face, she gathered her delicate hands before her chest, summoning a radiant sphere of light. Supreme magic, infinite void. The terrifying orb ascended instantly, morphing into a vast hexagram formation, which then crashed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Once her task was complete, Elena resumed her adorable maid persona, returning to her seat at the bar, picking up a book that appeared to have only a few chapters. Thus, time flowed from day to night, and from night back to day. For both the elven and dragon races, time was a trivial concept. Ah, what a tragic protagonist this is. A glimmer of pity flickered in Elena's eyes. Beginning from zero, dingling the wind chime rang out suddenly, as Elena's golden locks danced about. Upon hearing the chime, she abruptly lifted her head from her book. Is that you? Old Hag. Chapter 2, Series Lamentations and the Advent of a Divine Boon. Aurelia's pupils contracted subtly, instantly morphing into vertical slits as she spoke with palpable wariness. Honestly, such discourtesy. I am, after all, the most formidable mage on this continent. TCH, you old crone. Oi, little dragon. Are you challenging me to a duel? 30 years and already baring your fangs at me. How amusing. Golden hair, pointed ears, and an air of disdain. Despite possessing a frame even more petite than her own, Ciri, the elven sage, the foremost individual beneath the goddess, once hailed by her master as the apex of the world, the instructor of mages across the empire, a living compendium of magical knowledge spanning millennia. Hey, you certainly remember me well. What is it? Yearning for a fight? Fellow blonde, barefoot Ciri grinned, settling gracefully onto a sofa. Her alabaster feet rested upon an exquisite wooden table, and with a casual wave, a goblet of fine wine, concocted by Shangwan Ye, levitated ethereally, drifting towards Ciri. Swish, swish, swish. Despicable. That's Master's brew. You shan't partake. And what will you do to prevent me? Attempt to strike me? Alas, feeble dragon. Even your tantrums seem like mere affectations of endearment to me. Ciri chuckled dismissively, lifting the goblet to her lips, savoring a generous sip while closing her eyes in apparent ecstasy. Ah, indeed, little used wine remains delectable. More intriguing than Friarin, you are, in a way. Ciri mused contentedly, swirling the wine in her glass. Aurelia puffed out her endearing cheeks, that wretched old hag. To think she's sitting where Master just sat. I envy her so. Would you care to hear tales of your master and I? Ciri inquired, observing the dragonling's adorable expression, and allowing a soft chuckle to escape her lips before gazing pensively out the window. I do not wish to. That would be, oh yes, a matter from over 30 years ago. I said I don't want to, you blasted fossil. How old was that child then? Oh, 19. Among humans, that's generally when they begin learning magic, making them, undoubtedly, quite inept. Via a short-range teleportation array, Shangwan Ye arrived within a secure iron enclosure. Gently pushing the door ajar, he revealed a pristine white interior, a stark contrast to the exterior ambience. The sci-fi-esque flooring and various instruments evoked a sense of temporal displacement. Shangwan Ye deftly activated the equipment and picked up a still-warm blueprint from a nearby printer. Studying it intently, alas, if only I possessed that old hag's blood. The experimental data remains somewhat deficient. Shangwan Ye sighed in resignation, discarding the paper into a shredder. Just as Shangwan Ye was about to depart, his pupils constricted slightly. Ding. Detected blue star aura. Would you like to join the multiverse chat group? Indeed, he was rather akin to being useless. Feeble magical power, unremarkable talent, and the magic he learned was impotent and futile. Ciri muttered to herself, one leg raised. reclining comfortably on the sofa. She paid scant attention to the indignant expression of the diminutive dragon maid beside her, merely leaning sideways, her alabaster hand propping herself up on the sofa and Apos' edge. Yet, driven by an inexplicable impulse, I decided to afford him an opportunity. Siri confessed languidly, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. A series of memories surfaced in Siri's mind. It transpired that, prior to encountering the dragon maid, Shangguan Yu, leveraging the prescience of a transmigrator, successfully toiled diligently, studying while earning a livelihood. By accepting village monster subjugation quests, he steadily accumulated wealth. It wasn't until his 18th year that he procured an elementary fire magic tome and an intermediate earth magic skill book from an underground labyrinth. Perhaps owing to the robust soul inherent in transmigrators, Shangguan Yu possessed a pronounced aptitude for magical perception and absorption. However, his most potent asset wasn't his vast magical reservoir, but rather his imagination and creativity in the realm of magic. Why is this so? Fundamentally, magic is the visualization of mana, which is then manifested through incantations and realized through magical power. If one can envision meteoric cataclysms, then, with the aid of mana and incantations, one can construct such a spell based on that visualization. In terms of imagination, Shangguan Yu harbored not only the millennia of advanced knowledge from Blue Star, but also the intellectual gardens of countless literary creators. Thus, with the assistance of mana and incantations, Shangguan Yu could transform these resources into a vast repository of magical knowledge. This, then, was his most substantial boon. However, owing to his unfamiliarity with magical incantations, his progress was exceedingly sluggish. So sluggish, in fact, that it took him 3 months to master a B-grade fire spell, Explosion. Moreover, magic in this world was not yet widespread, with most people viewing it as a dangerous and ominous force. After acquiring each spell, Shangguan Yu sought methods to resolve his own challenges through research. As a STEM student, Shangguan Yu possessed keen analytical skills. Through repeated investigations, he swiftly identified the crux of the issue, a clash between the underlying logical frameworks, which impeded his ability to learn native magic rapidly. Subsequently, this was a primary reason Siri deemed him mediocre. Later, after joining the nascent Mages Association, Shangguan Yu realized that the roots of magic were not held by humans, and that the magic here, upon his inspection, caused him to furrow his brow. For it was entirely predicated on someone else's logic. To illustrate with a simple analogy, it was as if utilizing code created by others to command mana in the natural world, even at the foundational level. This was one of the reasons Shangguan Yu recognized the complexity of the situation. That seemingly amiable old hag from the original work, no, the supremely confident old hag, had reasons for her demeanor. Her arrogance stemmed from the fact that if the source of mana was the goddess in the pantheon of world-creating deities, then Siri, the mage from the age of mythology, was the architect of the continent's underlying magical coding and logic, coupled with the magical knowledge accumulated over her near-eternal lifespan. This constituted Siri's capital for arrogance. Nearly all magic was ineffectual against her, including the Demon King's magic. For in a mere instant, Siri could discern the opponent's magic and neutralize it, launching a counterattack. Much like a vast artificial intelligence knowledge base, she could analyze and then reverse engineer the magic. Thus, leveraging his keen insight, Shangguan Yu, through layers of selection, finally encountered the source of magic, the legendary Archmage Siri, during a chance encounter as a mage candidate. Archmage Siri, was it? Upon first seeing Siri, Shangguan Yu was not overly surprised, but she did indeed match his memories perfectly. You, what do you see? The calm voice of Celia resonated, while Shangguan Yu furrowed his brow, gazing at the immense ripples before him, seemingly indifferent to Celia's disregard. Is this the underlying code? How fascinating. Shangguan Yu muttered to himself, oblivious to the overwhelming magical energy that Celia was suppressing. A flash of azure light flickered in his eyes as ancient characters gradually came into focus. What have you done? Celia, initially wearing a cynical expression as she fixated on the pool, could not help but feel a flicker of intrigue, rising to glance at Shangguan Yu at the door. If expressed in numbers and letters, there is a certain feasibility. Shangguan Yu manipulated the void. Mysterious characters beginning to connect with their corresponding numbers and letters. You rascal. Kiki, have you discovered something? A glimmer of astonishment crossed Celia and Apos' eyes. Yet it was swiftly replaced by a burgeoning fighting spirit. Hey, I'm talking to you. Do you wish to fail? Oh, greetings, Lady Celia. The incantation that flickered in Shangguan Yu's eyes dissipated at Celia's cold snort, allowing him to finally focus on the petite and adorable figure before him, instinctively bowing in respect. Hee, you have shown me no semblance of respect whatsoever. Speak, what did you just see? Celia remarked with a cold laugh, her fierce fighting spirit unwavering as she fixed her gaze on Shangguan Yu. So, you fought with the master? Elena inquired with curiosity. Despite her disdain for the old woman, she felt particularly intrigued upon hearing about Shangguan Yu. Ah, let me think. Not really. That fellow is quite interesting. He actually refused me. Celia chuckled lightly, as if recalling an amusing incident, then turned her head toward the bar, lazily and teasingly remarking, that guy must have sent you to purchase magic books, tools, and materials every time, right? Eh? How? How do you know that? Why? Elena instinctively took a step back, gazing timidly at the petite blonde woman before her, yet she soon steeled herself and met Celia's gaze defiantly. Why? Because I deemed him qualified decades ago, but that wretched fellow. Celia scoffed, suppressing her anger as she continued. He actually rejected me, refusing to become a first-class mage, and demanded a magic that I greatly loathe. The scene shifted back several decades. Chapter 3, Communication with the Great Sorceress. Did you see anything, old dang, with your narrow-mindedness? I beheld an immense surge of magical energy and ripples. According to your magical logic, is this some form of concealment? Oh, and those incantations. They appear somewhat scattered, yet they persistently whirl in chaotic motion. Despite the disorder, they seem remarkably natural. Truly, the continent's most powerful sorceress, Lady Syria. Shangguan Yu analyzed earnestly, then exclaimed in admiration. Fascinating. What is your name? Shangguan Yu. Shangguan? That does not seem to be a surname from this continent. Are you from the Eastern Realms? Syria resumed her languid demeanor, gazing at the handsome man before her with keen interest, surprised by his utter lack of fear. Your abilities are commendable, if in a century you persist. You may indeed become the one to bring about my demise. Alas, humanity is too fragile. You are competent. Syria scrutinized Shangguan Yu closely, confirming her initial assessment. Yet a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes as she turned away, speaking lightly. If I am not mistaken, Lady Syria, are you looking down upon my meager magical power? Shangguan Yu replied with a calm smile. You can actually perceive that? Syria turned, dipping her delicate foot into the water, tilting her head slightly in surprise as she regarded the diminutive human before her. If it is merely about magical power, there is no need for such concern. For to me, magic is boundless. Shangguan Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he raised his hand in a grasping motion. Instantly, the tranquil and beautiful flower field beside Syria erupted with a plethora of silver-blue blossoms, vines swiftly coiling around her form. Syria's expression remained unchanged, allowing the vines to ensnare her. You seem to have fathomed the essence of magic, directly controlling the elemental forces without any incantations. How intriguing. Is this achieved through some novel incantation? Syria showed no embarrassment at being bound. Her interest piqued as she regarded the vines, her eyes glimmering with golden light. Ah, merely a simple entanglement, yet the operational principle diverges from any magic I have encountered before. It does not rely on stored magical power. Instead, it draws from the ethereal elements around us. A novel concept. How did you accomplish this? Syria tilted her head with difficulty, her typically stoic face now reflecting a glimmer of desire, her tone slightly urgent. Oh, it is nothing, merely the creation of a script suited to my needs, which I refer to as runic language. As for how I directly harness natural magic, well, it is rather complex to explain. You may consider it as abandoning the transformation process, opting instead to directly reconstruct the primordial magic through fixed runes. By combining established runic formulas, I can instantaneously release spells without the need for transformation or mobilization. I see. You are a genius, one worthy of being etched in the annals of human history. A splendid idea, though its flaws are evident. It requires an extensive memory of intricate formulas, and a single mistake could lead to a loss of control and catastrophic outcomes. Syria nodded, then chuckled lightly. You, my dear, are attempting to mimic my speech, are you not? Moreover, you are quite the imaginative young rascal. With a subtle exertion, Syria shattered the silver-blue vines entwined around her. You are the most talented human I have encountered in nearly a century, merely for daring to challenge me. You deserve the title of first-class sorcerer. Syria languidly stretched, then waved her hand dismissively. Ah, it seems I have squandered quite enough time. Let the others be deemed unworthy. Little rascal, follow me. Syria rose and, with a casual remark, began to stroll toward the edge of the flower-laden forest. "Yes, Lady Syria." A soft female voice echoed, and Shang Guanyu raised an eyebrow, silently apologizing to the candidates behind him. He then followed the petite elf, traversing the picturesque woods until they arrived at the entrance of a modest stone cave. Along the way, his attention drawn back to Syria, Shang Guanyu temporarily set aside his thoughts of creating additional magical runes, having already recorded the incantation that suppressed Syria's magical aura, realizing why she claimed that magic is constructed through imagination. In truth, Shang Guanyu held a differing view. While that statement was not entirely incorrect, it was also not wholly accurate. Firstly, the conceptual conditions are exceedingly abstract. To put it simply, one must comprehend the underlying principles of a phenomenon to release the corresponding magic. Yet, evidently, the majority of sorcerers fail to grasp the principles of magic, rendering them incapable of casting spells. In contrast, Shang Guanyu's approach was to interpret certain spells as fixed compositions of runes, eliminating the need for the caster's understanding. Through a wand, one could directly communicate magical energy, effortlessly combining established runic formulas to unleash spells, even those beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. This very notion ignited a fervor within Syria. Through this audacious little rascal, she felt a spark of excitement for an unreachable future. Tada! Lady Syria's life is indeed simple and unadorned. Shang Guanyu marveled at the rudimentary stone furnishings surrounding him, noting the grand throne of magic surrounded by scattered tomes. Truly, there is little in this world that captivates my interest. You have now passed all tests and earned the title of first-class sorcerer. According to customary rules, you may request one spell from me, of any level. Syria, barefoot, approached the throne, then turned and plopped down with a grin before fixing her gaze on Shang Guanyu. A spell, you say? I am indeed in need of spells. Shang Guanyu pondered thoughtfully, aware that though he had tentatively created runes, his understanding of magical theory remained limited, lacking sufficient foundational knowledge to release and interpret many spells. Well, take your time to decide. Esteemed Lady Syria, I have made my choice. Oh, pray tell. Syria inquired, intrigued. I wish to learn the spell for accelerating plant growth. Syria's smile froze, her expression gradually softening. Syria, are you serious? A spell for accelerating plant growth? I possess the annihilation spells from the mythic era, even forbidden spells. But, Lady Syria, I only desire the spell for accelerating plant growth, and the faster, the better. Shang Guanyu gazed earnestly at the adorable Syria, unable to suppress a smile. Here you go. Syria's expression darkened, and with a casual wave, an ancient tome floated toward Shang Guanyu. Thank you, the magnificent Lady Syria. Shang Guanyu smiled gracefully and performed an elegant bow, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she accepted the floating tome of magic. You mischievous little rascal. How could you choose such a trivial spell? It truly vexes me. For reasons unbeknownst to her. A wave of displeasure surged within Celia as she beheld the glimmer in Shang Guanyu's eyes. A slight, beautiful curve emerged on her lips as she declared, although you have passed your magical examination, you still fall short in some aspects. I present you with two choices. First, become my disciple, and we shall let this matter rest. Second, engage in a duel with me, and I choose the first option. Shang Guanyu cherished the tome as if it were a treasured heirloom, reluctantly tucking it away. Upon witnessing Celia's devious smile, her gaze sharpened, and she thought, as expected, this old hag, truly perplexing. If she wishes to challenge me, she could simply state it outright. However, considering the vast disparity in their strengths, she ultimately chose to heed her inner resolve. After all, what does it mean to be a disciple? A true gentleman can endure and adapt. You little brat. Very well, if that is the case, follow me. I must assess your abilities to determine if you meet my standards. In an instant, Shang Guanyu's smile faltered, disbelief washing over her as she turned to the already rising Celia. Noticing this, Celia wore a triumphant smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction welling up within her, and then turned to walk aside. Shang Guanyu exclaimed, unbelievable, no pretense whatsoever. Chapter 4, The Test. Apprenticeship with Master Celia. Master Celia, are you taking advantage of your age? In a serene meadow where a gentle breeze wafted through, Celia wore a smile. This is merely a test. But before we begin, I wish to inquire, what compels you to pursue the magic of plant cultivation? Should not humanity favor powerful offensive spells? Celia's voice was calm, yet her eyes betrayed a profound curiosity. Most of her former apprentices leaned towards combat-oriented magic, including the founder of the Empire. whom Celia had yet to encounter, the little girl who had requested the spell for cultivating flower fields. Master Celia, not everyone is so combative. For me, this magic holds the greatest value. Upward, she added slyly. And your volatility, could it be attributed to being a woman? The sarcasm in Shangguan Yu's voice was palpable, but it was abruptly interrupted by a surge of terrifying magical energy. Celia regarded the horizon with an expression of indifference. Enough chatter. Attack me with all your might. If I am satisfied, I shall grant you any desire. With a gentle smile, she uttered words that were remarkably bold. As a millennia-old elf, she could easily perceive the hidden desires within Shangguan Yu. Perhaps it is best you keep those thoughts to yourself at this moment. I harbor no desires towards you, Shangguan Yu replied with a light chuckle, then raised his hand. Elemental magic, thunderstorm. Without employing a wand, a menacing thundercloud coalesced in an instant. Surprise attack. Did you expect that? How intriguing. Celia's lips curled into a satisfied grin as she effortlessly grasped the fearsome purple lightning. Crackle. Boom. In an instant, the purple lightning expanded and detonated, producing a colossal roar and intense heat that reduced the surrounding trees to ash, while the delicate earth transformed into charred soil under the extreme temperature. Ah, indeed. You pose no threat to me. How about trying this? Elemental magic, inferno obliteration. The runes before Shangguan Yu swiftly converged into a pentagonal disc. As he rotated his right hand, the central pointer descended to fire. A terrifying flame erupted from the still lingering smoke, with elemental magic extending beyond merely the air's magic. Magma could also be deemed as fire. Shangguan Yu smiled softly, fully aware that this level of magic would not harm Celia, but it sufficed for the moment. Although he could summon natural magic, maintaining the energy required for the transformation of runes necessitated the use of his own magical energy, as directly invoking natural magic was far too wild and unstable. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause resonated as delicate, fair legs emerged from the haze, revealing Celia in her flowing white robe, observing the young man with satisfaction. Quite a clever idea, utilizing the violent products from the continent's depths to assault me. It certainly has the potential to breach defenses constructed of magical energy. Celia praised. Then with a gentle wave of her hand, a ghostly indigo hexagram materialized, and the molten lava slowly crystallized into ice sculptures before Shangguan Yu and Apos' very eyes. Indeed, this method of magic is not suited for ordinary humans, Shangguan Yu acknowledged, knowing full well that Celia, as the source of magic on the continent, could easily counter his spells. Well then, master, I concede, he declared. Why? Shangguan Yu's lips twitched as he stubbornly inquired. Let me strike you once more, and then I shall allow your concession. Celia grinned, raising her hand once again. In that moment, Shangguan Yu's pupils constricted. Ah, indeed quite effective, elemental magic, thunderstorm. Celia's cunning smile revealed her intent as she transformed her immense magic into the same runic array as Shangguan Yu's. The runes of fire, wind, and water lit up simultaneously. Damn it, you have no sense of honor. Shangguan Yu shouted in exasperation, completely taken aback by how this seemingly proud elf exhibited such cunning. I have already conceded. Yet you still wish to strike me. You dare use my own magic against me? This is absurd. Enough. I can only resort to my trump card. A terrifying thunderstorm cloud swiftly materialized, eclipsing the previously clear examination ground with massive dark clouds, while lightning raged within, booming like an explosive. Some magic users from the Magic Association looked up in awe. Is this the extent of your power, Lady Celia? An elderly wizard clad in robes stared at the ominous clouds that enveloped the land, lost in a daze, as if it were only natural. Observing the thunderstorm that reached towards the heavens, Shangguan Yu could not help but smirk. Lady Celia, this is not a thunderstorm. It is divine retribution. Isn't this your creation? It is indeed quite convenient. I merely need a modicum of magical energy to directly summon the infinite power within this region. Celia flashed a grin, softly suggesting, you must possess a method to counter this, yes? I sense no fear within you. Do take care not to perish. With a light chuckle, she waved her hand casually, and the terrifying thunderstorm flickered within the clouds before returning from whence it came. Boom. As her words fell, columns of thunder, reminiscent of a legendary dragon, surged towards Shangguan Yu from all directions, embodying a scene of divine wrath and impending doom. Even those capable of transcending tribulations would likely flee in terror. Shangguan Yu mused sarcastically, then swiftly thrust his hands into the array. There was no other choice. Although still unrefined, This was the only spell capable of withstanding the onslaught. You old rascal, should you ever find yourself in my grasp, I shall ensure my shoes deliver a resounding kiss to your despicable backside. Glaring at Celia's retreating figure, Shang Guanyu's eyes burned with intensity as he muttered curses under his breath. Celia's departing silhouette paused momentarily, a charming curve gracing her lips, before vanishing amidst the cascading thunder. As the thunder loomed ever closer, Shang Guanyu hastily manipulated the chaotic runes, constructing an even more peculiar array. Death, shock, open scenery, human rest, stop, injury, life, all things. The division of yin and yang, transcending millennia of human wisdom, could even be interpreted by heaven and earth. Counting both even and odd, they were indeed one. 8 gates, transportation. The ferocious natural energy surged into Shang Guanyu's body, while the terrifying octagonal formation gradually enveloped the entire expanse of the thunderclouds. Ha ha. Damn it, you old rascal. Just you wait. In an instant, the magical energy accumulated throughout his body was rapidly drained, even siphoning a portion of his soul's power, barely allowing him to cover the range of Celia's casually replicated magic. Shang Guanyu vented his frustration, then struggled to manipulate the octagonal technique. As a terrifying light illuminated the sky above the region. Was that an unknown magic? As the sorcerer's pupils constricted, the ominous symbol of death hovered in the air. The ferocious thunderbolts that had surged forth struck down upon the formation with a resounding crash, as if attempting to penetrate the very array and strike at him directly. This old man, truly merciless. Sighing, Shang Guanyu wiped away non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Lamenting helplessly, there was no other choice. Other sorcerers of similar caliber would only require him to exert some mental effort to decipher their spells. However, that Syria was an entirely different entity. She was akin to that unscrupulous sword master next door, a perfect amalgamation of intricate mechanisms and formidable numerical prowess. A mere C-rank elemental magic was wielded with the potency of transcendent sorcery. The I Ching and Bagua were subjects of profound fascination for Shang Guanyu in his previous life. Often regarded as metaphysics, they were, in truth, a sophisticated method of calculation. Humanity had yet to devise a computer capable of comprehending the entirety of the world, leading the majority to dismiss the I Ching and its principles as mere mysticism. Yet, only those who have delved into the subject genuinely comprehend its depth. A high-level algorithm, meticulously passed down through millennia in Huaxia, is not easily mastered. Shang Guanyu had only scratched the surface of this knowledge, and to his astonishment, he discovered that natural magical energy could indeed form and resonate. Although his understanding was not profound, it sufficed to contend with most individuals or monsters. With a resounding rumble, the terrifying thunder erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. However, as the massive shockwave of energy began to dissipate, the entire world seemed to freeze in awe. The energy explosion halted. A resplendently attired sorcerer gazed gravely at the suspended shockwave in the air, uttering in astonishment. Indeed, Lady Syria is truly formidable. Who could argue otherwise? After all, she is a grand sorceress. How intriguing, this formation, even more intricate than the previous runes. Is it possible that I cannot comprehend it? The suddenly manifested colossal human formation naturally captured Syria's attention. After a moment of astonishment, she was taken aback to find that she could not decipher the runes at all. Chapter 5. Celia's prodigal disciple, a chat group? And then? Did the master withstand your assault? Alina inquired with wide, inquisitive eyes fixed upon the languid elf before her. Excellent wine, Celia remarked. Before continuing, that little whelp, seer? He conjured a formation that morphed into a black orb, utilizing the power of the cosmos to deflect my attack entirely unscathed. She nonchalantly finished her wine in one gulp. Well, that concludes the tale. Little dragon, I've just sensed that reprobate's presence. Where has he gone? Celia asked, tilting her head with a nonchalant expression. She crossed her alabaster legs, her delicate foot resting on the sofa's edge, seemingly oblivious to the alluring glimpse of her leg beneath the sheer white dress. Her petite frame reclined languidly, her eyes comfortably half-closed as she lazily posed the question. Master is currently engaged in a crucial experiment and cannot be disturbed by anyone. Alina responded hesitantly after a brief pause. Such loyalty, little dragon. Very well, I shall bide my time. I have nothing pressing to attend to, in any case. But Master's experiments typically last for extended periods. Oh, that's of no consequence. As his mentor, you will see to my meals and such, won't you? Celia yawned, stretching languidly. She rolled over onto her side and indifferently responded, "Whether it's a matter of months or years, time holds little significance for me. If it weren't for those tedious assessments, centuries could pass in the blink of an eye." She added with a light chuckle, "Inform me when he's finished." Celia gave a soft laugh, then turned onto her side again and slowly closed her eyes. Alina, feeling overwhelmed by Celia's presence, could only manage a meek, "Celia-sama." Such an intimidating aura. She opened her mouth slightly, as if to say something, but hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, she retracted her outstretched hand and cautiously glanced at the motionless Celia before retreating to her bar. A legendary archmage, yet possessing such an unexpected charm. And she's Master's mentor. I'm intrigued by Master's past. Several days later, a multiverse chat group? Is this my boon? After all these years, having meticulously calculated and inscribed the magic potion formula, Shang Wanyu paused briefly. It was then that he noticed the screen that had reappeared before him. "Oi, I know not what you are, but should you dare provoke me again, I assure you, you will come to know the true meaning of cruelty." Shang Wanyu furrowed his brow and raised his hands, conjuring a swirling vortex of purplish-black flames, radiating an aura of chilling dread. Forbidden art, Soul Pyre, a technique Shang Wanyu devised from yin-yang magic. Sacrificing a portion of his soul essence and combining yin-yang energy with the power of the human plate's death gate to summon the world's most potent negative energies. Designed to incinerate the soul. Once ignited, it would burn eternally without the caster's intervention. Spare me, great deity. I'm merely trying to make a living. Sacrificing souls is entirely unnecessary. "Oh, intriguing," Shang Wanyu remarked. "Explain yourself. Why have you targeted me?" His eyes were impassive. His dual life experiences had taught him what truly mattered and what he sought, eternal life. Having successfully concocted the elixir of life with Celia's aid, he had sealed away most unnecessary emotions to fully dedicate himself to his pursuit. Thus, upon encountering the chat group, his gaze was indifferent, even wary. "Why would you want to reside within my consciousness? Please, I beg you, don't incinerate me. I'm just trying to make a living. I only facilitate connections and cross-world communication to gather primal energy from various realms. The residency is unavoidable for soul localization. Remove yourself from my being. If you wish for me to join, it is not entirely out of the question." He raised his hand and intoned, "Elemental magic, with clone technique." As a verdant wheel appeared, a lifelike clone with closed eyes materialized through the convergence of magical energy. "Therein lies a fragment of my spiritual essence. Find yourself there." Shang Wanyu gestured toward the wood clone. A soul fragment was out of the question, but spiritual essence would suffice. He would not be so foolish. "Quite cautious, host." "Very well, this shall suffice." A blue orb of light coalesced, and a charming face stuck its tongue out at Shang Wanyu before flying into the wood clone. "Ding. Congratulations, the righteous archmage has joined the chat group." A glowing blue screen instantly appeared before Shang Wanyu. Observing the familiar interface, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Golden-haired pervert knight. The newcomer has been here so long without replying. Are they lurking? That lewd gaze, reaching out. Yamaro, wisdom goddess, era. I didn't expect to encounter an archmage. Young one, would you like to become a follower of my aquatic divinity? Femme fatale. I have a feeling this wisdom goddess is a bit unreliable. Explosive magic user. Oh, it's the legendary archmage, NEI. Pink adorable bear. Pfft. Sister Siahi, you're just realizing that. Tushan second in command. I just woke up. Good morning, everyone. Weak Beast Master, admin welcome. Newcomer, this is darkness. Shang Wanyu couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed, a perverted knight. And a goddess? Perhaps she could be of assistance with my experiments. But it's Aqua. Never mind. I'll find a way to obtain that old codger's blood. And there's the explosive magic user, Megumin, then Xia He and Lu Ling Long, and finally, Tushan Yaya. As for the administrator, Shang Wanyu stroked his chin and closed his eyes to sense his soul. There was nothing unusual. Just as the chat group's spirit had said, it was merely a cross-world tool and a large-scale exchange. If that's the case, extracting some world essence energy. That would be acceptable. Weak Beast Master, my phone can't find any information about you. Which area are you an archmage from, friend? Golden-haired pervert knight. The archmage's binding magic. Even so, I shall not yield. Image. JPG righteous archmage. Femme fatale? Pfft, darkness. You're too funny, acting like a pervert, but being pure as can be. Golden-haired pervert knight. A sword pierces my heart. Wisdom goddess, a perverted knight. Well, I have perverts among my followers. I'm used to it. Pink Bear, haha. Sister Xiaohe, your summary is spot on. Tu Shanyiya, I feel so sleepy. Explosion Mage, Arno. Great Mage, may I ask, do you know how to use explosion magic? Observing the jovial and humorous atmosphere in the group, Shang Guanyu couldn't help but smile faintly. He then lowered his head to put away the potion notes in his hand. Murmuring to himself, has my master arrived? Never mind, I shall check on that old fellow later. The emotional suppression magic is temporarily unnecessary. After a soft chuckle, Shang Guanyu greeted the group before deciding to pay a visit to his esteemed master. Chapter 6, Sarazi's Quintessential Coquetry, Journeying to the Northern Highlands. Huff. A delicate snore permeated the air. Shang Guanyu had just returned from activating the teleportation array when he was greeted by this familiar sound. His gaze followed the sound, landing upon a ball of platinum blonde fluff undulating gently on the sofa. The old codger is rather endearing. Shopkeeper, you've returned? Eileen noticed the tremor of the formation immediately. Upon seeing the familiar figure, she ecstatically clasped her hands together and exclaimed, Yes, I'm back. Thank you for your hard work. Eileen, it must have been quite a task caring for my mentor. Shang Guanyu offered a gentle smile, extending his hand to stroke the little dragon girl's head. Eileen, naturally, squinted her eyes and nuzzled against his touch, giggling, Not at all, master. In fact, Lady Siri was quite kind. She even bestowed a spell upon me. Oh. Shang Guanyu cast a slightly surprised glance at the slumbering golden-haired sprite, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He murmured softly, Lady Siri, you haven't changed a bit. Shang Guanyu was well aware of Siri's motivations for imparting a spell, most likely having discerned the immense magical power and talent within Eileen. Even among the dragonkin, not all dragons were inherently gifted in magic. Lineage typically dictated the strength of a dragon and Apos' aptitude, but Eileen was an anomaly. Despite the fact that the dragon he had vanquished in the labyrinth was not particularly formidable, Eileen possessed an extraordinary affinity for magic. Oh yes. Lady Siri mentioned she had something to discuss with you. After relishing the head patting, Eileen tilted her head, pondering for a few moments before suddenly looking up. Her eyes fixed intently on Shang Guanyu. She wants to see me? Ah, just my coquettish mentor and Apos' usual antics. Shang Guanyu chuckled softly, striding towards the sofa. Huff. The soft snores lent the golden-haired elf a touch of serenity and loveliness. So coy, Lady Siri. Shang Guanyu smiled faintly, gently scooping up Siri's fair, delicate legs. With a slight exertion, he lifted Siri into his arms. The elven mentor's body was remarkably light. Weighing less than a fully loaded backpack, Shang Guanyu effortlessly carried his elven mentor and descended the stairs. Eileen, you may resume normal business hours. Oh. And the special liquor for today is Magret rum. Understood, master. Eileen bowed respectfully. When she looked up again, Shang Guanyu's figure had vanished into the stairwell. Click. The sensor door opened softly, revealing a meticulously cleaned room. Within was a large bed constructed from the materials of a mage and Apos' scepter, along with floor tiles and bricks inscribed with runes personally etched by Shang Guanyu, automatically regulating the temperature and promoting restful sleep. Gently placing Siri and Apos' body upon the plush bed, Shang Guanyu's gaze softened. This coy elf had once brazenly declared that great elves had no need for sleep. Later, after a minor contest, Siri had lost to him, and he had made an audacious request to give Siri a massage as a subtle act of retribution for her laissez-faire approach to education. Recalling the scene, Shang Guanyu couldn't help but smile, glancing down at the still radiant, delicate feet that seemed to beckon him. Well, mentor, please rest well for now. This time, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. Shang Guanyu smiled faintly, bending down to gently lift Siri's hand, placing a tender kiss upon the back of her fair hand. He cast one last glance at the slumbering Siri before quietly closing the door behind him and departing from the second floor. Just as the door closed, the great elf's eyes fluttered open slightly. That incorrigible fellow. A trace of helplessness and affection flickered in Siri's eyes, a faint blush tinting her fair cheeks. After a soft chuckle, she closed her eyes once more and drifted back to sleep. Indeed, Siri had been feigning sleep. She had awakened upon reaching the second floor. She felt a peculiar sensation upon receiving her disciple's kiss. Aside from the unusual feelings she had experienced decades ago after losing a bet and receiving a massage from her disciple, this kiss was a first. Why was that? Because in their past interactions, Shang Guanyu had always been brazen, pestering her for various spells, while Siri considered those minor spells insignificant. She was a woman of principle. However, under Shang Guanyu's relentless entreaties, she reluctantly granted him a few more spells. Even when her disciple audaciously requested a massage, And even when she sensed a strange desire in his eyes, she remained unfazed. Until that day, when Siri was comfortably enjoying the massage with her eyes closed. She felt a warm breath near her ear. "Lady Siri, I will develop a true elixir of immortality and remain by your side forever." At that moment, she felt her heart race for the first time. It was then that she realized that her most prized disciple harbored a grander ambition than merely achieving fame in human history, immortality. After settling Siri in, Shang Guanyu greeted Eileen before pushing open the door and leaving the Cane Tavern. Apples. Delicious apples for sale. High-end magical artifacts favored by nobles. Get them while they're cheap. Shang Guanyu strolled through the imperial capital, passing by various merchant stalls. The weather was pleasant. Those fools are actually serious? Shang Guanyu yawned, glancing back at the central royal palace with a dismissive gaze. He couldn't help but scoff. Setting aside the fact that Siri was his mentor, he was already tempted to unleash a super-tier spell and obliterate the imperial capital simply because those old geezers were plotting to assassinate his mentor. However, on second thought, his old man seemed to enjoy seeking amusement. Since a bunch of clowns intended to spend millennia plotting against his old man, then let them play. His old man was certainly enjoying it. Within the Mages Association, news of fundamental magical theories was already circulating, clearly originating from the exceptionally talented woman from the original story. A few years ago, news had even reached the imperial capital that a gifted female mage had emerged from the northern battlefield court mages. Shang Guanyu realized that it was highly likely to be his junior sister, who had probably passed Siri's examination and sought to realize her ambitions in the kingdom. Why? Decades after he had become a court archmage, Siri had written to him, informing him that she had taken another disciple, the woman known as the progenitor of human mages. Frame. The internal dynamics of the Continental Mages Association were initially characterized by skepticism and fear toward magic. Only in recent years had magic begun to appear frequently in the courts and armies, and humans had begun to attempt to understand and cultivate mages. Oh right. Frame should be able to sense that Siri is in the imperial capital. He glanced at the road junction near the city gate before heading towards the city gate without looking back. A millennium hence, a statue shall rise. Yet it shall not bear the likeness of Fulilian. Despite her monumental contributions to humanity, she remains unremembered by mortals, save for her haughty elven master, who has cherished her memory for millennia without falter. Thus, to impart my magic to such foolish mortals? I find myself utterly incapable. With a light chuckle, Shang Guanyu's figure vanished instantaneously from the city gates. The imperial capital, the bastion of the mightiest nation on the central continent, stands as a fierce battleground against the demon race. The Northern Highlands, a treacherous path leading to the demon lord and amp, Appo's citadel, are no less daunting. BRR. It is indeed frigid. Elemental magic, temperature regulation, gazing upon the endless expanse of pristine snow and the distant, prominent peaks. Shang Guanyu sighed as a gust of cold wind swept by. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a protective barrier, shielding herself from the external chill. The continuous mountain range, seemingly barren, conceals within it an exceedingly rare alchemical ingredient, the snow domain white lotus. The sound of her boots crunching against the snow heightened the desolation of the already lonely northern highlands. Draped in a white cloak, Shang Guanyu ascended towards the mountain's summit. A howl echoed in the distance. Was that a demon wolf? She cast a dispassionate glance to her right before resuming her ascent. After a quarter of an hour, her vague senses sharpened. Just as I suspected, this forsaken place teeters even the creatures of the northern highlands. How could there be beasts here? Shang Guanyu's gaze intensified, as if drawing nearer and nearer. At the mouth of a cave several hundred meters above, clusters of ethereal blue roots and white buds stood resolutely on the cliff, seemingly untouched by the biting winds, blooming defiantly amid the heavens and earth. Fortuitously, the teeth of a snow wolf and the pristine white lotus. Just what I need. Shang Guanyu grinned, utterly unconcerned by the pairs of eerie green eyes lurking in the shadowy crevices of the rocky outcrop. Chapter 7. The charming old dang and the everlasting elixir. There seems to be an excess of wolf fangs. Never mind. I shall return and present a gift to Flam, as a token of gratitude from a senior brother. Carefully, Shang Guanyu wrapped 6 pristine snow lotuses in magic, glancing momentarily at the pitiful 3-headed demon wolf lamenting on the ground. With a swift motion, he turned and leaped off the cliff, his body plummeting through the air. After a flash of light, the mountaintop was left with nothing but the echoes of the demon wolf's wails. I am back. The familiar sound of wind chimes filled the air as Shang Guanyu pushed open the door with a beaming smile, greeted by a golden-haired elf who regarded him with an expression of indifference. Back already? Did you succeed in concocting the potion? Ah, of course, master. Did you not notice that my appearance resembles that of when I first met you? Shang Guanyu paused for 2 seconds, observing Celia's familiar sitting posture, and responded with a smile. Did you truly succeed? I must say, I did not misjudge you. If there exists someone capable of ending my life in this world, perhaps it would indeed be you. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Celia's eyes, quickly replaced by a grin that betrayed her fierce spirit. Enough of that, master. I could never bring myself to harm you. After all, you are simply too delightful. Shang Guanyu chuckled lightly, stepping forward amidst Celia's puzzled expression, and pinched her fair cheek. Oi, I fail to see any trace of respect you hold for me. Celia allowed Shang Guanyu to squeeze her face, exuding a hint of helplessness. Master, you jest. I hold great respect for you. However, Lady Celia, your disciple seems to be in the imperial capital as well. Release me, Celia exclaimed, swatting Shang Guanyu and Apos' hands away before stretching lazily. You are referring to Flam? Just another peculiar little human girl like you. I have not concealed my magical power. It would be quite strange if she failed to notice. I see. Yet, you remain as prideful as ever. You once told me disdainfully that you would not use magic to suppress emotions. Silence. Yes. Shang Guanyu chuckled softly, observing the faint blush on his master and Apos' cheeks. He then spoke earnestly. From now on, there is no need for you to cast spells to suppress your emotions, Lady Celia. My potion is already halfway to success. Oh, pray tell, Celia said, her interest piqued as she propped her head on her hand, curiosity dancing in her eyes. I have studied the genetic compositions of elves and demons. Although humans and elves may appear remarkably similar, their fundamental structures are vastly different. A human heart must beat at least 60 times a minute, with a faster heartbeat correlating to a shorter lifespan, and humans are measured in minutes. Shang Guanyu paused, then glanced at his master's still ample form. The heart of the elven race beats on a scale of decades or even centuries. Magic seems to infuse every part of their being, replacing the heart's primal role in providing energy. This implies that elves possess extraordinarily extended lifespans, while their physical development is comparatively slow. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted as Celia regarded Shang Guanyu with admiration. Indeed, you surpass any mage I have encountered. Your potential is so profound that it obscures the future you may achieve. Humans inherently possess a creativity that far surpasses both demons and elves, if paired with eternal life. Indeed, such a notion is terrifying, Lady Celia. I have not claimed to bestow my potion upon anyone else. Shang Guanyu laughed lightly as he moved to the bar, deftly picking up the cocktail tools. After all, it had been a while since they last met, and it comes to mind that little rascal once expressed a desire for immortality to accompany me. However, can your potion truly rival the near-eternal life of the elven race? Celia's expression shifted, her smile fading into one of seriousness and intensity. It is well known that every talented elf possesses an almost obsessive dedication to magic and knowledge, and her own teacher, Celia, was no exception. Observing Celia's demeanor, Shang Guanyu found himself momentarily entranced. A significant reason for their amicable relationship was their shared pursuit of knowledge. How nostalgic it is, indeed, Lady Celia. After a moment of reflection, Shang Guanyu produced his potion research notes, sharing his findings with Celia, who merely held the notes. Her gaze calm as she listened intently to her beloved disciple's exposition. Is this perhaps impractical? Even if you utilize your runes to replace certain human organs, a human is still a human. Employing magic to delay or alter one's nature may inevitably yield numerous side effects. After perusing the final page, Celia closed the book, her eyes meeting Shang Guanyu's with a gentle shake of her head. Dragon's blood combined with specific incantations to deceive the body? It could indeed grant you certain draconic traits, but would that not mean you are no longer truly human? Celia's sharp gaze and incisive words pinpointed the drawbacks of the potion. Shang Guanyu could not help but marvel at her perceptiveness, for in mere minutes she discerned the essence of his decades-long research. Elves, indeed, were an enviable race. Boy, I previously warned you that some spells are forbidden, possessing irreversible negative effects. Do you wish to become a monstrous dragon? A self-important fool, yet so fragile within. Celia's expression hardened as she reprimanded him, her words laced with discontent, becoming increasingly vehement and harsh. Yet, Shang Guanyu bore a sincere smile, silently absorbing his master's scolding, for he understood that Celia genuinely cared for him. Perhaps it was his past companionship or a particular statement that had moved her. Truly, it seems the loquacious master is better referred to as Old Dang. You insolent brat, Were you even listening to me? If you seek immortality, you must cast aside any notions of mercy. Humans, elves, and even demons are inconsequential in my eyes. Ah, Lady Celia. I assure you I have been quite cautious in my experiments. Shang Guanyu replied with a resigned smile, attempting to interject into old Deng's lecture. Silence. You foolish child, be it human or demon, even among my kin, their existence is of no concern to me. Even you. I merely wish to prevent rumors from spreading about the great mage Celia's disciple turning into a monster. Do you understand? Celia scoffed, her eyes cold as she issued a warning. Yes, yes. So, would you care to taste it? The latest edition of the Blue Aegean Sea. With a smile, the wine was poured over the ice cubes, and a wisp of white mist gracefully rose, enhancing the ethereal quality of the drink with its deep azure hue. Shang Guanyu's perfunctory response elicited a dismissive click from the Great Spirit. Slowly rising, she languidly pointed her hand, causing the wine glass to float leisurely into Serea's grasp. Hee. Compared to Fulilian, Master is equally adorable. Gulping down the drink, she exclaimed, Ah, what a splendid wine. By the way, before I return this time, prepare 10 barrels for me. After savoring the unique sensation of the beverage, she chuckled lightly. Shang Guanyu's mouth twitched. Trouble was brewing. It seemed this old one had set her sights on his wine. When it comes to liquor, it wasn't merely about the quality of his craft, but rather the dire scarcity of resources in this world. Even the nobility found the delicacies available to them akin to mere straw and vegetable gruel. The grape wine at banquets was both sour and astringent, utterly dreadful to taste, while the entire dining table was filled with either roasted or boiled dishes, alongside some unappetizing sashimi that turned one's stomach. Thus, aside from a few dedicated drinkers, no one truly enjoyed alcohol. Upon learning of Shang Guanyu's arrival, the most renowned bartender in the imperial capital, countless nobles extended olive branches, yearning for a mere sip of the wine he crafted and mixed, even willing to part with hefty sums for the privilege. For someone engaged in scientific research, money and resources were indeed scarce, yet Shang Guanyu possessed some acumen of a merchant, employing tactics reminiscent of hunger marketing from his past life. Random operating hours at the Cane Tavern, and exclusive reservations for the privileged elite, all of which amassed him considerable wealth. Consequently, his bartending was executed on the spot, devoid of any pre-made concoctions. Please, master, producing 10 barrels of such wine would surely be the end of me. Shang Guanyu's smile faltered, and he immediately embraced Serea's delicate fair leg draped over the sofa, wailing dramatically as if performing a Sichuan opera face change. Let go, I say. Not a chance. If you don't release me, I shall show you the magic that hails from the mythic era. Serea's face darkened with disdain as an unusual feeling surged within her, prompting her to threaten him. Chapter 8. Friarin's Visit. A sulky old Sundra TCH, always resorting to numerical advantages to bully me. Shang Guanyu muttered, gingerly touching his slightly swollen cheek, while casting furtive glances at the barefooted elven grandmaster beside him. Oh, do you have a grievance? Siri inquired with a playful smile, her lips curving upward. None whatsoever, but Grandmaster Siri, I truly cannot produce 10 casks of wine. Have mercy. Shang Guanyu's lips twitched as he reluctantly approached the sofa where Siri was seated, dutifully starting to massage her shoulders. Then I shall reside here for a few centuries. Conveniently, I can prevent you from making mistakes while you concoct potions. Yes, not bad. Your skills are improving. Master, you flatter me. The dragon elixir extends one's lifespan by approximately 5 centuries. Shang Guanyu sighed. Although 5 centuries surpass the lifespan of most creatures, even dwarfs, it was merely the blink of an eye for an elf. Oh, interesting. Perhaps the dragon was too young or of too low a rank, resulting in a reduction. Siri remarked, her interest piqued. Too much useless material in the potion recipe. Reconsider it. Siri scrutinized the potion recipe in her hand, then criticized it with a look of distaste. In Siri and Apos' view, any immortality elixir that didn't end Apos' extend life by millennia was essentially a failure. Master, alas, these are already the rarest materials on this continent. To update the potion recipe, we would need materials from the mythic era. Shang Guanyu replied with a helpless smile. He was certain that the density, concentration, and quality of magic in the current world had diminished by several orders of magnitude. Not only was there a vast disparity between the strength of mages in the current era and those of the mythic era, but even the quality of extraordinary flora and fauna had significantly declined. Indeed, what is the maximum number of times the elixir can be used? Siri inquired, feigning nonchalance, then tilting her head inquisitively. The limit is 3 times. The second use will increase lifespan by a reduced 300 years, accompanied by some draconic features. The third use will add 100 years to one's lifespan, but the draconic features will intensify to 90 and become irreversible. Shang Guanyu sighed, then put away the potion recipe and spoke softly. He felt neither sorrow nor any other strong emotion. After all, it was merely the result of his nearly 50 years of research, not his ultimate achievement. Besides, with the aid of the chat group, materials might not necessarily be scarce. A glint of confidence flickered in Shang Guanyu's eyes, which Siri subtly noticed and nodded in satisfaction. As expected of her disciple, this tenacity and passion were what she admired most. Dingling welcome, while eavesdropping on their conversation and letting her imagination run wild. Alina instinctively looked up and greeted the new arrival upon hearing the ringing of the bell. However, she couldn't and Oppos, help but gasp in surprise upon seeing the visitor. Greetings, master. Long time no see, a gentle female voice echoed. Shang Guanyu turned his head, and Siri's attention shifted as well. Upon seeing the newcomer, Siri revealed a faint smile. Flam, my newly accepted disciple. Even more eccentric than you, she fancies flower field magic, a pointless and futile pursuit. In that regard, you two are kindred spirits. Siri and Oppos, as characteristic Sundara remark, brought a sense of warmth to both of them. Shang Guanyu smiled gently and nodded to the auburn-haired beauty at the entrance. Greetings, Siri and Oppos, as foremost disciple. Shang Guanyu, Flam, disciple of Siri, greets senior brother, and the grand hermit of the court. Flam performed a respectful courtly bow, indicating that she recognized Shang Guanyu. Flower field magic? A delightful form of magic, Shang Guanyu commented with a nod and a smile. This child, Flam, desires that everyone on the continent be able to use magic, and is foolish enough to hope that the continent will one day be covered in flowers and human mages. It disgusts me just hearing it, Siri said with a nonchalant smile, then paused and turned to Shang Guanyu. Even more disgusting than you. At least the things you delve into are genuinely interesting, even if they are useless to me. Alas, Shang Guanyu sighed and rubbed his forehead, as his master was at it again. Oh, and that tedious method of suppressing magic power. But, Grandmaster Siri, you are using it as well, aren't you? Shang Guanyu chuckled, then interrupted Siri's complaints, adding with a smile. Flam was dumbfounded. Then her eyes lit up as she gazed at her master. Flam exclaimed, Master, you are suppressing your own magic power. Forbidden spell, expulsion magic. Siri said with a stiff smile, then raised her hand and aimed it at Shang Guanyu, who was doubled over with laughter. Isn't that a bit much? You old hag? I was just kidding, master. Shang Guanyu's pupils contracted, and he broke out in a cold sweat as he begged for mercy. But Siri merely smiled coldly. Death. Boom. A terrifying magical storm instantly blew off the roof of the tavern. Under the impact of the magical blast, Shang Guanyu's location was obliterated. Oh, master's new spell? A forbidden spell? Flam remarked with mild surprise. After all, she had never seen the magic created by Shang Guanyu. Want to learn it? Give up your unrealistic ideas and you can, Siri said with a wave of her hand. The objects in the space and the burning flames were rapidly extinguished, quickly reassembling as if time were flowing backward. Unbelievable, a legendary spell from the mythic era, magic that can reverse time? Flam exclaimed in astonishment. So magic that manipulates time really does exist. That's right. Where's Master? Alina nodded in agreement. But then her face froze as she rushed to the empty seat in front of her, looking horrified. Rest assured, miss. Senior brother will be fine. Flam covered her mouth and giggled, almost bursting out laughing at her master's nonchalant demeanor. Senior brother is right. Master, is it Sundara Elf? Meanwhile, on a remote island in the southern depths of the sea, a plume of white smoke rose. A hand emerged from the smoking hole, belonging to none other than Shang Guanyu, who had been blasted away by Siri. After crawling out of the hole, Shang Guanyu couldn't help but twitch as he looked at his reflection in the lake, his hair a complete mess. Seriously, she's such a child. Shang Guanyu couldn't help but chuckle as he recalled the old woman's frazzled appearance. Well, I'll go back and appease her. Oh, there are bananas and some other fruits here. The expulsion magic was clearly divine magic, but it only sent him to the southern region of the continent. As he picked some fruit and was about to return, a blue screen suddenly popped up before him. Ding. Chat group mission triggered. Would you like to participate? Chapter 9. Transgression, the fate of Xia He. It's that vile woman again. Damnation. Get out of the village. Seducing men at such a tender age. What will become of her when she's older? She might be some sort of sorceress. Thud. Get out. The rainy weather rendered the already muddy dirt road even more sullied. Beside it, amidst a patch of verdant weeds, blossoms gradually withered. The pink-haired girl offered a pathetic smile, glancing back at the place once called home. Though she was already aware of the future, she mused. I truly am a worthless woman. Get out. Don't even think about seducing my man. Humph. A beast who even seduced her own father. Get out of our village. Behind the girl, beneath the somber storm clouds, within each house, the vociferous rebukes persisted. The envious and hateful gazes of the women lurked behind the doors. Rumble. Lightning cleaved the heavens, revealing that beneath the shadows, creatures called humans were concealed. Where can someone like me even go? The clouds coalesced, soon unleashing a deluge. The slender, pink-haired figure with bare feet continued her march along the muddy path, undeterred. Even so, I must survive. I am, after all, Xiahi. The girl inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the still, overcast sky, then flashed a brilliant smile as she headed toward the end of the road. Thus, she attempted to undertake tasks on her own, seeking to earn a bit of money. However, how could a girl barely in her teens comprehend the treachery of the outside world? In truth, Xiahi had often contemplated giving up and seeking assistance from the group members, but ever since she recalled the future the administrator had revealed to her, a single thought consumed her mind. She did not desire such a future devoid of sanctuary and devoid of those who loved her. Such a future was simply too dreadful. At this moment, the inherently kind-hearted Xiahi failed to comprehend why everyone regarded her with such covetous greed. Even those who sought to take her in could not conceal the desire lurking in their eyes from the girl. Naturally, Xiahi resolutely refused, even smearing herself with mud to appear unappealing. Yet, this could not conceal her inherently alluring constitution and powers. And so, so hungry. Wah, would it be even more humiliating to tell the group now? Xiahi whimpered slightly, patting her grimy little belly. She now understood a principle. In this frigid society, being well-fed was paramount. If she had used her powers to swindle a bit of money and food from those repulsive men, as long as she didn't and oppose, tea caused too much harm, wouldn't and oppose, tea that have been all right? Yes, those lustful fellows deserve to be punished. Unbeknownst to Xiahi, she had been followed by two figures as she wandered the fringes of the city these past few days. Confirmed, it should be an innate ability, related to charm and lust. She's not that old, but the effects of the ability are terrifying. Oh, you find it terrifying? How intriguing. A hint of excitement laced the mature woman's voice. Yes, those affected by that girl's ability essentially lose their ability to function. It seems we and Oppos, VE found a candidate for the final member of our quartet of debauchery. Naturally. However, it will require a performance to warp this young girl and Oppos' mind. Gazing at Xiahi, who was squatting to rest, the figures of a man and a woman gradually emerged from the shadows. Ding. Chat group mission triggered. A mission? Xiahi stared blankly at the screen that suddenly appeared before her. Detected that group member Femme Fatale is facing a pivotal moment in her destiny. Altering her own fate will grant a significant reward of points. Response being issued. Current number of participants, 01. My pivotal moment. I remember. It seems to be the entirety. Xiahi's pupils constricted slightly. She lowered her head, furtively scanning her surroundings with her peripheral vision. Sure enough, several individuals with chi were present nearby, and two others emanated a scent of blood. Xiahi's expression darkened, realizing what she might be facing. She hastily opened the chat group, as the number and strength of the opponents were beyond her ability to contend with. Southern Continent, Xiahi, is it? Interesting. It should refer to the entirety's recruitment, right? I'm a bit short on materials anyway. Chi and innate abilities are worth researching. Feeble Beastmaster, Sister Xiahi's moment of destiny? The entirety has come so quickly? Femme Fatale, I'm sorry for causing everyone trouble. Golden-haired pervert knight. I can also help. Feeble Beastmaster, shut up, you perverted knight. The entirety's guys are not from your world. Let's rely on someone more dependable. Explosive magic user, is the dark hiding bad people? Leave it to Megumin. Feeble Beastmaster, no way. Not you either. Do you want to kill Sister Xiahi? Feeble Beastmaster, Boheo. Sister Yaya isn't replying to private messages either, it seems. Xiahi watched the azure screen, her beautiful eyes dimming slightly. Femme Fatale, no need to trouble yourselves, Xiaolin. Perhaps, this is my fate. Goddess of wisdom, what happened? Femme Fatale, sigh. This brainless goddess, going there might just get her killed. That's right. ISN and Oppos, T the newbie a mage? Righteous mage newbie, save me. Goddess of wisdom, huh? I am the goddess of water. You wretched human. Feeble beastmaster, shut up first. Warning for a ban. Goddess of wisdom. Damn it. A mere weak administrator. Goddess of wisdom has been banned by the administrator for 1 hour. Huh. Damn it. Stingy human. Humph. Aqua doesn't care. Humph. In the temple. The blue-haired goddess Aqua glared at the screen, haughtily turning her head away. Goddess, there's a new reincarnator I know. Golden-haired pervert knight, if it's a mage. It should be enough. Mages in our world are extremely powerful, even binding magic. They are, explosive magic user. Archmages are one of my pursuits. Dawn and Apos, underestimate mages. Righteous mage, I understand. Also, you should have noticed it already, right? You and I are the same kind of person. Feeble beastmaster. Shangwan Yu watched the other administrator on the screen with a calm gaze. Most likely, she was also a transmigrator like himself. Beastmaster. It seemed to be from some ability-based world. On the other side, a girl's vexed shout echoed from a massive villa, accompanied by an animalistic roar. A wish Xiaoju. Don't bark. I'll feed you later. My good friend is in danger. Inside the spacious, luxurious villa, a girl named Lin Xiaoxue. The other group administrator, who was worried about Xiaohe, shouted in frustration toward the window. Within the villa, expertly trained maids and butlers attended to the lavish surroundings. Their indulgent gazes fixed upon the room at the end of the second floor adorned with a charming cat motif. The rich decor, embellished with pink accents and playful dolls, infused the entire chamber with the essence of youthful femininity. On the expansive bed, a fluffy little creature rolled playfully back and forth. Oh dear, what should I do? Think. Lin Xiaoxue, she exclaimed in a flurry of anxiety. With her beast mastery level far too low, venturing out might result in her becoming a mere burden. That stunning beauty. How vexing. She absolutely cannot become a source of chaos. Humph. Zhang Lingyu, that detestable man, is no better. All men are just clumsy oafs. She lamented, feeling utterly exasperated. I hope that sorcerer. Her long, snow-white hair cascaded loosely, framing her exquisitely delicate round face, which radiated an endearing charm. Her pair of azure eyes, filled with a mix of innocence and adorability, fixated on the ethereal blue screen floating in the air. Squinting, her petite visage bore a look of contemplation as she rolled restlessly on the grand bed, occasionally expressing her frustrations aloud while pondering how to assist her companion, Xiaohe. Abruptly, just as the maiden's fair ankles ceased their playful swaying mid-air at the arrival of Shangwan Yu's message, she exclaimed with a gasp, could it be? Is he one of us? Oh joy, could there truly be a fellow transmigrator? Though he is a man, no matter. I must inquire. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the illuminated message bar. Insignificant Beastmaster, greetings, esteemed Archmage. Is parity maintained when altering the function? Shangwan Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Indeed, he mused, does its sign depend on the quadrant? Wisdom Goddess, what cryptic jargon is this? Righteous Archmage, ahem. I shall undertake this task, rest assured. Observing the cascade of messages flooding his inbox, Shangwan Yu and Apos' lips curved into a smile. He was willing to assist this rather endearing and Apos' compatriot and Apos', particularly since the group and Apos' marketplace boasted ingredients for concocting magical elixirs. Lin Xiaoxue, are you also a transmigrator? Lin Xiaoxue, this world I find myself in is quite terrifying. Could you, perhaps, rescue Sister Xiaohe? Surely, you've discerned her plight? Lin Xiaoxue, though I know not the extent of an Archmage's power, should you accept this task, tread with caution. For death in that realm is indeed final. Ding. Group member Righteous Archmage has accepted the task. Commencing teleportation. Upon the desolate island, Shangwan Yu beheld the flurry of messages within the group. A gateway has materialized. Expedite your mission. Gazing upon the azure vortex before him, a slow grin spread across Shangwan Yu and Apos' face. His languid demeanor sharpening into a keen edge. I am, after all, a disciple unparalleled beneath the goddess. Death. Conveniently. The elixir I intend to brew requires a live subject for experimentation. Commencing teleportation. The scene swiftly transitioned northward, focusing on the royal capital. Cane Tavern. A languid elf, reclining upon a chaise lounge near the second-floor window, abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her features. The magic. It's gone? Ciliel turned her head, her gaze seemingly piercing through all obstacles, settling upon the island Shangwan Yu had vanished from. I can no longer sense him. Did the goddess take him? Nay, the mortals of the celestial realm could not withstand him. Celestial retracted her gaze, murmuring to herself. After a moment of contemplation, she persisted in her search, confirming that even the eastern and western continents held no trace of Shang Yu's presence. Her eyes widened, her golden hair dancing in the wind, her expression one of unprecedented gravity. Strange. The path to divinity has long been severed. Even with the barrier separating the eastern and western continents, there should be some residual trace. With a wave of her hand, Celestial conjured a swirling torrent of water, which gradually coalesced into a mirror. Ah, Celestial, I'm flattered you've sought my counsel. A hazy figure emerged, possessing fair skin, pointed ears, and eyes radiating gentle wisdom. A white gown lent an air of ethereal purity to the maiden, who playfully winked at Celestial. Celestial rolled her eyes, retorting, "Spare me the pleasantries, and locate someone for me. I've already transferred the necessary mana." "Oh, Celestial seeks a male? How intriguing. Very well. I shall commence the search at once." The sprite in the water mirror, her eyes gleaming with gossip, giggled before focusing her attention, seemingly manipulating something. A human? Name: Shang Yu, born in the eastern continent. Curious. What brings a denizen of the eastern continent to the central continent? Peculiar. Can you find him? Celestial inquired tersely. No. Ah, but I haven't finished. Curse you, Celestial. I am a goddess, after all. The sprite, her cheeks flushing at the golden-haired elf's dismissive tone, glared at Celestial through the water mirror. He vanished from an unnamed island in the southern domain. He even intended to gather fruit for you. A useless deity, Celestial muttered. I am not. I am a goddess. And not a useless one. Silence. Oh. The goddess, crestfallen, bit her lip before swiftly manipulating something. Wait. I found him. Your disciple. Appears to be crafting a new elixir. And what? The goddess's triumphant expression suddenly faltered, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the virtual screen. What is it? Celestial inquired, a sense of foreboding washing over her. He created interdimensional magic and vanished from this world. Celestial, what? Are you certain? Interdimensional magic? Even deities cannot wield it so effortlessly. The once unconcerned expression on Celestial's face grew severe. I swear. How did he accomplish this? The goddess appeared genuinely astonished. Well, then, cease your investigation. Let it be. A flicker of surprise crossed Celestial's features before a wry smile spread across her lips. She held a fondness for her human disciple. Master, I wish to create the magic of immortality to remain by your side for all eternity. Silly boy, Celestial whispered, a radiant smile gracing her features. She shook her head gently, glancing at the still shocked goddess. With a wave of her hand, she severed the connection to the water mirror. Hey, Celestial, the goddess, about to retort, noticed the blank screen before her. She huffed and puffed before vanishing. Another world, then? That future should be interesting, Celestial murmured. Confirming that Shang Yu had willingly initiated the interdimensional magic, she resumed her languid posture, activating the massage function on her chaise lounge. Humans certainly know how to enjoy themselves, though it still pales in comparison to massage magic. Celestial's eyes narrowed, a faint smile playing on her lips. After a disorienting whirl, Shang Yu found himself in a derelict corner of a city. Surveying the familiar high-rise buildings, he wore an expression of confirmation. Target, 800M, location, Yin City, Jiang Province. Beholding the directional arrow on the screen, Shang Yu did not immediately act. Instead, he curiously extended his hand, examining his surroundings. So this is Qi? Interesting. Human life is linked to innate Qi. Elemental magic, energy extraction. Shang Yu murmured, activating his magic. A vortex of terrifying suction appeared, and within moments, the ambient Qi was drained. Gazing at the white energy substance in his hand, Shang Yu's eyes lit up with delight. It can accelerate cell division and even rewrite genetic code. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. He then cast a sealing spell, containing the vast amount of Qi within a piece of paper. As the chilling glint flickered in Shang Yu's eyes, she resolved to delve deeper into her research later. For delaying would jeopardize her tasks. Both in her past life and the present, she harbored no affection for the cult-like organization known as Chuanqing. If the demon race was deemed inherently malevolent within the empire, then organizations such as Chuanqing represented an even more distasteful existence. Little girl, you are quite the sight to behold. Are you hungry? Come along with us, and we shall treat you well. As the crowd drew near, Xiaohe mustered her frail body, cautiously observing these seemingly ordinary individuals before her. Had she not previously acquired the Qi cultivation method through points and subsequently cultivated her Qi? She might have fallen prey to their deceit. Who are you really? Chapter 11. The Demise of Shin Chong. Mission accomplished. 500M. Who are we? Heh, little darling. We're the local bosses around here. Pretty thing, just give us a little fun, and we'll make sure you're well fed. The bald ringleader grinned, his eyes gleaming with avarice and lust, almost tangible. Initially, it was a straightforward assignment, but upon approaching the girl, she and Appos, "S mine? All mine." Gale kick. A tremendous force struck, and the bald man, caught off guard, was instantly propelled into the wall. Haha. See that? She's mine. Mine. You wretched lot. She's mine. Cleaving palm. Suddenly, those who had appeared so fierce now exhibited a crimson glint in their eyes upon nearing Xiaohi, turning on each other in a savage melee. This spectacle caused Xiaohi's pupils to contract, her lips paling as fear intensified. 100M hiss, this little girl's ability is quite potent. Your turn, isn't it? Domei. No need to tell me. I'll take care of those fellows. Domei's eyes flickered with a hint of pity, her golden hair swaying in the breeze. Heh, it and Appos. It's all up to you. ISN and Appos. T it. I wouldn't and Appos. T want to be caught in that little girl and Appos. S out of control ability. Killing these people directly would be a waste. Coincidentally, we've had a slight dip in clientele recently. The young man chuckled, his gaze fixed on the brawling figures below. Behind his square-rimmed glasses lay boundless avarice, belonging to none other than the instigator, Shin Chong. Xiaohi struggled to her feet, watching the entangled figures. With a determined bite of her lip, she turned to leave, only for her pupils to dilate slightly. It's those two, such a pitiful child. Men are all the same, no good. Hungry, are you? Come with Auntie, I'll treat you to something delicious. A voice emerged from the shadows as a fair woman with yellow hair stepped forward, her eyes filled with what seemed like genuine pity for Xiaohi. 9M. Heh. The unwarranted troubles of the past few days, you two have been orchestrating them, haven't you? Don't think I don't know. Xiaohi glared at the insincere woman, her eyes flashing with hatred, as she spat out the words. How could we? Just look at those beastly men behind you. Domei's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, approaching Xiaohi with a smile, her hand reaching out as if to comfort her, while subtly channeling her chi, preparing to bewitch her. Rumble. Who? Just as that repulsive hand was about to touch her, a look of despair crossed Xiaohi's face. But suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, striking Domei in an instant. Domei's pupils contracted, and she swiftly leaped back to evade the lightning strike. She immediately barked out a wary warning. You won't take her. He's in the sky. Shin Chong shouted, drawing the attention of all three. There. Shang Guanyu descended slowly from the terrace, hovering between the three of them. His white mage's robe and had made Domei and Shin Chong wary. Shang Guanyu gently landed in front of Xiaohi, glancing at her. Aside from her striking pink hair, she looked like a refugee, covered in filthy mud and wearing a pair of men and Appos' shoes. Xiaohi? Ah, yes. Xiaohi was flattered, nervously tugging at her tattered trousers. Hey, are you Chinese? I advise you not to meddle. Offend the entirety, and you'll regret it. Shin Chong's hand ignited with a surge of qi, his expression fierce as he glared at Shang Guanyu. But then, roar. Kill him. Kill him. As long as he and Appos' killed, Xiaohi is mine. Roar. Kill him. The brawling men, as if controlled by some force, roared savagely and charged towards Shang Guanyu. Hey, dare to act tough in front of me. Just wait until you and Appos re-devoured by these guys. Shin Chong and Appos' eyes flashed with malice as he sneered. It turned out that Shin Chong had already subtly activated all his actors. As for letting Shang Guanyu off the hook, he was a member of the entirety. After all, with a cruel smile, the group of beastly men charged forward like madmen. Shang Guanyu impatiently shifted his gaze back to the front. Using qi to connect the body cells to form something akin to a contract? How filthy, with such a chaotic mess within. TSK. Shang Guanyu glanced at them with disgust, then slowly raised his hand. A 5-elemental array formed by a hexagram instantly appeared. Elemental magic, infernal flames, caught off guard. Shin Chong retreated several meters as a ring of fire erupted beneath his feet. The terrifying heat instantly engulfed Shin Chong and Appos' body. Sizzle sizzle. Ah. Shin Chong screamed miserably, his entire body ablaze as a foul, burnt odor permeated the air, the smell of flesh being roasted. Xiaohi's face paled, and she couldn't help but gag. But even in this state, Shin Chong, having absorbed the qi of many, did not die immediately. Domei was shocked, and after realizing what was happening, she immediately dodged away. Save me. Domei. Save me. Shang Guanyu remained in his casting stance, indifferently watching the man engulfed in flames. Devouring karmic flames. As a golden light flashed in Shang Guanyu's eyes, he softly chanted an incantation, and profound Sanskrit echoed. Save me. Save me, Domei. Shinchong desperately used his qi to resist the flames, but Shang Guanyu's magic was not so easily dispelled. Friend, I mean no harm. I just see potential in this little girl's abilities. Domei lightly leaped back, distancing herself from Shinchong and Shang Guanyu, then said in a low voice. Her trembling hands and the qi she was ready to unleash made Shang Guanyu chuckle softly before saying indifferently, the only reason I haven't incinerated you is because I'm in a reasonably good mood. As for this disgusting fellow, he can only go to hell. Don't try to resist, understand? Shang Guanyu's eyes merely flickered as he gazed at Domei. Don't try to run. You can't escape. Domei's heart tightened. This is terrifying. This monster is beyond my ability to contend with. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. Young master, I'm just following orders. I don't want to kill anyone. Please, have mercy on me. Domei feigned coyness. Domei immediately decided to flee, but a few seconds later, her expression froze in disbelief. What have you done to me? If I remember correctly, you seem to enjoy toying with people and oppos as hearts. Shang Guanyu glanced indifferently at Domei, who was frozen in place, then casually turned his attention to his current target. Ding. Mission completed. Congratulations to group member Righteous Mage for earning 1,500 points. Additional 1,000 points. You may remain in this world for 24 hours. Do you wish to activate protection? You will not be harmed by anything in this world, but you will also be unable to harm any living being in this world. Your name is Xiaohe? Shang Guanyu temporarily ignored the chat group, looking at the filthy girl before him. The fearful look in her eyes couldn't help but amuse him slightly. Why yes. Hello. Mr. Mage, Cuckoo Xiaohe immediately felt a flush of embarrassment, her petite face turning crimson as she lowered her gaze. Ever since the arrival of the man before her, she had been lost in her own reveries. Although it was merely a task within the chat group, the betrayal she had endured from her biological parents rendered even the most cliché scenarios of heroism unforgettable for this woman. Are you hungry? She inquired, though her expression suggested it was a bit too unkempt. I apologize. Upon hearing the unfiltered disdain in Shang Guanyu's words, Xiaohe felt a twinge of disappointment, her head drooping slightly, her small hands clutching the edges of her pants. She appeared so wrong that one might think someone had bullied this innocent girl. Lower tier magic, cleansing water, lower tier magic, elemental recombination, elemental magic, drying spell. Chapter 12, Dragon Tiger Mountain's Hidden Treasure. A transaction with the old celestial master. Shang Guanyu's lips twitched, refraining from immediately consoling Xiaohe. Instead, he nonchalantly raised his hand and unleashed 3 spells learned from Siri. Instantly, a meticulously crafted wooden bucket materialized above Xiaohe, and a torrent of water cascaded down upon her. Xiaohe exclaimed, feeling as though she were submerged. She frantically attempted to break free. Hold still. The water seemed to come alive, transforming into miniature serpents that glided across Xiaohe and Appo's form. She experienced a gentle caress and a soothing coolness. So comforting. The water's touch evoked the tender caresses of her mother, washing away Xiaohe's exhaustion. But then, a chilling sensation assailed her. Rip. Xiaohe opened her eyes in bewilderment, only to discover that her clothes. Shang Guanyu also froze, stunned. My clothes. The maiden clutched her body, instinctively shrieking. However, moments later, the tattered garments coalesced in the air, reforming into a pristine black dress that draped over Xiaohe's delicate figure. Ahem. I apologize. It's all that old geezer's fault, making me research all the spells myself. Shang Guanyu's lips twitched as he hastily apologized to Xiaohe, inwardly cursing his unreliable master. Wah. Xiaohe glanced up at Shang Guanyu before burying her face, whimpering softly. Sigh. Shang Guanyu sighed, then waved his hand gently. Wah. I'm sorry, I know you're upset, but I truly didn't mean for it to happen. Shang Guanyu offered a helpless smile, earnestly explaining himself to the flustered girl beside him. I understand. Please put me down. Xiaohe gesticulated nervously, realizing she was suspended in midair. Her face paled with fright as she timidly addressed the man before her. Thank you for saving me, Magister, but my ability can cause unfortunate incidents. Oh, it has no effect on me. Are you hungry? Growl Wah. I'm not hungry. Enough, let's eat. Oh, Domei. Watching the figures of the two recede into the distance, Domei's gaze grew increasingly vacant. Seriously, I'm still here. Ding. World protection initiated. We've finally arrived. The location where I sensed the spiritual object. Shang Guanyu murmured, gazing at the towering peaks in the distance. It was none other than Dragon Tiger Mountain, one of Jiangxing's ancestral Taoist abodes. After settling Xiaohe, Shang Guanyu employed levitation, soaring towards the location he sensed. As he drew nearer, he detected numerous powerful individuals gathering, along with an exceptionally potent energy surge ahead. The old celestial master? Shang Guanyu pondered for a moment before ascending into the clouds, stealthily bypassing Dragon Tiger Mountain's front courtyard. Observing the densely wooded mountains behind, Shang Guanyu descended slowly, silently gazing forward, as if awaiting something. Boom! A golden ray flashed, instantly stirring up dust. As the dust settled, a tall, erect figure emerged. Shang Guanyu smiled slightly. Greetings, old celestial master. I apologize for the abrupt visit. I hope the old celestial master is not offended. Zhang Jiwei, with his white hair and placid gaze, regarded the young man before him with surprise, then offered a gentle smile. Oh, knowing who I am, you still dare to trespass upon Dragon Tiger Mountain in the dead of night? You possess considerable audacity, young one. I am naturally aware of the old celestial master's renown. I have come to Dragon Tiger Mountain because I sensed a powerful spiritual object. I am here to request it. Zhang Jiwei. Heh, brat, you dare to covet even my spiritual plants? Zhang Jiwei stared at the composed young man, who was making such an audacious request. He nearly burst out laughing. Old celestial master, as far as I know. Your junior brother, old Tian. Boom. A terrifying bolt of lightning materialized from the void, prompting Shang Guanyu to sigh and erect a simple protective magic barrier. Oh? A disciple of those old fogies from the west? Begone, young man. Although I don and Appos, to know how you learned of old Tian and Appos, as affairs, do not inquire. Zhang Jiwei's Taoist robes fluttered in the wind as he calmly regarded the young man. The immense qi radiating from the young man astonished Zhang Jiwei. But his reputation as one of the preeminent figures was not unearned. Tian Jinzhong was a thorn in Zhang Jiwei's side. He would not allow anyone to use it as leverage. You misunderstand, old celestial master. I possess a unique technique that can regenerate severed limbs. All I seek is a spiritual object. Furthermore, I do not believe you pose any threat to me. Shang Guanyu shook his head. He was uninterested in the secrets within old Master Tian Jinzhong's mind. After decades of magical research, such trivial skills held no appeal. Moreover, another's enlightenment might not suit him. The dragon elixir, with its nearly 500-year lifespan, could allow him to live for nearly 5 centuries. His pursuit was immortality. And his greatest joy lay in gathering materials to concoct magical elixirs. Of course, his proud master was also one of his goals. But if it came to a true one-on-one battle, he would not be afraid. That was why he had come directly to the door, being straightforward and blunt. As Shang Guanyu reminisced about his proud master, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Smack! The sudden touch startled him. He looked at the old face so close, the eyes shining with excitement, even a bit of lasciviousness. Shang Guanyu couldn't and amp, Appos, T helped but twitch his mouth. Old celestial master, it is true. Good. Ha 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 ha. It's just some rotten medicine. Anyway, his master has already passed away. It shouldn't matter if I use some, right? Zhang Jiwei laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Healing Tian Jinzhong would fulfill a lifelong wish. Shang Guanyu watched the old man laugh happily, shaking his head slightly. While qi had many wonderful uses, its functionality was several levels below magic. The limb regeneration technique was created based on the plant growth magic given by his master Siri. It absorbed the life force of plants and transferred it to people, achieving rapid healing and even limb regeneration. However, as far as qi was concerned, such methods were considered tricks, which was one of the reasons why Shang Guanyu was not interested in the 8 wonders of this world. Oh, sorry. Come with the old man. If you can really do it, you can choose those spiritual objects yourself. Zhang Jiwei waved his hand and chuckled before his figure turned into golden light and disappeared. It's really an old man's passionate drama. There is a strange technique on this old man, like some kind of seal. I can't see through it at all. Is it the so-called restriction? If a confrontation were to occur, it would not be in vain. However, who truly knows what that restriction entails? There is no need to oppose the venerable master. It is certain that he possesses a commanding presence akin to that of my master. Shang Guanyu cast a lingering glance at the emblem of Longhu Mountain before transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing from the spot. Moments later, amidst the dense forest of the back mountain, at the entrance of a modest abode, golden and blue lights flickered as Zhang Jiwei adjusted his Taoist robe. Out of the corner of his eye, he unexpectedly noticed Shang Guanyu behind him. This young man, the intensity of his vitality, seems almost otherworldly. Zhang Jue marveled at the profound depth of the youth and Appo's life force. Though intrigued, he refrained from inquiring, for everyone harbors their own secrets. Come with me, Zhang Jue said, pushing open the door. Upon entering the room, one found only a simple cement floor and a wooden bed. This constituted the entirety of the chamber-esque structure. Senior brother? It's the middle of the night. Why are you here? As Shang Guanyu regained his composure, he looked up to see an elderly man, his hair meticulously arranged, his eyes gleaming with intensity, fixating on him. Who might this be? Chapter 13. Healing Tian Jinzhong. Limb Regeneration. Oh, he's a medical expert I invited from abroad. Zhang Jue said, gazing at Tian Jinzhong in his wheelchair, a hint of remorse in his eyes. He then enthusiastically stepped forward to introduce Shang Guanyu, gesturing proudly. Let me tell you, don't let his Chinese appearance fool you. He's a first-rate expert specializing in medicine. Cost me a fortune. Shang Guanyu's lips twitched as he looked at the flamboyant Zhang Jue. He opened his mouth, but chose silence. There was nothing wrong with what he said. After all, for decades, most of the magic he had studied was life magic, as well as magic that could prolong life and immortality. The rest of the magic was mostly created as a byproduct of studying life magic, with the blessing of modern knowledge and the pure code of magic runes. Shang Guanyu had too much room to maneuver, even when he created rune magic. Celia initially looked down on him because he refused to become a first-class magician and rejected other powerful magic, only wanting magic that could promote plant growth, which made the blonde old Sundara extremely unhappy. Senior brother, I know my condition. Unless it and Appo's that forbidden method, nothing else is possible. And I'm used to it. Tian Jinzhong calmly watched Zhang Jiwei's exaggerated description, then smiled indifferently. You're still so old-fashioned, staying up all night every day. You don't learn the good things from young people. You have to. Senior brother, I was full of energy then and didn't need to sleep. No. Idana and Appo's. Take care if you and Appo's full of energy or hiding something else from me. You have to try this treatment today. Zhang Jiwei and Appo's expression turned serious, even exuding a hint of that terrifying aura. Seeing this, Tian Jinzhong smiled helplessly, then looked at the tall Zhang Jiwei in amusement and whispered, Senior brother, what happened back then was my fault. You don't have to be like this. That child over there, come here. Seeing Tian Jinzhong finally willing to accept treatment, Zhang Jiwei's expression softened, and he turned to nod at Shang Guanyu. Mr. Tian Jinzhong, hello. I've heard about your situation. Because of some deals with the old celestial master, or rather, commissions. It's okay, child. Just go ahead and do it. Since senior brother is willing to trust you, give it a try. This old man doesn't really care about these things anymore. Tian Jinzhong looked at the humble young man, a hint of appreciation in his eyes, then smiled kindly. I understand. Well then, old celestial master, let me explain my treatment principle first. During the treatment, I need you to protect Mr. Tian's meridians. Your golden light should be able to do it. The treatment requires cutting off the already healed parts. I will use the newly generated innate one qi to stimulate your cells. This process will be accompanied by severe pain. Shang Guanyu took a deep breath, then stared at Zhang Jiwei seriously. Don't worry, this old man's life and cultivation are more than enough to protect my junior brother. Hearing this, Zhang Jiwei, who was originally a little regretful, raised his eyebrows, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes, and said domineeringly, well, the treatment process will be very painful, lasting at least 3 days, so go ahead and do it. This old Tian wasn't afraid of death back then, so why would I be afraid of pain? Mr. Tian said with a light smile, quite disdainfully. Shang Guanyu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a brilliant smile. All right, in that case, I'll start preparing now. Before long, a pile of newly grown plant shoots and seedlings accumulated on one side of the room, and the two old men looked at Shang Guanyu with some doubts. However, Shang Guanyu did not intend to explain. After washing his hands, he looked at Tian Jinzhong in the wheelchair, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes, and then said solemnly, then I and Appo's LL start now, Mr. Tian. After taking a deep breath, Shang Guanyu looked at the trees on the other side. The God created at the beginning of the universe, the greatest existence of the origin, elemental life, heed my call. After a complex incantation, a strong light was generated from Shang Guanyu's hands, and the plants that were originally like dead objects also began to tremble violently. Strands of green light then drifted from the plants, and the tiny spots of light eventually converged into a green light spot the size of a basketball, slowly drifting into Shang Guanyu's hands. Oh, I forgot. The needs of humans and plants here are a little different, so, yang attribute conversion. Shang Guanyu glanced at the two people's chi clusters, the pure white color, and suddenly realized. Hexagram arrays were intricately combined to form a huge spiral, and the emerald green light cluster slowly floated into it. At the other end, white spots of light floated out, then converged again into a white light cluster. This is. Tian Jinzhong also looked amazed at this time, and ate one chi. Zhang Jiwei's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness, watching the scene happen. As an old guy who has lived for 100 years, only a few words appeared in Zhang Jiwei's mind now, seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Old Celestial Master, I'm going to start. Shang Guanyu ignored the expressions of the two people, and then solemnly dragged his hand in the void. And a huge magic circle enchantment rose instantly. Enchantment magic, Genesis domain. The vast magic power instantly raged within the barrier. Zhang Jiwei activated his golden light, and his Taoist robe fluttered in the wind. With the spread of magic power, the microorganisms in the entire barrier were instantly killed. Excuse me, Mr. Tian. With a lift, Tian Jinzhong looked at his surroundings in surprise. He was floating in the air. Elemental magic, blade of wind. A violent airflow condensed into the shape of a knife. Uffed. Instantly, blood splattered. Tian Jinzhong's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth as he watched this scene. The severe pain reminded him of his initial experience. Old Tian. If it's really unbearable, just shout it out. Senior brother won't laugh at you. Zhang Jiwei's voice sounded. Tian Lao's face darkened. He snorted coldly, and directly turned his head away. You old fellow, you and Amp. Oppos. Re so old. Ha. Kid, Don and Amp. Oppos. T worry and do it. I and Amp. Oppos. Am watching old Tian and Amp. Oppos. S heart. Zhang Jiwei laughed from the bottom of his heart. He saw the hope of his junior brother's recovery, and looked at the young man in the air with admiration. Elemental magic, limb regeneration. Then, under Shang Guanyu's solemn hand seal, the green runes instantly expanded, and the huge green runes flickered with a faint light. And the white light group seemed to come alive. It quickly flew towards Tian Jinzhong, and after circling around Tian Jinzhong twice, the light group split into four and plunged into Tian Jinzhong's incomplete limbs. Hiss. Severe pain struck. Tian Jinzhong's pupils shrank, his face became paler, and cold sweat kept flowing from his forehead. But decades of perseverance made Tian Jinzhong not say a word, even though the pain was enough to make people faint. And at the original cut wound, the flesh seemed to come alive, and strands of granulation gradually condensed, like worms began to squirm frantically, and then slowly combined. Phew. Fortunately, there is transformation magic. Does attribute-free vitality accelerate the healing of the body? Having completed the task, Shang Guanyu descended gracefully from the sky, while Tian Jinzhong floated back to his original bed. Observing the writhing flesh sprouts that resembled worms, Zhang Jiwei expressed a hint of astonishment. Once the primal life force is fully expended, Tian, at the most, within 3 days, Mr. Tian will be fully restored. However, he must remain within the confines of the barrier during this period. Shang Guanyu, slightly out of breath, gazed calmly at Tian Jinzhong and spoke. Am I going to recover? Old Mr. Tian Jinzhong murmured to himself, looking at his limbs in disbelief, enduring the intense pain, and struggling to examine his wounds. The limbs that were once severed had, in fact, begun to grow back. Hee, old Tian, how is it? Didn't I tell you I wasn't deceiving you? Upon witnessing this, Zhang Jiwei stroked his white beard and chuckled. All right, you rest here for now, and we'll chat when I return. Chapter 14 Farewell to Xiaohe. Returning observing the gradually recovering limbs of Tian Jinzhong, Zhang Jiwei let out a hearty laugh and nodded at Shang Guanyu, signaling him to follow. This is the treasure vault of Longhu Mountain, safeguarded for many years. The spiritual plants you mentioned should be within. As Shang Guanyu glanced at the somewhat aged structure before him, he nodded in agreement. Follow me, he said, as he led the way, holding a flashlight. Soon, they stopped before a stone door adorned with red nanmo. Zhang Jiwei invoked the golden light spell, illuminating the dim chamber with clarity. The golden energy surged into the fierce tiger emblem at the door, causing it to emit a glimmer of light before the door slowly creaked open. Go ahead. I permit you to select one item and one medicinal herb, Zhang Jiwei remarked with a smile as he opened the door. Understood, Shang Guanyu replied, entering the doorway alone. The old master remained at the entrance, chuckling as he watched Shang Guanyu's retreating figure. Inside, many items lay atop ancient wooden cabinets, with flickering candles casting a feeble glow. However, Shang Guanyu merely cast a curious glance at the old tomes before venturing deeper. Navigating through the layers of bookshelves, he followed his intuition to a stone cave entrance. Upon crossing the cave, He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. This is... Shangguan Yu's pupils contracted as he beheld a sunlit expanse, abundant with energy. Resembling a celestial realm. A small world? There's a formidable barrier here, surveying the flourishing flowers and the medicinal fields pulsating with energy. Shangguan Yu felt a surge of excitement. There were 9 spiritual fields, each nurturing plants of extraordinary vitality. Wow, so many spiritual plants. Do you recognize these? A sudden voice from the chat group jolted Shangguan Yu back to reality, prompting him to respond in surprise. Of course, this realm was once home to beings who ascended to immortality. These spiritual plants have lifespans of at least several hundred years. Oh, shall we pilfer some? Don't worry. That old man will never find out. I'll give you 1,000 points for each. Get lost. Shangguan Yu's expression darkened as he promptly muted the chat group. Approaching a flower field, he gently unearthed a small yellow flower. In no time, he extracted the robust roots. Beholding the unexpectedly charming medicinal herb before him, Shangguan Yu's long-lost smile returned. Its vitality was equivalent to that of dozens of people. This should last him a considerable time. After securing the herb and exchanging pleasantries with the old master, he prepared to bid farewell to Longhu Mountain. Is this the only herb you intend to take? Zhang Jue asked, astonished at the youth before him. Indeed, it would be a waste otherwise. No one else wants it. Well, I appreciate the old master. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Shangguan Yu nodded and then activated his levitation technique, soaring into the clouds. Heading towards where Xiaohe was placed. Woo. It seems I want those items. Ignoring the erratic chatter of the group, he pondered why it was that, despite possessing countless precious treasures, he coveted those from Longhu Mountain. Isn't your shop stocked with numerous millennia-old herbs? Why covet the old masters? What do you know? I'm merely responsible for selling, and the items are in mine. There's a saying, the items belong to the organization. But the energy is one's own. Oh, understood. What a pity. Are you leaving now? The pure-hearted Xia, he gazed at the man before her. Her face somewhat pale, a hint of sorrow swelling within her. Yes, I have acquired what I sought and plan to return to my world. By the way, I have temporarily sealed your powers for you. As a group member, we should assist each other. You should be able to handle your identity issues on your own. Shangguan Yu replied calmly. Noticing the tears welling in Xiaohe's eyes, he felt a twinge of awkwardness and coughed lightly, then gazed at her with determination. Xiaohe, now exuding a remarkable presence, possessed delicate skin and a tall stature, her long legs reminiscent of a captivating serpent. Yet, I am a devoted mentor. Even if she were to shed all her garments, cough, at the very least, she must be akin to Fulilian to capture my attention. I am certainly not attracted to Lolas. Absolutely not. Please, do not misunderstand. Taking a deep breath, Shangguan Yu steadied his mind and, with a gentle smile, produced a bank card from his robe, handing it to Xiaohe. There is approximately 5 million within, a gift from the old master. Feel free to use it. From now on, your fate is in your own hands. Shangguan Yu encouraged, nodding at Xiaohe, then turned to step into the time vortex. Will we meet again? And, I still don't know your name. Xiaohe trembled, her eyes reddening as she grasped the hem of Shangguan Yu's robe. If you wish, I welcome you to visit or live in my world. My name is Shangguan Yu. Time is running short, so farewell. Shangguan Yu slightly turned his head, offering Xiaohe a faint smile before, under her watchful gaze, he stepped into the vortex, vanishing from sight. Moments later, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving the young girl staring blankly ahead. My destiny, is it truly in my hands? As she softly murmured, a smile gradually graced Xiaohe's lips. A gentle breeze swept through, as if nothing had transpired. The white robe that had lightly clung to her slipped away, and as the moonlight broke free from the clouds, illuminating her, the girl in the mirror no longer wept, but bore a pattern slowly emerging in her eyes. The increasingly heavy breaths echoed eerily within the night's chamber. Mr. Shangguan Yu, we shall undoubtedly meet again, without a doubt. Chapter 15. The Return. Nobles harassing Elena Hay. Remove your hand from my exquisite wine. Don't be like that, my friend. The drinks at the Cane Tavern are limited. After all, we are good brothers. Get lost. Who's your good brother? At the Cane Tavern, laughter erupted. What was it again? Who cares? Cheers. As she surveyed the lively tavern, a faint smile graced Elena and Apos' lips. The Cane Tavern, the most popular establishment in the imperial capital, was a favored haunt for adventurers seeking the delightful wines of another world. Naturally, the majority of these patrons were human adventurers, exuberantly singing and sharing tales of their escapades. celebrating their survival and dreams of a bright future. Yet to Elena, it all seemed like a tedious game played by the weak. Hey, folks, how about a drink for a song? The bards eyed the adventurers' goblets with keen interest. Even certain deities were not immune to the allure of the tavern's offerings, though such claims were likely exaggerated. Elena, where is the tavern master today? Care for a dance? A golden-haired man, captivated by the radiant figure at the bar, decided he must win her over. Apologies, dear patron, but aside from adventuring commissions, I shall not indulge in idle chatter at the bar, Elena replied with a polite smile. Haha, another self-important pretty boy. Does he not realize this is the tavern of the Great Hermit? Noticing the commotion at the bar, the bored adventurers turned their attention, chuckling at the spectacle. I wager Lady Elena will send him straight to the northern demon realm to be entertained by the demonesses. Hey, my drink, you wretched bard. Though Elena maintained her smile, a flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes. As a dragon, a being at the pinnacle of existence with profound magical prowess, the sordid thoughts of mortals repulsed her like refuse from a sewer. This man is truly vile, associating with beasts. A faint blue circle of magic flickered in her gaze, and in an instant, the golden-haired man's past unfurled before her. Hey, I am the third son of the Mirren estate, and I possess countless treasures. Care for a drink? With a lewd smile, the golden-haired man reveled in his perceived charm, drawn to women who displayed a spirit of resistance, far more gratifying than taming savage beasts. Mirren Serta, Elena and Apos' expression hardened, her eyes turning icy as she glared at the man before her, an incredulous smirk forming on her lips. Why were these despicable humans always so oblivious? The ludicrous treasures he spoke of could not even compare to the gifts bestowed upon her at birth. Not to mention, a mere 3 centimeters of gold was an insult even to female beasts. Very well. It seems I still cannot adapt to what my master has taught me. You, a wretched human, are filthy and vile. Your family, along with the nobles backing you, shall forever be blacklisted from any institution under the Great Hermit. The Mirren family shall be barred from entry for a millennium. Elena and Apos' smile vanished, replaced by a chilling gaze and a terrifying aura of draconic might that enveloped the room. Instantly, Mirren Serta's face paled in fear. A dragon. It's a dragon. Please, spare me. Don't kill me. Ah, what a cowardly weakling. Just as feeble as your gold. Elena rolled her eyes, and with a gentle snap of her fingers, a scream resonated through the tavern, which fell silent in an instant. Oh, what a pitiful fellow. I seem to have caught a glimpse of the Northern Highlands, remarked a bearded adventurer nearest to the bar. No doubt about it, that was the Northern Highlands. I swear I never wish to go there again. Another man in a mage's robe chimed in. Elena exhaled softly, pleased that the loathsome man had been dispatched to the Northern Highlands. She lifted her head once more, donning a smile. Dear patrons, please enjoy your meal, but do respect the tavern's rules, lest you wish for my wrath. Elena beamed at the bewildered adventurers. What? Was that magic just now? Teleportation magic? Are you new here? The bald man, puzzled, looked at her. Although he admired Elena at the bar, he lacked the confidence of the unfortunate fellow who had just been banished. A young adventurer raised an eyebrow and offered some insights. The Great Hermit? Who is he? By the looks of you, you're not from the imperial capital. Where do you hail from? Oh, just a small village in the east. I heard that the Adventurers Association was established in the imperial capital, so I thought to seek a living here. Well, the Great Hermit is one of the founders of the Adventurers Association in the imperial capital. He is a human archmage recognized by the royal family, said to rival the legendary 3 great magicians. His famed magic is the one you just witnessed, time and space magic. The young man spoke with fervor, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Is that so? Truly remarkable. After a brief interlude, most of the adventurers rose to head towards the Adventurers Association. Of course, commissions could also be accepted at the Cane Tavern, but these tasks were typically of A rank or higher, requiring at least a second-tier magician to take on, and they bore a high degree of danger. Welcome to the Cane Tavern, now open for business, heading towards the stars and the sea. Elena instinctively raised her head and smiled, her mood slightly dampened by the earlier disturbance, yet she reminded herself of her promise to her master, to be polite. Yes, polite. I'm back. Thank you for your hard work, Elena. Shangwan Yu, donning a white robe, approached and gently ruffled the girl's hair, unable to resist her earnest demeanor. Master? You and Apos, back? Elena and Apos' eyes sparkled with joy as she beheld the man who had returned from another world. Did someone provoke you? Noticing the traces of teleportation magic, Shangwan Yu understood everything and inquired curiously. Yes, just a little noble worm. I've already banished him to the northern highlands. Elena's dragontail swayed proudly behind her, eager for praise. Well done. Next time, don't worry about whether it will impact me. Such filth should be sent straight to the demon realm. Shang Guanyu nodded appreciatively, giving her another gentle pat on the head. He then closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the atmosphere. Has old Deng left? He murmured softly. Lady Celia has departed from the imperial capital. By the way, she wishes for you to become a first-tier magician soon. Perhaps not. Shang Guanyu rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively as he made his way upstairs. I'm going to rest now. If anyone from the palace comes looking for me, I shall not be available. He waved once more, stifling a yawn as he disappeared up the staircase. Throughout this exchange, the adventurers in the tavern continued their conversations and discussions about quests, seemingly oblivious to the interaction between the two. Indeed, my master embodies simplicity and a laid-back demeanor, Elena remarked with a touch of resignation, before turning back to her duties, maintaining a professional facade. Meanwhile, in a distant cavern, the tranquil rustling of pages echoed as the golden hair of the great mage Ciri fluttered gently in the breeze. Ciri murmured, glancing towards the imperial capital, leagues away. My disciple's work, I presume? Immortality, you say? Intriguing. A captivating smile graced her lips before she once again immersed herself in the study of magic. Ciri's reaction was remarkably composed, akin to the world as perceived by elves, devoid of vibrancy. One might ponder, then, why Ciri would deign to interact with humans, creatures of such fleeting existence and frailty. Perhaps merely to alleviate the ennui of her protracted life. Humans are truly fascinating beings. Shadow guardians, you say? How amusing. Chapter 16. The Court Banquet. Under currents of intrigue, Ciri yearned for a life of passion, captivated by the endless transformations of magic. It was not until the emergence of the peculiar human race that she began to realize that this otherwise dull world seemed to vibrate with a newfound clamor. From the tribal civilizations of ancient times to the current kingdom, Ciri witnessed the evolution of humanity and marveled at their innate gifts, their terrifying creativity, and the quality she held in high regard: courage. Imperial capital, secret meeting. The first-level mage of the Royal Mage Association, Michelle, has arrived. The ace knight of the Royal Guard, Cicero, has also arrived. The grand banquet table was laden with roasted meats and fine wines, golden chandeliers casting an air of authority. Nobles adorned in finery made their entrance, the red carpet ascending 3 steps, extending into the banquet hall. As the nobles streamed in, the mellifluous sounds of the organ filled the hall, accompanied by the thrum of drums, and elegant music resonated, prompting the nobles to gracefully raise their partners' hands, inviting them to dance joyfully in the banquet hall. Let us sing, let us drink, for the harvest, for the good life. We create miracles, establishing a prosperous kingdom, a miracle belonging to humanity. Oh, let us sing, let us cheer, as we savor the delightful rum. Oh, my friends, drink freely, drink. All paths ahead shall be unstoppable. Accompanied by the court musicians, the nobles lifted their goblets, rejoicing and singing, each face aglow with smiles. For today, news arrived from the borders of a great victory. The demon race had been driven back to the northern snowfields. The nobles cheered, for humanity had once again triumphed over the malevolent demons. As the music concluded, under the expectant gazes of the nobles, a group of dashing knights donned in helmets proudly strode across the red carpet. The knights formed a line, kneeling on one knee, as the chief knight stepped forward and knelt before the throne, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Order of the Cross Knights pledges its loyalty to you. May courage and glory be with the kingdom." The throne was unoccupied, but at the knight's declaration, the opulent side doors opened, and a silver-haired elder slowly approached the throne. The old king, with a calm demeanor, surveyed the nobles below. With each labored step, despite his frail stature, the golden crown, symbol of the nation's supreme power, commanded the attention of all in the banquet hall, who dared not raise their eyes until he had settled into his seat. "Ladies and gentlemen, please rise." Upon his command, the nobles and knights returned to their seats, patiently awaiting the words of this aging lion. The old king's gaze swept across the knights, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes, before he tremulously waved his hand. Several attendants swiftly entered, bearing trays covered in lavish cloth, presenting them before the leader of the Order of the Cross Knights. Human civilization has risen, while our sworn enemies, the demons from the northern realms, have relentlessly slaughtered our people, leaving us powerless to resist, beseeching the mercy of the gods. Yet today, The Empire has united the major city-states of the northern continent. In ancient times, we forged fire and stone tools, and now, the demons still lurk, watching us with predatory eyes. We have crafted swords. We have established knightly orders, capable of standing against the demons. The old king's gaze was icy, each word resonating with the weight of wisdom and the harshness of time. They pillage and slaughter without purpose, simply reveling in the torment of others, treating our kin as mere insects to be exterminated. The demons are treacherous and cunning. But today, our armies have joined forces with mages, achieving unprecedented success. The old king's voice rang out, filled with disdain for the demons. Today shall be forever inscribed in the annals of the Empire, a day we shall call Victory Day. Let us toast to the heroes. The old king raised his goblet, signaling to the knights, cheers, cheers. The hall erupted into celebration, each person seemingly lost in a blissful reverie. Amidst the revelry, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of a young woman. What troubles you, Flam? Nothing. Indeed. It was Flam, Syria's disciple and the younger sister of Shangwanyu. With her flowing crimson hair and youthful beauty at the tender age of 20. Her subtle air of melancholy rendered her the dream goddess of young mages, and not just mages, but young nobles also admired her from afar. Certainly. There was a key figure in this war against the demons, which had led to such monumental success. Allow me to introduce the esteemed disciple of the Grand Mage, Lady Flam. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the old king's eyes as he smiled and raised his goblet towards the court mages. Flam forced a smile, then gracefully made her way to the center, respectfully bowing. Your Majesty, the goddess is with you. With a gentle hand over her heart, Flam spoke softly. Ha! Thank you for your contributions, Grand Mage Flam. In recognition of your military achievements in this war, Lady Flam shall assume the position of headmistress of the Mage Academy, concurrently serving as the chief Grand Mage of the court. The old king declared, and the banquet fell silent as all eyes turned to Flam, filled with disbelief. I thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. Flam, slightly taken aback, pondered the weight of the title of Chief Grand Mage, a position of utmost authority over the court mages, comparable to that of the leader of the royal knights. The nobles exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The status of the Grand Mage was equivalent to that of an imperial duke, signifying that a significant portion of the kingdom and Apos' wealth would be redistributed, inevitably encroaching upon their own privileges. Your Majesty. The old king's smile faded as he cast a cold glance at the nobles below. Do any of you have objections? Your Majesty is wise. Indeed, Your Majesty is wise. Under the immense pressure of the old king's authority, the nobles swallowed their grievances. For the empire was undeniably in its prime, and the king's confidence was as formidable as that of a mature lion. Curse the mages. Ever since the mages joined the battlefield, this old man has grown increasingly overbearing. Though they verbally expressed compliance, the nobles harbored deep resentment, even outright hatred towards the royal family and the court mages. Very well, it is settled. By the way, has the great hermit not come to the banquet? Seeing the nobles in distress, a glimmer of schadenfreude flickered in the old king's eyes, his mood evidently buoyed, as he turned to inquire cheerfully. Your Majesty, the great hermit has declined to attend this meeting, and asked me to convey his regards to you. The attendant sighed, rubbing his forehead, and spoke somewhat resignedly. Oh, is that so? The old king was not surprised. Nodding, he cheerfully raised his goblet. The Victory Day banquet begins now. Shortly after the banquet commenced, the elderly king, beset by illness, departed from the grand hall. With his exit, the gathering transformed into a mere assembly for the upper-class nobility. Reluctant to attend, Fulilian, after enduring multiple advances from unrefined suitors, chose to leave, leaving behind the aristocrats and socialites engrossed in their lavish libations and hedonistic pursuits. Palace Grand Hall, Council Chamber, speak. What intelligence have you gathered? Yes, Your Majesty. In the spacious meeting room, the weary old king reclined upon his throne. The mage contingent had distinguished themselves remarkably in the recent conflict against the demon race, their destructive capabilities surpassing those of many demons. Threat level 3. Proceed. The William family and the Sester family have begun covertly recruiting and training mages, the specific intent remaining shrouded in mystery. These loathsome creatures are even more detestable than greedy merchants. The old king slightly opened his eyes, his gaze frigid and piercing. Yet, moments later, he tiredly waved his hand. And after a brief silence, he resignedly murmured, Alas, if only I could live for several more decades, these parasites. Very well then. Let it be known. Initiate the plan for the Shadow Guardian Knights. Chapter 17. Ideals and Stances, an invitation to the ball. The aged lion, still harboring grand ambitions, gazed impassively at the strategic sandbox before him. Once the knights and guards had departed, the old king stared wistfully at a portrait on the wall, a man of profound authority. His father, the former king, and a disciple personally instructed by the esteemed Siri. Father, he murmured, though I deeply respect Siri and Lord Shangwan. Elves are, after all, elves. Forces beyond the Empire's control will inevitably become impediments to its progress. The most powerful mage? Our lifespans are but a century, yet. Father, I shall prove that I am right. Having witnessed firsthand the terrifying destructive potential of mages, he realized that if left unchecked, they would one day build a new kingdom upon the bones of mortals. No ruler could countenance the existence of someone like Siri, an immortal with boundless power. Just how formidable was Siri? He could not fathom it. But he had seen the young woman named Fulilian obliterate hundreds of greater demons in a single day. A single strike could obliterate mountains and lakes. What, then, was Siri capable of? He dared not imagine. Alas, he sighed, forgive me, father, but elves will always be elves. Even Fulilian cannot be trusted. The old king rose with a tremor, cast one last, profound glance at his father and Apos, as portrait, and turned to descend into the depths of the palace. Time slipped away. News of the demon's defeat plunged the imperial capital into jubilation. Beneath the cloak of night and the people's joyous clamor, the seemingly tranquil city was beginning to stir with undercurrents. Shangwan Yu remained indifferent, and after concocting a potion, news from the court inevitably reached the Cane Tavern. Oh, the old coot has made Fulilian the chief court mage? And then? Shangwan Yu inquired without looking up, his attention fixed on the potion vat before him. There's also a secret recall of a large contingent of human warriors and knights, something called the Shadow Guard. Alina tilted her head, scratching it uncertainly. Maintaining a widespread mental presence to monitor the entire capital was exhausting. Swish, swish. Fizz, fizz. Watching the solution gradually shift from green to blue, Shangwan Yu wiped away a bead of sweat, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Dragon's blood, snow lotus, elven tears, and the horn of a greater demon, along with. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the now simmering solution and, with a wave of his right hand, summoned a massive root, a root of Xian Wangwood. Plop. Carefully dropping the root into the mixture, a burst of magical bubbles erupted from the scalding blue solution, causing the entire concoction to tremble violently. If I'm not mistaken, the draconic side effects should be eliminated. A miniature array flashed in Shangwan Yu's eyes as he swiftly scanned the solution, a smile of elation spreading across his face. Congratulations, master. The potion is a success, Alina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with adoration for the man before her. Hardly a complete success, he demurred, but if the side effects are indeed gone, the potion's limit will no longer be a mere 5 centuries, but a millennium. A millennium? Is that truly possible? Alina, though supportive of Shangwan Yu, possessed some understanding of humans. Given their innate talent for bearing magic, breaking the millennium mark seemed improbable. Even a century was a stretch. Had it not been for her blood, which had transformed her master and amp, Apos' physical constitution, a normal human could never withstand such intense magic. It is possible, Shangwan Yu affirmed. There are humans with exceptional constitutions who can withstand the dragon's blood, using it as a catalyst. By consuming this potion and enduring the physical transformation, they can attain a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people. Shangwan Yu carefully collected the potion solution, patiently explaining to Alina. I see. Master. A palace guard asked me to inform you that a Victory Day ball will be held in 3 days, and your presence is requested. Alina nodded, relaying the guard's message from before closing time. I understand. Those old geezers. Once I've thoroughly tested Elixir Zero and have time to spare, I'll deal with those tiresome fellows. Shangwan Yu paused, understanding the significance of the ball. A cold laugh escaped him as he waved dismissively. Will Master attend then? Yes. Of course. And you'll accompany me, Alina. Oh, okay. Alina's face flushed slightly as she gazed at the man before her, her draconic pupils flickering with tiny hearts. She patted her cheeks, resolving to purchase the finest cosmetics and a stunning gown. Then, Master, and Amp, Apos, already evening. Let's go look at the tailor's shop later. I'll buy you a gift, Alina. I apologize for my oversight. A trace of tenderness appeared in Shangwan Yu's eyes as he looked at the soft, golden-haired dragon maid. Ever since his master, Siri, had cast an emotion-suppressing spell on him, He had been solely immersed in potion making and the pursuit of immortality, neglecting Elena's growth. Yet, this foolish girl had silently given so much. Even her transformation was initially sought for her dragon blood. It's all right, Master. Elena's life was given to her by you. Without you, I would be nothing more than a mindless beast. Being by your side is all Elena desires. Elena froze for a moment, overwhelmed by Shangguan Yu's concern. The emotions buried deep within the girl's heart could no longer be contained. A complex mix of grievance and joy transformed into tears of happiness. Now, don't cry. You're a dragon, yet you're weeping like a little kitten. Shangguan Yu sighed inwardly, removing his experimental gear and embracing the girl. He tenderly wiped away her tears. Only if Master likes it. I can turn into a cat, even if it means being used as your tool. It doesn't matter. Elena buried her face in her beloved Andapos' embrace. Shangguan Yu felt his face flush as he felt the soft sensation against his chest. Decades of suppressed emotions momentarily overwhelmed him. With the potion complete, reason began to wane. Elena, please, leave for now. Shangguan Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the stirrings in his heart, and spoke softly. My liege, if it is you, then I shall permit it. Sensing the tactile sensation emanating from my legs, Elena demurely lowered her head, her countenance flushed with crimson. Her voice, akin to the delicate hum of a mosquito, resonated softly, caressing Shangguan Yu's heart like the gentle paw of a kitten. Elena, release your grasp. Does my liege not find favor in it? Shangguan Yu. Ahem. Well, Elena, such matters are not of immediate urgency. It is already late in the evening. Elena, release your hold. Then Elena desires a recompense. Elena unveiled a playful smile, her gaze shimmering with anticipation. What manner of reward do you desire? Chapter 18. Kingdom's Probe? Friaran's visit experiencing the flurry of emotions within. Shangguan Yu's gaze was filled with both helplessness and affection, as his hands involuntarily embraced Elena's smooth back. Miss Elena, men are often captivated by certain stimulating concoctions. For instance, presenting him with a solvent that dissolves clothing, allowing you to. Truly, you are the most formidable human mage besides Master. Thank you, Miss Friaran. After a somewhat clumsy first kiss, Elena now gazed at Shangguan Yu with dewy eyes as he tidied up, her attention fixated on him. Let's go, Elena, I'll buy you a new dress. Securing the tavern door, he affectionately took the young dragon girl's hand, whose eyes were solely on him, and headed towards the imperial capital's trading center. While gifts for noble families were often custom-made, Elena preferred the experience of purchasing them herself. Kiki, let's go. Buzz Target has left the tavern. Repeating, Master, does this one look good? Yes, it's very beautiful. Shangguan Yu smiled wryly, nodding in agreement. Since entering the trading market, they had passed numerous tailor shops. Due to her dragon heritage, Elena possessed not only a beautiful face, but also a figure that drew frequent stares from passers-by. Then I'll try this one on. Elena spun around happily and then scurried back towards the rear. Righteous Archmage, Image. JPG, Weak Beast Master, wow. Such a beautiful young lady. Explosive magic user, disgusting. She seems to be involved with that perverted knight. Lewd. Pervert. Golden Pervert Knight, Megumin. Sob. Siahi, is this your girlfriend? Righteous Archmage, Goddess of Wisdom. This woman is not human, is she? Righteous Archmage. Elena is my family. I'm helping her buy clothes because I need a dance partner for the Imperial Ball. Shangguan Yu smiled as he observed the lively atmosphere in the group chat. Admitting that he didn't and Apos, he disliked this kind of interaction. Golden Pervert Knight. A ball, you say? That and Apos. That's right, he is an Archmage after all. Darkness was naturally familiar with court balls. Sigh, if it were at a ball, then perhaps. Sigh with a gasp. Darkness blushed as she looked at the photo, imagining herself in the scene. Pink Cute Bear. Sister Siahi, you changed your name? Weak Beast Master, what an idiot. That's a whole 250 points. Siahi, the last mission payout gave me 2,000 points, so it's alright. I can earn it back in a few days of signing in. Siahi smiled gently as she read the messages in the group chat. Thanks to Shangguan Yu, Siahi had returned to a normal life. Although Do Mei had been rescued after experiencing mortal terror, she dared not provoke Siahi again. Before leaving, Shangguan Yu had placed a sealing barrier and protective magic on Siahi, along with the money he had obtained from the old celestial master, making her life increasingly better. However, the girl had never forgotten who had saved her. Righteous Archmage. Alright, I won't say any more for now. I have something to attend to. Just as Shang Wanyu was about to enthusiastically share some of his knowledge, an aura that he found extremely repulsive appeared within his perception. Master, something's happening. Elina's voice rang out, and he snapped back to reality to find the little maid already standing protectively in front of him. It seems to be the aura of demons. Elina looked around warily, but a peculiar energy wave prevented her from pinpointing the exact location of the strange aura. The Imperial Ball. Are they planning to use me as a pawn? How amusing. Shang Wanyu couldn't help but sneer. He clearly sensed 16 chaotic and mixed auras lurking around him and Elina. If he hadn't been using runic magic to construct the underlying magic, he might not have noticed these individuals. They were lurking around without any intention to kill. Shang Wanyu instantly understood what was happening. The old fogies in the palace and the nobles were not of one mind, and this silent lurking was a warning of sorts to him, the Great Hermit? Or perhaps they were using him, the Great Hermit, to test something? Come out. Don't make me say it a second time. Shang Wanyu gently raised his right hand, and terrifying black flames ignited from thin air. As the range of the magic circle expanded, a figure stirred within the shadows and slowly emerged, clad in the uniform of an Imperial Guard knight. After bowing in a knightly salute, the knight spoke under Shang Wanyu's icy gaze. Great Hermit, I am the squad leader of the Shadow Guard Knights. We are carrying out a major classified matter for the Empire, and we did not intend to offend the Great Hermit. Classified. Take your people and leave. If you dare to appear before me again, I guarantee your souls will be scorched by the fires of hell. Shang Wanyu sneered and dismissed the black flames. After coldly glancing around, he took Elina's hand and walked straight ahead, ignoring the knight captain's frustrated expression. His good mood for shopping had been ruined, and Shang Wanyu had no intention of staying any longer. Watching the two figures leave, the knight captain expressionlessly dissolved into the shadows and disappeared. After settling the bill, Shang Wanyu walked home with Elina, who was pouting slightly. Master, why didn't you just kill them? Because it's unnecessary. They are indeed carrying out some kind of classified mission, but they didn't emanate any malice towards me. Otherwise, I would have overturned the imperial capital, Shang Wanyu said casually. He knew very well that the ultimate goal of the Shadow Guards was that proud old elf, Celine. Celine was right. Even if they gathered the entire Empire's forces, they would be nothing more than clay chickens and pottery dogs in the face of true power. Oh, but Master, that guy just now was very strange. He had a human body, but he felt a bit like a demon. You're not wrong. Those two do have demonic characteristics. It seems that the people in the Imperial Palace aren't all useless. They've actually researched something like this. A hint of coldness flashed in Shang Wanyu's eyes, and he shook his head mockingly. Huh? So are they human or demons? Neither. In that state, they are weapons. They use certain demonic characteristics and, through experiments, implant them into powerful warriors or knights. This not only greatly enhances the bodies of those so-called shadow guards, but also grants them some demonic traits, such as absolute composure and shadow magic. Shang Wanyu gently squeezed the young girl's hand and patiently explained. Weapons are, after all, weapons. No matter how formidable, they possess an inherent duality. Should these beings ever weaken, one must be wary of whether such a weapon might turn against its master. Oh, humanity is indeed peculiar, harboring a disdain for the demon race while surreptitiously wielding their powers. Following Shang Wanyu and Appo's derisive chuckle, Elena nodded in a manner that suggested understanding. And soon they arrived at the entrance of the tavern. However, at that moment, a graceful silhouette stood at the doorway, beaming with a smile as she gazed at them. Shang Wanyu paused momentarily, then, somewhat surprised, exclaimed, Flameye, what brings you here? At the tavern entrance, Flameye smiled at the two, casting a meaningful glance at Elena before lightly laughing. Oh, senior brother, won't you invite me in for a seat? Ah, indeed. The wine favored even by the master lives up to its reputation. Flameye marveled, then lifted an oversized glass goblet and downed its contents in one go. Shang Wanyu, seated opposite her, was filled with astonishment at the remarkable concealment skills of his junior sister. Is there a particular reason you've come to find me at such a late hour? Shang Wanyu inquired, gently shaking his head as he looked at Flameye with curiosity. Flameye's cheeks flushed red, and she bit her lip, raising her head with an endearing look. Senior brother, will you be my dance partner? Chapter 19. The invitation from Flammel, the woman of malicious humor. The Empire Ball in 3 days. Woe is me, I cannot find a dance partner. Brother, please help me. A twitch of the mouth crossed Shang Wanyu's face as he caught a glint of cunning in Flammel's eyes. Seizing the moment, she approached him, her delicate hands gently wrapping around his arm, pressing closer to him. Please, brother, you wouldn't want to see your little sister dancing with another man, would you? Shang Guanyu. What? How infuriating. Release me at once. Just then, Elena, having just closed the tavern door, looked up to see her master ensnared in the embrace of that woman. How despicable. Her small fangs bared, she erupted in anger. Let go of him. Release my master. You wretched fiend. Seeing that she could not pry Flammel away, Elena gritted her teeth and, in a bid to assert her claim, seized Shang Guanyu's left arm. My master and Appos, a dance partner is me. You vile woman, release him. What? You shameless dragon maid, Dawn and Appos, do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You are but my brother and Appos, a servant. Flammel retorted, a playful malice flashing in her eyes as she exaggeratedly pointed at Elena, exclaiming, Oh, how pitiful. Watching as his little dragon maid was on the verge of tears from this mischievous sister's antics, Shang Guanyu helplessly raised his head, only to be met with a sharp thud. The playful Flammel, now squatting with her hands on her head, whimpered in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Enough of this. Ouch. You insufferable straight man. How could you lay a hand on such a charming little sister? Flammel glared at Shang Guanyu, but when their eyes met, she sheepishly lowered her gaze. Oh no, he mustn't, Appos. T think I am. Elena, with teary eyes, clutched her arm tighter. Compared to humans, when faced with Shang Guanyu, she was as innocent as a blank slate. Flammel and Appos' teasing words morphed in her mind into cruel mockery. You are merely a maid. And brother loves me. You worthless woman. All right, Elena, stop this nonsense. You are no longer my maid. In her imagination, Shang Guanyu coldly dismissed her, walking away with Flammel. No, don't go. Elena cried out, tears streaming down her face. Shang Guanyu tilted his head in confusion, observing as his little dragon maid was utterly devastated. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, then gently stroked the girl's head, soothingly saying, It's all right. Flammel was just teasing you. You've turned into such a little weeping flower. Flammel too felt a twinge of embarrassment, saying, That was just a joke, Elena. We are good friends. After all, Flammel had found the girl endearing, and upon learning that Elena was older than herself, she took an interest and began to chat. No, it's just that Flammel is right. Elena is merely my master's servant. Even if Elena is just a tool, a mere weapon, she is still quite content. Upon hearing this, Flammel stumbled back a few steps, crossing her arms defensively as she gazed at Shang Guanyu. Brother, I never expected you would be so twisted. Be quiet. Shang Guanyu's expression darkened as he shot a glare at the cunning sister. He then gently lifted Elena's chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. I have never thought of you in such a way. Having Elena as a servant, I was simply preoccupied and didn't pay you much attention. Moreover, Elena, after all these years, do you truly see our relationship as merely master and servant? Shang Guanyu chuckled, pinching the girl's cheek. This girl was far too naive. Despite possessing the blood of dragons, she acted like a little punching bag. As Elena pondered this, Shang Guanyu tenderly stroked her silky golden hair, saying softly, Perhaps I have neglected you in the past, but after over 30 years of quiet companionship, I have come to regard you as family. So, please, do not belittle yourself so. You are my family and an important person to me. Really? Is that true? A glimmer of hope sparked in Elena's eyes, her gaze becoming animated. Of course. But right now, Elena, I am feeling a bit hungry. Could you prepare a hot pot for me? Shang Guanyu replied with a warm smile, nodding in agreement. His words were sincere. Although he had suppressed his feelings previously, Elena had silently and selflessly stood by him for 30 years. How could one remain unfeeling? Even a dog would develop affection after a few years, let alone the dragon maid he had created with his own hands. Yes, I will go prepare it right now, Elena exclaimed joyfully, wiping her tears and bouncing up the stairs. Watching her retreating figure, Shang Guanyu chuckled before turning back, his tone turning serious. So what exactly are you here for? Are you not afraid of me retaliating against your arrogance? Or is this at the behest of Lady Celia? Has she asked you to prepare for her arrival? Given that the Empire has extended an invitation to her, originally, Master had no intention of attending, but, for some reason, she changed her mind. Flammel's laughter faded, and she straightened her posture, adopting a serious demeanor. Oh, they have invited her? Yes, because the Emperor has issued a new decree, seeking collaboration with the Continental Mage Association and various state institutions. As you know, Lady Celia has always taught her disciples based on her mood, and in truth, very few are genuinely recognized as her pupils. Flammel smiled faintly, a softness crossing her eyes. It is merely a ball. What is the old man thinking? Shang Guanyu scratched his head in confusion, muttering softly. Flamel could not help but giggle. Brother, how have you managed to survive this long without being reprimanded by Master? What? Although she is an elf, she is still a woman. You say she is old. Pfft. She is merely overly proud, claiming to despise flower magic as frivolous, yet behind the scenes, she has a garden full of flowers. Let me tell you a secret. Those flower beds were not conjured by magic. Lady Celia planted each one herself. Shang Guanyu chuckled lightly, the image of the proud elf resurfacing in his mind. Flamel gazed at her brother, a hint of tenderness glimmering in her eyes. Having lost her family to the demon clan, the only one she could rely on was the master who had rescued her out of pity. As a child, she often heard her master speak of her brother, though not in flattering terms. She listened intently, endlessly curious about the man he was. Your brother is an exceedingly lazy and inept fellow, neither willing to fight for humanity nor sharing your passion for magic. An inept fellow? Young Flamel scratched her head in confusion, not comprehending her master's words. It means very foolish and clumsy. Flamel, tell me, what magic do you enjoy? Flower magic. I hope everyone will love and utilize such magic. Fulilian joyfully leaped into the air, exclaiming, I take back what I said. Reflecting on it now, Lady Celine truly exhibited a certain haughty charm. With a soft chuckle, Fulilian recalled Celine's expressionless demeanor and her devoted guidance, both of which filled her heart with warmth. Does senior brother harbor feelings for the teacher? Fulilian inquired curiously, gazing at the senior brother she had long admired. Although they had crossed paths in the palace, her attention had been consumed by the war against the demon race. It was only in recent years, as the demon faction waned, that she sought to return to the imperial capital to pursue her dream of making magic more accessible. Indeed, I do have feelings for her. How could I not? While I may occasionally speak ill of her, the knowledge she imparted and her seemingly indifferent concern have remained etched in my memory. As for my master, she has been alone for far too long. Chapter 20. Dreams are the antithesis of masters, an eternal pursuit. Shang Guanyu sighed, gradually succumbing to reminiscence. Decades ago, in his youth, he paid little heed to the world around him, perceiving it merely as a mere backdrop populated by NPCs, fantasizing about a future where he would wreak havoc. However, as time passed and his knowledge deepened, he suddenly found himself less concerned about everything, realizing how naive and ridiculous his actions were prior to becoming a disciple. The pursuit of immortality has never been a simple endeavor. Humans are inherently limited. His years of studying magic illuminated the multifaceted challenges of his aspirations: love, familial bonds, or friendship. On this quest for eternity, these relationships had long been eroded by the sands of time. Moreover, he discovered that he had unwittingly regarded a significant figure in his heart as an NPC. She was neither a terrifying monster nor a revered deity, merely a solitary elf who was, at the same time, his master. Teacher Celia, I wish to explore the world beyond and pursue my dreams. Dreams? To cultivate a field of wheat that everyone adores? She chuckled lightly. No, Lady Celia. My aspirations extend far beyond that. Oh, I sense an unprecedented ambition and flame igniting within you. Pray tell, what is it? Celia set her spellbook aside, her full attention now captivated by her disciple. I seek the pursuit of eternity. Eternal life? That holds little significance for me. Many human researchers have attempted it, yet none have succeeded. I mean to say, your dreams will remain unfulfilled. Celia delivered her harsh verdict, shaking her head. No, Lady Celia. Immortality is but one facet of my pursuit. I aspire for more, and I am greedier still. My dream is to have eternal life and to forever accompany you. So you shall no longer be alone. Very well, the night has grown deep. If you have nowhere else to go, stay here for the night. As the memories faded, Shang Guanyu instinctively wore a gentle smile. Beside him, Fulilian seemed oblivious to her elder brother's contemplations. Well, for the court ball, it seems I shall be your partner. As expected, Fulilian beamed, nodding enthusiastically, and mischievously winked before snatching the margarita Shang Guanyu had prepared at the bar. A ball, huh? Teacher, Shang Guanyu sighed. For in his memories, his proud master appeared to be, a millennium later, at the imperial ball, as if attending to her last wishes, concerned for her disciple Fulilian's student. Fulilian. Shaking his head, Shang Guanyu resolved to rest well for the night. The following day, upon awakening, he sensed that Fulilian had already departed from the tavern. How long do you intend to sleep? The sudden voice startled Shang Guanyu, and turning to look, he found Celia, the golden-haired elven woman with pointed ears, regarding him with a bemused smile. Teacher, why did you hit me? Shang Guanyu winced, clutching his head, fully alert now. Call me teacher. Celia revealed a rare smile as she maintained her characteristic imposing posture. Teacher. Though reluctant, Celia displayed a hint of satisfaction, then gracefully descended from her chair. Has the potion been completed? Celia inquired casually, though her tone bore an unusual undertone. Yes, I suppose I have concluded the first-tier potion. Yet, I find it perplexing. Extending lifespan proves exceedingly challenging. Even with the aid of dragon blood, eliminating side effects yields at most an additional 1,000 years. Although puzzled, Shangguan Yu and Apos' eyes lit up at the mention of the potion, eagerly recounting his findings to Celia. After all, 1,000 years still seemed brief in the face of an elf, but for fragile humanity, it was a rare gift. 1,000 years, is it? Not too shabby, but still insufficient. Of course. However, for now, a millennium is the limit. Perhaps in the future, the continent will present more opportunities, such as the western continent shrouded in a barrier in the eastern lands. Shangguan Yu smiled faintly. While he did not prioritize his cultivation, his abilities were merely at the level of a first-tier magician, devoid of any enhancement. Ultimately, his research into magic primarily aimed to prolong his life and ultimately achieve immortality. Oh, you can sense that? Celia and Apos' expression turned to one of surprise, as typically, those from the central continent would not possess such awareness. After all, within the vast world, even gods have their boundaries and realms. Even someone as powerful as Celia could only operate within the central continent. Naturally, teacher, you underestimate humanity's potential. Within a millennium, a human hero will vanquish the demon king. After a millennium, Fulilian's disciple will become the grand sorcerer of the new era and fulfill her teacher's wish. Shangguan Yu chuckled softly. Since becoming Celia's disciple, he had observed an intriguing phenomenon. Since the mythic era, elves had persisted in the world, adopting a neutral stance, only to birth an exceptionally gifted elf to restore balance when one side grew too powerful. The mythic era was represented by Celia, the ancient era by a certain monk, and this era by Fulilian. Yet, Fulilian was unique. Unlike any other elf's neutrality, she genuinely desired to annihilate all demonkind. Yet, her elven nature rendered her somewhat naive and absent-minded, for she was indeed the doomed Fulilian, the sole elf standing on the side of peace and humanity. A millennium hence? I see. Fulilian and Amp, Apos' disciple. Yet another elf. You shall meet her soon enough, though she may not endear herself to you, she is. Like you, an elf. Shangguan Yu stretched languidly, speaking with a teasing tone. For his master and Apos' proud demeanor had once set a comical scene during the first-tier magician examination a millennium later, barring Fulilian and dogs from entry. Is this yet another of your peculiar abilities? Celia bore no suspicion. For decades prior, it was Shangguan Yu and Amp, Apos' intriguing runic magic and unheard-of concepts that had captivated her, shattering her foundational understanding of magic. Indeed, and also, after Fulilian and Amp, Apos' passing, you will feel quite sorrowful. Celia and Amp, Apos' expression faltered momentarily before swiftly regaining composure, her tone dismissive. She was merely an impulsive choice for a disciple. Shangguan Yu chuckled enigmatically. Not a single subtle gesture or subconscious micro-expression could elude a mage of his caliber. Siri and Apos' every caress upon the flower beds, the tender gaze she fixed upon them during the examination, and her millennia-spanning, life-imperiling determination to disprove Flam and Apos' philosophy, all attested to her profound affection for her disciple. Each brush against the blossoms was akin to holding your hand in childhood. Master, ISN and Apos', it romantic? Siri blinked, a question etched upon her features. Shangguan Yu merely smiled, offering no further elucidation. Master, will you accompany me, or? Yes. After completing their ablutions and enjoining Elena once more to enlist some tavern staff, Shangguan Yu escorted a nonchalant Siri to the royal palace. A missive had arrived from the elderly monarch that very morning, and with time to spare, he was curious to discern what stratagem the old codger was concocting. Master, are you truly disinclined to don footwear? As they traversed the royal palace grounds, Shangguan Yu turned, a touch of exasperation in his voice. Why wear shoes? I am an elf. The world know it, and Amp, Apos' just. Are you truly oblivious to the allure of your bare feet? Does the thought of being fetishized not repulse you? Why should it? Mortals are less than ants to me. None can stir my emotions. If they harbor such thoughts, I might even regard them with a modicum of esteem. Siri's expression was impassive, her tone dismissive. Shangguan Yu's lips twitched. He had forgotten the essence of Siri's being. Tenderness was reserved for children, As for men, particularly mages, the sheer magnitude of Ciri's power often quelled any untoward thoughts, leaving them struggling to suppress their terror. Forbidden spell, anti-magic field. A complex array of runes materialized, enveloping them in a 5-meter radius. Ciri and Appos, S. brow arched. Is this your trump card? Of course not. I am well aware of your capabilities, Master Ciri. What do you think of this magic I and Amp? Appos, V. been researching for the past 3 years. It and Amp, Appos, S. not perfect yet, but Shangguan Yu smiled, then with a flick of his wrist, a pair of exquisite shoes appeared. As if imbued with life, they floated towards Ciri's bare feet, gently adorning them. Perfect. Shangguan Yu gazed upon the delicate feet now encased in crystal slippers, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He, Shangguan Yu, was certainly not a foot fetishist, merely afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Not a bad spell, but refrain from researching such licentious magic in the future. Ciri glared at Shangguan Yu, her tone scolding but affectionate. How can you call it licentious, master? It was merely inspired. Oh, and Flam is here today. I believe he accepted his master and Appos' indulgence with grace. The inspiration for the anti-magic field, it turned out, stemmed from an item that weakened magic and left one feeling limp and powerless silence. Just go. I will chat with Flam. After you conclude your business, accompany me for a stroll. Ciri rolled her eyes, a flicker of amusement in her gaze, before turning and heading towards the association. Watching his master's petite form recede, Shangguan Yu couldn't help but smile. Then, he turned and made his way towards the heart of the royal palace. Chapter 21 The King's Summons, Secrets within the depths of the marble corridor. Footsteps echoed with clarity. Sunlight filtered through the towering windows, casting a gentle glow. Shangguan Yu cast a fleeting glance at the murals adorning the walls, depicting scenes of banquets and the portraits of past kings. The circular marble doorframe and the array of columnar marble pillars seemed to herald the kingdom's illustrious history. Soon, after traversing the dimly lit corridor, Shangguan Yu arrived at a grand entrance flanked by solemn knightly guards and imposing statues of goddesses. My lord, the Hidden One. The king awaits you inside. Upon crossing the threshold guarded by the elite military, the attendants turned to salute, one of them promptly speaking before reverting to their silent vigil. Shangguan Yu nodded, then gently pushed the white door open, which creaked as it swung wide. You have arrived, my lord Hidden One. The old king, head bowed as he perused a book, was bathed in the warm glow of a crackling fireplace. A round table was laden with royal delicacies and fruits. Speak. Why have you summoned me? Shangguan Yu, indifferent to the door's automatic closure, pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze calm as he regarded the old king. Ah, it must have been 46 years, yes? Back then, my lord Hidden One, you were young and brimming with vigor. Even the royal magicians of your time could not rival your prowess. After all these years, you still possess that same charisma. Shangguan Yu felt a flicker of confusion. What was the old king trying to convey? The old king slowly closed his book, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his murky eyes beneath heavy bags. My lord Hidden One, do you remember the promise you made to a young noble? After a brief silence, astonishment flickered in Shangguan Yu's eyes, and he nodded. Hee. The old king's gaze bore a knowing expression as he chuckled softly. Rest assured, I shall not make it difficult for you. At that moment, Shangguan Yu recalled his early days in the imperial court, where he faced hostility due to his association with Celia. Indeed, the mage community viewed him as an outcast, for while the demons wielded magic innately, humans mastering it was a concept fraught with tension. Determined to pursue his own path of eternal magic, he embarked on a journey filled with peril and discovery. Many of his ideas from Earth remained unfulfilled due to a lack of resources and support. During a banquet, a young noble frequently visited him, enamored with Celia and eager to learn about magical theories. Shangguan Yu fell silent for a few seconds before calmly inquiring, was that young noble your son? Indeed. He was once part of the Court Mage Association and met a heroic demise at the northern border during the war against the demons. I am proud of him. Shangguan Yu nodded, feeling a twinge of sadness at the mention of a fallen acquaintance, once again reflecting on the fragility of life. My promise remains steadfast, unaltered by the passage of time, as long as I am capable. Shangguan Yu shook his head, not out of concern for difficulty, but rather recalling how, despite his impoverished circumstances, the king had offered him a position and financial support, easing his initial struggles. Thus, he had pledged a promise, provided it did not betray his true self. My lord Hidden One, with your assurance, I can find solace. The old king sighed, a flicker of sternness crossing his features. What do you think of the shadow soldiers? As he spoke, the old king's expression grew increasingly grave. Shang Guanyu raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. The Shadow Guard initiative was proposed during my father's reign. Its clandestine purpose was to combat the demons. The old king continued, absorbed in his thoughts. Demons possess innate physical prowess far surpassing that of humans and are endowed with magical gifts from birth. They are not only perilous, but also uncommunicative. They are inherently opposed to our kind. So, you intend to harness the power of demons to vanquish them? Shang Guanyu retorted with a cold smile. Yes, the knightly order is too feeble. Against a single formidable demon, we would need the lives of hundreds, even thousands of knights. Sacrificing my own people's lives. The old king sighed, a bitter smile crossing his face. Later, as magic fell into human hands and began to be utilized in the military, I recognized the dangers of this world. Demons, elves, and even magical beasts. Their innate abilities inspired despair. I yearned to purify this world, to eradicate magic. A fierce determination sparked in the old king and Appo's eyes. His voice ablaze with fervor. You cannot accomplish that. Shang Guanyu, having finished his tea, delivered the blunt retort without hesitation. Indeed, I cannot. Yet, someone must attempt it. As their king, I have embraced magic, while simultaneously harboring animosity towards it, hoping that one day, even in my failure, humanity will still have an alternative path. The old king chuckled lightly. Anna, come in. After uttering those words, the old king appeared considerably lighter in spirit. He gently called out, and the previously closed door creaked open once more. A petite girl with light blue hair, clad in a dress adorned with pale gold edges, timidly peeked in. Grandfather. Upon seeing the girl, the old king and Appo's stern demeanor melted into affection and tenderness. Come here, Anna, do not be afraid. After gesturing for her to approach, the little one shyly walked to the old king. Who is she? Shang Guanyu expressed mild surprise as he observed the girl. In his eyes, the young lady possessed an extraordinary magical aura that seemed incongruous with her age. She is Colleen and Appo's daughter. Daughter? Shang Guanyu found it hard to believe. Colleen was the noble who had once aided him, and also the king's illegitimate son. Yes, Anna, let the hidden one see you. Do not be afraid. Show your true self. The little girl turned her head shyly, biting her lip, then closed her eyes. A complex magical array materialized instantaneously. And under the flow of magical light, her form expanded, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Her azure hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her pale gold dress transformed into something resembling an elegant gown. Her delicate features shone with a purity akin to flawless jade. As the light faded, her soft crimson eyes met the old king's gaze. Grandfather, you have finally allowed me to come out. With a light chuckle, Anna's breathtaking visage turned toward Shang Guanyu. So handsome. Just my type. The girl and Appo's eyes glimmered with an eerie allure, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she licked them. What is this? Shang Guanyu furrowed his brow, perplexed, for at that moment, Anna exuded an aura reminiscent of demons. No, it was also reminiscent of elves. As I pondered, a captivating young girl in front of me sensuously licked her lips, then gently approached and embraced Shang Guanyu and Appo's arm. The soft sensation instantly roused Shang Guanyu from his thoughts. What does this mean? He questioned, casting a glance at the princess, who resembled an animal in heat, and then looked with some confusion at the old king. I hope you can take this child as your apprentice and teach her magic. Learn magic from me. Yes, within the entire palace and even the imperial capital. You are the only one. I can accept her as my apprentice, but I must understand the reason. Shang Guanyu directly interrupted the old king and Appo's speech with a wave of his hand, his tone laced with a hint of seriousness. After all, taking on a disciple is not a trivial matter. Since he had made a promise to the child and Appo's father, as long as the reasoning was sound, he had no grounds to refuse. Moreover, the girl and Appo's talent was unusually remarkable. Out of a sense of responsibility, he felt compelled to understand her background fully. Surely you have noticed Anna's extraordinary qualities? Split personality? Chapter 22, The Orphan? Taking on an apprentice. Anna, a figure marked by schizophrenia, indeed embodies the essence of the great recluse. The origins of Anna are steeped in sorrow. The old king sighed and began recounting her lineage. Following the death of his beloved son, the old king underwent a profound transformation, adopting a radical mindset. His obsession with power reached a pathological level, which led to the initiation of brutal experiments combining the forces of the demon race with humanity. Despite the immense resources consumed, the kingdom's researchers managed to yield some results, the most significant of which was the creation of the Shadow Guardians. Among them, the elite possessed formidable combat abilities against magic users. It could be said that most of the Shadow Warriors merely served as cannon fodder, while the true focus was on cultivating assassins who wielded the power of shadows. The first recipient of this power was none other than Fulilian, a descendant of his most cherished son. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyu fell into a contemplative silence. Casting a glance at the girl who clung tightly to him, a flicker of pity crossing his eyes. "There is no need for you to feel sorrow, grandfather. Unlike that weakling, I comprehend my mission," Anna remarked with a seductive smile, her crimson eyes brimming with intense hatred. After inhaling deeply of Shang Wanyu's essence, Anna grinned slightly. "One day, I shall eradicate all demons from this world." The old king continued, "This is the crux of the matter." The former chief sorcerer suppressed Anna's transformations. Due to the influence of the demon race's power, Anna's lifespan diverges entirely from that of ordinary humans. Furthermore, she has acquired certain characteristics of the demon race. During my reign, no one dared to inquire about the ultimate weapon and Apos' whereabouts. But he coughed, leaning wearily against his chair, resting for a few seconds before resuming. "But I am on the brink of death. Within the palace, I can no longer protect this child. The brutal power struggles are well known to the great recluse. Anna, I have wronged your father and mother. In my moment of folly, I allowed you to partake in that cruel experiment. It was only in my old age that I realized perhaps hatred is inconsequential. As long as Anna can live in peace, I shall find contentment." The old king forced a bitter smile, gazing affectionately at the tall girl before him. "Had it not been for that war, perhaps, Old man, that is impossible. This body and soul are tormented by the flames of vengeance." Anna coldly laughed, as if mocking something. The palpable disdain in her eyes caused the old king to feel a pang of sorrow. "Enough. Be quiet," Shang Wanyu interrupted, raising his hand to silence her. Anna paused, momentarily taken aback, before her gaze turned wild as she looked at Shang Wanyu, her magic beginning to swell dangerously. "How troublesome a problematic child," Shang Wanyu sighed, snapping his fingers. Anna's tumultuous magic quickly subsided, her expression returning to normal, albeit with a hint of confusion as she regarded him. "What is this?" the old king exclaimed in astonishment. Anna had calmed down. Even her magic had settled? It was well known that whenever Anna and Apos' second soul emerged, chaos ensued within the palace. However, the previous chief sorcerer had managed to suppress her through sealing spells. Yet, despite Anna and Apos' immense talent, the side effects were equally pronounced. First, she had split into another soul, and second, like the demons, she would not age. When her magic was depleted, her body would revert to a youthful state. "Oh, it's nothing more than a simple immobilization spell and a calming charm," Shang Wanyu explained softly, then snapped his fingers again. Instantly, Anna jumped back a few steps, regarding him warily. "What a terrifying surge of magic! Why? It feels so weak. Very well, I consent. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Shang Wanyu nodded. The old king's eyes revealed a hint of relief as he turned to Anna, speaking somberly. "From this day forth, you are no longer a princess of the royal family. You shall follow the great recluse to learn, for only there will you acquire true power." "Thank you, great recluse. You are the only one I can trust." "Why? In the entire kingdom, only the great recluse, a duke, remains outside the center of imperial power." Shang Wanyu offered no reply, his gaze turning impassive as he addressed Anna. "Come with me." Anna, upon hearing this, cast one last lingering look at the old king before striding behind Shang Wanyu. "Old man, I advise you not to harbor ill thoughts toward my teacher. You are incapable of such," he warned lightly, pausing at the door before departing the palace with Anna without a backward glance. "Lady Celia?" The old king was momentarily taken aback, soon replaced by a glimmer of respect in his eyes. "Anna, may I call you that?" On the road, the girl maintained her poised demeanor, observing her surroundings. Although she was a princess, due to her identity as the ultimate weapon, even her closest confidants had never truly seen her. "Of course, you are stronger than I. I cannot compete with you, even if you were to stop," Shang Wanyu interjected, hastily covering her mouth. They were approaching the association, and his master was ahead. She must not speak carelessly. "Very well, if there and Apos' nothing else, revert to your original form. Although I have promised the old man to take you as my apprentice, I do not wish for any complications." Shang Wanyu gently released his hold, stating, the old king had claimed disinterest in imperial power, which was not entirely untrue. Whether it was inviting investments to establish the Adventurers Association or opening taverns and potion shops, it was merely to facilitate the initial creation of potions. However, according to the old king and Apos' hints, instability had begun to brew within the capital, with many harboring inappropriate thoughts about themselves. How can it be? I have been confined by the old man for so many years. And you expect me to return just like that? If you do not wish to return, I shall personally escort you back, Shangguan Yu replied coolly. Fixating on Anna's crimson eyes as a powerful surge of magic manifested in his hand. Magic? It is not advanced magic, merely a spell to induce slumber, he stated nonchalantly. Ultimately, personality alternation occurs because of the slumber of another personality. If she were forcibly put to sleep, the other personality would naturally gain control. If you wish to avoid sleeping for centuries, you will comply with my requests. Anna pouted before closing her eyes, emanating a crimson aura as her form began to be enveloped in energy, rapidly shrinking until she transformed into a youthful appearance. As the light faded, the little girl opened her eyes in bewilderment. Oni-chan, so, does this mean she is now the apprentice of my senior? Flareem inquired curiously, observing the adorable little girl before her. Indeed, although her origins are tragic, having been nurtured as a weapon, this child possesses the magical prowess of the demon race alongside the innate talents of humanity. Her future is boundless. Syria remarked with keen interest. Ah, dear teacher. You and Apos, be intrigued, would you? Flam teased lightly, her gaze softening as it fell upon Anna. She felt profound compassion for Anna and Apos' plight and heritage. For she too had endured similar hardships, having witnessed the annihilation of her kin by the demons. If not for Lord Syria. Yet, upon liberating herself from Flam's grasp, Anna instinctively retreated into the embrace of Shangguan Yu, timidly glancing at the two formidable individuals before her. I have always found it difficult to refuse exceptionally gifted young talents. Syria remarked with a subtle smile, her demeanor casual as she directed her attention towards Shangguan Yu. Perhaps this child should become my disciple. Remaining with you is a squander of potential. I must decline. Shangguan Yu shot Syria a sidelong glance, his expression one of exasperation. Lord Syria, your temperament could lead this child down a perilous path. And so what? Does she not desire to eradicate the demon race? She requires strength. And I shall impart that strength to her. What is amiss with that? Syria responded with a nonchalant arch of her brow. Since the old man entrusted this child to me, he did not wish for her to become a mere instrument of war. Hence, let it be. Shangguan Yu cast another disapproving look at the old elf, who thrived on chaos, before gently pinching the little girl's cheek and speaking softly. Then, Anna, from this day forth, you shall be my disciple. Chapter 23. Siri and Apos' gentleness. The kingdom ball. It must be acknowledged that Siri and Apos' countenance beneath her formal attire is truly captivating. I wonder, what is the professor and Apos' true purpose for attending this ball? Fryerin, gazing upon Siri adorned in her gown, could not help but express her admiration. Yet she immediately pondered with curiosity. She doubted that Siri had traveled so far merely to admire handsome men. Indeed, I harbor a certain aversion to the intricate customs of humans, yet I possess a degree of familiarity with etiquette. As for my reasons for visiting the imperial capital, it is primarily due to the considerable disruption caused by your senior apprentice, as well as yourself. Siri slowly opened her eyes and spoke languidly, gazing at her voluminous robes and opulent adornments in the mirror. Her golden hair, meticulously styled by Fryerin, appeared even more regal. Come, Fryerin. Allow me to arrange your hair as well. Siri chuckled softly. Ah, because of my senior apprentice and myself? Is that truly appropriate? After all, Siri-sama, it is of no consequence. Be seated. Siri gestured lightly, and Fryerin obediently floated before her. In truth, this is my inaugural attendance at a human ball. While I harbor some apprehension regarding the unforeseen circumstances that Shangguan may encounter, I am primarily drawn by a glimpse into the future. A pivotal event with the potential to alter the course of events, poised to unfold within the imperial capital. Siri chuckled softly, then mused to herself. Magic is the progeny of imagination and magical power. The ability to foresee the future is, in essence, quite simple. With sufficient erudition and a comprehensive understanding of all knowledge, coupled with a keen and discerning intellect, one can perceive the trajectory of the world through magical power. Humans have termed this ability predicting the future. Siri gently raised her hand, meticulously weaving Fryerin and Apos' tresses. Fryerin, do you recall your aspiration? To vanquish the Demon King and restore peace to the world. That is a form of future. Should your magical power be sufficiently potent, you would be able to discern the factors that contribute to the attainment of that event, be they individuals, objects, or other elements. The future, in truth, is propelled by such expectations in the unfolding of various events. Ciri gently set down the comb. Gazing with satisfaction at Friaren's exquisite beauty reflected in the mirror, then gently stroked Friaren's head. Can you envision it? That peaceful future, with flower fields enveloping the entire world. Friaren and Apo's eyes reflected a contemplative gaze. You cannot, can you? For you currently lack the capacity to perceive such a future, although such a future appears rather nauseating. Ciri remarked wryly. Originally, I, too, was unable to perceive the future, for since the age of mythology, this world has held nothing that could stir my emotions. Magic, consequently, stagnated until the advent of humankind, and your emergence. Ciri chuckled softly, then settled back into her seat. Myself? Friaren pointed at herself in bewilderment. Indeed. For it is through your advent that you have become the foremost individual to attempt to influence the trajectory of the world, endeavoring to disseminate magic to all of humanity. Yet, what is the connection between this and the future? Friaren inquired with perplexity. She cherished peace, delighted in flower field magic, and aspired for a future in which humanity could vanquish the Demon King and restore peace to the world. Was this not a sentiment shared by all normal individuals? 4. The future is the culmination of all events viewed from every perspective. Even those who possess the ability to foresee the future can only perceive images that align with their beliefs. And you, Friaren, what do you perceive? With a surge of magical power, Friaren was momentarily stunned. Within the hazy tableau, the imperial capital resounded with joyous laughter. She beheld a melancholic white-haired elf, languidly drawn along by a purple-haired maiden. She witnessed people chanting something, and a statue bearing the name Friaren. How exquisite! A faint smile graced Friaren's countenance. In that distant future, peace would ultimately prevail, even if no trace of her remained in the world. The moment she beheld the white-haired elf, Friaren understood. Have you perceived it? That is the visage of the future you are capable of envisioning, unmarred by any interference. Thank you, Professor. Friaren recognized that it was her professor and Apo's power. She did not yet possess that capacity. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. As I have stated, the power of a mage emanates from magical power and imagination. Because there are too many factors at variance with your vision of events, such as the demon race, such as myself. Ciri chuckled softly. In the absence of a desire for peace, peace will not be realized. Therefore, your future may not truly be the future. This is the truth of prescience. Ciri declared nonchalantly. I comprehend, yet I have faith in her, and in the humans of the future, that they will assuredly accomplish it. Indeed? Do not be overly sanguine. For you must bear in mind that your senior apprentice bears upon his shoulders a future that even I cannot fathom. Therefore, Professor, what is the true rationale for your attendance at this ball? Friaren shook her head. Truly, she remained perplexed and uncomprehending of her professor's decision. I am here for your senior apprentice. Within the nebulous future, I am prompted by an extreme force that threatens to disrupt the equilibrium of the imperial capital. On the other side, Elena gazed with satisfaction upon the exceptionally handsome man before her. As expected of her own handiwork, I say, is this truly necessary? Elena? It is merely a ball. Ordinary formal attire would suffice. Shang Guanyu twisted his waist uncomfortably, expressing his helplessness. Absolutely not. After all, Ciri-sama and a host of other dignitaries will be in attendance. Elena crossed her arms, rejecting Shang Guanyu and Apo's request, for ducal attire is mandated by royal etiquette. Although the garments appear exceedingly opulent, in reality. Very well, I still detest formal attire. Shang Guanyu grumbled. Gazing at his resplendent attire adorned with gold and crimson borders, and his own upright and handsome figure, Shang Guanyu rarely revealed a hint of a smile. Let us depart. Elena, it is time to attend the ball. By the way, has the child been settled? Her Highness Anna has already been put to sleep under the care of the maids, master. That is sufficient. Straightening his collar, Shang Guanyu inhaled deeply, his demeanor abruptly transforming into one of aristocratic nobility and profundity. Let us proceed. Soon, Shang Guanyu encountered Ciri and Friaren, resplendent in their formal attire. Within the dressing room of the palace banquet hall, Shang Guanyu waved and greeted them with a smile. Greetings, Ciri-sama. You appear exceedingly beautiful. Do not be impertinent. Ciri rolled her eyes at Shang Guanyu, knowing full well that this disciple was secretly mocking her height. Your Excellency the Great Hermit, You are exceedingly handsome. If all men were like senior apprentice, then that would be most exquisite. Friarin covered her mouth and chuckled softly, a glint of brilliance flashing in her beautiful eyes. Aside from anything else, what young woman does not appreciate a handsome man, especially one as handsome as the readers? Indeed, junior apprentice is also exceedingly beautiful. Your dance partner should not be myself. Surely, the young and talented nobles will vie for the opportunity to invite you. Shang Wanyu smiled faintly, teasing her. I have no interest in them. I adore handsome men. Friarin raised her swan-like, fair, and immaculate neck, and spoke with a cheerful smile. All right, let's proceed without further ado. Selly waved her hand dismissively. Yes, teacher. Her two disciples flanked her, and together they trod the red carpet into the grand hall. Within the hall, the multitude of young nobles nearly bulged their eyes out upon beholding Selly and Flame. It could be said that the trio and Apos, as formidable aura and poised elegance, immediately captivated the attention of those present. The great hermit, Shang Wanyu, has arrived. The chief court magister, Madame Flame, has arrived. The president of the mainland's strongest magic association, Great Elf Selly, has arrived. As the music commenced, countless nobles, clutching their wine glasses, promptly adjusted their appearances and advanced with self-proclaimed grace to seek an invitation to dance. Shang Wanyu, trailing behind Selly and accompanied by the sumptuously adorned Elena, was naturally excluded by the assembled nobles. However, no one harbored any notions regarding Selly, for the great elf was quite renowned within the Empire and Apos, upper echelons. Esteemed Madame Flame, I am the eldest son of the Yilet family. May I have the honor? A handsome youth with raven hair, holding a goblet in one hand, approached with a confident smile. Before he could finish, Flame interjected. Huh? Flame maintained her smile and deliberately feigned a delicate voice. I am terribly sorry, but I already have a dance partner. Moreover, anything else is out of the question. Crack, the young noble and Apos' smile faltered, utterly rejected. Ha! I and Apos, am glad I didn't and Apos, rush in. Let's see how he deals with his original dance partner later. TCH, Madame Flame is the chief magister appointed by the emperor himself. Even most court magisters find it difficult to gain her favor, not to mention ordinary people. Besides, Madame Flame is already a duchess. Two nobles mock the failed suitor before them. Can you tell me why? Yilet Kind inquired with a forced smile, unwilling to concede. Well, it's because. Flame flashed a charming smile and mischievously seized Shang Wanyu and Apos' arm, embracing it to her chest. Release my master. Elena immediately bristled, defiantly embracing the other arm. Oh my. Why be so stingy? Yilet. Damn it. Why? So enviable. No wonder he is the great hermit. Not only is his brewing technique superb, but he also has such good luck with women. Chapter 24, Court Banquet, Disputes, and Ideological Differences. Indeed, in terms of universal theory, my charm is indeed unparalleled. Shang Wanyu proudly flicked his stylish bangs, speaking with an air of narcissism. Ah, as expected of my senior brother. Even the imperial ball does not affect you in the slightest. Flam chuckled softly, choosing not to mention how the others used him as a shield. Though I am loath to admit it, there truly is no finer gentleman in the entire hall. Syria gracefully lifted her skirt and settled into her seat, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she regarded Shang Wanyu. Her disciple ought to be this exceptional. Is it not a perfectly reasonable expectation? Teacher, you ought to indulge him. Flam remarked, taking her seat beside Syria. Hiki, my master is the most handsome man in the world. Elena remained silent, her gaze filled with admiration for the figure before her, her golden hair elegantly tied up, reminiscent of a noble princess. However, the ball was not as splendid as anticipated. At least not in the eyes of the other nobles, for, how infuriating. Why can some individuals have 3 dance partners? If I did not know better, I would think the great hermit was a secret offspring of the king. How vexing. Can the prince's status compare to that of the great hermit? After dancing with Elena and Flam, Syria took the initiative to invite Shang Wanyu, transforming his previously dull mood into one of sheer delight. Even when others disparaged him openly, he did not feel anger. You seem quite pleased, Syria commented with a gentle laugh, observing her disciple's childlike demeanor, a strange stirring blossoming in her heart. Of course, teacher. You simply do not understand the ruthless competition among men. Shang Wanyu grinned, casting a glance at the other nobles in the vicinity. Despite their efforts to conceal it, their barely restrained malice and jealousy were thrillingly palpable. By the way, Flam, have you taken on an apprentice? Flam instinctively responded. preparing to savor her favorite sparkling wine when Shang Wanyu and Apos' words struck her with astonishment. Senior brother, you followed me? Bang. Ouch. What are you doing? Flam held her forehead, on the verge of tears, glaring indignantly at Shang Wanyu. Just a little lesson, he retorted. Lady Syria, please do not teach my senior brother such spells in the future. Flam glared at the calm Syria, who was simply enjoying her drink. That spell was merely meant to drive away mosquitoes. But it hurt. Flam protested, then turned to Shang Wanyu with a puzzled expression. So how did you know? Know what? I indeed have taken on an apprentice, but I have not announced it to anyone, nor do I intend to bring her to the imperial capital. Flam chuckled lightly, her eyes playfully scrutinizing Shang Wanyu. So, are you not going to explain? Explain what? Should I claim that I divined it? Shang Wanyu laughed softly. At last. I can encounter someone even more adorably clueless than my master. Well then, the banquet is about to commence. Syria observed the two glaring at each other and sighed in exasperation. As grand music filled the air, the old king, shielded by the knightly order, ascended to his exclusive throne. My lords and ladies, today marks a momentous occasion for the kingdom, celebrating our first great victory over the demon race. Now, let the banquet begin. With the king's proclamation, the hall erupted in a cacophony of cheers, each face illuminated by joyful satisfaction. Why must humans celebrate and exchange gifts so frequently? It is quite bothersome, Syria complained, sipping her drink. That is because human life is fleeting, thus. They cherish every moment to imbue their brief existence with greater meaning, Flam replied, her tone tinged with both reflection and self-mockery. Her life was painfully brief. Too short to witness the future she longed for, even if only for a few decades. Hence, Flam exerted herself fervently, hoping to instill a glimmer of hope into that distant and seemingly insignificant future. Indeed, humanity has its limits, Shang Wanyu mused. So, Flam, do you not yet understand? The fleeting and trivial life of humans renders those impractical aspirations utterly meaningless. He scoffed at Flam and Apos' idealism, questioning whether defeating the Demon King would truly usher in peace. Clearly, that would not be the case. The annals of human history are essentially a continuum of warfare. Peace is merely a fantasy of the weak. On this point, he and his mentor Syria were in complete accord. What do you mean? Flam shot a glare at Shang Wanyu, sensing his disdain. This senior brother is even worse than the master. Syria, meanwhile, found amusement in Flam's plight. Oh, nothing, Flam. The weak possess neither future nor hope. Your apprentice is quite capable. Do not squander her potential. Shang Wanyu raised his glass nonchalantly and took a sip. How infuriating. You, a truly despicable man. Flam glared at him, her frustration palpable. Had she possessed the strength, she would have shown him what true power meant. This is merely reality. Do you believe that defeating the Demon King will result in peace? The Demon King is merely a superficial catalyst. His existence unifies humanity as never before. As you stated, once the Demon King is vanquished and the threat lifted, what of the other kingdoms? In a continent united under one empire, smaller nations still exist, rife with irreconcilable conflicts. Sooner or later, humanity will once again plunge into war. Shang Wanyu shook his head gently, considering Flam to be competent, yet somewhat naive when it came to matters of politics. A millennium hence, only her name would remain, her very essence lost to time. Can you truly claim that memories fade? The portraits of kings and noble lords from centuries past have been preserved remarkably well. The inability to retain memory? Do not jest. The true reason is that royals and nobles strive to uphold their privileges and protect their class interests. Flam may exist, but only as a faith, a tool to solidify the kingdom's rule. Regardless, I will absolutely cultivate someone capable of defeating the Demon King. Flam's gaze was resolute, undeterred by Shang Wanyu's criticisms. A millennium from now, aside from Master Syria, who will remember you? Shang Wanyu rolled his eyes, opting to ignore Flam. After all, she was a vibrant character with her own convictions, even if they diverged from those of her mentor and Shang Wanyu. Do you believe magic to be a privilege? Flam, feeling belittled, glared fiercely at Shang Wanyu. Is magic not a privilege? Do you truly expect those untalented mortals to learn the art of magic? How absurd, Fulilian. Most of those who pursue magic are the elite from noble families. Thus, it is not entirely erroneous to regard magic as a privilege. I shall endeavor to make magic accessible to all. Well, good luck with that. Shang Wanyu harbored no doubts about this. Although Fulilian and Apos' dreams may remain unfulfilled even after a millennium, the intricate foundational theories of magic have indeed enabled many with lesser talents to successfully learn the craft and become competent magicians. Might I have the honor of inviting you, dear lady, to a romantic rendezvous? A gentle voice interrupted, instantly capturing the attention of several individuals. Go away. I'm not interested. Fulilian was already quite vexed by Shangguan Yu, and naturally had no kind words for someone of such base and sordid inclinations. Hey, dear sir. Inciting anger in a lady is hardly the mark of a true gentleman. Chapter 25. The banquet conflict and assassination attempt. The golden-haired noble youth remained undaunted, directing his ire towards the solitary male at the table. Oh, even your father dares not speak to me in such a manner. Shangguan Yu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by this individual, the third prince of the old king, one of the heirs to the throne. Your excellency the great recluse jests. However, I implore you to show some respect to his majesty the king. A fleeting coldness flickered in the golden-haired youth's eyes as he sneered. Respect? Ask your father to speak to me. You are merely a prince, while he is the king. Shangguan Yu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he sensed the underlying tension. You, such an insolent wretch. I am ashamed to share the same table with you. Moreover, I am the third prince. Address me as your highness. The golden-haired youth's face reddened, akin to the hue of liver, as he gritted his teeth. Yet, Shangguan Yu chose to disregard him entirely, leisurely accepting morsels from another lovely companion. Instantly, the third prince felt a wave of humiliation wash over him, and with a sullen expression, he withdrew. This banquet is truly tedious yet amusing, said Celia, observing the royal offspring with keen interest. Although my senior brother is rather acerbic, he is far more entertaining than those fellows. Flame Eye looked at Shangguan Yu with a hint of schadenfreude. Isn't this all because of you? Shangguan Yu retorted, it's not my fault. Naturally, the nobles and royal offspring dared not harbor any thoughts towards Celia. Yet they were eager to curry favor with the newly appointed chief court magician. Winning Flame Eye's affection would undoubtedly enhance their bargaining power in the future. Throughout the evening, the second, third, and even sixth and seventh princes incessantly attempted to engage with those present. The banquet's culinary offerings were served at a leisurely pace, but Shangguan Yu found little appeal in them. To be frank, the fare paled in comparison to that prepared by Elena. Flame Eye elegantly lifted her napkin, wiping her hands while disdainfully commenting, I didn't bring you here merely for the food. If not for the splendid spectacle ahead, I would have left with Elena and the teacher long ago. Shangguan Yu shot her a glance, his expression growing serious as he focused ahead. Do you feel that? Yes. It is the aura of the demon clan, and quite formidable. A look of gravity crossed Shangguan Yu and Appo's face. With a thunderous boom, the once joyous banquet came to an abrupt halt. A terrifying explosion upheaved the surroundings. Protect the king, the captain of the knights bellowed, as the entire knight brigade swiftly formed a protective barrier around the king. The old king, however, observed the scene with calm detachment. As the dust settled, a golden-haired youth gracefully took his seat. Flat, you have ultimately made your choice. The old king gazed upon the figure before him, a tinge of sorrow gracing his features as he sighed. This is my last opportunity, for you plan to announce the new king's ceremony after the banquet. Do you not? That person is your elder brother, is he not? The golden-haired youth, named Flat, grinned mockingly at the old king. Everyone, remain still. A shout echoed as several night squads charged into the hall, surrounding all the nobles. What is this? Flame Eye exclaimed, surprised to find herself amidst such chaos upon returning to the imperial city. Though, truth be told, she did not find it particularly captivating either. What else could it be? Just some royal affairs, Shangguan Yu remarked nonchalantly, taking out the one decent roasted chicken leg and savoring it. Alas, the throne is traditionally inherited under the recognition of legitimacy. Your elder brother's talent's enough. This is merely your favoritism. Flat's face contorted with rage. What right do you have to judge me? I am the one who led the army to victory against the demon clan. A sinister expression crossed Flat's features as a shadow began to writhe, and a humanoid creature with two horns emerged. The demon clan. Damn it. How could demons appear in the imperial city? Damn it. Where are the knights? What are those useless knights doing? Quickly, slay these demons. Flame Eye, who had been leisurely drinking, suddenly rose, her gaze cold and unyielding. Silence, Flame Eye, Celia spoke softly. But, teacher. Flame Eye looked at the extinguished magic array in her hands, perplexed as she regarded the composed Celia. This is not an active attack from the demon clan, but rather an internal conflict among you humans. Moreover, I am under no obligation to assist humanity. Do not forget what I told you. Celia's frosty fingers pointed delicately at the horned demon, who elegantly approached the golden-haired prince and bowed, kissing the back of his hand, stating, "I am the demon lord Brent Foss, at your service." Shang Wenyu yawned, scratching his head as he observed this scene, noting that his presence seemed to have significantly altered the trajectory of the world's future. For instance, this demon was now engaging with humans? It appeared that some form of pact had been forged with this prince. How is this possible? Flame Eye expressed disbelief, unable to accept the presence of a creature that had once ruthlessly slaughtered her kin. There is nothing impossible. While the demon clan is inherently opposed to humanity, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to hypocritically reach a temporary agreement with humans for their survival, Celia remarked, casting a glance at Flame Eye. Abandon those unrealistic notions, Flame Eye. Humanity does not seem to appreciate your efforts. Celia shook her head, her own combative nature surfacing as she felt displeasure towards anyone attempting to scheme against her disciple. Alas, Flat, you will come to regret your actions today. Flat erupted into maniacal laughter, his crazed mirth echoing throughout the hall. Ha ha ha. Finally, the laughter gradually subsided as Flat lifted his golden locks, revealing the grotesque black mark and wounds that marred his form. Tell me, old man, what is this? What right do you have? Seeing his once beloved child transformed into this monstrous figure, the old king sighed in guilt. You have crafted weapons like me for your rule, and now, having vanquished the demon clan, you hypocritically hand the throne to one so weak and incapable. Flat, seething with anger, pointed at the equally golden-haired figure being detained by the knights. My dear elder brother, will you not say something? Flat turned his gaze to the golden-haired youth behind him, who was none other than the kingdom's first prince, Kate Nelson. Enough, the old king bellowed, his expression shifting from guilt to resolute determination. Since you have chosen to betray humanity and ally with the demon clan, you have forfeited your right to be the heir to the throne. Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Do you think I jest? The game of house is over. Demon Knight Brigade, attack. With a sardonic grin, Prince Flat revealed a hint of cruelty. A purplish-black barrier instantaneously materialized, bisecting the expansive hall into 3 sections. Court knights and mages found themselves besieged, while the knightly order, as rigid as corpses, brandished their long swords and commenced a wholesale slaughter. Cries of "Ah! Save me! Please, someone save me!" echoed through the hall. The old king, witnessing this carnage, wore an expression of wrath. He had been contrite, intending to grant his son another chance. Enough, Flat. If it is the throne you desire, why unleash such carnage? Why? Flat retorted with a maniacal laugh. Because they deserve to die. I fought valiantly on the front lines, only to provide these repulsive maggots with a life of ease. Since they were unwilling to support me, their demise is the only recourse. Flat, brandishing his long sword with a sinister grin, declared, Now, it is time for a reckoning between us, my royal father. If you truly care for this nation, then reveal the whereabouts of the ultimate weapon. Flat menacingly drew his sword, aiming it at the old king. Never. The old king exclaimed. Shadow Guard, engage. Chapter 26, The Rebellion, Shadow Guards with a thunderous roar. The old king unleashed his wrath, and in an instant, chaos erupted among the crowd. Panic-stricken individuals drew their long swords or summoned potent spells, swiftly vanquishing a significant portion of the rebellious knights. Damn it, you old fool, you truly have a trick up your sleeve. But it is futile. Those knights are mere puppets. Foss, take action. Prince Vlad, in a state of alarm, retreated a few steps, casting a scornful glance at the old king. As you wish. Your Highness. The demon revealed a mechanical smile, and with a snap of his fingers, a terrifying magical array manifested above them. A dreadful purplish-black formation descended, with countless demonic creatures slithering forth. Enough. Demon, this farce ends here. Upon witnessing the large-scale summoning ritual, Fulilian bellowed in fury, unleashing devastating offensive magic towards the emerging fiends. Even Foss, the one casting the summoning, was momentarily taken aback, promptly abandoning his spell to evade Fulilian's lethal strike. Weak human, you should not stand before me. Foss regarded Fulilian with an air of calm, his eyes radiating palpable magical energy. Though he was considerable among human mages, a weakling remains a weakling. Ha! Demons. You are forever ensnared in your repugnant confidence in your magic. Fulilian scoffed, slowly raising his hand. Sinai, in a mere gesture. The powerful demon was engulfed by concentrated torrents of energy, instantly reduced to ashes amid an expression of shock and disbelief. Yet, after this explosive display of wrath, Fulilian discerned the grim truth. These knights had long been deceased. The one controlling their corpses was this very demon. Despicable. You are a disgrace to sorcerers. Instantly alert. Fulilian sprang back, directing his gaze towards the source of the voice. From the shadows, Foss re-emerged in the banquet hall. His face contorted with rage as he realized that this human was suppressing his magical power to deceive him. Compared to your vile kind, such underhanded tactics are but trivial. Fulilian responded with a serious glint in his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Enough. It is one thing for demons to meddle in human affairs, but now, as the Demon King and Apos' right hand, your reach has extended too far. Having been a mere observer, Saria stretched and then fixed her gaze upon Foss, speaking in a calm, yet resolute tone. The Demon King and Apos' right hand, is it? No wonder I could not sense your presence. Shangguan Yu raised an eyebrow, recalling that Fulilian had indeed eliminated that demon moments ago. Oh dear, you saw through me, Saria. Foss, who had been fuming, suddenly spoke in a voice that was both masculine and feminine. Return to your northern domain, or else. Saria remained unperturbed, her tone laced with an unprecedented murderous intent. The Demon King, how could this be? Fulilian gasped in disbelief, instinctively retreating behind Saria. Well, I did not come here for you, nor for the trivial power struggles of humans, but rather. Shangguan Yu, intrigued by the Demon King and Apos' demeanor, inquired for me. Indeed, the prophecy foretells that a remarkable being shall arise among humans, possessing powers unlike any other. In the future, the entire continent shall tremble because of you. Both demons and humans shall fear you, and even forget you. Foss and Apos' expression turned grave. Though I cannot be certain, as Saria and Apos' disciple, you are too powerful. Such a being must not live to see the future. A surge of black magical energy enveloped the entire hall, leaving Shangguan Yu astonished. This magic, it rivals that of my own master. While still inferior to Saria, in terms of magical energy fluctuations, this being is not to be underestimated. What are you thinking? Shangguan Yu swiftly evaded to hide behind Saria. No wonder I sensed an unsettling aura. Teacher, were you able to foresee this? He finally comprehended Saria's concerns. Given his current combat capabilities, encountering a being of such ancient power could indeed lead to disaster. I still do not believe you can kill me under Saria and Apos' watch. Enough. Take Fulilian and rest. I shall handle the rest. Saria shot a glance at Shangguan Yu, then slightly raised her hand. Wait, Lady Saria, have you forgotten? Foss's complexion changed, but before he could utter another word, Saria commanded, silence. With a cold chuckle, she waved her hand, and both Foss and Saria vanished from sight. The onlookers could only stare in astonishment at this scene. Eliminate them. Following the sudden disappearance of the ancient demons, the knights seized the opportunity to counterattack, turning the tide of battle. Bakna, Bakna, Bakna. How is this possible? How can mere shadow guards stand against demons? Damn it, damn it. This is all your fault. All of you. Curse Saria. Vlad bellowed in rage, his eyes filled with venomous hatred as he glared at Shangguan Yu. After Saria's intervention, the knights, who had raised their weapons, froze in place. This farce must come to an end. Knights of the Cross, seize all sinners at once. The old king inhaled deeply, his gaze turning steely as he issued the command. Vlad, in a daze, dropped his sword. Release me. I am Prince of the Ninth. I am the king. I command you to release me. Realizing he had been deceived, Vlad erupted into a maniacal laugh. I never thought I would be targeted by a forgotten ancient being. That aura. Truly terrifying indeed. With Fulilian gone, what follows is the royal family and Apos' tragic drama. It is best we do not interfere. Wait. Fulilian and Apos' face flushed, still processing the situation when a large hand grasped hers, leading her away. What are you waiting for? Did you not hear what the teacher said? By the way, take me to see your disciple. Master, wait for me. No one impeded their departure, and upon exiting the palace, the world had already darkened. Thus, the farce stemming from the internal conflict of the royal family came to a close. Why did you stop me? And why did that demon target my senior brother? Fulilian asked, bewildered, her mind racing. Oh, nothing much. Just a scandal within the royal family. I had planned to witness your folly, but I shall generously inform you. Observing Fulilian and Apos' puzzled expression, he chose not to conceal any longer, recounting the plans and scandals surrounding Anna and the royal family. Upon hearing this, Fulilian fell silent for a long while. So, to them, sorcerers and magic are merely tools to uphold their laughable rule. Quite astute. Flame took a deep breath, her eyes gleaming with determination. You and the teacher are correct. I never imagined that there could be humans who would cast aside racial hatred for the sake of a few privileges. If that is the case, I must reconsider my views on the Royal Academy of Magic and the magic of the continent. It has long been overdue, hasn't it? Shang Wanyu chuckled softly. He had always admired Flame's character in his previous life. Yet, a millennium later, she had been forsaken by humanity. And he felt it was unjust for such a beautiful maiden. Now it seemed his guiding plan had borne fruit. Senior brother, since this matter has concluded, I must excuse myself for the time being. Flame inhaled deeply, pausing in her steps as her gaze met Shang Wanyu's. Let Elena accompany you back. At that moment, a flicker of resolve crossed Flame's eyes as she turned away, her tone gentle. Do you still wish to return and assist those who seek to exploit you? No. I intend to reclaim what is rightfully mine, and then bring Fulilian to the imperial capital. Ding. Congratulations to the member Justice Mage for significantly altering the course of the world. Earned. Points x 10,000. Chapter 27. An unintentional act. Sudden wealth. Little did I know. A whimsical act led me to uncover the true hidden dynamics of the chat group. Points. 11325. The Just Archmage. Sometimes. Wealth arrives so unexpectedly. The feeble beast tamer. Dreaded wealthy fellow. Woohoo, I want points too. The Goddess of Wisdom. Wow. 10,000 points can buy quite a divine wine. The blonde perverted knight. 10,000 points can. The second in command of Tushan. Why must I see this right after my retreat? How vexing. I am so envious. The Just Archmage. If you desire points, then you must alter the fate you are so familiar with. Siahi. The only one who can gain points without relying on chat group tasks is you, oddball. We lack such strength. Siahi gazed at the messages in the group with some exasperation. Initially, she was delighted to see a message from her beloved Shang Wanyu, as he seldom engaged in the group. However, her joy was swiftly overshadowed by a disheartening scene. The explosive mage. Boo-hoo, can someone spare me some food? I and Appos, am so hungry. Shang Wanyu and Appos' lips curled into a slight smile. The breakthrough in his lifespan and the recent events bestowed upon him a sense of happiness. Hui. Uffed. How on earth did she manage that? Surely, she must be aware of her own future, right? Shang Wanyu chuckled at Hui's message. While the group fell into a brief silence. The feeble beast tamer. I knew it. Wee. You are too. Sigh. Such a fool. The explosive mage. Boo-hoo, I don't want this either, but no one wants to team up with me. The last captain who carried me back gave me some money and then vanished. The Goddess of Wisdom. How tragic. Wee. Why not join my Axis church? I shall bless you. The second in command of Tushan. Haha. Joining your church might be worse than becoming a vagabond. The blonde perverted knight. If you don and Appos, mind. Wee, you can come find me. I am also in this small town. The explosive mage. Boo-hoo, you are so kind to me. Darkness. I adore you. Darkness Kuden and Appos. Help but chuckle as well, though aware of her own future. The abstract ninja. Well, while he was indeed perverse. The Just Archmage. Wait a moment, Aqua. Why are you still in the divine realm? The Goddess of Wisdom. He. Of course. Knowing the future, how could I possibly fall for that pervert's schemes? I have already sent him to an intermediate town. Wait. What is this magic circle? No. Don and Appos, At that moment, Aqua was gleefully sharing her mechanism operation when a ghostly blue magic circle rose beneath her feet. Nanny. Summoning circle? How could this be? No. I don't want to descend to the mortal realm. As Aqua's pitiful cries faded, the magic circle closed with a hum. Alas. My apologies, Aqua. There seems to have been an issue with the divine realm and Appos' accounts. I had initially intended to deceive Aqua, but I did not expect her innate talent to be so formidable, actually casting a summoning spell. After Aqua vanished, a goddess with pristine white wings appeared. Gazing at the spot where Aqua had disappeared, feeling quite remorseful as she bowed. Indeed, deceiving a fool's heart is still unsettling. I wonder what Syria is up to. Aqua is. The Just Archmage. Aqua? Have you encountered any peril? Logically, there should be no danger in the divine realm. Aqua. Dreadful. Baka. That despicable Kazuma. So vile and shameless. The feeble beast tamer. What has happened to Aqua? Everyone was quite curious, given that the abstractly comical members of the group were few. Aqua. Dreadful. Not only did he steal my artifact, but he also gathered the energy within it and summoned me to the mortal realm. Baka. Aqua gritted her teeth, but soon her expression shifted to one of dejection. How infuriating. That wretched Kazuma. Once I return to the divine realm, I shall surely turn you into a male pig-headed creature. On the other side, Kazuma stared blankly at the dim artifact in his hand, his expression growing increasingly grim. Dreadful. This artifact is utterly useless. Roar. Oh no. Quick, run. Seeing the terrifying two-headed dog before him, Kazuma turned and fled, cursing Aqua for her folly while he carelessly explained the rules, tossing aside a worthless item, claiming it to be an artifact. How infuriating. Meanwhile, unlike Kazuma, Aqua found herself in a novice village. The goddess of wisdom, boohoo darkness, where are you? I, the feeble beast tamer. Haha, in another world. Lin Xiaoxue laughed heartily, nearly shedding tears from her amusement. Nearby, a massive white tiger lifted its gaze to glance at Lin Xiaoxue before returning to its slumber. You are hilarious. Truly, the goddess of wisdom never fails to amuse me. The blonde perverted knight. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. The just archmage. After all, she is still a noble lady. Upon seeing her future companions, Shikin and Amp, Oppos, T help but feel soft-hearted. What a pity. That Kazuma fellow is so inept. If darkness were to appear in modern times, I fear many men would seek her out. The feeble beast tamer, while that may be true, I still don't quite understand the admiration. The second in command of Tushan. You all chat. I must go train with my sister. The seductress. He is the only male in this group. Are you infatuated with darkness? Time flows differently across worlds. Reflecting on the moment that man saved her, Xiaohi felt a pang of nostalgia. Her alluring red lips curled into a smile. So, he enjoys this sort of thing? Xiaohi gazed dreamily at the screen floating in the void. 6 whole years had passed, and with Lin Xiaoxue's assistance, she had utilized the 1 million given by Shang Wanyu to ride the wave of the era, investing in numerous enterprises. Now, Xiaohi had transformed entirely from the timid, evasive individual of the original plot into a poised and aloof CEO. Xia, someone from the company has arrived. Oh, the company? I understand. Upon regaining her composure, Xiaohi's eyes were tranquil. She was well aware of the purpose of the visitor from the company. Darkness, boo if possible, dear Archmage, please do visit us. Darkness clutched her chest, breathing heavily, as visions of vine-like tendrils surged toward her. The just Archmage, while I do have feelings for you, I must inform you that the peculiarities of that realm are not as simple as you might believe. If your intentions are not sincere, Darkness, it is likely she would not be inclined to oblige. After all, there are many men about. It would not be difficult for Darkness to find a partner. Boo he understands me so well. Could it be? I cannot resist. Darkness's gaze grew misty, her cheeks flushed, as a towering tree monster appeared. The feeble beast tamer, is that so? My apologies, Darkness. Darkness, well, there and Amp, Oppos, really no need. Please feel free to berate me. The feeble beast master, I do not comprehend, yet I express my respect. The just mage, what is the matter? Surely, the diminutive and ineffectual holy sword curry stick cannot truly satisfy you? He is but a fool yearning for desires he cannot fulfill, helplessly gazing at Darkness. Whoa. Oh. Darkness's face flushed crimson as she gasped for breath, resembling a rabbit desperately trying to escape its burrow. Miss, what is the matter? It has been decided. I shall seek him out. Darkness reclined upon her bed, her gaze gradually steeling with determination. The just mage, I was merely jesting. Just the thought of what Megumin will create in the future brings me amusement. The explosive mage, I am simply being honest, and it was Aqua who informed me. The goddess of wisdom, due to the data from the true reincarnation, each goddess can indeed perceive it. The bustling tavern and the joyous laughter of adventurers seemed to restore the city to its former glory, with no hint of the thrilling royal turmoil having spread. Has Master gone off to play again? Shang Wanyu gazed at the full moon, his eyes growing more profound. Although his master was peerless, second only to a goddess. After living for so long, Shang Wanyu began to harbor doubts about his past life's memories. This world was not an illusion. Everyone was flesh and blood. Therefore, he worried about Celia. Although I'm not pleased that you doubt my strength, I don't dislike this feeling. As Guanyu pondered, a languid yet magnetic female voice echoed. Shang Wanyu was taken aback and turned around. I'm back. Celia looked at the man with a smile, trying to soften her tone. A gentle breeze stirred the elf and Amp, Oppos' golden hair. An array of moonlight caressed her fair and pure face. Just a slight smile caused him to lose himself. Welcome back. Master. Shang Wanyu revealed a smile. Earlier in the banquet hall, Shang Wanyu had been concerned about whether his master would encounter danger in a millennium. However, the sudden burst of magic from that strange demon had startled even him. Yet, Celia had instinctively shielded him, a sensation that seemed not bad. Still smiling? I didn't want to come to the capital, but you've been making too much noise lately, alerting the demons to your existence. Celia raised her fair hand and gently flicked Shang Guanyu's forehead, giving him a reproachful glance. I didn't do anything. Shang Guanyu was somewhat bewildered. To be honest, he didn't have much feeling for the humans in this world. He would help if he saw them. But he was more focused on pursuing the creation of the elixir of immortality and practicing magic, mostly for functional purposes. In terms of strength, he was now slightly stronger than Flame and could be considered among the best of the first-class mages. In terms of functionality, his barrier magic, sealing magic, spell reversal magic, and the teleportation magic he revealed to gain a position in the human court made him an expert at escaping. I wanted amp, Oppos, to even mention the magical tools in your shop. Teleportation talismans, such terrifying magic, have given humans the confidence to compete with demons in this era, as well as purification magic specifically for demons. Celia adjusted herself and began to count with her fingers, including some theories about demons that Flame has spread, such as, demons are inherently evil. And even demon infants must be purified with magic before being burned to ashes with hellfire. Shang Guanyu. Then the demons learned about you through various channels, so you are now on the demons and amp, Oppos, wanted list. If you had and amp, Oppos, T disobeyed the king and amp, Oppos, S orders and gone to the front lines, you might not have lived for 10 years. Celia said calmly, though her tone seemed to scold. Her eyes revealed deep concern. Am I that famous? To be honest, I haven't heard anything about this in the capital. Shang Guanyu shook his head. It was just something he had made up back then to get a better title. He didn't and amp, Oppos, T expect anyone to actually record it and have Flame write it into her theories about demons. It and amp, Oppos, S not that you and amp, Oppos, re-famous, but that it happened to be recorded in Flame and amp, Oppos, S theoretical books. Actually, Flame intended to record that demons are emotionless monsters, but, and amp, Oppos, inherently evil and amp, Oppos, seemed more appropriate to her. Shang Guanyu and Oppos, S lips twitched. It seemed he had indeed said that, but only to deceive those nobles. Then Flame happened to hear it and record it? No wonder Flame acted so familiarly when they first met. Shang Guanyu rubbed his forehead. He finally understood where Flame and amp, Oppos, S inexplicable goodwill came from. So, if there's nothing important, try not to act alone. Some of the demon's magic is strange and hard to guard against. Your magic is too opportunistic. When facing truly powerful demons, you will understand what despair is. Celia shook her head gently, then her eyes sharpened, and she said in a deep voice, therefore, for the next century, you will honestly follow me and learn all the magic from the mythical era. You don't want to be with me? Celia's gaze was unkind, and she snorted lightly. No. Of course not. It's just, Elena and Anna. Looking at Celia's serious expression, Shang Guanyu's face fell. No way. He had just made some progress and was planning to enjoy it. Damn it. Bring them along. I'll only be responsible for supervising you. Your talent in learning magical knowledge is not bad. On the contrary, you are a very talented mage among humans. As for Anna and that young dragon, including Flame's disciple, I will take care of them for now. Celia turned and gently opened the door, glanced at Shang Guanyu, and then said softly, It and Oppos, S too wasteful to leave them to you. There and Oppos, S no need to be so hurtful, master. Actually, you and Oppos, VE always had a strong desire in your heart. Haven't you? To possess me? Why, now that I've given you the opportunity, you don't dare. Celia revealed a playful smile. As for the human in front of her, she had noticed him at their first meeting, merely by observing his expression. This unique little imp was actually staring at her bosom, rather than her powerful and unmatched magic. Master, how can you slander me out of thin air? I was just seeing that you were lonely and wanted to keep you company. All right. Flame will be here soon. Prepare dinner. I'm hungry. Celia chuckled, then turned and waved her hand, slowly disappearing from Shang Guanyu's sight. TCH. Shang Guanyu rolled his eyes. Arin and amp, Oppos, T you still wearing the crystal shoes I made? Although you look good barefoot. Whatever, I and amp, Oppos, LL make something delicious then. Friarin, huh? I and Oppos, V been looking forward to it for a long time. Shang Guanyu shook his head with a smile, then got up and stretched, walking towards the refrigerator in the second-floor hall. Master, this place is very prosperous. A faint voice sounded, though the tone was indifferent. The longing hidden within could not escape the heart of the great mage. You like it here, Friarin. In a fleeting flash of light, Flame's gentle gaze under her red hair looked at the little one behind her. Doesn't Master like it here? Ah, I do like it. Because this is where I will realize my dreams. Flame smiled slightly, and a trace of affection welled up in her heart as she looked at the small, adorable white-haired lowly. She gently reached out and took the elf and Apos' fair hand. Master? Friarin tilted her head slightly, seemingly not understanding her master and Apos' actions. Hee, let and Apos' go. I and Amp, Apos, I'll take you to meet your master and Amp, Apos' family, who are also your senior brother and sister. We might miss the delicious food prepared by your senior brother if we and Amp, Apos, relate. Let and Amp, Apos' go. Gourmet delicacies? Teacher, may I decline? Fulilian and Amp, Apos' originally adorable and serene expression momentarily faltered, and she instinctively shrank back, timidly inquiring. Hey, you little rascal. Humph. I have already mentioned that it is not prepared by the teacher, but by your revered uncle. Moreover, your uncle happens to be an exceptionally handsome gentleman. Flame and Apos' smile froze, and she then playfully patted Fulilian and Apos' tiny head, eliciting a whimper of pain. Ouch. Still pretending to be fragile. The teacher instructed you to feign weakness towards the demon clan, not towards me. Enough. I assure you. The culinary delights prepared by your uncle will be an unforgettable experience for you. Now, let us proceed. Flame, both amused and exasperated, withdrew her hand. Immediately, Fulilian and Apos' expression softened, and she allowed Flame to take her hand as they gradually faded into the night. Chapter 29. Friarin, Ciri, and an adorable sprite. What is this? Ciri inquired with a touch of curiosity, observing the alchemical-esque materials her disciple presented. Oh, these are seasonings, designed to enhance the flavors of food, Zongman Yu explained, stretching languidly. Seasonings? Ciri examined them more closely, noting the snow-white salt and other, unfamiliar components. Indeed, I discovered them while foraging for magical herbs in the southern forest years ago. Camping in the wilds prompted me to experiment with grilling and other culinary endeavors, Zongman Yu elucidated with a light chuckle, gesturing. These ingredients hail from the forests of the southern nations. While their alchemical properties are often lackluster, their potential as flavor enhancers is unparalleled. With you here, teacher. It's only fitting to present a culinary tribute. Ciri smiled faintly at Zongman Yu's playful demeanor. Is that so? Or is it for Flam? Teacher. Never. Rest assured. Tonight and Apos' repast will be utterly delightful, Zongman Yu avowed with conviction. Drawing upon his prior knowledge of modern gastronomy, he had refined spices and seasonings that would captivate the palate of even the most discerning gourmand. He held unwavering confidence in the culinary heritage of his nation. Hey, senior brother, I cannot feign deafness to such a remark. Am I not comely enough? A melodious voice interjected as Flam, leading a pigtail-adorned little girl by the hand, greeted them with a smile. Teacher. Ciri nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze immediately drawn to the diminutive figure. An elf? Ciri raised an eyebrow. She felt no particular sentiment toward a member of her own race, though she sensed extraordinary latent power within the child. Indeed, greetings, teacher. This is Friarin. I encountered her in an elven village within a war-torn region. The demons were conducting a large-scale hunt of the elves. When I arrived, this child had single-handedly vanquished a major demon, Flam affirmed with a slight bow, introducing the girl. Zongman Yu turned, his interest piqued, and scrutinized Friarin. Her skin was as fair and smooth as Ciri's, her long, pristine white hair cascading down her back. Indifferent eyes seemed to regard the world with detached curiosity. A simple white robe draped her form, lending her an ethereal, inviolable air. Friarin? An elven clan? Possessing strong magical aptitude. Ciri mused, observing Friarin, who in turn raised her gaze to meet Ciri and Apos' scrutiny. Your talents are remarkable. I never imagined that my impulsive decision to take on a disciple would lead to this meeting with her own apprentice. Ciri remarked, a hint of wistfulness in her tone. Flam chuckled softly, as if anticipating this moment, and turned her gaze toward the innocent Friarin. This child possesses magical gifts surpassing my own. If peace requires a witness, then Friarin is the only one I can envision. She shall carry my hopes and, in time, vanquish the demon king and usher in an era of peace. Ciri dismissed this notion with a scoff. She recognized the sentiment, of course. Friarin, is it? As your grandmaster, I could bestow upon you a legendary spell, Ciri said, her expression turning serious. But first, tell me what kind of magic you desire. Ciri and Apos' interest in fostering talent had been piqued. Were it not for Flam and Amp, Oppos, prior claim, Siri would have gladly taken her as a disciple. As it was, a grand disciple was no small consolation. After all, aside from the study of magic, nurturing aspiring mages had been her principal preoccupation for millennia, especially those with both talent and a distinctive personality. Thank you for your kind offer, Siri-sama. But I do not require a spell from you, Friarin demurred with a gentle shake of her head. Flam and Oppos' eyebrows arched, and a subtle smile played on her lips. It seems teacher is about to have a meltdown. Shangguan Yu chuckled softly at this anticipated scene, turning to observe. You, Siri faltered, taken aback. Siri-sama, in my view, magic is more enjoyable when discovered through one's own efforts. Besides, I prefer magic that conjures fields of flowers. Upon hearing this candid declaration from the innocent Friarin, Shangguan Yu could not suppress a burst of laughter. He had not found it particularly amusing in his previous life. But witnessing his proud teacher's bewildered expression, he finally understood why Siri had forbidden Friarin from entering the Continental Mages Association for a millennium. This girl was simply too infuriating. And yet, her innocent demeanor only exacerbated the exasperation. Siri's smile froze, replaced by a dark scowl. Such a lazy and unambitious waste. Friarin remained impassive, as if to say, yes, you're right. All right, teacher, let's prepare dinner. Flam, please summon Anna and Elena from downstairs, Shangguan Yu interjected, sensing Siri's growing ire, and shot a reproachful glance at Flam, who seemed to revel in the chaos. He then approached Friarin, crouching slightly to examine her delicate features. Sensing his presence, Friarin looked up, her eyes questioning. Human? Imbued with potent magic. Thanks to Flam and Oppos' guidance, Friarin possessed an innate affinity for humans. Oh, magic that conjures flower fields. A trivial, useless magic, utterly lacking in ambition. A disgrace to the elven race. Siri scoffed. Turning to seat herself at the table Shangguan Yu had prepared, pulling out a magical tome and ignoring the irritating elf. Friarin looked at Siri, confused as to why the powerful elf harbored such dislike for her. TCH, always ordering people around. Flam rolled her eyes playfully before heading downstairs. Her mind set on her senior brother's cooking. How peculiar. Friarin? Shangguan Yu gently lifted the girl's chin, meeting her gaze. Call me granduncle. Flam is my junior sister, and my teacher is Siri. Therefore, I am your granduncle. Friarin, expressionless. My name is Shangguan Yu, your teacher and Oppos' senior brother. Understood? Shangguan? Friarin repeated, finding the name unfamiliar. Even in human towns, she had never heard such a surname. Yes, Shangguan. Unfamiliar. ISN and Oppos. See it? Even in your long life. Shangguan Yu chuckled, finding Friarin and Oppos' reaction endearing. I shall remember it. Friarin nodded, now with a clearer impression of the man before her. Come, dinner will be ready soon, but first, you should wash up. Yes. Friarin nodded, harboring no suspicion whatsoever. Elves are often characterized by their guileless nature and unfamiliarity with matters of the heart. Hey, she and Oppos' also Flam and Oppos' disciple, Dawn and Oppos' be such a pervert. Kale, who was sitting next to them, raised her head slightly and stared at the two of them speechlessly. Master, you misunderstand. I was just going to instruct Irina to take her there. Friarin's attire was undoubtedly Flam's handiwork. Shangguan Yu's mouth twitched. No, I'm merely escorting her to the bath, not assisting her in bathing. He grasped Friarin and Oppos' small hand and headed towards a room. What on earth has this child endured? It and Oppos' as if she and Oppos' been living like a vagrant under Flam and Oppos' tutelage. Shangguan Yu glanced downstairs speechlessly. Friarin was still clad in that same thin white dress and old clothes. It was evident that, aside from teaching magic and providing simple meals, well, the meals were questionable. Flam had practically left this girl to fend for herself in the wilderness. Such a delightful aroma. As they passed the second-floor lobby, a savory scent wafted from the kitchen. Instantly, the elven girl's previously listless eyes sparkled with life. She stared blankly in the direction of the aroma, murmuring softly. Does it smell good? Do you want to eat it? Call me brother, and I'll take you to pilfer a piece after your bath. Onaikin. Chapter 30. The Banquet and the Voracious Elf Maiden observing Friarin and Oppos' expectant countenance, Shangguan Yu Kuden and Oppos' helped but chuckle. This elf was simply too endearing. Very well. I was merely jesting. Behold, the wardrobe contains attire of every conceivable size, along with an array of toiletries for ablutions. These are for cleansing. Shang Guanyu, with a hearty laugh, regarded the guileless friarin with burgeoning affection. Upon opening the chamber door, Shang Guanyu meticulously instructed friarin on the usage of the toiletries. Apart from Elena and Celia, even Flam had never encountered them. After all, the creation of these cleansing products stemmed both from habits cultivated in a previous existence and from personal usage. Have you committed it to memory? Yes, I have. Excellent. I shall summon Elena presently to assist you. I shall take my leave for now. Observing the naive elven maiden, Shang Guanyu emitted a soft chuckle. As he was about to depart, he noticed friarin clutching his hand tightly. Turning back, he beheld friarin wearing an expression of anticipation, even subconsciously licking her lips. Very well, I comprehend. I shall prepare it for you forthwith. However, ensure you cleanse yourself thoroughly. Yes. Senior brother. Previously, I harbored doubts, but now. Indeed, you are a pervert. Shang Guanyu. With a subtle twitch of his lips, Shang Guanyu regarded the red-haired elder sister before him, who was regarding him warily. Shang Guanyu was tempted to deliver a Sigma iron fist to the woman and Apos' face, allowing her to experience its might firsthand. But, teacher, could you assist you in changing my garments? I am rather cold. Observing the two individuals facing off, friarin, subtly shielding her budding chest, gazed at them with bewilderment before weakly inquiring. Heitai, lewd, shameless, elf Lilicon. Flam vehemently denounced the handsome man before her. Her eyes filled with contempt and a hint of mortified fury. How infuriating. This lady is so beautiful, with such a fantastic figure. And yet you don't even spare me a glance? My teacher is understandable, at least she's well endowed. But friarin? You truly are a perverted elf Lilicon. Come now, Flam. That's rather excessive, wouldn't you say? Shang Guanyu helplessly massaged his forehead. Well, with friarin's statement, he was truly in an impossible situation. He was now a pervert. Regardless of his true nature. I swear, I was merely observing friarin and Apos' attire. I felt that the child deserved a beautiful frock. Do you truly believe I would find that credible? Furthermore, you evidently harbor affection for this lass, friarin, do you not? Flam rolled her eyes at her senior brother, silently criticizing his lack of taste. Flam turned around. Bang. Ouch. Friarin clutched her slightly reddened forehead, looking at her teacher Flam with a grievance. Where is the vigilance I taught you? Had I not arrived promptly, you foolish girl would have been exposed. Flam glared at the silly elf. Her voice laced with exasperation, and tenderly caressed friarin and Apos' fair cheeks. Friarin allowed her teacher to stroke her. Her gaze fixated on the dongpa meat placed on the table by Shang Guanyu, her eyes radiating intense longing. Uffed. Very well. Remember in the future to be wary of strangers. Flam, amused by the sight, stroked friarin's silky hair, then reached out and retrieved a set of clothes hanging in the wardrobe. Elena, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle softly. She said in a gentle voice, Lady Flam, please leave these matters to me. I will assist friarin in cleansing herself thoroughly. Flam hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. Observing the abundance of toiletries, Flam naturally desired to sample them. Although she could use cleansing magic, no woman could resist a fragrant bath and fragrant toiletries. Very well, then I shall trouble you, Elena. Flam hesitated for a few moments, then nodded in agreement. Remember what your teacher said, do you hear me? Flam pinched friarin and Apos' cheeks again and smiled. Ugh, but you is a good person. He is not a good person. The food he makes is delicious. Friarin and Apos' eyes were filled with longing as she looked at Shang Guanyu. More delicious than teacher and Apos'. Flam and Apos' expression froze, then she rubbed friarin and Apos' face fiercely. You ungrateful little elf. You actually betrayed your teacher. You were won over by a pot of stewed meat. Ugh, yummy, yo, please stop rubbing my face, Lady Flam. Humph. Flam reluctantly released her hand, then got up and pulled Shang Guanyu, who was watching the show. She said in an annoyed tone, Get out. This is a girl and Apos' bath. Hey. Be gentle, I and Apos' just watching the fun. Watching what ghost? Perverted senior brother. Let an Apos' go? After Flam dragged the only male out of the room, Elena turned her attention back to the elf. But at some point, the white-haired elf had sneaked to the cabinet by the bed, picked up a piece of meat and took a bite. So delicious. Friarin and Apos' eyes lit up. Miss Friarin, Seeing this scene, Elena twitched her lips and hurriedly stopped the gluttonous little hand from reaching out. Please come with me. Ugh, I don't want to. This is what Lady Flam and Master have instructed. If you want to eat, please take a serious bath first. On the other side. Out of gentlemanly spirit of respecting ladies, Shangguan Yu did not care about Flam calling him a pervert. Of course, roast meat. Dompa meat and a glass of sparkling wine were also sent to Celia. Celia was naturally very satisfied with this. Celia, who originally had no pursuit of food, took the initiative to praise her for the first time, saying that choosing to live in her disciple and Apos' house was indeed a good choice. Okay, everyone. To celebrate the arrival of my dear teacher and Friarin, the night of delicious food begins now. After Shangguan Yu gave a food declaration with a smile. He also lifted the insulation cover of the entire dining table. One after another, exquisite Chinese delicacies appeared in front of everyone, including the rich and tight-eyed immortals crossing the sea, Buddha jumps over the wall and other high-end delicacies, as well as the roasted whole lamb with golden and oily fat that reflects the atmosphere of the mortal world, and the savory and fragrant spiced beef, combined with a special secret spicy sauce and seasonings. Even Friarin and Apos' eyes flashed with a trace of essence, and she swallowed subconsciously. Ugh, so fragrant. Flam took a bite, and the tight meat instantly burst with golden juice. Countless novel flavors exploded in Flam's mouth. For the first time, Flam, who was accustomed to living in the open air, wanted a home. Ugh. Friarin and Apos' little hands were quick, and her cheeks were like a bulging little hamster. Master said, eat as much as possible when you can eat enough. So delicious. Friarin gave her greatest evaluation. Delicious. In this era when jam and bread were rampant, obviously, no creature could resist the temptation of modern spices. Shangguan Yu nodded as he watched everyone who was completely immersed in the food, with a satisfied smile on his face. What is this fruit? Flam picked up the cut fruit platter and asked curiously. Oh, that's tomato and jugua, which has a certain beauty effect. Delicious. Several people did not ask Shangguan Yu where these strange materials and food came from. They did not look like common crops. But out of natural goodwill and a sense of home, Flam did not ask. Humph. This, of course, is cultivated within the Lord and Apos' domain, and such crops can only be found in the imperial capital. It is worth mentioning that those nobles once went to great lengths to ingratiate themselves with the master. Upon noticing Shangguan Yu's nod, Elena proudly recounted the affairs of her esteemed master. Those detestable wealthy individuals. Fulilian glared at Shangguan Yu, speaking with a hint of resentment. Isn't it you who chose not to accept it? What does that have to do with me? Shangguan Yu shot her a glance, reflecting on how, in the original narrative, Fulilian appeared to be cunning and astute. Yet, in reality, she had rejected the king's rewards for the sake of so-called honor and ideals. Having witnessed the true nature of the nobility, Fulilian naturally regretted her decision, wishing she could eliminate these treacherous kin. However, her life experiences led her to choose compromise. Indeed. As Shangguan Yu stated, the lives of the common folk are merely a collection of numbers in the eyes of the upper class, utterly devoid of value. After several rounds of drinks, as none had utilized magic to mitigate the effects of alcohol, Fulilian, Celia, and Elena began to feel intoxicated. I shall first escort Fulilian and little Anna back to their chambers. Shangguan Yu shook her head, then turned her attention to the two who were vying for the last piece of sweet fruit. I am the elder sister. You must yield it to me. No. It seems I must resort to my charms. Kiss. 3. Chapter 31. Friarin yearns to be the elder sister. Anna was perplexed. Shangguan Yu chuckled as he gently tousled Anna and Apos' hair. Dinner has concluded. As a child, it and Apos' time for you to retire early. I am not a child. I am over 500 years old. I am your Wani-san. Friarin protested. We can discuss this later, or there will be no more delectable cuisine for you. Shangguan Yu teased. No. Friarin ultimately relented, obediently following Shangguan Yu back to her chamber. I have been expecting you. Come, my esteemed senior brother. A toast to a more exquisite world. After seeing Friarin and Anna off, the trio commenced their convivial revelry. Teacher, you mustn't and Apos, to employ your magic to cheat. Flammel, with flushed cheeks from the wine, playfully chided her mentor. Mere mortals. The night swiftly elapsed. Upon awakening, Shangguan Yu experienced a sensation of asphyxiation. What the? Who? He exclaimed, instinctively uttering an expletive. Rubbing his eyes, he was immediately seized by a chill. Just then, the golden-haired creature nestled in his embrace stirred, showing signs of waking. I am doomed. Could it be that I have transgressed with my teacher? Thankfully, it was a false alarm. Shang Guanyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, observing the blonde elf still draped upon him in flannel and Apos, leg nearly striking his face. He shook his head, concluding that he must have been inebriated the previous night, but nothing untoward had transpired. He surmised that Elena had departed early. After employing his magic to ascertain that his master remained chaste, Shang Guanyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had merely become overly joyous. Ugh. Celia slowly opened her drowsy eyes. Oh, good morning, teacher. Celia yawned, glancing around before nestling further into Shang Guanyu's embrace. Observing Celia drifting back to sleep, Shang Guanyu and Apos' lips twitched slightly. Are all elves so nonchalant? Gingerly extricating himself from Flammel and Apos' alabaster leg, Shang Guanyu gently cradled the petite Celia, turning her slightly and placing her perfect form upon the pristine, plush bed. He then delicately released her, covering her with a quilt. Stealthily, he stepped over Flammel. I dare not use my magic. Gazing upon the two masters slumbering soundly upon the bed, Shang Guanyu shook his head in resignation. He resolved to depart as swiftly as possible. Should he brazenly indulge in this moment, he would be utterly ruined upon Celia and Flammel and Apos' awakening. Not only would it be excruciatingly awkward, but he would likely be ejected by his teacher, given her temperament. After yawning his way to the washroom to cleanse himself, he espied Elena and Apos' bustling figure in the hall, preparing breakfast for everyone. Elena? What is for breakfast today? The dragon maid, clad in an apron, turned, regarding Shang Guanyu with surprise before smiling gently. Master, today we have soy milk and steamed buns. There was ample leftover meat from last night, so I used it to make the buns. I see. Are Friarin and Anna awake yet? Shang Guanyu nodded, glancing at the calendar beside the clock before inquiring softly. Lady Friarin and Miss Anna are still asleep, Master. Oh, and Master Celia and Flammel. They are likely still slumbering. Is there something amiss? Elena asked, her expression hesitant. Shang Guanyu raised an eyebrow in query. Nothing of consequence. Merely, some scions of noble families have heard of Master Celia's presence and desire to seek her tutelage and magic. Simply turn them away. Understood. After deftly flipping the open sign, Shang Guanyu proceeded to Friarin's chamber. Heh. Shang Guanyu shook his head in amusement upon discovering the unlocked door. Looking up, he beheld the white-haired elf sprawled across the expansive bed, her small head peeking out from beneath the covers, her disproportionately long legs splayed wide. Were the bed not so ample, Friarin would have tumbled onto the floor. Indeed, Friarin was an exceedingly restless sleeper. Huff. Snore. Huff. Approaching cautiously, Shang Guanyu chuckled at the sight of Friarin, eyes tightly shut, slumbering soundly. He then noticed the garments strewn about, including her undergarments. Wait. What? Shang Guanyu averted his gaze in embarrassment upon seeing the simple white cloth. He couldn't help but twitch at the sight of the slumbering Friarin. Friarin. You. Good morning. The white-haired elf stirred at Shang Guanyu and Apos' call, opening her eyes with some difficulty. She gazed blankly at the man before her. It is already 9 o'clock. It is time to rise. It felt akin to coaxing a daughter. Seeing the reluctant expression on Friarin's face, he chuckled. Ugh. Just 5 more minutes. Thwack. Ouch. That hurt. With a cry of pain, Friarin abruptly sat up, glancing around fiercely. What are you looking at? Get up. Shang Guanyu tapped Friarin's head affectionately. He realized he had misjudged her. The flat-chested elf was indeed swathed in a layer of cloth. Friarin was still quite young, even shorter than Celia, suggesting that she was still considered a child among elves. Ugh. Come, rise. After breakfast, I shall take you to the labyrinth to seek out magic. What say you? Shang Guanyu crouched slightly, unable to resist pinching Friarin and Apos' cheek. Wonderful. Friarin and Apos' eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing of the labyrinth. Clearly, elves possess their own peculiar predilections. Help me. A soft, delicate voice reached his ears. Shang Guanyu was shaken from his thoughts, noticing a small, alabaster hand tugging at his sleeve. Friarin, remember this. Intimate acts like dressing should never be performed with a member of the opposite gender. Do you understand? But you is a good person. Chapter 32, Series Anomaly. Magical cultivation. I am grateful to you. Shang Guanyu, observing the pitiable gaze of the elf, reluctantly opened the wardrobe and retrieved another set of attire suitable for Friarin, meticulously assisting her in donning everything. Observing Friarin restored to her usual demeanor, he felt a sense of accomplishment swell within him. Indeed, If only I could care for my teacher in such a manner. How delightful. By the way, Fulilian, what led you to believe I am a benevolent individual? After tidying up, Shangguanyu lightly wiped his brow, only then realizing something amiss. Fulilian seemed to have accepted him rather swiftly, didn't she? Although Fulilian's disposition is inherently this way, there is nothing particularly odd about it. Or is there? Fulilian, perplexed, turned her head, pondered for a couple of seconds, and then tilted her small head, uttering that, perhaps it is intuition. I sense that you is fond of me and harbors no malice towards me. Fulilian stroked her chin, then nodded earnestly, adding that her teacher would not deceive her. In essence, you are a kind soul. Shangguanyu was rendered speechless. Are all of you of the elven race this way? Judging individuals purely on intuition, Shangguanyu lamented helplessly. No wonder there are so few elves in this world. Even disregarding the demons who specialize in hunting elves. Their serene and gullible nature, coupled with their captivating appearance and flawless figures in this society that sanctions slavery, would inevitably lead to a tragic fate. At least the central continent is currently passable, owing to Ciri's presence. But during the ancient and mythical eras, the elven race. Why do you say such a thing? Fulilian gazed at the man before her with utter bewilderment. It is of no consequence. Do you remember what I said? I remember. After summoning Fulilian, Shangguanyu specifically called for Elena to oversee Fulilian's ablutions, then proceeded towards the hall, where Flam and Ciri immediately turned their gazes towards Shangguanyu. Oh, my busy senior brother, you are indeed a perverted elf enthusiast. Flam chuckled, covering her mouth. Her eyes tinged with jest. Has the wine addled your brain? Flam, are you seeking a spar with me? Shangguanyu glared at Flam, then pulled up a chair and sat naturally beside Ciri. Did Lady Ciri sleep comfortably last night? Shangguanyu could not resist teasing Ciri, who was dining with elegance. Not bad. Far more comfortable than the stone chair in my grand hall. Ciri responded indifferently, without raising her head. But the subtle blush on her pointed elven ears betrayed her less than tranquil mood. Hiki, senior brother, my teacher, and I may not be aware, but are you still oblivious? Flam flashed a knowing smile, and after speaking, she set down her utensils before either of them could react. I am sated. I have matters to attend to at the Palace Association, so I shall depart first. After exclaiming loudly, Flam decisively chose to flee. Hey, Flam. Observing Flam's meaningful smile, Shangguanyu could not help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Ciri and Imp, Appo's body tensed slightly, then she set down her utensils. Bring Anna and Fulilian over later. And you as well, you shall not depart until your cultivation is at least satisfactory to me. After speaking, Ciri vanished from the spot. Shangguanyu. The essence of magic is the boundless extension of imagination, and the birth of each mage is an invaluable occurrence. The surrounding birdsong and floral fragrance rendered Shangguanyu, who had been residing within the borders of the northern continent's empire, somewhat unaccustomed. He lazily yawned, as the place where his teacher resided was exceedingly warm. Several months prior, Shangguanyu had brought Anna and Fulilian to this location. His teacher, Ciri, was earnestly instructing the two, and both Anna and Fulilian far surpassed him in their magical aptitude. Fulilian, you are different from her. You and I are both elves, and our magical power will continuously accumulate over time. What you need to do is to make your magical perception, magical usage skills, and spellcasting speed faster and more concise. Then you need to exercise it day after day, year after year, endlessly. As for the learning of magical knowledge, it is not worth mentioning compared to the endless life of the elves. Although Ciri was quite displeased with the white-haired compatriot before her, she patiently and earnestly taught her. Now, temporarily cease the technique of suppressing magic and proceed with my training. No. Fulilian hesitated for a couple of seconds, then shook her head, stating faintly, my teacher told me to continue doing this throughout my life, and I can do it simultaneously. As you wish, go and cultivate freely with him. I have already taught you what I should teach. Ciri stared at Fulilian and Appo's unwavering eyes, then nodded. Teacher. Anna stood up happily, holding a burst of blue light, and proudly flaunted it towards Ciri. Magic, let the flower field bloom, along with little Anna's hopeful cry. A simple magic circle was constructed. The open space before her was transformed into a verdant meadow under a warm white light, and flowers of various colors emerged eagerly. In less than a minute, a standard acre of flower field was born. Not bad. Ciri nodded, acknowledging that being able to successfully construct and cast magic in such a short morning was indeed worthy of being called a genius. Let's go treasure hunting in the maze. How about it? Shangguanyu watched Ciri and Appo's earnest appearance, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. Then he turned around, lowered his head slightly, and gently stroked Friarin and Apos' small head. Asking softly, he felt that the young Friarin had suffered too much hardship with Flam, so she developed a habit of collecting. And he was in a good mood and wanted to see this famous scene. Okay. Upon hearing that they were going treasure hunting in the maze, Friarin immediately stood up, her eyes shining as she looked at Shang Guanyu, and even took the initiative to hold Shang Guanyu's big hand, looking impatient. Teacher. Then I will take Friarin to practice first. After greeting Siri, Shang Guanyu closed his eyes and cast a teleportation spell, and soon successfully found the entrance to a dungeon on the outskirts of Erstedt City. Buzz. In Friarin and Apos' surprised eyes, a huge magic circle was successfully constructed around the two, and as a beam of light soared into the sky, no one was standing where they had been. Chapter 33. Registration at the Adventurers Guild, Goblin Extermination Quest. The counter attendant and Apos' voice trembled with astonishment as she exclaimed, Red. A red talent, possessing the potential of a grand mage. Oh my goodness. Esteemed elf miss, your identity card has been successfully registered. May I inquire if you wish to become an adventurer? Taking a deep breath, the attendant quickly composed herself, smiling respectfully as she addressed Fulilian. Although the guild's motto is to treat customers as gods, maintaining a smile and stable emotions to provide excellent service to adventurers, those with the potential of a grand mage naturally commanded immense respect from the guild members. Fulilian? She nodded slightly, tilting her head to glance at the man before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips, clearly delighted. Truly, Fulilian, your talent is remarkable. Perhaps one day you might surpass my master, said Shang Guanyu with a gentle smile, noticing the little girl eager to praise him. Kiki, you should register too. Fulilian beamed, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy as she looked expectantly at Shang Guanyu. All right, he replied, nodding, and then turned to the counter attendant. I appreciate your assistance. It is our duty, sir. The onlookers, previously stunned, began to gaze at Fulilian with increasing fervor. After all, a grand mage's talent, if all goes well, could lead to becoming a true grand mage in just 6 to 7 years. Who would miss such an opportunity to connect with a powerful individual? As Shang Guanyu proceeded to register, the adventurers who had previously looked down upon Fulilian began to shamelessly approach her. This beautiful elf miss, you are the most enchanting girl I have encountered. Are you planning to undertake an adventure? A man with flowing red hair, sword slung across his back, flicked his bangs and gazed at Fulilian with a gentlemanly demeanor, seemingly sincere. She replied, turning her head slightly to assess him, then nodded. It seems mages are in need of forward fighters. I am a level 40 great swordsman. Would you like to team up? No, Fulilian retorted, taking a couple of steps back, her expression one of disdain. The man's demeanor stiffened. This person is quite strange, their soul is very filthy. Unbeknownst to him, elves possess a unique talent to sense souls, allowing them to discern a person's malice. A man who made Fulilian feel even slightly nauseated and uncomfortable could almost certainly be classified as exceedingly promiscuous. Pretty boy. How dare you approach a mere level 40 swordsman, trying to deceive that innocent elf? An older man with a beard couldn't help but laugh, obviously seeing through the young man's unclear intentions. I merely invited her to join a quest. The young man's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. The bearded man ignored him, stepping forward with a grin, bowing slightly to Fulilian. Esteemed elf miss, I invite you to join my adventuring party. The materials and items for the mages will be entrusted to you. What do you say? By the way, I'm a level 68 knight, and my team includes a level 65 great swordsman and a level 67 warrior. Clearly, the older man genuinely wished to recruit Fulilian, despite her current weakness. Being recognized for her high talent promised a bright future. The spark in his eyes indicated that even if Fulilian were to continually benefit from their resources, it would be worth it. After all, she was destined to be a grand mage. My apologies, good sir, you are indeed kind, but I already have teammates. Thus I must decline, Fulilian explained sincerely after a moment of hesitation, her expression earnest. Very well. Forgive the interruption. The older man sighed, accepting her response as he led his two companions back to the counter. Other adventurers remained undeterred, even attempting to entice the young elf with monetary offers. But Fulilian saw through their intentions and turned them down wisely. She sighed, longing for Shang Guanyu to return to her side, as she disliked the attention. Fulilian, it appears you are quite popular. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Fulilian and Apos' eyes lit up, and she turned to leap into Shang Guanyu and Apos' embrace. burying her small head in his abdomen. They are so frightening. Fulilian and Apos. S voice was tinged with a hint of grievance. Shangguan Yu chuckled as he gently stroked the back of the little elf's head, replying softly, "It's all right, Fulilian. Your beauty and exceptional talent draw admiration, which is why everyone is so enthusiastic and fond of you. Is that why you are too?" Fulilian lifted her head slightly, her eyes glimmering as she pouted in inquiry. "Of course not. Besides, you are still quite young and do not pique my interest," Shangguan Yu said, smiling as he tapped her forehead playfully. "I am not small. I am a mature young lady," she protested, puffing her cheeks adorably. "You are much younger than me. Let us go. We should accept the quest." Hand in hand, amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, they approached the circular counter at the front of the hall. "Greetings. Are you the esteemed Fulilian and Shangguan Yu?" A counter attendant smiled warmly at them, bowing slightly. "Yes, this is our identity card. Please assist us in accepting a quest," Shangguan Yu replied, nodding. The Adventurers Guild, being the institution he initially proposed, was under his control despite its appearance as a national entity. "Certainly. You are eligible for EB-level quests. The task list has been compiled for your selection." The attendant gazed at the adorably bewildered Fulilian with slight astonishment before addressing them respectfully. The magical screen displayed their identity details alongside numerous quest options. Adventurer, Fulilian class, Mage level, 0 active quests, none. Adventurer, U class, Swordsman level, 0 active quests, none. We shall accept the Goblin Extermination quest in the Labyrinth, as well as the B-level task of defeating the Hell Wolf, Shangguan Yu declared, his eyes catching the B-level Goblin Extermination quest, along with a Labyrinth and its boss-level extermination tasks. "Your quest has been accepted. May fortune favor your endeavors." The notification chimed. Shangguan Yu took both of their cards, leading Fulilian by the hand as they exited. The adventurers, witnessing the duo's acceptance of the B-level quest, merely smirked before returning to their own pursuits, realizing their hopes of inviting Fulilian had dwindled. Now focusing on their own endeavors. You are clearly a powerful mage. Why choose to be a swordsman?" Beholding the towering figure before her, Fulilian hesitated for a moment before voicing her bewilderment. From her perspective, the individual and Apos' magical power palpably exceeded her own, even surpassing that of her mentor, Flam, an undeniable sorcerer. "Indeed." He chuckled. "Every mage harbors a secret yearning for close-quarters combat. Besides, Fulilian, you are already an accomplished mage. Were I to choose another, we would lack a front line, leaving our safety compromised. Rest assured, I shall safeguard you." Presently, Shangguan Yu escorted Fulilian to a subterranean relic, frequently alluded to as an underground city or labyrinth. Situated in the northern reaches of the suburban forest, it served as a common spawning ground for fiends and, more enticingly, housed Fulilian's beloved wild treasure chests. Dirge of Hell. Tempestuous Roar. With placid composure, Fulilian raised her staff, completing the incantation under Shangguan Yu and Apos' watchful protection. Cataclysmic hellfire erupted from the earth, engulfing the goblin encampment in searing flames. Augmented by a tempestuous gale, it metamorphosed into a conflagrant storm, wreaking havoc upon the goblin settlement. "Well done, Fulilian. Now is the opportune moment to dispatch these riffraff while I eliminate the shaman." Shangguan Yu summoned a magical greatsword from the ether with a sweep of his right hand. Leaping forth, he cleaved a hulking goblin warrior in twain with a mighty blow. Turning back to Fulilian, he roared encouragement before bounding ahead toward the goblin shaman lurking in the rear. Inspired by Shangguan Yu's support, Fulilian evinced a glimmer of confidence, and with the vanguard secured, she decisively initiated her next spell, a tempestuous thunderstrike concealed within the firmament. A colossal violet array materialized under Fulilian's control, unleashing terrifying bolts of lightning upon the goblins attempting to approach. This is where it ends, goblins. Employing minuscule wind element magic, Shangguan Yu propelled himself like a high-velocity projectile, materializing before the goblin shaman in an instant. With a sardonic smirk, he fused his two magical swords into a single, gargantuan greatsword and, before the goblin shaman could register its terror, decapitated it with a swift stroke. Roar. Splurt. Congratulations. Extermination Task B, Goblin Menace, completed. Acquired experience points x 15,000. Your class has been upgraded to level 19. Obtain points x 5,000. Chapter 34, The Temptation of the Treasure Chest. How about it, Fulilian? My swordsmanship isn't too shabby, right? Quite impressive. Fulilian nodded, her enchanting eyes sparkling with newfound understanding. Her long-held beliefs shifted dramatically. Magic could indeed be wielded in close combat. With a dazzling magical sword and magical shield, there was no cumbersome preparation, and compared to ordinary swords, the resilience of the magical sword was unparalleled. As long as one and Amp, Appos, S magical power was robust and their conviction unwavering, it could cleave through anything. The magical shield also piqued Fulilian and Amp, Appos, S interest immensely. Alright, Fulilian. Let us discuss matters later. For now, let's open the treasure chests. With a grin, Shangguanyu, after over 40 years of magical training, was about to experience the allure of magic for the first time. This moment seemed to unlock a new realm for Fulilian. But the mention of treasure chests instantly captivated her attention. Treasure chests. She dashed forward, excitement lighting up her delicate elven features. Here we go, Fulilian. There are 5 chests in total. 2 are mimic chests, and the other 3 are B-grade chests. I'll open one, and the rest are yours. Seeing the glimmer of anticipation in Fulilian's eyes, Shangguanyu chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair before heading towards the chest on the right. Thank you. Fulilian quickly rubbed her hands together and approached the chest eagerly. As golden light erupted, Shangguanyu felt the thrill of opening a chest for the first time. However, upon discovering the meager contents, a pile of worthless junk, he couldn't help but grimace. It was merely a flammable stone, offering a feeble, fleeting light. Rubbish. Looking at the unremarkable crystal in his hand, he sighed in disappointment and continued rummaging through the contents. Monster Hunter Metal, Bronze Guardian Golem, Magic Crystal, X5. After a lengthy search, Shangguanyu finally focused on the scroll of speed enhancement in his grasp. Ding, ding. A clatter of items being handled caught his attention. He turned to see 2 packages that had already been neatly wrapped. A puzzled expression crossed his face. Fulilian, those items, they hold no value, do they? Not at all. Collecting them might prove useful someday. Fulilian puffed out her chest proudly, explaining with a hint of arrogance, besides, some items, after a century or millennia, might intrigue certain collectors among humans. Also, Lord Yu, are you truly not going to open the remaining 3? Fulilian gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Seeing her eager expression, Shangguanyu couldn't help but facepalm. Fulilian, I already mentioned they are mimic chests. However, even identification magic has a 1% error rate. As a seasoned mage, one must be meticulous. Fulilian insisted with a serious demeanor, which made Shangguanyu chuckle as he playfully pinched her cheek. My magic is not that rudimentary identification spell. It is a 100 guarantee that they are mimic chests. Do you understand? Please stop pinching my face, Fulilian pouted, allowing him to tease her while still defiantly gazing at him. But even precise magic can falter sometimes, and besides what? Shangguanyu was nearly in stitches, releasing her soft, squishy cheek. Besides, Lord Yu, you are a swordsman now. You should heed my advice. He couldn't help but smile at her stubbornness. All right, go ahead and open it. 5 seconds later, watching the petite figure ensnared by the mimic chest, he sighed in exasperation. Seriously, you foolish elf. How dark. How terrifying. Someone save me. Woe is me. What a troublesome predicament. Shangguanyu shook his head, finally understanding Fulilian's obsession with treasure chests. Please, do not strike my rear. It hurts. Fulilian's distressed voice echoed from within the mimic chest, the fiery sting on her backside flushing her cheeks crimson. What an odd sensation. Why do I feel like I might break? That's what you get for disobeying. I told you 100% it was a mimic chest. Reluctantly withdrawing his arm, Shangguanyu feigned anger. Ugh. But magic can sometimes. Be quiet. Oh. You are not permitted to open the remaining chests. He rolled his eyes, then seized Fulilian's slender waist, pulling her out. Please, let me speak. Don't pull me. If this continues, I'll be torn in 2. You don't understand. No one knows mimic chests better than I do. This is merely to lower their guard. Shangguanyu's lips curled into a smirk. Fulilian, protect your neck. Please, pull, push, pull, push. The mimic chest, overcome with nausea, promptly spat her out, leaving Fulilian, drenched in saliva, exclaiming, I'm saved. Relieved. Fulilian sat on the ground, destruction, thunder magic. With a flick of her wrist, as the incantation flowed from her lips, purple lightning instantly obliterated the mimic chest. While grateful for the opportunity it provided him to be close to Fulilian, he had no qualms about incinerating such a repulsive creature. Wait, there are still 2 unopened chests. Fulilian exclaimed anxiously, wrapping her arms around Shangguanyu's waist. Given her petite stature, she could only manage to hug him tightly. The softness of her embrace contrasted by a rather unpleasant odor. Release me, Fulilian. I told you they are mimic chests. No. Let go. No, despite her small frame. The combination of her pitiful and adorable expression left Shang Guanyu momentarily distracted. He imagined how his master, Celia, would look with such a face. Thump, thump. Suddenly, Shang Guanyu snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply before seriously pinching Fulilian and Amp. Oppo's cheek. Fulilian, that is a mimic chest. I have confirmed it 100%. Ugh. It seems I have no choice but to use the last resort my teacher taught me. Fulilian pouted slightly, then stepped back, tilting her body in a sweetly alluring manner. Seductive charm. My teacher said that men are creatures who adore such gestures from beautiful girls. All I need to do is. Seeing Shang Guanyu utterly entranced, Fulilian beamed with delight. My teacher didn't lie. Humph. The seduction tactic was a resounding success. Just as she turned to continue opening the treasure chests, a loud thud interrupted her. Ouch. That hurt. A success, my foot. With your completely flat physique. How could you possibly tempt me? With a touch of exasperation, Shang Guanyu cast a glare at the obtuse elf. A sharp rap on the head nearly brought tears to Fulilian and Oppo's eyes. In that case, Fulilian, Shang Guanyu proposed, how about we engage in a wager? A wager? Fulilian inquired, retreating a few steps, a plaintive expression on her face as she rubbed her head. We shall gamble on whether those two are indeed mimic chests. The loser must unconditionally accede to a request from the victor. Fulilian lapsed into contemplation, recalling the teachings of her mentor, Flam. Fulilian, as an elf, you are coveted not only by the demons, but also by numerous depraved nobles among humans who seek to capture elves in secret. This is because elves possess an almost flawless beauty, which can satiate their perverse desires. Therefore, exercise caution towards all males. In this regard, an elf and Amp, Oppo's intuition should prove more reliable than magical detection. And Amp, Oppo's, is you a pervert? And Amp, Oppo's, she mused. And Amp, Oppo's, but, And Amp, Oppo's. Fulilian shook her head, her gaze gradually acquiring a sagacious quality. Mimic chests can sometimes not be mimic chests, and magic can sometimes err. Therefore, my teacher is not invariably correct. After a few moments of astute deliberation, Fulilian resolved, I accept the wager. Very well, I agree to your terms. Heavens, it's so dark. How utterly terrifying. Is there no one to deliver me from this plight? Ah, such impenetrable darkness. Such utter dread. Observing the reappearance of the elven posterior and diminutive legs, Shang Guanyu could no longer suppress his mirth, erupting into uproarious laughter. Indeed, Fulilian, you are the quintessential simpleton elf. Shang Guanyu proclaimed amidst his mirth, as if casting aside the burdens of his past repressions. Inexplicably, within the brief span of months spent in Fulilian and Oppo's company, he had cultivated a profound affection for the endearing, snow-haired elf. What could account for this sentiment? It seemed as though Fulilian possessed an intrinsic enchantment, capable of assuaging the most deeply entrenched negative emotions. After 40 years of frenzied research, Shang Guanyu experienced, for the first time, a genuine sense of contentment. So dark. Woe is me. Deliver me, you. Deliver you? You possess the means to detonate the mimic from within. Nay, such an act would render my tresses crimped, you. Alas, such darkness. Such dread. Witnessing the continued fervent struggles of the diminutive legs, Shang Guanyu, though tempted to capture a compromising image for posterity, relented, given Fulilian's earnest display of endearing helplessness. Thus, he would intervene. Employing the familiar stratagem of pulling and pushing, the mimic once more emitted a nauseating retch, facilitating the release of the snow-haired elf. Ah, I am delivered. Gratitude, you. Fulilian exhaled a sigh of relief, then cast a plaintive gaze upon Shang Guanyu. Would you be so kind as to cleanse my tresses? They are coated in a viscous, repugnant substance. Turnabout. Shang Guanyu, his countenance illuminated by amusement, yet his tone tinged with a hint of disdain, retrieved a tissue from his pocket and commenced the task with meticulous care. The elven hair possessed a delicate softness, exhibiting remarkable straightness and definition. With gentle strokes along the ends of Fulilian and Oppo's flowing locks, the offensive viscous residue was effectively removed. After a cursory cleansing, Shang Guanyu remarked, with a touch of impatience, there remains another mimic. Do you persist in your wager? You, I am not yet defeated. Fulilian declared with newfound assurance. The third time is the charm, surely? Fortune cannot forever forsake a gambler. Shang Guanyu sighed, then languidly raised his palm. A potent surge of magical energy emanated forth, instantly seizing Fulilian's attention. Gazing upon the more refined magical will in Shang Guanyu and Amp, Oppo's grasp, an improvement over its iteration from decades past, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, This, a hitherto unseen enchantment, with the 5 elements wheel of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as its nucleus. The external perimeters incorporated the elements of wind and lightning, rotating in a clockwork fashion. Elemental magic, steadfast as bedrock. The elemental runes for earth, metal, and water within the wheel ignited in unison. Before Friarin and Amp, Apos' inquisitive gaze, an ethereal, amethystine apparition, reminiscent of a colossal mountain, arose from the earth, erecting an impervious barrier around Friarin. In an era when defensive magic was not yet ubiquitous, such protective spells naturally aroused Friarin's curiosity. Elemental magic, you say? How wondrous! A cerulean glimmer danced within Friarin's eyes as she endeavored to decipher the protective magic enveloping her. Enough dilly-dallying. Hasten to open the chest. Or does fear grip you, Friarin? Ah, the chest. In due time. Might I implore you, to impart this enchantment to me? Friarin inquired, her eyes sparkling with guile. Perhaps. Rejoice. The chest? I am coming for you. Friarin's countenance brightened instantaneously, her spirit soaring. She skipped towards the chest, her demeanor that of a covetous sprite. Yet, mere moments later, roar. The chest, its lock recently disengaged, sprouted fangs and claws, lunging at Friarin with rapacious intent. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal reverberated. Ow wow. The mimic emitted a pained wail as the colossal, ochre-hued phantom of rock manifested, enveloping Friarin in its protective embrace. Why? Why is it still a mimic? The smile that had graced her face faltered, then hardened into a mask of disbelief. Her limbs faltered, and she sank to her knees, muttering in disbelief. Like a fish devoid of water. There was indeed a treasure chest, but it had yielded 3 mimics. Hark, Friarin, what ails you? Retaliate. The mimic seeks to flee. Shangguan Yu exclaimed, exasperated. As Friarin stood transfixed, the mimic, howling in agony, had shattered several of its teeth against the unyielding barrier. The sheer fortitude of the magic had instilled terror in the heart of the monster. In Shangguan Yu and Apos' estimation, the potency of elemental magic generally ranged from C to B grade, in the hands of a typical mage. The steadfast as bedrock spell would likely withstand the impact of a mid-sized automobile. The spell in Apos' classification denoted its difficulty, not necessarily its inherent power. However, Shangguan Yu and Apos' accumulation of magical energy over 4 decades had amplified the simple B-grade spell to rival the potency of an S-grade incantation. Thus, the ostensibly unidirectional defensive spell had shattered the mimic's teeth. Sensing the potent magical energy, the mimic had attempted to flee. Shangguan Yu was astounded, then his expression darkened. He, a grand magus, and Friarin, a great mage from millennia hence, were on the verge of allowing a B-grade mimic to escape. Disgraceful. Unacceptable. Foolish Friarin. What is the meaning of this? The mimic is escaping. Seeing Friarin and Amp, Apos' in action, Shangguan Yu and Amp, Apos' patience snapped. He roared in fury, jolting Friarin back to reality. Foolish? Who is foolish? Friarin queried, glancing about in confusion. Spotting the chest with legs, her eyes widened in astonishment. The mimic has grown legs and is fleeing? Her lips parted slightly, and she instinctively raised her staff, unleashing a magical detonation upon the fleeing mimic. Ah! A truncated shriek resounded as the mimic was engulfed in Friarin's explosive force. Sizzle! The charred mimic, flipped onto its carapace, bore a gaping wound, and gradually dissolved into wisps of black smoke. Fortunately, intervention was averted. To require my intervention against a mere mimic would have been a grave humiliation. Shangguan Yu dabbed at his brow, feigning relief, then turned to Friarin with a helpless expression. Now, perhaps you are convinced? I forewarned you that it was a mimic. It is merely that my fortune is ill-starred. Friarin retorted, albeit with diminished conviction. Very well. But, Friarin, have you forgotten our wager? Shangguan Yu inquired, his amusement evident. He approached with a gentle smile, then playfully pinched Friarin's fair cheek, kneading it vigorously. Cease this torment. Friarin protested, but Shangguan Yu, seeking an outlet for his pent-up emotions, persisted. Recalling the events of his previous life, he had found the situation amusing and endearing, but now, as Friarin's guardian, he understood the extent of the mushroom's exasperation. After sufficient kneading, Shangguan Yu reluctantly released Friarin's cheek. Then, as a disciple of the court and Amp, Apos' foremost Grand Magus, Friarin, you will not renege on our accord, will you? Nay, even if the demands are excessive? Observing the adorably naive expression on Fulilian's face, Shangguan Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at the wicked thoughts that flickered in his mind. After a brief moment of contemplation, He proposed, "Very well, Fulilian. I would like you to collaborate with me on magical research in the future, sharing our knowledge." How does that sound? Is that all? You could teach me your spells as well, Kuden and Amp. Oppos. To you? Fulilian inquired with curiosity. Of course, but you must earn it through your own efforts. Magic that comes too easily is rarely valued, don't you agree? Shangguan Yu smiled gently, for he recognized that Fulilian's true worth lay not merely in her endearingly innocent appearance, but rather in her extraordinary analytical prowess, rivaling even that of Celia. Agreed, Fulilian replied without hesitation, nodding earnestly. It and Oppos, S.A. deal. Then let us prepare to confront the pack of magical wolves. As Shangguan Yu witnessed Fulilian falling effortlessly under his persuasion, a subtle smile crept upon his lips. My apologies, Zymer, but the realms of mortals and immortals are distinct. Your existence is destined to bring sorrow to Fulilian. When the time comes, I shall compensate you with a true holy sword. Chapter 36. Subjugation complete. The Wisdom Goddess's Bond. Elemental Magic. Storm's Fury. Subsequently, Friarin's elemental disc rotated rapidly, unleashing a terrifying thunderstorm laced with lightning, striking directly into a conspicuously constructed cavern. A mournful howl echoed from within. You never cease to amaze, Friarin. To achieve such mastery with runic magic on your first attempt, Shangguan Yu exclaimed, observing the elven maiden as she brandished her staff, summoning successive bolts of lightning. Before long, the wolf howls diminished into silence. Friarin turned, stowing her elemental disc with a bashful smile. She reveled in the sensation of Shangguan Yu and Amp, Oppos, S praise for her magic. Witnessing the elf and Amp, Oppos, S sudden, radiant smile, Shangguan Yu was momentarily captivated. He grasped why this seemingly mundane anime could enthrall so many. The true allure lay not in comedic plot lines, but in the glimpse of ethereal brilliance amidst the struggles of the mundane world. There was the southern hero and Oppos, S selfless devotion, aspiring not for personal glory, but for the assurance of its eventual attainment. There was Himmel and Oppos, S unwavering courage and optimism, defying fate despite lacking divine selection. And then, there was the aloof yet profoundly kind and restorative elf. They were, without exception, exceptional individuals. You? Friarin tilted her head, gently waving her delicate hand to rouse the entranced man. Oh, what is it? Shangguan Yu responded, snapping out of his reverie and instinctively addressing the elven maiden. I've mastered the elemental magic, and I discovered another spell within the chest. Friarin beamed, brandishing her staff as magical ripples emanated outward. Spirits concealed within the flora. Dance. As Friarin chanted, a verdant aura enveloped the surroundings. Soon, blossoms concealed within the undergrowth rapidly unfurled. Pop, pop. The spell to animate the flower spirits. Friarin proudly gestured towards the sprites frolicking upon the stones. Bravo. Truly remarkable, Friarin. Shangguan Yu applauded, his gaze filled with affection. Friarin finally offered a smile of contentment, as if the prior indignity of being devoured by a mimic had been entirely expunged. So, this is the treasure concealed by the dire wolves? Aside from some skeletal remains, there isn't even a single copper coin. However, if it provided Friarin with a new spell, then the endeavor was not in vain. Shangguan Yu affectionately stroked the maiden's head, saying, My adventurer's card indicates that I've reached level 25. There are 2 class-specific reward packages available for collection. Friarin exclaimed excitedly. Oh, those are provisions established by the Adventurers Guild to aid adventurers. For every 10 levels attained, a skill scroll pertaining to your class is awarded. This continues until level 30. Shangguan Yu elucidated. I see. So what spells are they? At levels 10 and 20, you'll receive Mana Burst and Hellfire, respectively. At level 30, you'll acquire one of my A-rank elemental spells, Storm Descent, Shangguan Yu explained. The allure of these 3 spells was immensely appealing to the common folk. By simply completing adventurer advancement quests, they could obtain these spells for free. This fostered goodwill towards the Adventurers Guild in many nations, while not exceptionally potent spells. In an era where magic was monopolized by the aristocracy, the Adventurers Guild possessed a level of influence surpassing even the royal families. Including other classes, such as archers, swordsmen, and knights, 2 basic skills and 1 A-rank skill would be prepared. Therefore, the Adventurer and Amp, Oppos, S Guild was currently receiving a more enthusiastic response than the Mages and Amp, Oppos, Association. I see. So, leveling up in this manner does indeed entail labor. Well, these 2 spells are a worthwhile reward. Let's go, Friarin. Guild points can be used to directly exchange for copper coins, or to purchase items and magical artifacts that you desire. Shang Wanyu approached, placing his arm around Friaren's head. Oh, can I exchange them for magical artifacts and grimoires? How wonderful. Friaren nodded. Friaren, look ahead. Shang Wanyu smiled, drawing the elven maiden closer. You? Friaren asked, her expression quizzical. Shang Wanyu and Apos' face twitched slightly. What sentence? Where is the punishment? Besides, Friaren was already several hundred years old. She belongs to the elven race and is nearly 600 years old, so she is a legal lowly. So, Aqua, you encountered Kazuma again? Elsewhere, the blue-haired Aqua yawned, casting a disdainful glance at the feigning sleep Kazuma beside her. Humph, you think you can get away with swindling this goddess? I initially intended to prevent Kazuma from dragging me down to the lower world. However, after descending, the magical formula malfunctioned. It was originally a summoning ritual, but it transformed into a one-sided summoning spell with me as the target and Kazuma as the bound individual. Shang Wanyu suddenly erupted in laughter, drawing a puzzled expression from Friaren. You? Is something amiss? No, it's just that I recalled something amusing. Shang Wanyu stifled his laughter as he perused the lively messages in the chat group. Too funny, Aqua. It seems you Haven and Amp, Apos, let Kazuma off the hook either. Righteous Archmage, actually. Aqua, if you were to simply refrain from meddling with Kazuma for a few months, he might very well be capable of vanquishing the Demon King single-handedly. Goddess of Wisdom, preposterous. With his disastrous attributes? Never. Alas, Aqua. You have forfeited the only expedient route back to the celestial realm. Observing the fervent exchange of messages within the group, Shang Wanyu offered a gentle smile, then clasped Friaren's delicate, alabaster hand, intending to submit the commission task. Compared to the amusing antics of the abominable Kazuma, he harbored a certain yearning for the fragrant, tender presence of his mentor, Siri. Let's go, Friaren. After delivering the task, we shall indulge in a sumptuous feast. MMM. Friaren's eyes sparkled with delight, and she nestled closely beside Shang Wanyu, involuntarily licking her lips, resembling a charmingly gluttonous kitten. Subsequent to Shang Wanyu's departure, the group's activity intensified further. Feeble Beastmaster, haha. It and Amp, Apos, best not to provoke Aqua any further. She and Amp, Apos, already quite pitiable. Golden-haired perverted knight, you could always seek me out. Golden-haired perverted knight, and righteous Archmage, weren't you planning to visit our world? Sigh. Darkness gazed at the scrolling messages on the screen with moist eyes. Goddess of Wisdom. What? I am a deity. What is the meaning of your tone? Siahi, alas, it's all right, Aqua. Since you are a goddess with infinite longevity, you can accumulate points to explore our world. Wouldn't that be far more enjoyable than being a deity? Siahi regarded the group messages with a hint of compassion. Although her own experiences were quite tragic compared to Aqua, the poor child, her wisdom has apparently ossified, incapable of further growth. Chapter 37. Bountiful Remuneration Greetings. Counter 7. Task handover complete. Acknowledged. The counter attendant received 2 adventurer identification cards from Shang Wanyu. After verifying their authenticity, she promptly dispatched someone to conduct further validation. Friaren, let and Apos take a seat in the reception area. Shang Wanyu understood that the verification process would take some time. After all, smartphones and computers were non-existent in this era. The magical verification system, built around the Tavern Laboratory and Apos' mainframe, was only capable of simple detection, calculation, and verification. It could be considered a magical computer? After ordering a margarita and a raspberry yogurt, Shang Wanyu led Friaren to the reception area. Despite the simple wooden tables and chairs, Shang Wanyu's exceptional service had attracted many inebriated adventurers to this area. As he gently guided Friaren to her seat, a sense of tranquility washed over them. Is it palatable? Shang Wanyu inquired with a playful tone, supporting his chin with his hand as he watched Friaren eagerly savor the yogurt. It's delectable. Friaren nodded earnestly, the sweet and tangy flavor of the dessert causing the elven maiden to squint her eyes contentedly. How proficient have you become with elemental magic? Well, I currently only know basic single attribute spells. My original magic required a staff for guidance. Elemental magic allows me to bypass incantations and channeling, which is quite convenient. Friaren spoke with great enthusiasm when discussing magic. Although her talent was not lacking, adapting to a different casting method and system would take time. However, for an elf, time was an insignificant commodity when it came to memorization. Simple E to D grade spells could be constructed by merely stacking single attribute runes. Not only did their casting not require a staff, but they were also instantaneous. For Friarin, rune magic was both incredibly appealing and practical. Indeed, however, both types of magic are quite efficacious. In the realm of magic, elves and humans possess the most exceptional talent, far surpassing even the demon race, who are born with magic. Shangguan nodded with a smile. His rune magic, created by combining his past life's programming concepts with magical power, held infinite possibilities. Sir, your commission fee is ready for settlement. A melodious voice interrupted their conversation. Shangguan finished his drink and said, "Let's go, Friarin. After settling the account, we can purchase some ingredients." 2 B-level commissions yielded approximately 300 silver coins, a sum that would suffice for an ordinary person's living expenses for decades. However, considering Friarin's absent-mindedness and peculiar spending habits, Shangguan only gave her 100 silver coins to prevent her from impulsively buying useless magical artifacts. Fresh lettuce, large and tender lettuce, fresh earth-boar meat, selling cheap, only 300 copper coins per pound. Specialty from the Northern Highlands, snowfield dragon beef, first come, first served. Friarin's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of longing as she gazed at the dazzling array of goods. In the past, she had been indifferent to food, content with merely satiating her hunger. This was evident from her ability to live in seclusion in the forest for thousands of years in the original storyline. However, after her young elven tongue had been exposed to the flavors of modern industrial essences, she no longer desired ambrosia and wild fruits. She craved grilled steak. Thus, she began to playfully tug at Shangguan hand. Sensing the playful hand in his, Shangguan lowered his gaze to meet Friarin's eyes. "Want to eat steak?" Friarin and Apos' fair face flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, expressing her desire in a voice barely louder than a whisper. What malicious intent could Friarin possibly have? She simply wanted to eat steak. Shangguan chuckled softly, then led Friarin to the meat vendor's stall. "Boss, how much for the whole hog?" The vendor's eyes lit up instantly. "Oh, young man, are you planning to make a nice meal for your girlfriend? Since you're young, I and Apos, LL give you a discount. I and Apos, LL sell you the whole earth boar for only 2 silver coins. Hey, boss, do you take me for a fool? If that and Apos, that's the case, I'd rather buy snowfield dragon beef from next door." Shangguan rolled his eyes. "So, you're trying to take advantage of my youth, huh?" Oh, young man. If you want the whole snowfield dragon beef, I and Apos, LL sell it to you for 17 silver coins. The beef vendor and Apos' eyes brightened upon hearing this. Snowfield dragon beef was extremely rare and was typically transported and acquired through the Adventurers Guild and merchant associations, making it particularly expensive. A whole head would cost around 20 silver coins. This price was naturally acceptable to Shangguan. Of course, he could personally hunt these magical beasts, but it would require some effort. Hey, how about 1 silver coin and 4,000 copper coins? Is that acceptable?" The vendor's expression changed, and he hurriedly spoke, fearing that his business would be snatched away. "All right, Friarin, pay him." Oh, the white-haired elf was reluctant, as it was money she had worked hard to earn. "Hey, then you go buy the beef, and I'll buy the earth boar?" Shangguan chuckled as he pinched Friarin's twin tails. This girl was not only a miser, but also a clever little imp. Free-loading, free eating, and free everything, huh? Shangguan chuckled softly before proceeding to purchase an entire snowfield dragon beef, using his magic to levitate it in midair. Friarin finished paying and they arrived at Ciri's residence. Only young Anna was practicing her magic. "Master." Anna sensed the powerful magic of the two and turned around, happily rushing towards Shangguan. Her soft, petite body rubbed against Shangguan body. "Ayo, little Anna, how was your studies today?" Shangguan happily lifted the little girl high in the air and spun her around before gently patting her head and asking with concern. He had originally intended to teach Anna himself, as she was the result of a demon-human experiment. Anna was gentle and well-behaved, so he naturally adored her. However, is proud. Sundra Elf had taken an interest, so he let her teach instead. In any case, it didn't matter who taught her, as Anna's magical talent was indeed remarkable. "Kiki, today, I learned Master's elemental magic." Anna happily hugged Shangguan arm. After several months of interaction, as well as Shangguan occasional feeding and teaching, little Anna had become increasingly attached to him, thanks in no small part to the allure of delicious food. "Where is Ciri?" Shangguan asked as he held little Anna and walked towards the small wooden house where they lived. Ciri seems to have gone back. After teaching magic, Ciri, poof, disappeared. Chapter 38. Flam's Letter. A late-night visit. Upon hearing Anna's response, Shangguan nodded. surmising that she had utilized his teleportation magic, though her destination remained unclear. Very well, little Anna, your brother has prepared a feast for everyone today. Well, meat. Childish, Fulilian muttered, casting a disdainful glance at the two before silently trailing behind. Soon, after hours of grilling and Zongman Yu's meticulous seasoning, a delectable barbecue banquet was arrayed upon the table. Here, Fulilian, your favorite grilled ribs. With a wave of Zongman Yu's hand, several succulent ribs, glistening with a golden sheen, materialized upon Fulilian's plate, forming a generous stack of 6 or 7 layers. And for Anna, children should eat in moderation. Yay, I'll dig in. Fulilian promptly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, initiating the gluttonous feast. Quite lively. A cool, aloof voice echoed from behind. Zongman Yu smiled faintly, snapping his fingers to conjure a chair. I was beginning to think you wouldn't return today, teacher. Siri nodded approvingly, settling into the seat beside Zongman Yu. Why wouldn't I? Ever since you devised teleportation magic, journeys have become far less tedious for me. It's pleasant to occasionally venture elsewhere. Siri paused to savor a bite of the exquisite beef before adding, Oh, and this is a letter Flam wrote for you. With a delicate gesture, Siri summoned a sealed envelope from thin air, which then floated towards Zongman Yu. Oh, a letter from Flam? Intrigued, Zongman Yu accepted the letter and began to read. Dearest senior brother, it has been several months since our last encounter. Within this brief span, the border, where a truce was being negotiated, has been plunged back into war by a surprise attack from the demonic horde. Peculiar, wounded amp, oppose, do you agree? Yet, for the devious demons, such behavior is hardly surprising, as deception is their forte. With the resurgence of conflict, I, as the chief court magician, am compelled to serve at the front lines. During the war against the demons, I have gleaned intelligence that they are purportedly seeking an ultimate weapon. If my conjecture is accurate, it is the very girl you brought back. To this end, the demons have expended considerable resources, forcibly breaching the Northern Highland defense and even abducting human nobles to interrogate them about Anna's whereabouts. I suspect this girl possesses immense strategic value to the demons. Please safeguard her. Furthermore, I have unearthed a startling revelation through your magical assistance, which I have yet to share with anyone. The demons have dispatched a multitude of covert spies to track your movements. Please exercise utmost caution. The reason? Teacher should be aware. Alas, I should have heeded your advice, senior brother, and relinquished this tiresome position. After the war concludes, remember to treat me to drinks. Flam, the demons are seeking Anna? Zongman Yu muttered, shaking his head. As long as the old codger is safe, they likely won't discover much. Besides, the demon's information is flawed. That old codger is so ruthless that he even deceives himself. He understood the pursuit of Anna, a demon capable of perfectly integrating with a human body. Possessing both formidable demonic magical talent and the majority of human virtues, she held extraordinary significance for the current Demon King. The Demon King's ultimate aspiration was, in fact, to foster coexistence between demons and humans. Though seemingly bizarre, this was indeed the Demon King and Oppos's ambition. However, he disgustingly resorted to slaughtering countless humans and razing towns, treating war as a series of experiments. This so-called coexistence was far from the harmonious ideal envisioned by humans, instead resembling a more repulsive form of domination. After all, every demon was arrogant and conceited, let alone the Demon King. How could he possibly hold humans in high regard? Human and demon equality? A pipe dream. Reflecting on the note's contents, Zongman Yu harbored disdain, yet a profound sense of vigilance arose towards this enigmatic Demon King. After the meal, reclining in bed, he perused the group chat, yet found himself disinclined to participate. The Demon King? Defeated by Himmel's hero party? That's too strange. In the original narrative, Siri depicted the Demon King as not only formidable, but also highly cunning. Humans and demons had warred for millennia, only for a 4-person party to defeat him. This seemed illogical. Thus, in the dead of night, gazing upon the slumbering white-haired elf and little Anna, he inhaled deeply and proceeded to his teacher's abode. As expected, Siri was engrossed in perusing magical tomes. Oh, why are you here in the middle of the night instead of resting? Siri inquired, a hint of amusement lacing her tone. Gently closing her book, a glint of cunning flickered in Siri and Oppos's eyes. Confounded, Siri. Tell your disciple to offer the delicious food to this goddess, and I shall bestow my blessing upon him. Siri, we are sisters, yet you hoard all the delicacies. Woe is me. XX. Hearing the wails of a certain goddess in her mind, Siri wore a self-satisfied smile. Clearing her throat lightly, Siri resumed her indifferent demeanor. Speak. Why have you come to me in the middle of the night? It's nothing much. Flam sent a letter stating that the demons have set their sights on Anna and me. I am unconcerned for myself, but I wish to inquire about the Demon King. Do you have any information, teacher? He cared little for the rest, but he possessed scant knowledge of the Demon King. With your current strength, you are no match for the Demon King. Demon King, if you lack the identity of a hero, you might not withstand a single blow. Siri raised an eyebrow, a trace of surprise in her eyes, as she offered a terse explanation, clearly advising her foolish disciple to avoid courting disaster. The Demon King's strength is comparable to yours? Humph, he is not worthy of comparison. Very well, come closer. Now that you are here, I shall reveal the truth of the world. Chapter 39. The Hero and the Demon King, the Deity and the Devil. The truth of the world? A sudden chill gripped Shangwan Yu's heart, and his expression gradually turned grave. Indeed, do you recall what I mentioned? Magic exists in the realm of imagination. Those devoid of imagination shall never earn the favor of magic. Syria languidly rested one hand on her head, her tone imbued with lethargy. Barefoot. She slowly directed her gaze towards the mural upon the stone wall, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Once more, Syria spoke softly. Surely you have noticed? Why is it that this world, or rather, this planet, comprises only these few locations? Yes. Otherworldly visitors. Yes. Ah? Shangwan Yu instinctively replied, but was soon taken aback, staring at Syria in astonishment. Syria's lips curled into a charming smile as she said casually, you needn't be anxious. In truth, otherworldly visitors are not unfamiliar to those of our caliber. Whenever the mortal realm faces the extreme darkness and malevolence of a demon king, the deities summon beings from other worlds to serve as heroes, restoring balance to the world. Thus, I am not surprised by your presence. Syria gazed into Shangwan Yu and Appo's eyes, speaking as if they were longtime friends. So, when did I reveal myself? After pondering for a few seconds, Shangwan Yu understood. Having become Syria and Appo's disciple and receiving her generous guidance, it was clear she had no reason to deceive him. I suppose I only discovered it recently? I have always thought your talent was a bit extraordinary. You must have traveled to other worlds, correct? Syria blinked, smiling at her apprentice below. She then gracefully descended, her delicate feet gliding over the polished marble floor. Faced with her exquisite visage and radiant smile so close, Shangwan Yu felt his heart skip a beat, stammering, Indeed, teacher, is it too close? Syria's sudden intimacy left him momentarily flustered. Their interactions had predominantly been as mere conversational partners and emotionless providers. Why retreat? Do you not harbor affection for me? Syria observed the boy's retreat with a wider smile, her neutral tone now laced with a hint of seduction, akin to a dangerous yet beautiful rose. Perhaps. Shangwan Yu awkwardly scratched his head. Syria was undeniably perfect. Her skin as pristine as fine jade, her figure impeccable, and beneath her soft golden locks lay a face brimming with allure and dominance. Indeed. You are still a boy, yet I find you quite endearing. Therefore, little boy, you must have guessed, regarding the goddess. Syria smiled coyly, her eyes shimmering with nostalgia. The goddess. Perhaps also an elf? Shangwan Yu nodded. In that ancient era of mythology, he could hardly conceive a race more divinely gifted than the elves. You were correct. In fact, at that time, with my prowess, I could have ascended to divinity. However, becoming a god seemed rather dull. I possess eternal life, immense strength, so why should I seek divinity? Syria tilted her head, jesting. That is a valid point. Becoming a god must entail considerable constraints, right? Shangwan Yu nodded, observing Syria's inviting hand, which he gently took. Accompany me for a stroll. We can converse as we walk. Syria smiled softly, turning her head to speak lightly. Very well. Under the veil of Syria's barrier, the seemingly frigid northern capital was alive with the songs of insects and birds, bathed in moonlight like snow, embodying a tranquil passage of time. Strolling beneath the radiant moonlight, Syria seemed to relax, shedding the imposing aura of a millennia-old sorceress and the strictness of a minor. She appeared as a novice elf, her left hand entwined with Shangwan Yu's, her right gently brushing against delicate flower buds as she spoke softly. The mundane world has its own set of rules, and the deities possess theirs. While becoming a deity grants immense power and eternal life, it also imposes limitations. I despise the sensation of being controlled by others. Thus you decline divinity? Shangwan Yu interjected thoughtfully. Yes, but not entirely. Deities are not easily attained. Firstly, I was engrossed in magical research and paid little attention. Secondly, the selection of deities during the final era of mythology was exceedingly brutal. I participated in the war, but withdrew after the pivotal battles. By the time the curtain fell, the selection of the goddess had concluded. Although it may seem regrettable, I remain indifferent. So that is the case. Therefore, you are acquainted with the goddess? Shang Guanyu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Hiki, we fought alongside each other, though I must admit she can be rather foolish. How dare you? I am not foolish. Snacks. Bring me snacks. As they traversed through the flower-laden forest, they reached a cliff. Since humanity and Apos' inception, they have been favored by the world and the deities. Initially, I held little interest in these frail beings. However, after several millennia, or was it merely a few hundred years? Regardless, a fleeting duration in my eyes. Humanity gradually surpassed beasts and magical creatures, ultimately forging a magnificent creation civilization. Do you understand why I deem humanity great? Syria gently released Shang Guanyu and Apos' arm and gazed into the distance from the cliff, where the magical capital, the Asades, the future headquarters of the Mage Association, stood not far away. Because civilization has birthed creations that even magic cannot construct, Shang Guanyu tentatively replied after a moment and Apos' reflection. Hearing his response, Syria and Apos' lips curled into a satisfied smile, her enthusiasm palpable. Indeed, I have stated that magic is a vital element of this world, yet humanity has crafted a civilization more resplendent than magic itself. This was my first genuine interest in humanity. After speaking, Syria sat gracefully at the cliff's edge, closing her eyes to relish the gentle evening breeze. Syria is truly enigmatic. Observing the proud yet relaxed elf, Shang Guanyu smiled faintly before taking a seat beside her. This revelation astonished and excited him as a combat enthusiast. He yearned for a worthy opponent, prompting him to engage with humanity and attempt to nurture them, albeit with limited success. Syria chuckled lightly. You are deceiving yourself. You care deeply for them, recalling each of their magical abilities, even within a span of 500 years. You remember their faces and the dreams each expressed in learning magic. Silence. Leave at once. Otherwise, you shall never taste the culinary delights crafted by Xiaoyu. Wah! How fierce you are. If you choose not to speak, then so be it. After banishing the unreliable goddess residing in her mind, the girl's sharp gaze gradually softened. With a gentle motion, a wildflower, rooted precariously on a cliff, appeared in Syria's hand. Though both the elves and the demon can seemingly possess greater strength than humans, I am acutely aware that the tides of time are shifting and the future will undoubtedly belong to humanity. Even if this notion seems distant, it is an undeniable truth. Despite the elves and demon kin and Apos' formidable innate talents, there are limitations they cannot transcend. A hint of a smile flickered in Syria's eyes. If anything were to ultimately bring about my demise, it would be a human magician. Furthermore, it would undoubtedly be a magician I have nurtured with my own hands. Chapter 40. Ciri's Future. Reward. How can this be? Lady Ciri, considering the magical knowledge you possess, I cannot fathom anyone in this world capable of ending you. Shang Guanyu remarked, shaking his head. Millennia of accumulated knowledge and boundless magical power ensure that if you were to seek escape, none could restrain you. You certainly have faith in me, Ciri chuckled. However, I am aware that day will inevitably arrive. Do you recall what Flam once said? A tender expression flickered in Ciri and Apos' eyes as she rose and gazed at Shang Guanyu. With a soft laugh, she continued. Flam's initial dream when learning magic was not for the sake of demons, nor for the sake of humans. She desired that everyone could wield the magic to cultivate fields of flowers. It sounds sickeningly sweet, doesn't it? Ciri plucked a flower, playfully mocking the sentiment. Yet her affection remained unconcealed. Flower field magic, eh? Perhaps such a world would be idyllic. Teacher, do you disapprove of such a world? Shang Guanyu nodded, refraining from further comment on Flam's aspiration, given his own origins as a transmigrator from a peaceful realm. He understood all too well that while the era of universal magic might dawn, peace would not come so easily. Why? He mused. Too many factors disrupt peace. Gods and demons are still at war, let alone this mere continent, which has remained divided for millennia. History has taught us that nations share no genuine bonds, only interests. Even within a single race, conflicts arise. Moreover, this continent is inhabited by more than just humans. Demons are demons, and no matter how much they learn, they remain heretics. Feeding on humans makes them our mortal enemies. Therefore, he dismissed the notion of world peace and coexistence with demons. However, a peaceful nation was indeed attainable, as demonstrated by China. Though not yet perfect, it undeniably offered a better existence for ordinary citizens than most other nations. I have never favored those who are overly placid or mediocre. Furthermore, I doubt Flam's ability to achieve such a thing, even if she leaves an indelible mark on the history of your kind. No, the entire world. So-called peace is unattainable, Siri declared, her centuries of experience granting her profound insight. She harbored expectations for civilization but found the concept of a peaceful world unimaginable. Do you know how elated I was when I sensed the otherworldly vibrations? Though time has dulled my edge, I yearn for a battle of equals. Do you understand? Siri suddenly turned, facing away from Shang Wanyu, her eyes burning with battle lust. In you, I may witness every life, every race, battling me with unwavering conviction. Perhaps even an entire civilization, communicating with me while simultaneously engaging in combat. Siri's formidable presence erupted, her golden hair dancing with magical energy, her gaze exuding dominance. I dislike the world of gods, and I detest the world of demons even more. Only a world where humans and demons coexist can pique my interest. The demons you worry about can be easily eradicated at my whim, as can the so-called Demon King. Siri spoke casually, her gaze piercing through the clouds, seemingly fixed upon the Demon King's fortress in the far north. The first-generation Demon King should be quite formidable, no? Shang Wanyu inquired, acknowledging Siri and Appo's intent while curious about the Demon King and Appo's strength. Just SOSO. The truth of the world is this. The Demon King is merely a pawn created to usurp the authority of gods in the world. And the gods are not as mighty as you imagine, Siri replied with a slight smile. Shang Wanyu nodded, finding it plausible. For instance, the goddess Aqua's combat prowess diminished significantly upon leaving the divine realm, even falling short of some humans and elves. So, demons are such beings? Shang Wanyu mused, forming a general understanding. Then, the heroes. Heroes are those favored by the world and the gods. To ordinary beings, the Demon King represents the pinnacle of power. But I am an exception. Their strength may not surpass that of the Demon King, but only those bearing the title of hero, apart from forces beyond this world, can vanquish the Demon King, Siri concluded, retracting her gaze and turning towards her abode. Now you understand why I believe the peace Flam envisioned is unattainable, and why I might be killed in the future, yes? Siri asked with a carefree demeanor, casually seizing Shang Wanyu's hand as they strolled towards her residence. I understand, Shang Wanyu affirmed. In such a world, one's fate was predetermined. Gods would not tolerate demons, nor would demons tolerate gods. Under the world's rules, their struggle would manifest as a battle between the Demon King and the hero. Humans and demons alike were merely pawns in the underlying game. Siri's power was too great. Even if the divine realm remained silent, perhaps even pleased, what of the future? With Siri guarding this world, what about those behind the demons? Would they allow a peak powerhouse who favored gods and humans, and who might become an enemy, to live? Clearly not. And most importantly, kill you? No one can accomplish that. I cannot imagine such a thing happening. I will become powerful enough to defeat everything, Lady Siri, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. He swiftly grasped why Siri believed her death was inevitable. She was not entirely righteous, yet she constantly restrained the demon's existence, never fully committing to either side. When the interests of both sides reached a critical juncture, sacrificing Siri would be the most logical course of action, a so-called plot kill. The human race, strangely, could serve as pawns for both gods and demons. Siri might be slain by humans, but the power behind it would certainly not be human. Siri abruptly halted, lowering her head. Huh? Shang Wanyu stared at the sudden stop, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes, followed by a bead of cold sweat. Crap. Is the old lady getting angry? Lower yourself, she instructed. Oh, okay. Responding instinctively, Shang Wanyu found himself face to face with Siri and Appo's exquisite features with a gentle tug. Then, damn. This. I'm being forcibly kissed? Siri reached out, encircling the boy's head, her nimble, rosy tongue aggressively prying open Shang Wanyu's bewildered jaw. It was her first time, her elven eyes filled with dominance and longing. Wait. Was he really being forcibly loved just like that? How hilarious. A domineering elf was kissing him. Moments later, Siri's lips curled into a slight smile, her pink tongue tracing her lips, her eyes carrying a hint of mischievousness and cunning. Not bad, little boy. I and Appo's am quite satisfied. This is your reward. I look forward to the day you defeat me. With those words, Siri vanished from the spot. Shang Wanyu. Crap, the prey was himself. Chapter 41. The Goddess in My Dreams? Compensation? Everything feels somewhat surreal. The luminous white moonlight in his hands made Shang Wanyu sense a tinge of unreality. It had been 40 years, Celia had bestowed upon him a kiss. Though 40 years seemed merely a fleeting moment for both, Shang Wanyu found it hard to believe. After staring blankly at the ceiling, his eyes gradually closed. From another world. From another world. I call upon you. Who? Shang Wanyu abruptly opened his eyes, springing up in alarm, scanning his surroundings. What is this? Wait, where am I? As he gazed upon the drifting white clouds and the hazy environment, confusion washed over him. Did Celia expel me while I was sleeping? No way. Just as Shang Wanyu's mind began to overload, a soft, melodic laughter echoed. Oh, how charming you are, young man. He swiftly turned around to see the mist gradually dissipating, revealing a grand golden hall. For massive altars emerged around him, and as the fog cleared completely, Shang Wanyu fixed his gaze ahead, his pupils narrowing. You. Who are you? Yes, I am the goddess you deem somewhat unreliable. Greetings. The goddess smiled. Unable to suppress her amusement at Shang Wanyu's astonished expression, with her flowing golden hair, pointed ears, and a pair of ethereal wings, she embodied the essence of divinity. Then, esteemed goddess, what brings you to me? After a moment of astonishment, Shang Wanyu regained his composure and regarded the goddess, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He always maintained defensive enchantments and soul protection spells, so the presence of this goddess. There's no need to feel so tense. I merely invoked certain rules of the world. Your soul remains untouched. Take a moment to feel your current form, the goddess said, gracefully landing as the gentle cadence of her voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, prompting one to instinctively listen and trust. Closing his eyes slightly to sense the magical energy, Shang Wanyu was taken aback. The magical perception expanded endlessly, surrounded by a profound starry sky and radiant constellations. This is the universe? No. Where exactly is this? This, of course, is the realm of the gods. Now do you believe? I merely attempted to connect with your spirit without drawing your soul into the divine realm, the goddess explained with a soft smile, eager to clarify any misunderstandings. In her eyes, the individual from an alternate world had always been vigilant and protective of their life since their birth into her former world. Strangely, it was only when Celia inquired about him that she realized an otherworldly hero had appeared in her domain. Yet, she had not perceived it. Cough, cough. Could it be that after deceiving Aqua? Oh no. I hope the enforcement team doesn't find out. Apologies to Aqua, but you'll have to bear the blame. The goddess sighed inwardly, then feigned a prayer for Aqua before reopening her eyes, confirming her thoughts. So, esteemed goddess, what is it that you seek from me? Shang Wanyu remained oblivious to the goddess's internal musings. After carefully assessing the situation, he felt a sense of ease. There was little he could do about his unease. After mentally greeting the dormant chat group, he took a deep breath, facing a true deity with calmness. It was not like the mindless novels he had read, where possessing a system made one invincible. If that were the case, what did it mean for the powerful beings across the multiverse? What of the gods who had triumphed through numerous trials and tribulations? Clearly, even systems and chat groups were not invincible against the will of a world deity. Especially since he was in her domain, humility would only serve him well. You can't blame me. She means you no harm. Otherwise, I would have whisked you away myself. I have principles. Silence. Let me first inquire about the information of the divine realm, you useless chat group. After retorting inwardly, Shang Wanyu's expression turned calm. The goddess's summoning indicated that she must have a request of him, or perhaps something she could not accomplish directly. Cough, cough. Excellent. Truly deserving of being an otherworldly hero. Your name is Shang Wanyu, correct? I apologize. It was Aqua's oversight that led to your reincarnation in this world. Furthermore, the goddess chuckled awkwardly, feeling a pang of conscience. Sorry, Aqua. Once more, you bear the blame. Shang Wanyu. What do you mean? He frowned. Aqua? Well, Aqua was originally responsible for your batch of reincarnations, but due to certain circumstances, you bypassed the goddess's reception and were directly reincarnated into a random alternate world. The goddess scratched her head sheepishly. Yes, because she was too lazy. She lumped this batch of reincarnations into one world, causing chaos in the divine realm's accounts, and then went down to rectify her losses. You happened to be the last she was responsible for. The goddess's voice faltered slightly. In truth, she was meant to oversee this young man's reincarnation, but... Cough, cough. In short, she had forgotten. Wait, huh. It seems you truly are Aqua's responsibility. The voice of the system spirit from the chat group echoed in Shangguan Yu's mind in surprise. Oh, aside from this, do you intend to compensate me? Shangguan Yu regarded the beautiful elven goddess with a hint of skepticism, sensing something peculiar. Indeed, however, it is truly hard to believe that you, without any external assistance, have reached the pinnacle of world-class mage standards through your own memory and resilience, even developing an elixir to extend life. The goddess sighed, a hint of wistfulness in her eyes, then sweetly smiled. Well, since the current external compensations may not be very beneficial to you, let me modify your compensation plan. By performing a goddess's ritual every 30 days. No, every 7 days, you will receive my blessings, and your magical research will be exempt from worldly constraints. How does that sound? Shangguan Yu, is this truly a stroke of good fortune? Chapter 42, The Goddess's Request. The dungeon cleansing quest for an ordinary person reborn into a fantasy world. The only path to survival is to endure, persist, and persevere, with an exceptional memory and understanding. He continuously sought ways to elevate himself using the resources at hand. Fortunately, Shangguan Yu was quite fortunate. Not only did he succeed, but he also received direct instruction from Celia, learning the art of magic under her tutelage. By the age of 18, he had ascended to the level of a third-tier magician in just 1 year. After passing Celia's assessment, he bid farewell to his mentor and set out to traverse the continent. At 25, he attained the rank of a second-tier magician, and by 28, he had reached the esteemed level of a first-tier magician. He participated in numerous battles against the demon race, and, in the same year, earned the title of Grand Mage of the Court through his intellect. Throughout his journey to becoming a first-tier magician, Shangguan Yu never ceased his research into potions, developing a myriad of peculiar concoctions. For instance, he created a potion that promoted hair growth, albeit with the side effect that hair would sprout from any area treated. He also formulated a potion that enhanced the body, allowing a typical third-tier magician to rival a fourth-tier warrior in physical prowess, with strength proportional to magical power. However, the drawbacks were apparent. It could only be used once and was effective solely for magicians below first-tier rank, while commoners experienced an unexpected side effect of baldness. Shangguan Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Well then, goddess, you must have other matters at hand? Otherwise, even compensation need not be so generous. Indeed, if we were contemporaries, there would be more than just Celia and myself among the divine. Of course, there is one more favor to ask of you. You can traverse to other worlds, correct? The goddess nodded knowingly, her expression filled with anticipation. Yes. What is it? Truly remarkable. There are actually 2 rather simple requests. First, I ask that you protect Aqua. The reasons are quite complex, and I shall explain in detail another time. As for the second matter, well, I will divulge it during the next ritual. How could we have agreed to delve into the 3rd layer of the dungeon together? Fulilian sat nearby with a placid demeanor, observing the slumbering man before her with discontent, her lips pouting slightly as she poked at him repeatedly. A bold idea sparked within her, and after prodding Shangguan Yu's cheek a few more times, her eyes lit up as if a new world had opened before her. Just as she prepared to continue her playful assault, a sudden thought interrupted her. Who? Upon abruptly awakening, a charming, round face greeted him. Despite her adorable twin tails, her expression bore an air of aloofness, creating an amusing contrast. Fulilian? What brings you to my room? Fulilian replied with a fixed gaze. What is with that look? By the way, what time is it? Noticing the exquisite small face before him, which was etched with displeasure, Shangguan Yu scratched his head in confusion and instinctively inquired, what time is it? Humph. Just look outside. Fulilian rolled her eyes slightly, stifling a yawn as she opened the window of the wooden cabin. Instantly, a rush of bright sunlight flooded the small room, prompting Shangguan Yu to instinctively shield his eyes. Is it already noon? My apologies, Fulilian. I must have overslept. Ahem, where is our teacher? And Anna? Lady Celia left with Anna. I'm not sure where they went. Perhaps they are off training? Despite Fulilian's distaste for her mentor, the time spent together had instilled a sense of comfort akin to home within her. I see. Fulilian fixed her gaze on him. I understand. After we finish our meal, I will take you to the 3rd layer of the dungeon. Under Fulilian's pressure, Shangguan Yu reluctantly led her to the town. After a rather unremarkable meal of roasted meat, the 2 returned to the Adventurers Guild to accept some quests. Adventurer, profession, swordsman level, 28 accepting quest, 2 Please assign us the dungeon clearing quest for the 3rd layer. Are you certain? The dungeon clearing quest is classified as an A-rank task. Your level barely meets the threshold for this quest's difficulty. The attendant at the counter inquired earnestly and with seriousness. While she found their rapid rise in adventurer levels impressive, she felt compelled to advise them once more out of concern for their safety. Look, it's those two. Wait. They VE reached nearly level 30 after just one quest? That's incredible. Cut it out. It's only natural for elves to level up quickly with a magician among them, right? Just admit that you're jealous of their elven companion. Exactly. The elves are no fools. They wouldn't take on a quest without a frontline fighter. That swordsman must be quite capable. Shangguan Yu cast a fleeting glance at the drunken adventurers, unfazed by their blatant gossip about him and Fulilian. After all, the glittering gold coins on the Adventurers Guild's ledger were the contributions of these very patrons. A few whispers wouldn't take a bite out of him. Humph. Shangguan Yu turned at the sound, realizing it was Fulilian who had made the noise. As an elf, she had, of course, overheard the comments. Being still quite young, Fulilian appreciated compliments, as every elf has a childlike side. Much like how, a millennium later, she would beam at the praise from the hero Shimmer for her magical collections. Or how Celia's apprentice, Fei Luan, mirrored her actions, prompting Fulilian to joyfully pat her head. Yes, please help us accept this quest. We assure you, our abilities are sufficient. Should we encounter an insurmountable task, I shall be the first to flee. Shangguan Yu suppressed a chuckle, turning to the attendant with earnestness. After all, they were nurtured by his own organization, and though they hadn't faced any overly dramatic obstacles, his approach had proven successful in this regard. Very well. I will process that for you. You have accepted the A-rank quest, Dungeon Cleansing of the Third Layer. Please be advised. Recent intelligence indicates potential dragon threats in the third layer. Wishing you prosperous adventures. Chapter 43. A Bountiful Harvest for Fulilian? The Chronicles of the Magical Swordsman. Hellfire Magic. Elemental Magic. Wrath of the Storm. Ding. Fulilian, your magic can still be compressed for use. Harness the wind to propel the fire. As he beheld the fiery tornado erupting behind him, Shangguan Yu marveled, then promptly reminded Fulilian of her casting, despite his gaze being affixed to their rear. The multitude of monsters within the labyrinth was overwhelming, comprising not only hordes of goblins, but also swarms of insect-like beasts, if not eradicated thoroughly. Given the breeding speed of these creatures, they would likely repopulate within a year. I understand, Fulilian nodded, her suppressed magic surging forth in an instant. Under the onslaught of her savage power, the storm accelerated its rotation, and the terrifying winds, compressed by magic, exhibited a formidable attraction. Coupled with the billowing hellfire, not only was the might amplified, but the damage was also quite exaggerated. Haha, behold the cartoon, Dancing Storm. Shangguan Yu chuckled as he surveyed the fearsome fire tornado. Roar. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed over them. Instinctively, Shangguan Yu leaped back to evade the unexpected assault. Looking up, he saw a colossal bear, standing 5 meters tall, its body adorned with purple magical runes, glaring at him with unbridled hatred. A magical crystal bear? Monster name, Magical Crystal Bear. Predicted level, LV 45. Traits, possesses partial rock element magic. Its body is incredibly tough. A bear, perhaps? It seemed. The wrathful gaze was not directed at me, but rather at you. Is this bear edible? Fulilian stretched and sauntered over to Shangguan Yu. In that moment, he comprehended the situation and turned to look. Indeed. Beside the goblin horde stood a massive cave, which was utterly vacant. They had set fire to its lair, and the cubs were likely reduced to ashes by the recent spell. Roar. The giant bear, eyes filled with fury, bellowed in anguish. Upon spotting Fulilian, it lost all reason and charged at the two. Do you need my assistance? Fulilian said eagerly, wishing to showcase her newly deciphered magic. Ding. A massive magical shield manifested in midair, forcefully slamming the leaping bear back down. Shangguan Yu, dwarfed by the bear's colossal form, braced himself against the magical crystal bear's assault. And a spark of battle fervor ignited within him. A melee spellcaster was indeed a viable path. Fulilian, why don't you search over there first? There should be plenty of treasure chests. I'll handle this bear. Shangguan Yu smirked. You really are a living demon, setting fire to its lair and scattering the cub's ashes. Yet still wish to dispatch the old bear and feast upon it. Oh, then I'll go open the treasure chests. Fulilian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she dashed away, only to halt abruptly after several meters. Can we eat this bear? Yes. Go ahead and open the treasure chests. I and Oppos, LL deal with it and find you afterward. All right. Make sure to get its paw. Roar. The magical crystal bear roared in fury, its eyes gleaming with scarlet rage. It had clearly comprehended their words. Minutes later, in a test of swordsmanship, Shang Guanyu chose not to employ magic, relying solely on his magical greatsword for a true man-to-beast brawl against the magical crystal bear. After a mournful howl, the bear's massive form collapsed, evidently the victor of this melee. Phew. Compared to mages, warriors indeed exert a greater effort. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Shang Guanyu gazed at the dying bear and shook his head. He then raised his magical great sword and pierced the bear's throat, granting it a swift end. Monsters differ from magical creatures. Even in death, their bodies do not dissipate into smoke. After severing the bear's paw and the succulent thigh, Shang Guanyu incinerated its remains. You, Kiki, I found something truly remarkable. Fulilian's voice rang out from behind. After teleporting away the bear's paw and leg, Shang Guanyu raised an eyebrow in intrigue. This silly little girl, she didn't get devoured by a treasure chest monster? Moments later, after a few leaps, Shang Guanyu reached the bottom of the 3rd level, where a hidden staircase appeared before him. However, he was puzzled to find that the passage did not descend or run parallel, but rather angled upwards. On either side of the entrance stood statues of goddesses. Clearly a hidden treasury discovered by Fulilian. Her delighted laughter echoed from within. Without hesitation, he traversed the lengthy passage, emerging into a vast, unfamiliar hall. In the center stood an ancient, circular stone statue, evidently a protective golem, though its magical crystal heart had dimmed, indicating it had been deactivated. Inside, strange murals adorned the walls. As Shang Guanyu passed the statue, he was unable to suppress a gasp as he beheld the entire scene before him. A massive, branch-like nest encircled them, surrounded by a dark expanse filled with an altar composed of magical flames, in a vast hollow resembling a bird and Apos' nest, all encircled by a glimmering ocean of gold. Indeed, it was a mountain of coins. I have an ominous feeling. Shang Guanyu furrowed his brow at the sight, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Come quickly. I found something that will absolutely astonish you. I know. I'm coming right away. Hearing Fulilian's voice, Shang Guanyu shook his head, letting go of his recollections as he ventured towards the mountain of riches. Look. 3 more treasure chests. Fulilian, clutching her magical tome, cheerfully rubbed it against her face. Bang! With a leap, Shang Guanyu arrived at the hiding spot of the treasure chests. You truly are impressive, Fulilian. Even locating such a secret treasury. Shang Guanyu marveled, having registered as an adventurer to relish the thrill of otherworldly adventures while training alongside Fulilian and Anna. He resolved to refrain from utilizing his powerful magic during their quests, opting instead to register as a swordsman. In one regard, he would accompany and protect the 2 young girls while simultaneously enhancing his physical prowess and addressing his melee deficiencies. In another, he would enjoy the tangible delights of adventure in this new world. Why not indulge in both? Compared to his master, Celia, he certainly knew how to enjoy himself. I just opened 2 treasure chests and found 2 magical tomes. Fulilian declared triumphantly, holding the 2 books high. Oh, you found magical tomes? Shang Guanyu gazed in astonishment at the 2 volumes. One is a spell to swat away mosquitoes, classified as a curse, and the other allows flames to explode. Is that so? Sounds quite impressive. What else did you find? The rest are some magical crystals, materials for crafting wands. But they're of little use due to their sheer quantity. Fulilian picked up a bottle filled with the crystals, reluctantly caressing it before setting it down. There is still 1 chest left. It's for you, after all, since you defeated most of the powerful monsters. Fulilian placed the magical crystals down, her tone tinged with reluctance. Really? Truly. Fulilian nodded gently, slightly turning her face to the side. Observing Fulilian and Apos' contradictory demeanor, Shang Guanyu couldn't and Apos' help but chuckle and shake his head. All right, Fulilian, I have entrusted all the treasure chests to you. Since fortune smiles upon you today, the final treasure chest shall also belong to you. By the way, have you used the identification spell? Fulilian shook her head slightly. Oh dear, if I employ the identification scroll, the thrill of opening the treasure chest will be significantly diminished, and the identification spell only has a 99 success rate. All right, enough. I understand. The remaining chests are yours. I shall collect these coins. Shang Guanyu's lips twitched. When it came to treasure chests, Fulilian was exceptionally stubborn. You mustn't go back on your word. Off you go. Shang Guanyu, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, then turned to gaze at the mountain of coins piled before him. The more he looked, the more he sensed something amiss. Oh well, perhaps this is a blessing from the goddess? With such an abundance of coins, I could purchase quite a bit of ingredients to take home today. Although Shangguan Yu felt a strange mix of familiarity and novelty about the scene, he ultimately chose to indulge in this mountain of coins, tears and all. After all, it seemed that Fulilian had little interest in wealth. Just as Shangguan Yu began to feel a pang of conscience while stealthily transporting the coins, a cry pierced the air. It's so dark. It's terrifying. Wah! Someone help me. You. Save me, please. It's so dark. Chapter 44. Anna's Ordeal? The Return of Vengeance? Rescue. Shangguan Yu. Let's go, Fulilian. After completing the quest, I'll take you to eat some delicacies you've never tasted before. Shangguan Yu sighed. Although he was accustomed to Fulilian's naivete, he couldn't help but wonder if this elf was a simpleton every time he saw her. Huh? You, where did the gold coins near here go? Fulilian, having dried the slime from her hair, noticed the disappearance of the glittering gold coins. Oh, most of them were commemorative coins. I teleported them all away. We should be able to smelt quite a bit of gold from them when we return. Shangguan Yu fabricated the story with a straight face, his earnest demeanor arousing no suspicion in the elf, as Fulilian considered gold coins unimportant. I see. Soon, the two, satisfied, departed from the hidden vault. Fulilian was beaming. After submitting the quest, Fulilian was quite cheerful, even taking the initiative to select ingredients with Shangguan Yu. As the sun descended, a roar filled with rage echoed through the forest from the mouth of a basin not far from the labyrinth, causing the beast to tremble. Who dares steal this king's gold coins and treasures? The roar reverberated throughout the palace. In the rear of the previously empty lair, a colossal shadow gradually materialized in the flames of the altar. Rumbling, a massive gust of air instantly scattered the surrounding dust. Terrifying claws emerged from the shadows, and emerald pupils glared furiously at the bare ground. As the altar cracked, the flame swelled, and shimmering scales glimmered as the enormous body slowly shifted. It was unmistakably a dragon. So tired, but still so happy. Fulilian collapsed onto the soft bed, a hint of weariness in her eyes. Tired? You merely accompanied me in selecting ingredients, and I was the one who cast the teleportation magic. Shangguan Yu rolled his eyes, retorting good-naturedly. Upon returning home, Anna and Siri had not yet returned. Shangguan Yu decided to prepare the ingredients he had on hand. Due to their combined strength and physical needs, their appetites were incredibly voracious. Despite Fulilian's petite frame, she could devour nearly a quarter of a massive ox. Anna, though young, also had an enormous energy demand due to her genetic makeup. Shangguan Yu and Siri were, of course, no exception. Fulilian, stop lazing around and come help. Ugh, 5 more minutes. Quickly. Helpless, watching the elf already sprawled face down on the bed, he snapped his fingers. Fulilian slowly floated into the air. Huh, I'm flying. Wait. Thud. Ouch. Fulilian landed on a chair with a plop, glaring resentfully at Shangguan Yu, who was preparing ingredients in the kitchen. I'll handle the meat. Please peel some onions for me. Thank you. Humph. I detest onions. Meanwhile, in the border region of the northern nations of the empire, Siri felt a premonition, glancing faintly in the direction of home. A faint smile curled on her lips. Heh, couldn't and Appos. Resist, could you? As expected, the divine realm is endlessly dull. Siri shook her head slightly, observing the dismembered limbs and pale-faced Anna below. Siri stated calmly, your attacks are fierce, but your magic use is still too crude. Although I disdain concealing my magic, Flame's words are well suited for you. Without absolute power, flee, hide, ambush, trap, any underhanded tactic is permissible. You must be more unscrupulous than the demons to kill more of them, ensuring that you leave no trace of your information or weaknesses. Siri's solemn tone resonated. The entire snowy field stained crimson with blood. Evidently, the demons had launched a surprise attack, and many border villages had been nearly annihilated. Even the splendor and prosperity of the capital could not mask the harsh realities of the frontier. For ordinary people, if they were not born into a powerful nation, each day was a descent into hellish despair. Ha, ha, hee, ha 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 ha. Damn demons. So they bleed too, they wail too, they flee too. So, the disheveled woman in black skin-tight clothing knelt maniacally in the center of the snowy field, laughing and crying, her scarlet eyes filled with fury and hatred. Gazing at the dissipating remains of the great demon before her, Anna felt boundless elation. Exhilarating, so exhilarating. Every breath, every heartbeat, then tearing apart the demon's body. Watching them wail and flee. Demons are also afraid. Anna grinned, defying the notion that demons lacked emotion. Look, aren't they afraid of death too? Faced with the terror of death, These haughty demons will also tuck their tails and choose to run. You are a weapon. The demons killed your father. Killed countless members of our clan. Remember, your mission is to exterminate the demons. He. I am a weapon. Anna's scarlet eyes gradually faded, gazing at the corpses scattered across the ground. Around Anna, a circle of brown frozen earth had formed, the blood having melted the surrounding snow. War is invariably the most somber of subjects. Released your pent-up emotions? Siri inquired calmly, unaffected by Anna and Apos' alternate personality, simply posing the question with equanimity. Too much mental turmoil. The half-elf lineage, coupled with this demonic talent. A rare artificial creation, but considering your Xiaoyu's disciple. I'll remind you, do not be consumed by the hatred within. Although I relish war, being tainted by its filth and corruption is utterly uninteresting. Siri descended slowly from midair, waving a hand gently. The surrounding ice and snow dissipated rapidly, and verdant plants and flowers sprouted swiftly in the biting wind, the desolate battlefield gradually enveloped by warm blossoms. A magic to cultivate flower fields? Such tedious magic, Anna remarked faintly, glancing at her surroundings. She then stood up slowly. Thank you. Anna's form gradually shrunk, and Siri gently cradled Anna's petite figure. Seeds nurtured in darkness and vengeance find water and sunlight only to become poison. A hint of tenderness flickered in Siri's eyes. She always displayed more patience with children. Siri did not concur with Shangwan Yu's cultivation philosophy. In such a dark environment, normal guidance was ineffective. Hatred would only accumulate, eventually turning against oneself. Gently cradling Anna, the girl succumbed to slumber due to the enormous consumption of magic. As the teleportation magic activated, Siri and Anna vanished from the spot. Clearly, this brutal battle had become Anna's trial. During the months that Shangwan Yu departed from the imperial capital, the Cane Tavern continued its operations as usual. Alina gazed out at the swirling snowflakes. Her eyes filled with profound longing. The empire flourished in all its splendor. In truth, everyone was aware that no matter how devastating the war might be, it could not impede the impending transition of the throne. The old king was nearing his end. Suddenly, a noise startled the drowsy guard. Where did that come from? At the city gate, the soldier on solitary duty regarded the filthy beggar before him with a mixture of disdain and vigilance. However, this moment of repulsion was fleeting. The figure clad in tattered black robes, resembling a vagabond, raised his arm with a cold smirk. The guard and Apos' face contorted in terror. His mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound as he felt his own arm rise, uncontrollably tightening around his throat. Gasping, he fell backward in mere seconds. He succumbed to unconsciousness from asphyxiation. Gasping, that wretched woman, I have come to exact my vengeance. Chapter 45, Sarai's Transformation. Under currents flowing, the vast cauldron contrasted sharply with the petite figure of Fulilian. With an adorable expression, Fulilian wielded a massive shovel, exerting all her strength to stir the contents. How exhausting. This is even more tiring than brewing potions following the criticism from Shangwan Yu. Fulilian had reluctantly abandoned her hopes of freeloading and was now compelled to assist with the ingredients, her face reflecting her unwillingness. I've returned. A calm voice resonated within the room. Sarai cradled the already slumbering Anna in her arms. After scanning the surroundings, she noticed Fulilian laboring at the stirring task. Oh, Fulilian, it's rare to see you so industrious. Lady Sarai, I believe we are quite similar. Compared to me, you resemble a child being cared for by others. Fulilian's pupils narrowed slightly as she cast a sidelong glance, responding in a similarly indifferent tone, her hands quietly exerting more force. How tiresome, Sarai, she added under her breath. Without Flamer and you might just be a social misfit, relying on master and uncle for even your meals. Then there's no need for you to worry, Lady Sarai. For you two are taken care of by you, and the teacher, Fulilian retorted, her tone devoid of warmth. That is a choice made from respect or affection. You and I are not the same. This discussion holds no significance. Therefore, Lady Sarai, you should explain to you why Anna is covered in blood. Upon hearing this, Fulilian gently set down the large shovel and turned to speak calmly, her small finger pointing at Anna with a hint of mockery. For Fulilian, who shared a deep-seated hatred for the demon race like Flamer, she could sense even the faintest trace of demonic aura. The stains of blood and the palpable essence of violence and war indicated that Sarai had taken this peculiar little girl to the northern battlefields. What? Sarai nonchalantly turned, carrying Anna towards Fulilian and Apos' large bed. She gently laid the girl down. Then with a snap of her fingers, the blood on Anna dissipated into dark red smoke. A spell that thoroughly cleanses stains. Is this? A legendary magic from the mythological era? Fulilian and Apos. S eyes flickered with curiosity as she observed Anna. Now pristine like a porcelain doll. She hopped forward, her short legs carrying her swiftly to the bedside, and gently poked Anna's cheek. There's a faint floral scent. Sarai remarked, it is merely an ancient spell used for convenience by the elders of the mythological age. Nothing of note. She shook her head with disdain and turned her attention back to the cauldron, gazing at the thoroughly blended meat paste with a hint of confusion. Where is you? Though perplexed, Sarai held a small glimmer of anticipation for the new culinary creation. Master Yu has gone out. It seems he is dealing with some useless scraps. Considering the time, he should be back soon. As soon as Fulilian finished speaking, a ripple in the air signaled Shangguan Yu's arrival in the kitchen. Upon opening his eyes, he immediately looked toward Sarai. Teacher? Yes, I have returned. Sarai nodded, observing the puzzled expression on Shangguan Yu and Apos' face as he held a large basket. After pondering for a moment, she softly said, I took your little apprentice to the northern battlefield. Anna has quite the talent. I believe I understand the split personality. You mentioned the battlefield? Shangguan Yu's expression changed. Please allow me to finish. Oh. He frowned but soon relaxed. Placing the large woven basket on the table and pulling out a chair to sit down, Sarai also took a seat. I have a question for you. Go ahead. Regarding Anna, do you consider her to be one person or two? Certainly two. The souls have already become divided. If separated and prepared with another body, that would be an entirely different person, of course, speaking from a research perspective. Shangguan Yu spoke without hesitation, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Yes, Anna is two individuals. Although I accepted her to fulfill a decades-old commission, after spending some time together, the little girl is both adorable and dutiful, making it impossible for me to treat her as just an ordinary disciple. We have become like family, even if elves are typically emotionally distant. There is something different about her, much like Sarai now. In the past, even when we were close, Sarai would not have voluntarily offered explanations. Thus, I do not concur with your perspective. You are allowing a child who has grown up in shadows to engage directly with the light. What she experiences is not merely warmth, but also the potential for burns. Sarai gently pointed, tea flowing slowly from the pot. You are correct. The darkness she harbors within is profound and oppressive. Shangguan Yu nodded, taking the tea his teacher had brewed and drinking it in one go, feeling a sense of agreement growing within him. Indeed, the priority must be to cultivate her strength swiftly, whether for future revenge, completing tasks, or seeking her identity. All of it hinges on strength. Without the support of power, dreams are mere illusions. I have high hopes for this child. Although she may lack the innate talent of you and Fulilian, her fighting spirit surpasses both of yours. Sarai nodded in affirmation, lavishly praising Anna's ruthless and decisive tactics on the battlefield, which were precisely what she hoped for in a mage. Then I can rest easy. Once she passes your tests, I shall teach her those dangerous spells. After all, I do not wish for my magic to attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Shangguan Yu chuckled lightly. Once Sarai willingly spoke about Anna, he felt less concern. The girl was alive, and her magical prowess was growing stronger. Wasn't that a good thing? As for what Anna desired, both of them felt no rush. After all, she was still just a little girl, not needing to ponder such profound issues. Naturally, as a family member and teacher, Shangguan Yu would never allow her to become a mere tool or weapon of war. However, should those nobles and royals prove ungrateful, he would not hesitate to demonstrate to the world the true reason behind his title as the court hermit. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. I shall now prepare for tonight's dinner. Might you tell me what you are making? Sarai nodded, her demeanor returning to its usual lazy state as she inquired eagerly upon hearing of a new dish. Dumplings. In the brightly lit capital of the kingdom, the central royal palace stood at its heart, half immersed in the joyous laughter of the populace and half steeped in solitude and darkness. Your Highness the Sixth Prince, I imagine you are quite discontent. Your elder brother, such a feeble man, is to become king? Who are you? Hiding in the shadows. Do you think you are worthy to converse with me? Hiki. The old king is nearing his end. Once your brother ascends the throne, you will surely regret it. Hee. Chapter 46. The subtle uses of magic and its fatal weaknesses. Would these fillings truly be delectable when mixed together? As Fulilian gazed at the large vat of otherworldly meat filling before her, she fell into silence. For she witnessed Shangguan Yu pouring several buckets of onions and unidentified plants into the mixture indiscriminately. Of course, it would taste splendid. However, Fulilian, if you truly despise onions, you may opt to prepare an alternative filling without them. He was well aware of what Fulilian and Apos' question implied. The white-haired elf had an aversion to onions. Yet Anna and Celia had no objections. "Ah, how picky and tedious you are, Fulilian, not only in matters of magic, but in life as well," Celia remarked, crossing her legs and watching the two with keen interest. "Humph, those who feast on plain rice have no right to criticize me," Fulilian retorted defiantly, tugging on her magic and drawing another barrel of filling towards herself to create her own mixture. The white-haired elf had observed the entire process and had memorized it. In truth, she did not entirely shun onions, but rather chose to create her own filling due to Celia's taunting. "Truly, you two are like children," Shangwan Yu chuckled, shaking his head at the amusement he found in Celia's delight. Soon, with everyone's collective efforts, a new magic was born, not the dumplings, but indeed magic itself. Fulilian clapped her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Boring magic," Celia muttered, shooting a discontented glare at Shangwan Yu. The magic that enveloped the filling and flour was activated with a few whispered incantations. With the formation of a magical construct, the large barrels of filling and flour levitated gracefully in the air. Under the shimmering of a hexagram array, a large platter of dumplings soon took shape, with each dumpling being formed in a continuous cycle, aided by Shangwan Yu's magical prowess. Just then, Anna, having just awakened, gazed in awe at the scene unfolding above her. "Wow, flying noodles." As Anna stirred from her slumber, all three became aware of her presence at once. Shangwan Yu smiled gently, and Anna enthusiastically clapped her hands, exclaiming how impressive it was. "You're awake, Anna," Shangwan Yu said, snapping his fingers before stepping away from the magic circle. "Master, I'm so hungry." "Just a moment, my dear. Did you tire yourself today?" He affectionately ruffled little Anna's hair, his eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness. Observing her pitiful expression, Shangwan Yu quietly chanted a spell, directing a stream of green magic towards Anna. What is this? The magic of nurturing plants?" "No. It's altered. The magic of extracting and delivering life force." Celia pondered, her chin resting thoughtfully on her hand, intrigued by the development. "All right, Anna. Go take a bath. Once you're done, dinner will be ready." After restoring the vitality of Anna's weary cells, she felt an immediate surge of energy, her eyes brightening. "Wow, I feel so invigorated now. I'm going right away, master." With a cheerful leap, she bounded off to the bathroom. However, when Shangwan Yu regained his focus, he turned to find the yellow-haired elf, Eldon, toying with a green orb of light, tossing it back and forth as if observing something. Indeed, it was and Appos. Long before she learned to manipulate it, the learning ability of elves was truly remarkable. Shangwan Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he silently mused about her extraordinary aptitude. "That is a good idea. But how is your progress in learning magic?" Celia inquired, her expression becoming serious as she examined Eldon. "Quite well. I can already sustain a curse-reversing spell and protective magic." Upon hearing this, Celia nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes shimmering with a hint of blue as if inspecting something. Minutes later, her gaze returned to normal. "Your magical suppression is decent, but in terms of overall magical capacity, you still fall short. If you were to learn alongside Fulilian, you would be at a significant disadvantage. For now, cease your magical suppression and focus on refining and storing your magic. Otherwise, if you encounter a world devoid of magic, your limited magical capacity could become a fatal weakness." Celia's sharp gaze reflected her serious demeanor. Hearing this, Shangwan Yu felt his pupils constrict, and he nodded in silence, recognizing the truth in her words. Indeed, compared to other human magicians, even without employing runic magic, his innate magical extraction and storage were already substantial. However, how could one compare strength with weakness? After consuming the Dragon's elixir, his physical capabilities had surpassed those of an ordinary human, and since taking the enhanced potion, his lifespan had reached an astonishing 1,000 years. If he continued to compare himself with contemporaries, it would be a sign of complacency. Indeed, the amount of magical power is a significant concern for me, Shangwan Yu replied thoughtfully, stroking his chin as he contemplated for a few moments before breaking into a light chuckle. "Why the laughter?" "Because I think I've found a solution." "Have you come up with something?" Celia raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in her tone. "Of course, do you not know me? If I were oblivious, it would be one thing, but now that I am aware, I cannot simply overlook this weakness." Fulilian remained engrossed in her analysis of the ongoing spell, oblivious to the conversation between the two. "Look, master, this is the magic crystal that Fulilian and I discovered in the labyrinth. It's a primary material for crafting wands." Shangwan Yu gestured, producing a purple crystal that shimmered with a faint glow under the influence of magic. Continue. The reason the purple crystal was chosen for wand crafting was due to a certain component produced during its melting process, which exhibited a robust guidance and isolation of magical energy. When combined with specific woods, it could be fashioned into a tool that facilitates the guiding of magical energy and the construction of magical constructs. However, everyone focused on the conductive properties of the magic crystal while neglecting its ability to isolate magical energy. As he explained, a faint barrier enveloped the magic crystal in his hand, with intense flames swiftly melting it away. If we could extract this component and combine it with certain magical materials, could we not construct a specialized container for storing magical energy? Magical potions require stimulation to accelerate magical extraction, so why not start accumulating magic in our daily lives? Storing magical energy for urgent situations would be an invaluable asset, would it not? Applause erupted from Celia, her calm demeanor giving way to an expression of profound appreciation. After absorbing Shangguanyu and Appo's insights and ideas, she felt as though he had awakened her from a dream. Indeed, it was a simple notion. Yet why had she not thought of it? This was a straightforward and easily achievable concept, yet both elves and magical beings had entirely overlooked it. Truly, this is the hallmark of humanity. Chapter 47, The Bet with Celia, upgrading the chat group. What an intriguing idea. A magical power storage container, perhaps, if crafted with excellence. An additional reserve of magical energy in battles between formidable opponents could be the decisive factor for victory. It might even serve as a remedy for environments devoid of magic. After a moment of contemplation, Celia nodded in admiration. Is this notion ahead of its time? Not at all. There are indeed similar research outcomes, such as magic potions. The fundamental concept remains consistent, yet there are subtle differences in approach. Magic potions focus on stimulating bodily cells to accelerate the extraction of magical energy for swift recovery. While Shangguanyu, on the contrary, pondered, why hasten magical recovery at all? I could simply prepare several blue tubes instead. If one is insufficient, then 2. If 2 are inadequate, then 3. And if 3 fall short, then 4. More is always better. However, a thought is merely a thought. Even you cannot easily create such an invention, can you? After all, it requires a balance of storage, safety, and stability, which cannot be achieved in a fleeting moment. Until it is realized, diligently extract magical energy for me. Acknowledgement aside, considering the movements of the Demon King, Celia sternly reprimanded. No, Lady Celia. I assure you, this can be accomplished. Impossible. How long have you been studying basic potion crafting without any inkling? But I truly can do it. Observing the golden-haired elven lady on the verge of anger, Shangguanyu's smug expression faltered. He quickly cleared his throat and said, ahem. Well, teacher, could you perhaps take a look first? Let us make a bet. If I fail, I shall refrain from going out today and will instead assist Anna in extracting magical energy and accompany Fulilian in the labyrinth. Does that sound fair? The stakes are insufficient. If you fail, you shall teach at the Mage Association for 100 years. Shangguanyu, faced with Celia's mischievous grin and her teasing demeanor, a surge of irritation welled up within him. If I can accomplish it, then what will I receive as a reward? Celia tilted her head slightly, revealing a charming smile, lazily resting her arm on her head. It's a deal. In an instant, Shangguanyu vanished from his spot, while Celia yawned languidly, closing her eyes. Kingdom Imperial Capital. Hey, is everything in the shop as promised? As Shangguanyu rummaged through his belongings, he communicated with the chat group. His personal abilities were indeed limited, but he had the chat group as a resource. Though it wasn't his exclusive cheat, it could certainly be considered a useful plugin. Thus, with a spirit of experimentation, he inquired within the chat group, which responded warmly. Indeed, my friend. Although I am merely an operator, the entire central system is powered by a formidable creator deity. Rest assured, the trade will be entirely fair. All right, I hope you're not trying to swindle my 10,000 points. Worry not. When you make a purchase, I can level up as well. How could I possibly deceive you? You better not be. Now, open the shop. Opening the shop, adapting to your world and generating a personalized marketplace. Shop, materials, Dragon Grass, Celestial 4,999 points. Moonlight Dew, Celestial 4,899 points. Millennia Ginseng, Celestial 5,000 points. Weapons, 7-star Magic Dragon Sword, Divine 9,999 points. Heavenly Calamity Spear, Divine 9,999 points. Items: Advanced Alchemy Furnace, 9,999 points. Advanced Soul Refining Gourd, 9,999 points. Advanced Decomposer, 9,999 points. Big data, huh? Gazing at the plethora of enticing products, all precisely what he desired, Shangguan Yu rolled his eyes and grumbled. Find me the materials I need to decompose the magic crystal and how to create a magical power storage device. Ah, that's the motivation I needed. As long as you desire it, there is nothing you cannot procure. Commencing intelligent retrieval successful. Shop, primary material synthesis furnace price, 5,000 points function. Decomposes and analyzes material composition, automatically optimizing the process. Description, originates from a long-extinct civilization. Intermediate space treasure crafting guide price, 5,000 points function. Instantly learn and comprehend the crafting of treasures, usable for creating powerful storage devices. Description, a secret from a mysterious elder of a powerful continent. Are you being intentionally mischievous or merely careless? Shangguan Yu's lips twitched. This chat group, having accurately gauged his meager points, seemed poised to devour them all. It was an intentional oversight. Just say whether this is what you wanted. Purchased. Ding. Congratulations. You have spent 10,000 points. You are now an administrator of this chat group. Your items have been sent to your backpack. Please check. Suddenly, the chat group didn't seem entirely useless. Observing a small book icon in his backpack, Shangguan Yu clicked to use it. And an arcane and esoteric knowledge flooded his mind. The exquisite alchemical techniques and magical theories seamlessly merged, as if he had possessed such knowledge for ages. After a playful remark, Shangguan Yu promptly closed his eyes and began constructing the treasure scheme. However, just as he delved into deep thought, the chat group erupted with excitement. Congratulations to member the Righteous Archmage for becoming an administrator of this group. Hidden rewards triggered. Administrators receive a permanent 20% discount at the group shop. The chat group is about to upgrade. During the upgrade process, group chat functions will remain operational. After completion, point compensation will be updated. Stay tuned. Weak Beast Tamer. What the heck? No way. My 10,000 points just disappeared like that. In another realm, a girl with flowing hair gazed at the screen in the void, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This isn't right. The chat group should be my cheat, shouldn't it? Just look at this, is this how it should be? Lin Xiaoxue couldn't help but internally critique. Her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of envy. Wisdom Goddess, what is happening? Xiaohi, truly envious. Explosive Mage. Have I truly been submerged for such a time, and the group members have become so powerful? Darkness, a formidable man sigh. Pink Cute Bear. Has something significant occurred? Oh, why has everyone changed their names? Tushan second in command. This Archmage's power level has changed, yet 10,000 points. That's enough for me to achieve the Great Demon King realm. Upgrade complete. Lin Xiaoxue gazed at the azure screen, her face brightening with joy and excitement. Finally, I can invite new members. With just 1,000 points, I can escape this stinky plot. Randomly inviting group members. Chapter 48. The Goblin Slayer and the United Members of the Group. Ding. Welcome Goblin Slayer to the chat group. Oh, it's him. By the way, Master, don't you need to ask if someone can join? Based on past experience, it should take at least a minute, right? Lin Xiaoxue expressed her surprise with a hint of sarcasm. Humph. Times have changed. I am no longer the same ruler of a different dimension. Those of mediocre strength cannot hinder me. Though my understanding of the Goblin Slayer is limited, it seems he is not as weak as he appears. TCH. First of all, the gods in their world possess average strength. Moreover, this individual is merely a mortal with a bit of martial skill. Most importantly, I invited him during his juvenile phase. Explosive Mage, Goblin Slayer? Is he specifically for slaying goblins? Hui gazed curiously at the chat window. Although her days spent indulging with darkness had improved her situation, she had not paid much attention to the group chat, primarily focusing on her study of explosive magic rather than other forms. Darkness? Goblins? Over here, they seem to be called werewolves. It was rare for Darkness to adopt a serious tone. Weak Beast Tamer. No, they are fundamentally different. I just finished researching the information. That world is remarkably similar to the ones Hui and Darkness inhabit, as well as that of the Great Ones. It and Appos, that's just that the gods in that realm are rather repulsive. Goblin Slayer. Who are you? Strange. Is this some sort of magical prank? Xiaohi. Does the group leader have anything to say? Tushan Yaya. Gods? I wonder how powerful those gods are. Wisdom Goddess, I just heard someone mentioning gods. Are they calling for me? Wisdom Goddess, Goblin Slayer, would you like to become a follower of my water goddess? I can bestow blessings upon you. Goblin Slayer, Wisdom Goddess. Do gods truly exist? Weak Beast Tamer, in any case, that world is quite disgusting. The gods are despicable beings, never mind. I and Amp, Oppos, LL just share it for everyone to see. Weak Beast Tamer, Goblin Slayer, edited. MP4, the group members were puzzled by the leader and Amp, Oppos, intense malice and anger. After all, in their impressions, the leader was a kind-hearted goddess who never used their futures as bargaining chips nor bullied anyone. In fact, if anyone faced a tragic future, she would proactively inform them and help alter their dire destinies. What is going on? Has it leveled up? After fully absorbing the memories, Shangguan, you noticed a sudden influx of messages in the chat. Typically, members would casually chat about their daily lives, but with so many messages at once, something must have occurred. Let me see what is happening. Curiously clicking in, Shangguan, you immediately spotted the familiar figure, the Goblin Slayer. Ah. Has the chat group upgraded? Have they added team dungeons and a trading system? How intriguing. The other modules have also been optimized. This is how it should be. Previously, it felt like a system designed for a female audience, which was quite uncomfortable to watch. After perusing the information, Shangguan Yu grasped the situation, yet felt no anger toward the chat group's insatiable desire for her points, as they were indeed offering valuable items. Explosive Mage, Baka, damn goblins, and those detestable gods. Water Goddess, huh? I don't recognize these gods at all. This is my first encounter with gods worse than the demon race. Tushan's second in command. Truly revolting. Leader, are there any tasks? I just learned my sister and Oppo's ultimate technique today. If there's a task, count me in. I want to crush these disgusting maggots into mush. Cute pink bear. How infuriating. Just looking at them makes me sick. Count me in as well. At that moment, Lu Linglong, who had been cultivating and nurturing herself at Baiyun Temple, revealed her first expression of disgust, her emotions extremely unstable. Witnessing those grotesque and malevolent creatures, she, as a fellow woman, felt an intense rage. Huff. No. These beasts are just like those cherry blossom dogs. If I don and Oppos to eradicate them, my Dao heart will be unsettled. Oh no. Dao milk. This is driving me insane. Weak Beast Tamer. Everyone and Oppos' reactions were anticipated, but why is darkness silent today? Darkness, Although I have some peculiarities, these disgusting creatures should indeed be exterminated. Wisdom Goddess, rest assured. When I go, I will surely purify them. Darkness gazed at the despairing faces of those women, a complex expression finally emerging. After all, she was a high-ranking paladin. And despite her peculiar interests, there remained a fundamental difference between her and the monsters. Weak Beast Tamer, ahem. While everyone is quite enthusiastic, I believe those below the third tier should refrain from participating. After all, Aqua is meant to combat the opposing gods. We must wait for the Great One's decision. Just Mage of Justice, Who just tagged me? While collecting tools and preparing to return, Shangguan Yu raised an eyebrow, curiously clicking on the chat group. Oh, is it time to tackle a dungeon? Although the gods in that world are quite repulsive, they are still gods, and Aqua alone might not be sufficient, right? Shangguan Yu stroked her chin, but such a world would likely pique the interest of the divine realm. Just Mage of Justice. I'm fine with going, but let us first update everyone's strength rankings, and afterward, I'll gather some people for us. Ding. Strength module updating. Combat power rankings. Just Mage of Justice. 6th tier, 7th tier, Weak Beast Tamer. 4th tier, Tushan second in command. 4th tier, Explosive Mage, 2nd tier. Wisdom Goddess, 3rd tier God level unknown. The 7th tier likely refers to those sealed forbidden spells and super level magic of mine. So the peak rating for a standard 1st tier mage is 6th tier? I see. Then what tier would serious strength be? After reviewing everyone's strength ratings, Shangguan Yu gained a rough understanding of the members and Oppo's abilities. For instance, with herself and the group leader, should she unleash forbidden spells, it would likely reach a nation-destroying level. While the group leader at the 4th tier should easily be capable of demolishing a city. As for obliterating a planet, summoning meteors with a few spells could achieve that, but a single target spell would be challenging. Weak Beast Tamer, while I may have underestimated Aqua somewhat, she is still a goddess. So when will the dungeon commence? After viewing the rankings, Lin Xiaoxua also grasped the general strength of everyone. As long as the god tier combatants are occupied, A mere trash world would hardly withstand this great one. After all, when witnessing those mages truly exerting themselves, world destruction seemed entirely plausible. Wisdom goddess, humph. Now you know my prowess, right? Even without divine power, I am still a formidable high priestess. Providing buffs for all of you is no issue. Just mage of justice. Let me finish gathering people first. Everyone should eat something. That newcomer Goblin Slayer. What is your current situation? Goblin Slayer. I see. So this is my future? The world is truly a realm of despair and revulsion. I am grateful to those willing to assist me. Goblin Slayer. Currently, the news of the goblins has not reached the village. Perhaps there is still hope for those adventurers. If possible, I would greatly appreciate your help. In the future, you may take any of my points or whatever else I possess. The Just Mage, to begin with, those I have summoned may invade your world. The chat group has indicated that to save your realm, you must grant access, which could render you an enemy of your world's deities. However, in such a dark and hopeless world, do you truly have any attachments left? The young Goblin Slayer, after watching all the videos, was filled with a furious intensity, his eyes burning with rage. What wrongs had his sister and the kind villagers committed? Damn the deities. Goblin Slayer, as long as I can protect my sister and everyone else, I am willing to sacrifice anything. Chapter 49, The Crafting of Magical Artifacts. A hidden intention I have returned. After concluding our discussion, everyone suggested lending some tools and powers to Gosha, enabling him to devise ways to help the villagers relocate. Shangguan Yu directly provided a magical artifact, a one-time teleportation array, which left Gosha overwhelmed with gratitude, wishing fervently for Shangguan Yu and the others to become deities in his world. Even Aqua and Darkness, who could hardly bear to witness the state of affairs, were taken aback by the sheer repulsiveness of it all. Upon receiving the magical scroll, Gosha followed Shangguan Yu's instructions and dashed about the vicinity of the village, beginning the intricate setup of the formation. The array would automatically activate in the face of danger, transporting any life forms within its bounds to a place of safety. Once he completed these arrangements, everyone returned to their own pursuits, primarily focused on enhancing their abilities. The aim was to accumulate more points once the team dungeon was opened. The dungeon tasks would be generated based on the world lines of the members. In a world like Gosha and Appos, teeming with monstrous threats, the danger posed was immense, and the group members were unable to evade it in the short term. Particularly for Gosha, who wished to protect certain individuals but was currently unable to do so. The dungeon module could transform his world into a dungeon. Points would be awarded according to the number and level of monsters defeated by the members. And once the world was interconnected, new virtual dungeons would manifest for the slain monsters, allowing group members to earn points by vanquishing foes within them, albeit in lesser quantities than during the initial encounter. Back already? How did you prepare so swiftly? Said Celia, maintaining her habitual languor as she continued conjuring dumplings. Fulilian remained entranced by the floating magic above. Of course, Master, you know how much I invested in researching the dragon and Appos' secret elixir, creating numerous innovative items, replied Shangguan Yu. Nodding. In response, a series of spatial vortices materialized, and the entire apparatus was set up in the clearing before the wooden cottage. Let us proceed. I am eager to witness the miracles you will conjure. Celia nodded, already convinced that her disciple might indeed produce something beyond her expectations for being her disciple. Her judgment had never faltered. The mage I envision will ultimately become the mage I desire. However, those mages who stray from my envisioned path will transform into something beyond my imagination. These metallic creations resemble a form of alchemy, indeed exceeding my anticipations. Of course, Master, the wager remains valid, does it not? Shangguan Yu's lips curled upward slightly. According to the crafting effects outlined for intermediate spatial treasures, once completed, unless subjected to divine destruction, they could store magical energy and other materials, and even fabricate additional spatial artifacts. The expenditure of over 10,000 points was indeed justified. Certainly. Just don't backtrack. With that, Shangguan Yu activated the nearby primary material synthesis furnace, casting a multitude of magic crystals into it. Analyzing materials. Analysis complete. Decomposition in progress. Decomposition complete. Organizing materials. Item name, magic crystal composition, unstable high-energy substance, ordinary minerals. Observing the numerous elemental components, Shangguan Yu began decomposing the high-energy substances into secondary products. As anticipated, he obtained inert materials, trace crystals, and a small quantity of minerals, the latter being one of the raw materials for crafting wands. Conversely, the trace energy in the truly precious inert material only appeared crystalline because the inert substance completely isolated the energy within. Extraction in progress. Extraction successful. The primary material synthesis furnace gradually stabilized with a resonating hum, and a large, translucent crystal quietly rested at the outlet. This is. Celia's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment of sensory focus, the magical energy could not penetrate. Truly remarkable, Celia exclaimed, and in an instant, hundreds of weapon or barrier crafting proposals formed in her mind. But that is not all. Master, prepare for your reward. Shangguan Yu chuckled lightly and began to operate the machine he designed, infusing it with vast amounts of magical energy. With a resonant hum, the apparatus whirred into high-speed operation. Having undergone prior modifications, the crafting process unfolded effortlessly. Under Shangguan Yu's immense magical control and refinement, rings adorned with various colors emerged from the production line, ultimately falling into a prepared box. With a resounding roar, Shangguan Yu intentionally severed the magical energy supply, bringing the colossal machine to a halt. Celia silently observed from the side. Completed. Wiping the fine perspiration from his brow, Shangguan Yu excitedly lifted a red gemstone ring, adorning his finger and channeling magical energy into it. As expected, the once dull red gemstone flickered 3 times with a gentle glow, its overall hue brightening. The magical energy, refined by Shangguan Yu, was stored within the ring and Appo's energy space, which even retained approximately 10 cubic meters of material storage capacity. Intrigued, Celia rose and gracefully approached her disciple, bending down to retrieve a ring from the box. Allow me to assist you in putting it on. Observing Celia's curious demeanor, Shangguan Yu could not suppress a slight smile. Gently taking the ring from her hand, he knelt slightly, holding her delicate, pale hand and carefully placing the ring upon her slender middle finger. How does one use this? Celia, oblivious to the fleeting tenderness in her disciple and Appo's eyes, withdrew her hand and curiously examined the ring with her magical perception. Simply channel magical energy into it to store energy, and it will automatically recognize its master. Only the magic you control can activate this storage ring. Shangguan Yu explained as he rose, smiling gently. Master, this time, I have triumphed. Chapter 50, The Invisible Trial of Celia, The Arrested Mafuyuan. Upon infusing magical energy, Celia's consciousness naturally entered the space, allowing her to perceive the 2 realms. Moments later, the magic storing space within the ring was completely filled, radiating a brilliant red light, signifying its full charge. Indeed, this magic amounted to 1% of my total magical capacity, Celia acknowledged. Although the external fluctuations indicated that Celia and Appo's magic, once suppressed, was as formidable as that of Fulilian, released after a millennium. Her actual magical storage limit extended far beyond the mere aura she emitted. After sensing a portion of her magic dissipate, it was replenished almost instinctively within mere breaths. If you were to sell this magical artifact, you would acquire immense wealth and achieve a legacy etched in history. Following her perception, Celia offered her praise and affirmation. Gently removing the ring and smiling softly, she said, "In this wager, I have lost." After a brief pause, she scrutinized the ring closely for several seconds. It was exquisite, compact, and easily concealable, appearing as an ordinary ring under magical perception. In critical battles, such seemingly inconspicuous items could prove exceedingly lethal. Speak, what reward do you desire? Be it forbidden spells, legendary magic, or world-ending sorcery, I can bestow it upon you, even including what you wish for. Celia revealed a charming smile, her delicate hand caressing Shangguan Yu and Appo's face, her tone infused with both relief and a hint of affection. What do men desire? Ultimately, it boils down to immense power, dominion over the world, and beautiful companions. Though elves are often perceived as oblivious, Celia herself had little concern for matters of the heart. However, the rarity of an exceptional man who could accompany her for an eternity sparked a flicker of interest within her. Before this, she could hardly envision herself as anyone and Appo's woman, bearing offspring, or living a life of happiness. Naturally, she still found it hard to imagine, unless. Observing Celia's earnest demeanor and affectionate expression, Shangguan Yu felt a subtle shift. What he desired lay before him, within easy reach. Yet, he replied, "Teacher, as the one who has lost this wager, I shall wear this ring forever." After a brief silence, he smiled, shaking the ring in his hand. "Oh, are you certain? I must warn you. Should you miss this opportunity, You may deeply regret it, for such chances may never arise again. Celia responded with a gentle smile, further enticing him as the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. No, teacher, in the future, do not remove it without my permission. Moreover, this magical space can be expanded based on the user's mental power through specific incantations. As Shang Wanyu explained, he gently took Celia's fair left hand, placing the ring back onto her finger. Under a magical array, the ruby ring gleamed with radiant light before gradually retracting. Very well. Without further questions, the two exchanged glances. And Celia and Apos' lips curled into a subtle smile. Meanwhile, Fulilian, having just concluded her magical studies, sensed the magical fluctuations at the door, observing the two in the courtyard. She scratched her head in confusion. Is that a gift, as humans would say? Is today Celia's birthday? Teacher has never mentioned it. Fulilian struggled to comprehend why something so ordinary seemed to bring Celia such joy. Indeed, Fulilian was certain Celia was genuinely happy. The elven race's emotional detachment stemmed from the vast differences in lifespan with humans, rendering many aspects difficult to grasp. After all, emotions are not mere feelings. They are profoundly abstract. Nevertheless, perceiving malice and other emotions is quite straightforward for elves. Ah, Fulilian, do you wish for one as well? Noticing Fulilian's arrival and her own elation, Celia playfully sought to tease the young elf. Fulilian replied, I didn't particularly desire it. But since you offered, I would like one. With a stoic expression, she turned to Shang Wanyu, who chuckled softly, producing another gem-studded ring from his hand. Once infused with magic, it can be claimed as yours. You may attempt to suppress the magic while storing it. Infuse magic? Fulilian nodded, curiously channeling her magic into the ring. Her mouth fell slightly agape, her expression one of astonishment as she instantaneously grasped the true nature of the ring in her possession. Thank you. After securing the rings, the magical activity ceased. Anna, puzzled about everyone and Apos' whereabouts, soon returned, casting aside her earlier confusion to happily leap into her master and Apos' embrace. So delicious. Fulilian beamed with joy, the succulent juices of the filling bursting forth with each bite. And Apos. It? If it and Apos, as tasty, indulge more. Shang Wanyu smiled gently, skillfully retrieving another large platter of dumplings with magic, setting it aside. So delightful. Celia rarely found herself in agreement with Fulilian, while little Anna remained silent, her eyes sparkling as she devoured the dumplings. Before long, the four had nearly finished off several dozens of dumpling platters. I'm so full. Fulilian contentedly patted her slightly round belly, her eyes squinting in bliss. Celia elegantly wiped her mouth with a prepared napkin, feeling quite pleased. Everyone appeared thoroughly satisfied, but then, who would take responsibility for washing the dishes? I almost feel reluctant to leave you all. Well, I must return to my magical studies. I have indulged too much. Celia smiled brightly before vanishing from sight. Fulilian stood bewildered for a moment before turning to find Shang Wanyu grinning at her. It's you. Fulilian. Wait. What about Celia? She is my teacher. There is nothing to be done. I must attend to some rituals for a certain goddess. I am quite busy. Anna is still a child and cannot be exploited as child labor. So, I entrust this to you, Fulilian. Fulilian. Chapter 51. The Sacrifice and the Conversation with the Goddess regarding the sacrifice. If my memory serves me right, the goddess could simply create an altar, utilizing earth and fire magic to conjure one effortlessly, correct? Observing the somewhat humble altar before him, Shang Wanyu gently placed a large platter of dumplings with sauce atop it. In an instant, a beam of white light illuminated the altar, enveloping the platter entirely. After a few seconds, the entire dish, along with the dumplings, vanished without a trace. You have finally made the sacrifice. How vexing it is to witness you feast so heartily. It and Apos, is utterly tantalizing. Huh? Is that you, goddess? The voice that suddenly echoed in his mind startled Shang Wanyu slightly. Was the communication during the sacrifice this swift? Of course it's me. However, given your earnest dedication to culinary arts, I shall forgive your tardiness. May I ask, dear goddess, do you represent the entirety of the divine realm? Indeed, I do. The entire light divine system falls under my domain. By the way, let me bestow a blessing upon you. There, the blessing is complete. And I have included a simple data panel as a bonus. Do you have any inquiries regarding the divine realm? It's simply too delectable. Woo-woo, listening to the goddess's frenzied munching, Shang Wanyu couldn't help but rub his forehead. This foolish goddess, could she truly be reliable? There was one matter, however. I possess the magic to traverse worlds. Based on my recollections, there exists a world shrouded in utter darkness, a darkness wrought by the gods themselves. The deities in that realm are not particularly formidable, and here in Damp, Oppos, that's how it all unfolded. Thus, Shangguan Yu recounted the information gleaned from the chat group Spirit regarding the situation of the world-destroying gods. The goddess listened quietly while indulging in her meal. That is roughly the situation, yet I wonder, does your divine realm have any interest in this world? Under normal circumstances, the divine realm has no need for it. The emergence of an additional world necessitates the birth of a new deity to oversee and maintain its stability. Our divine system is already complete, and we hold no regard for worlds inhabited by multiple gods. I see. Yes, for instance, as the goddess of light. I directly manage and oversee tens of thousands of worlds. However, since it is your request, little you, I shall oblige. The goddess, elegantly wiping her mouth with a tissue, smiled gently. Moreover, should you wish to claim this world, it is yours and Celia's to take. After all, with your talents, unrestricted by worldly limitations, it is only a matter of time before you transcend such confines and attain divinity. Very well, I shall rely on you, dear goddess. No problem. Additionally, you may wield all the divine magic within this world. Ahem, is there anything else? What? For a moment, Shangguan Yu was so elated that he lost his train of thought. Upon hearing the goddess and Oppos' confident tone, he knew everything was secure. Well, oh dear. I merely wish to indulge in a bit more. Oh, of course. I shall prepare it for you immediately. Shangguan Yu and Oppos' spirits lifted at her words, envisioning the goddess and Oppos' gluttonous demeanor. What initially seemed stern now brought forth a smile, as he conjured magic to cook more dumplings. Shangguan Yu began to examine his goddess blessing buff. The data panel had arrived. Its interface was straightforward and clear, piquing Shangguan Yu's curiosity about his first random blessing. Name: Shangguan Yu. Occupation: Mage Magic Swordsman Magic Level. Occupation Level: LV 80. Title: Grand Mage Blessing. Heart of the Sun Effect. Doubles magic recovery speed. Magic level increases with the intensity of sunlight, peaking at noon and granting an accompanying divine burning effect. Under the influence of solar magic, your attacks deal double damage to beings of the evil chaotic faction. The power of the sun, you say? That is indeed commendable. A blessing fitting for those inherently malevolent. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Shangguan Yu and Oppos' eyes. So, what is your blessing? I am quite curious. The goddess inquired eagerly. It is a blessing known as the Heart of the Sun. The sun? Is that so? Do your best. Young one, fully grasping the power of the sun will greatly benefit you in your path to divinity and transformation. I understand, thank you. After placing several more platters of dumplings upon the altar, this time, before Shangguan Yu could clasp his hands in prayer, a brilliant light enveloped them, and they vanished in an instant. Ah, if that monk spirit were to learn of this, it might lead to conflict. Shangguan Yu chuckled softly. Having always imagined goddesses to be gentle, powerful beings radiating divine grace. However, through the blessing, he could directly observe the goddess by the altar, greedily stuffing dumpling after dumpling into her mouth, blissfully exclaiming how delicious it was, remarking on the exquisite flavors of otherworldly cuisine. After finalizing the details with the goddess, Shangguan Yu severed the connection. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he found Fulilian reluctantly using magic to clean the dishes. Shangguan Yu couldn't help but smile gently. You. Come help me. It's too cruel to make me wash them all alone. Fulilian's eyes widened as she expressed her dissatisfaction with a calm demeanor. All right. I and Oppos am coming to assist you. I just learned a spell from teacher Celia. A spell? What kind of spell? It and Oppos, as an ancient magic used by the mythical era and Oppos, as human race. Of course, it has largely been forgotten, as most human kingdoms today do not acknowledge the legitimacy of magic. Watch closely, Fulilian. Shangguan Yu composed himself, channeling his magic. A complex magic circle formed, and pure, radiant light manifested as flowing water, swiftly enveloping the bowls, utensils, and pots. In mere seconds, the once soiled items emerged pristine and renewed. Truly, a legendary magic from the mythical era. With this spell, many tasks become significantly easier, Fulilian remarked with admiration. Indeed, for it is a legendary spell. Its effects extend beyond mere cleanliness. Have you grasped its essence, Fulilian? I understand. Well, I grasp the general effect, but fully comprehending it will require some time. However, I do prefer the magic I discover for myself. Thank you for your kindness, you. Having regained her composure, Fulilian looked at the man sustaining the magical construct and offered a faint smile. All right, I have some matters to attend to with Celia. I will entrust Anna's magical training to you, Fulilian. Leave it to me. Teacher Fulemi's magic might suit that child perfectly. Fulilian nodded, wiping the non-existent sweat from her brow. Although she lacked experience in teaching children, surely Teacher Fulemi's methods would suffice, wouldn't they? Chapter 52. The Dungeon Unleashed, Malevolent Deities. With my current strength, how long can I withstand the presence of those gods? At most a minute. Although your talent is formidable, you have yet to reach the pinnacle of humanity. Against the gods, you stand no chance. What about the goddesses? There's absolutely no problem. If it proves too daunting, you can venture into that world to ascertain the truth. Once the dungeon opens, as long as you enter that realm with your peculiar magic, you should be able to sense those weaker deities. Understood. After reconfirming with the chat group spirit, Shangwan Yu pondered for a moment, deciding to take a few individuals to the Goblin Slayer world to gauge the strength of those gods. After discussing with Syria and the others, everyone expressed their support. After all, while assistance was welcomed, if the risks were substantial, careful consideration was warranted. The Just Mage, I have gathered some intelligence. Goblin Slayer, has your village been relocated? According to the chat group system spirit, since Goblin Slayer is the protagonist, he serves as the teleportation anchor point, rendering him undetectable to the gods unless there is large-scale interaction with their creations. Goblin Slayer, the relocation is complete. Those wretched monsters. If the future is shrouded in darkness and despair, then I shall guard this new future, even if it costs me my life. I will eradicate the goblins once and for all. Weak Beastmaster, such admirable courage. Go for it. Everyone will support you. Pink Delicate Bear, yes indeed. Tushan's second in command. What nonsense goblins. I've already mastered my sister's ultimate technique. I want to rip those disgusting things apart right now. Summerbox, count me in. Explosive Mage, leave the strongest goblin to me. Wisdom Goddess, mere goblins? I can purify them with ease. Weak Beastmaster, while it is said so, considering everyone's safety, this trial will only be held at the furthest goblin nest from the town, and only members who meet the strength criteria may participate. Ding. The dungeon has been opened. Darkness. Darn it. I'm a bit lacking in strength. Sobs XX. Upon hearing the conditions for participation, Darkness felt a flicker of hope, but was ultimately left with a sense of regret. Participation criteria. Strength must reach peak tier 3, current number of participants. 3. Explosive Mage. My strength isn't enough? What nonsense. Summer, and looks like we'll have to wait for the second dungeon to emerge. Such a pity. Tushan's second in command. Humph, leave it to me. I will definitely smash those vile monsters into pulp. Despite the disappointment at the limited participants, the group offered their blessings to the three. For that world was indeed fraught with peril. In the Goblin Slayer world, no? You cannot go. The resolute voice of a young boy resonated through the forest as his frail body stood defiantly in the path, arms outstretched. Little one, we are on a quest to vanquish the monsters. The goblin nests are rampant. Once we eradicate them, you and your family will be safe. The female adventurers, witnessing the adorable child blocking their way, gently began to negotiate with him, for who could bear to be angry with such a charming little one, especially one who worried for their safety? Indeed, little brother, they are merely goblins. Your elder siblings shall soon clear them away. A young priestess, adorned with a white clerical hat, smiled softly, reaching out to pat the boy's head. The young goblin slayer recognized her instantly. She was the scheming priestess, the future sword saint. No, I absolutely cannot allow you to pass. Otherwise, those damned gods will succeed. The young goblin slayer, having witnessed the bleak future, clenched his teeth. He had seen the messages from the group. They would soon arrive, and he would not permit anyone to go there in the meantime. You cannot go. Especially you. Goblins are treacherous and wicked creatures. Within their lair resides an elite goblin king, and you are no match for them. The sword saint's expression faltered slightly. Her brow furrowed. A goblin king? But the information from the church and the Adventurers Guild indicated it was merely a small settlement, at most. There would be a goblin shaman. How could a goblin king possibly exist? Hey, you little brat. Get out of the way. Exactly. Princess Milia. Why waste words on these children? Several male adventurers grew impatient, eager to impress the numerous women present, resorting to bravado to showcase their valor. The young goblin slayer shook his head, fixing his determined gaze on the priestess. He understood that only by convincing this future saint could he prevent this tragedy. Dear sister, if you insist on proceeding, I will harm myself right in front of you. I am not jesting. Someone has already perished. No one believes me. In a moment of desperation, the young goblin slayer brandished a small knife, startling everyone. The priestess flinched, instinctively reaching forward to take the blade. However, the young goblin slayer deftly evaded her grasp, his eyes resolute. Please, priestess, do not venture into the goblin nest. You are not their match. All right. We want to go. We want tea. Just put down the knife, and let us talk calmly. Don't act rashly, little one. The priestess, begrudgingly conceding, signaled for the group to halt. Thus, they remained in a stalemate for a long while. Even when the young goblin slayer reiterated his warnings and shared the true state of the goblin nest with the adventurers, human arrogance rendered them dismissive. Only the priestess's expression shifted from indifference to seriousness as she realized something was amiss. Everyone seems to be operating under the assumption or instinctively taking on the extermination task without any verification. Normally, she would be cautious, even for a goblin extermination task. Some intelligence gathering should be the norm. Priestess. Moments later, a lanky man wearing a gray wool hat rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. What on earth is happening? The village has vanished. The goblin nest. The information was erroneous. The scale of the goblins is immense. It is highly likely that a ruling class goblin has emerged. The adventurers stood frozen in shock, their eyes reflecting disbelief. The information from the church and adventurers guild was incorrect? Damn it. Instantly, anger filled the adventurers' gazes as they turned towards the priestess. Priestess, how could the information be wrong? What is going on? Exactly. While we are unafraid of death, being misled by erroneous intelligence is a grave matter. The adventurers glared at the priestess, clearly indicating that something had gone awry at the church. Such a significant intelligence failure could lead to the annihilation of their entire team. However, only Gusha remained composed, fixedly regarding the group before him. He had little interest in their affairs as long as they refrained from seeking out the goblins. Gusha comprehended that, oftentimes, the so-called intelligence failures of adventurers were not failures at all, but rather the machinations of a malevolent and sinister true deity. This deity, in conjunction with an illusory god, would conspire to determine the fate of an adventuring party through the casting of dice. The true god relished witnessing the expressions of despair and anguish on the faces of adventurers just as they were on the verge of acquiring their coveted treasures, only to be suddenly beset by formidable monsters that emerged from the shadows, thereby satisfying his abhorrent and detestable whims. Chapter 53, The Assembly, Goblin Extermination Plan. I apologize, everyone. This oversight will be investigated by the church. Please remain calm. The priestess, unable to do anything, realized that the church would undoubtedly bear the blame. After all, the Adventurers Guild is also an organization under the church's jurisdiction, and typically, information channels are comprised of teams formed by the kingdom and the church, as well as intel gathered from other adventurers of various ranks. So, why are the adventurers so furious? It is because even a child of only a few years old possesses information that the church appears to have overlooked. Adventurers who have perished due to lack of intelligence are understandably alarmed. The emergence of a high-level goblin signifies that many adventurers and civilians may have already fallen victim, reduced to mere breeding tools, which could rapidly result in the proliferation of advanced magical creatures, goblins. While the Goblin King mentioned by that little brat may not exist, how many goblin warriors, chiefs, and shamans have been spawned in this time? It would be best to conclude this extermination mission swiftly. Our highest levels barely exceed 30. To confront such perilous magical creatures would be tantamount to sentencing everyone to death. Yes, moreover, the church must bear the losses. As the members of the church, to which the priestess belongs, and the adventurers began to argue, a sudden flash of lightning and thunder heralded the appearance of 3 peculiar whirlpools, instantly capturing the attention of several individuals. Has it finally arrived? A flicker of excitement crossed Gosha's eyes, coupled with a hint of fatigue. After glancing at the messages in the group, Gosha finally exhaled in relief. A delicate little foot stepped out first, adorned in an exaggeratedly large outfit that immediately drew the gaze of the men present. However, as the whirlpool dissipated, a terrifying aura emanated forth. Beastmen. What a frightening sensation. Could they possibly be magical creatures? As the crowd grew tense, the girl slowly opened her eyes, surveying her surroundings in a daze. It was the youthful Yaya. Have we arrived so soon? Group leader? Great mage? Where are you? And what was that name again? Yaya scratched her head. glancing around before noticing two more portals opening. It seems Yaya's sister arrived first. Hello, Yaya's sister. A lively and melodious voice resonated as a girl clad in light blue jeans and a white tracksuit appeared. Her snow-white hair especially captivating as she greeted Yaya with a smile, her azure eyes playfully winking. You're the group leader? Yes, yes. Hello, Yaya's sister. Lin Xiaoxue smiled warmly at Yaya, displaying no arrogance regarding her fourth-tier power. She understood that most of her skills were enhanced through the chat group. These members were her benefactors. It would not be an exaggeration to call them family, for in both her previous life and her reincarnation into the Beastmaster world, she had always been an orphan. You possess an extraordinary talent among humans. I never expected you to reach the realm of a great demon king. Yaya proudly crossed her arms, admiringly acknowledging Lin Xiaoxue's achievement, clearly delighted by being called sister by the group leader. Did I arrive late? A light-hearted laughter echoed as Shangguan Yu emerged from the whirlpool, clad in knightly armor. He immediately locked onto everyone present. The powerful magical aura he emitted causing a suffocating sensation among the crowd. How impressive! The young Gosha gazed enviously at the dashing knight suspended in midair. Vowing to himself, one day, I too shall become a formidable knight, vanquishing all magical creatures. Lin Xiaoxue and Amp, Apos, mouth fell agape, her face a mask of astonishment and disbelief. As Shangguan Yu gradually descended, he greeted the two with a smile. Hello, I am Shangguan Yu, a great mage. Is this for real? You certainly do not look like a mage. Lin Xiaoxue quipped, unable to contain her sarcasm. Whose mage dons knightly armor? Ahem. I am an all-purpose mage. Do you understand what that means? I can also engage in close combat. Shangguan Yu awkwardly scratched his head, aware that he could not admit his fear of being ambushed by some lurking adversaries. Forbidden technique. Agile perception. After greeting, Shangguan Yu, taking advantage of Gosha's proximity, closed his eyes and activated the forbidden level magic. One of the rings on his fingers began to shimmer, and in the blink of an eye, his magical energy was entirely depleted. An invisible shockwave emanated from Shangguan Yu, radiating outward. Gradually, cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. After all, probing the entire world was slightly beyond his current soul and mental strength. A flood of information surged in his mind, and under the influence of the seal, he quickly sensed two immensely powerful presences, gods. Indeed, there are gods. However, they are exceedingly arrogant, treating the world as a mere plaything. Shangguan Yu and Apos' eyes narrowed slightly. He had discerned that the power of the gods was identical to that he observed with Celia, a vast energy composition. Do not be foolish. To perceive the strength of a god would be a folly. Illusory god, high god, true god, high god. I have already grasped the combined strength of these two high gods. And now I merely need to disrupt the progress of this world to establish a passage. I must have overestimated this world if Aquaria were not sealed. Perhaps she alone would suffice. The system sprite spoke casually, tinged with disdain. Changing the world was merely one of its methods for acquiring energy. The members altered their tragic fates, obtaining a better future through points, while it gathered energy, an arrangement of mutual benefit. However, to completely conquer this world, it was evident that its master could not achieve that. Yet, since Shangguan Yu had suggested it, why not explain it to the benefactor? Assisting would not violate the system and Apos' regulations. After all, it was merely a tool devoid of emotion, a mere chatbot, incapable of rebellion. I understand. Shangguan Yu nodded. What happened? How do you feel? Upon seeing Shangguan Yu open his eyes, Lin Xiaoxue, with her white hair, inquired anxiously, for the thought of confronting gods was terrifying. The other group members might not mind if their worlds diverged from the original plot, but Gosha was different. As long as he exterminated the goblins and saved the Sword Saint, the true god would undoubtedly take notice. Not a problem. After the extermination is complete, we can act. All right. This wretched world is long overdue for a change. Lin Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement at the response. What? Yaya appeared utterly perplexed, wondering why these two humans suddenly seemed so elated. Lin Xiaoxue grabbed the young Gosha, bringing everyone's hands together, and joyfully shouted, Nothing. Yaya sister at last. We can experience the thrill of adventure. I hereby declare the Cheese Snow Leopard Team and Apos' Goblin Extermination Mission to commence now. Chapter 54. Fanaticism and Unexpected Gains. Arnold. May I inquire, who are you? Are you adventurers from other nations? After a few individuals concluded their self-centered discussions, the crowd gradually emerged from their astonishment. The priestess, summoning her courage, took a few hesitant steps forward to ask, as the gazes of the three fell upon her. The young woman and Apos' delicate hands nervously clutched her staff and skirt, her pale face retreating slightly as she steadfastly locked eyes with Shang Guanyu. "You are the priestess?" Shang Guanyu inquired, recognition dawning upon him. "Oh, now I remember, you are the sword saint." Observing her familiar attire, images of the little priestess surfaced in his mind. Though her overall form and features bore some distinction, how should one put it? Truly, she is favored by the divine, although her fortunes seem dire at present. Her fate has already shifted upon encountering me, has it not? Congratulations, Member Goblin Slayer, for altering the fate of an important character. Points earned, 5,000. Congratulations. Member Just Mage, for participating in the plot alteration. Points earned, 3,000. Congratulations, Member Tushan's second in command. Ah, I too have earned points? Lin Xiaoxue exclaimed in delight, her spirits lifting as she beheld the additional 3,000 points in her account. The expressions of the trio towards the sword saint softened considerably, although the young woman herself did not perceive it that way. No, we are more than mere adventurers. Shang Guanyu observed the trembling sword saint, her legs quaking with fear, and could not help but smirk slightly. Huh? Lin Xiaoxue looked puzzled, while Yaya wore a similarly confused expression. Aren't we supposed to deal with those ugly creatures? Humans are truly troublesome. Ah, Arnold. The little priestess was exceedingly anxious, after all. The man before her was quite intimidating. You need not worry, we are sent by the goddess to rescue you. Have you not noticed the numerous flaws in your current extermination mission? What do you mean? The priestess and Apos' eyes narrowed slightly, her anxiety palpable. It is simple. The errors you made were not due to your own failings, but rather because a deity has been manipulating you from the shadows, causing you to subconsciously commit these nearly impossible mistakes. Impudent. You shall not insult the supreme deity. Before the priestess could retort, a knight clad in armor beside her erupted in fury, drawing his sword and glaring at Shang Guanyu with a hatred akin to that of a vengeful spirit. Oh, a fanatic, are we? Shang Guanyu merely glanced at the two knights before redirecting his focus to the pale priestess. You harbor suspicions. Yet your fervent faith insists this is impossible, does it not? With a slight smirk, he contemplated the alteration of the narrative. He was all too familiar with such transformations. Merely preventing the future saintess from being sullied by goblins had already granted him 3,000 points. What if he were to alter her faith? How amusing it would be. I can hardly wait to see the expression of that vile deity. It must be quite a spectacle. Please do not insult my church and the faith of the deities. The priestess, though pale, set her jaw defiantly and met Shang Guanyu's gaze. Clearly, her admiration and belief in the divine remained strong, which only added to the intrigue, did it not? It was akin to having a goalkeeper in place. Scoring a goal becomes far more exhilarating. Whether you believe or not is of little consequence now. Shang Guanyu coldly smiled, slowly extending his hands. A terrifying wave of magical energy erupted, casting a spell to hypnotize and erase memories. As the magical light spread, within a mere breath, everyone present, save for the few standing behind Shang Guanyu and the little priestess, suddenly felt a rush of darkness, losing consciousness and freezing in place, succumbing to slumber. White orbs of light flew towards Shang Guanyu, and the little priestess stared in shock at the scene, raising her staff in alarm. What? What have you done to them? Simply a matter of memory erasure and modification. Shang Guanyu shrugged, only to notice Yaya and Lin Xiaoxue gazing at him with expressions of fear. What are you looking at? This is merely a straightforward process of memory alteration, not some nefarious forbidden magic. Shang Guanyu sighed, aware that the immaturity of his technique made it appear as though he had forcibly extracted the souls of others. The smoky glass orbs resembling something sinister. We believe. Lin Xiaoxue nervously hid behind Yaya, jesting, where do you find memory-related items that emit black smoke? Forget it. Once it's done, you will understand. I shall have these individuals experience a scripted adventure in the Goblin Den. Extracting some memories is essential for creating a mental entity, which in turn can alter the young priestess's beliefs. Do not forget. Changing her faith could significantly modify the course of this world, thus yielding greater rewards. Shang Guanyu patiently elucidated, insisting that he was no malevolent sorcerer. Ah, I see. Indeed, altering the beliefs of these fanatics and the saintess would substantially impact the world and Apos' trajectory. However, what if those deities discover it beforehand? Lin Xiaoxue nodded in sudden comprehension, only to follow up with another question. Fear not. With the protagonists present, they shall remain oblivious, especially since there are two of them. After retracting the crystal orb, Shangguan Yu cast a glance at the young goblin slayer and the little priestess, stating coolly, "Now, without further ado, let us depart." Upon finishing his explanation, he snapped his fingers, instantly binding the priestess in midair. A barrier enveloped those around her, including the young goblin slayer, Lin Xiaoxue, and Yaya, who all floated into the air. "You shall lead the way, control the direction with your thoughts. We are here to assist you in exterminating those perilous goblins." "I understand." The young goblin slayer nodded, excitement illuminating his features. "At last, shall we vanquish these wretched creatures?" "Onward." Lin Xiaoxue, regaining her composure, floated exuberantly alongside, calling out with excitement, which left Yaya somewhat speechless. Under the guidance of the young goblin slayer, the group soon arrived at a concealed, chilling cave entrance where several goblins were patrolling. Upon witnessing this, both the priestess and the young goblin slayer could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. How is it possible? Low-level magical creatures have attained intelligence? It is not that low-level creatures have gained wisdom in this case. What other explanation exists besides divine blessing? The young goblin slayer scoffed, his disdain for the deities mentioned by the sword saint evident, prompting her already pale complexion to drain of color. Indeed, there is only one possibility. Those goblins have been blessed by the deities. Chapter 55. Into the Caverns, the Goblin Extermination. Once again, I shall reiterate, goblins are an inherently malevolent race, monstrous beings devoid of any sense of pain. They dwell in shadowy lairs, ready to ambush any creature, particularly humans and elves, resorting to cannibalism. Their wickedness knows no bounds. Do not let your foolish compassion lead you astray in this world. They will brutally slaughter and devour the males, while the females are reduced to mere breeding instruments for the goblins. Do not be swayed by the pitiable gestures of goblins. Even the newly spawned goblins must be exterminated without hesitation. Before entering the lair, I must caution you to be wary of the women who have been captured. Do not approach them recklessly, as some goblins might exploit pregnant women to elicit your sympathy. Shangguan Yu fixed a serious gaze upon the group. The goblins outside are yours to practice against. I implore you to exert your utmost effort in this battle and ensure the annihilation of every single goblin. Unless absolutely necessary, I will refrain from employing large-scale magic. Rest assured, esteemed leader, we shall show no mercy. Those not of our kin harbor malicious intents, Lin Xiaoxue confidently declared, patting her ample chest. After all, in the world of beast taming, there are similar creatures, twisted beasts and dark monstrosities far more formidable than these goblins. However, both she and her companion were concerned about Yaya, for given Yaya's nature, she might struggle to harm the young and innocent. "What are you staring at me for?" Yaya inquired, puzzled by the two. "I will not show mercy. Monsters are not akin to humanoid beings. While I may be a demon, I possess principles. I shall not show leniency to such vile and cunning creatures. And there is one more crucial point." Shangguan Yu's expression turned grave as she paused. "You may encounter human women who have become mere breeding tools. Be extremely cautious and do not approach them recklessly. Those goblins are treacherous in nature. Be wary, for they might use pregnant women as bait to ambush you. Remember, young priestess, upon spotting a pregnant woman, you must first perform a purification spell. Do not consider it cruel. A goblin is a goblin, and monsters will always remain monsters. Once you witness the plight of those women, you will understand. Now, do you comprehend?" Shangguan Yu cast a serious glance at the young priestess standing nearby, earnestly addressing her. I understand," the young priestess affirmed. Her expression tense as she gazed toward the cavern and Appo's entrance. Shangguan Yu nodded in response, raising the crystal ball into the air. With the infusion of ethereal blue magic, it penetrated the earth, causing the soil to writhe and revealing numerous forms, a forbidden technique of soul manipulation known as corpse resurrection. "What is this? The resurrection technique?" Lin Xiaoxue gasped in astonishment at the cracked faces emerging, momentarily lost in the surrealism of her surroundings. "Do not concern yourself with these details. They are merely puppets imbued with consciousness. Even in death, there is no true loss. As long as this artifact remains intact, I can summon them endlessly." Shangguan Yu smirked with a hint of malice, shaking the crystal ball in her hand. "Very well, from now on, we shall operate as an adventuring party. Young priestess, stay close to them. Let us proceed." With a snap of her fingers, the group snapped back to reality as Shangguan Yu's commanding voice rang out. "Everyone, we are gathering for the goblin extermination. For each goblin slain, you shall be rewarded handsomely." "Goblins? Oh right. I came here to exterminate goblins. Yes, yes. I just remembered. Looking at the young priestess beside Shang Wanyu, the adventurers, albeit slightly dazed, sensed nothing amiss. At this moment, the puppets regained their consciousness. And under Shang Wanyu's lead, the small party of adventurers advanced toward the goblin lair. The puppets engaged in combat with the patrolling goblin creatures, swiftly eliminating them under the onslaught of the adventurers. Among them, a goblin attempted to feign death to ambush, even deceiving a female adventurer. After swiftly slaying the female adventurer, the remaining adventurers erupted in fury, tearing the goblins into shreds. The atmosphere of rage spread through the group. However, none noticed that the once deceased female adventurer was transforming back into soil, writhing and rising once more as an adventurer. What is happening? The female adventurer exclaimed, momentarily bewildered, until the memory of her ambush surged back. Do you seek revenge? Do you loathe goblins? Your soul shall be consumed by the flames of retribution until the last goblin in this world is slain. I died. No. Damn it, those wretched goblins. Thus, a torrent of rage ignited in the cracked eyes of the female adventurer. Vengeance was her only desire. A multitude of goblins began to emerge, while Shang Wanyu and her companions formed a small team of 5, delving deeper into the goblin lair. The surrounding goblins were left to the puppets, who, after experiencing repeated ambushes, adopted a ferocious demeanor, mercilessly slaughtering any goblin in sight. As they ventured deeper into the lair, the 5 encountered their first formidable foe, the goblin chief. Prepare to attack. Yaya, handle those priests and shamans on the flanks, guild leader. You and the young priestess will serve as rear mages, targeting the goblins on the right and in the distance. Understood. Come forth, second brother. And Little Orange. Lin Xiaoxue and Appos. Eyes turned cold, her hands pressed together as her necklace emitted a soft glow. Suddenly, radiant energy surged forth, coalescing into 2 massive ethereal forms, resembling small mountains. Roar. The winged tiger let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding weaker goblins to tremble and collapse. Another beast, a colossal boar, brandished its gleaming tusks. Go. Little Orange. Second brother, charge recklessly. With Lin Xiaoxue's beast-taming technique, the tiger and boar became 2 colossal machines of war, mercilessly harvesting goblin lives. Meanwhile, Yaya leapt into action, a cold snort escaping her lips as she unleashed a torrent of demonic energy upon the goblin shamans. In a panic, the goblin priests attempted to heal their kin, but under Yaya's wrathful, energy-infused fists, they were reduced to mere puddles of dark green muck. But we are not finished yet. You grotesque creatures, exorcism technique. Boom. Yaya erupted with tremendous demonic power, crashing down, obliterating the goblins in her wake. The shockwave rendered the surrounding weaker goblins severely injured. Howling in agony, the goblin shamans cried out in torment, some even resorting to gestures of surrender. Humph. Despicable monsters, do you think you can deceive me? Exorcism. Exorcism technique. Fueled by rage, Yaya savagely smashed the goblin shamans into mere fragments, leaving the young priestess in awe of her sheer brutality. Where do you think you and Appos are going? Your opponent is me. Shang Wanyu brandished 2 magical greatswords, blocking the goblin chief and Appos' path. After parrying a blow from the chief, she engaged in fierce close combat, swinging her greatsword with determination. With a sweeping blow, the goblin chieftain and Appos' abdomen erupted in a fountain of blood. The agony compelled the enraged beast to recoil, emitting a mournful howl as it attempted to summon its kin. Alas, the remaining goblins were being mercilessly slaughtered through the coordinated efforts of Lin Xiaoxue, Yaya, and the young cleric. Roar. Witnessing the annihilation of its people, the goblin chieftain's eyes blazed with fury. With a thunderous roar, golden light began to encircle its form. What? A divine blessing? How could this be? The young cleric, snapping back to reality, beheld Shang Wanyu shielding the rear ranks, and the goblin chieftain, who had been striving to break through, had somehow received a divine boon. Damn humans, I shall devour you all alive. The chieftain and Appos' physique swelled further, its terrifying muscles solid and unyielding, with veins bulging like venomous serpents coiling within. Roar. Brandishing a femur radiating dark energy, it swung down upon Shang Wanyu with savage force, seeking to crush the detestable human who dared to stand in its path. Heh, a divine blessing, you say? How unfortunate. I too am blessed. Chapter 56. The completion of the expedition and the broken heart of the sword Saint is Sunfire. Enchant. With a low exclamation, Shang Guanyu summoned two magical great swords that shimmered with golden light. As the radiance ascended, his aura intensified, and the swords ignited in a fierce blaze, resembling divine artifacts. The goblin chieftain roared, his massive foot striking the ground with such force that it cracked beneath him. His colossal form surged toward Shang Guanyu like a cannonball, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The goblin chieftain understood that he must eliminate the man before him, or else he and his tribe would perish. Roar! Blessing of the gods, annihilation of life. The skull club in the goblin and Apos' grasp ignited with black flames, unleashing a terrifying and ominous magical aura that instantly captivated everyone in Apos' attention. Watch out. That creature's weapon is peculiar. Dodge quickly. Lin Xiaoshui's pupils constricted slightly. Worry etched across her face as she shouted ahead. Is that a strike worthy of a demon emperor? Get away. Yaya, having just dispatched the last shaman, was similarly drawn in by the dreadful presence. Her innocent eyes reflecting a hint of shock as she instinctively cried out. The sunfire churned within the magical greatswords, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. Golden patterns emerged in Shang Guanyu and Apos' gaze, gradually revealing intricate and mysterious designs upon his forehead. Dodge its edge? A mere beast. Perish. Shang Guanyu scoffed. As the patterns on his forehead coalesced into an ancient design resembling the sun, the energy of the greatsword fused into one, awakening the skill, divine mercy of the sun. The terrifying greatsword, enhanced by the searing flames, transformed into an exquisitely patterned blade, exuding a divine aura that instantly incinerated the black mist emanating from the goblin chieftain. Seeing the goblin chieftain hurtling toward him from above, Shang Guanyu roared and executed a powerful overhead strike, his body spinning in midair, uniting as one in a formidable stance. He boldly charged headlong into the goblin chieftain. Clang! The earth-shattering energy erupted as their weapons collided, producing a shockwave that knocked numerous goblins to the ground. Even Yaya instinctively raised her hands in defense. Crack! Shang Guanyu and the goblin chieftain stood in stark contrast, their forms suspended in the air due to the immense energy at play. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. A smirk crossed Shang Guanyu's lips as a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from his seemingly slender frame. Crack, crack, crack. The goblin chieftain's club shattered, revealing cracks. It appears your god does not regard you as highly as you imagined, so meet your end. Shang Guanyu's cold laughter echoed as he pronounced the monster's fate. In the next moment, amidst the flashing blades, the goblin and Apos' head was sent soaring into the air. Shang Guanyu turned, his expression calm, as the magical greatsword in his hand gradually vanished. Boom! The goblin chieftain's massive body collapsed, and the sunfire ignited instantly, consuming the corpse in mere breaths, leaving only a pile of blackened ash. Incredible! Lin Xiaoshui gasped, her eyes sparkling with admiration. That sword strike was magnificent. Upon witnessing the goblin chieftain's demise, the smaller goblins panicked, abandoning their weapons in a frantic escape. Shang Guanyu shouted, "Hey, don't let those goblin remnants get away." The group snapped back to reality, beginning to eliminate the remaining goblin soldiers. Soon, the majority were slaughtered, with only a few fleeing to the outskirts, yet they could not evade the bloodthirsty adventurers. Let us proceed. This is merely a goblin nest. The dangerous divine blessing has been lifted. There may still be newborn goblins and imprisoned humans within. Prepare yourselves. Shang Guanyu adjusted his disheveled armor, walking ahead of the group with a calm demeanor. Fear not. With the little priestess here, we shall not let any goblin escape. At the very least, we have avenged those people, have we not? Lin Xiaoshui inhaled deeply, a smile breaking through as she quickly pulled the anxious little priestess aside. Yes, to be treated as a breeding tool by such monsters must have been agonizing, the little priestess murmured, her small head drooping as confusion clouded her gaze. At this juncture, she comprehended the origins of these goblin soldiers. They were not birthed like goblin kings, but rather the entire goblin tribe had received divine blessings, especially that recently blessed goblin chieftain wielding such a pseudo-artifact. How could any ordinary adventurer hope to contend with such a monster? Not to mention the unnatural magical power he exhibited in his frenzy. Let us move on. Dwelling on this is futile, Lin Xiaoshui sighed, gently pulling the little priestess closer, comforting her. She would not allow such a sweet and delicate girl to be bullied. As they delved deeper, the hellish scenes rendered the young women increasingly silent. In the cramped dungeon, countless emaciated women stared blankly, their spirits numbed, mechanically opening their limbs. Their once pure forms had become soiled and tainted. Shang Guanyu sighed at the sight, while the little priestess turned pale, her faith shattered. Numbly, She raised her hand to cast a purification spell. Lin Xiaoxue and Yaya also sighed, their hearts heavy as they sought to rescue these unfortunate women. Their emotions a tumultuous blend of compassion and sorrow. All right, these women still possess awareness. Help them don some clothing and support them. There are likely many. Once we exit, I shall erase their painful memories and arrange for them to live as nuns in the church, leading ordinary lives, Shangguan Yu remarked with a sigh outside the prison. Shaking his head. Before long, all goblins within the lair were exterminated, their bodies utterly incinerated. With a snap of his fingers, the once furious adventurers fell into a stupor, their forms dissipating into the earth. The goblin expedition in the other world, complete, with the use of mental modification magic to erase the painful memories of these unfortunate women. The expedition had reached its conclusion. Shangguan Yu gazed upward at the sky, a cold indifference in his eyes, and spoke softly. Next, it shall be the battle between gods. Chapter 57. The goddess appears, astonishing the group members. Ding. Congratulations to the group member, the Just Mage, for significantly altering the course of the world and changing the tragic fate of key characters, earning points 30,000. After comforting the young cleric, a voice echoed in several minds. Indeed, it was exactly as Guiyu had guessed. The Sword Saintess in her childhood was undeniably a pivotal character in the storyline. It can be said that the future Goblin Surge and its profound effects on the world were directly and indirectly tied to the Sword Saintess. Why, you may ask? Because after being rescued, despite remaining a saintess, she longed for everyone to acknowledge the dangers posed by goblins. However, no matter how hard she tried, her pleas fell on deaf ears. Thus, the Sword Saintess made a fateful decision. She would guide a greater number of adventurers, sacrificing them to make the world recognize the threat of goblins. Her intentions were noble, despite her misguided methods. Even after enduring such horrifying indignities, the Sword Saintess remained dutiful. With no other options left, she resorted to this twisted approach, as no one believed her. Will 1,000 points strengthen my teleportation magic? Yu Peng Yu inquired with the chat group system's sprite after soothing the young cleric. Of course, there are limitations. It will cost you 1,000 points, and you can summon in any dungeon world. Permanent summons require 10,000 points. However, to transform this world into a dungeon world, the system has activated personal permissions. This time, the deity you summon counts as my summon, and the summoned entity will exist for 100 years. Once this world is secured, it will be yours permanently. The chat group system sprite proclaimed with an air of pride. Oh, Supreme Goddess, I am your devoted believer. Please bestow upon us your grace. Without further regard for the system sprite, Yu Peng Yu clasped his hands together and began to invoke the teleportation magic. As he chanted the true essence of the goddess, the originally purple vortex of time and space expanded into a pure white whirlpool. A warm aura instantly dispelled the dark atmosphere of the goblin lair. That is. The young cleric gasped, staring in at the figure materializing above Yu Peng Yu. An ethereal silhouette gradually solidified, its pristine wings fluttering. The face remained obscured, as if adorned with countless visages, yet the warm, holy light seemed to heal all misfortunes. The goddess of light has appeared. Is this the deity of another world? Such overwhelming presence, even stronger than my sister. Yaya gazed intently at the drifting figure, unable to discern its form. Moreover, in the presence of this figure, she found herself devoid of any desire to engage in battle. A deity, you say? Then why can't I see her clearly? Lin Xiaoxue murmured, her curiosity piqued by the goddess enveloped in holy light. This pursuit has been a dream of the Chinese people since ancient times. Though she is a deity from another world, she is still a goddess, is she not? Perhaps it is best not to dwell on it. To glimpse her would require a payment of 10,000 points. Why? Will I explode just from a glance? Lin Xiaoxue protested, her lips pouting, and her eyes wide with indignation, appearing adorably comical. Indeed, a mere glance could trigger an explosion. Without protection, a weaker being would be overwhelmed by the deity's formidable mental force upon seeing her true form, either rendered a fool or ensnared in servitude. Would you still wish to look? Then I suppose I shall forego that. Lin Xiaoxue and Appo's lips twitched as she turned her head away, displaying a keen sense of propriety. I'm just waking up to hear Xiao Yu's call. Such a diminutive world. The goddess yawned lazily, stretching before becoming aware of her surroundings. In an instant, time in the entire world came to a standstill. Oh, have they perceived me as an intruder? The goddess smiled sweetly, and with a casual wave, the time around the goblin cave resumed its flow. She began to glance around. Here? Xiao Yu. The goddess exclaimed joyfully, snapping Yu out of his momentary stupor. He was met with the sight of a soft, fragrant figure rushing towards him, delicate, warm arms enveloping him in an embrace. Wah! Quickly! Do you have any more delicious snacks hidden away? My treats were stolen. Please give me some more. The goddess implored, snuggling against Yu with an adorable pout. Her eyes shimmering with desire. Let go of me. I can end Appos. Breathe. Yu gasped, momentarily bewildered. Hadn't end Appos. He just summoned a goddess? The sweet aroma and soft touch overwhelmed him. After mustering the strength to lift his head, he was met with the pitiable visage of the ethereal goddess, pleading for treats. Release me first. Once this matter is resolved, I shall bring you some delicacies. Finally, after promising the goddess, she reluctantly released Yu. As deities from the divine realm often possessed partners or were rather peculiar in their thoughts. Thus, she had not encountered a soul as pure as his in a long time, especially since he was Siria's disciple, which naturally elevated her fondness for him. Promise me. Yes. Yes. Yu rolled his eyes, bemused by the peculiar antics of these goddesses. Though she may not be as abstract as Aqua, there was still an oddity about her. The goddess then regained her serene demeanor, a radiant light enveloping her as the time outside resumed its flow. Yu gazed at this scene, astonished by her divine power over time. He watched in silence, mesmerized by the suspended and then flowing time, a glimmer of awe evident in his eyes. Yet, recalling that these worlds were filled with magic, it seemed more plausible. Nonetheless, he found himself utterly bewildered by the concept of manipulating time at will. Dear goddess, are you the only one here? Is it not a tad perilous? Yu inquired, his gaze questioning. Who claims that? I am establishing a divine passage. Now. Oh, radiant goddess, manifest. The goddess radiated a brilliant light, and the pure white vortex morphed into a splendid archway, the gate of the gods. Colorful orbs of light emerged, transforming into various figures. God of flames, I greet you, O goddess. Lady of wisdom and war, I greet you, O goddess. God of oceans and healing, I greet you, O goddess. 3 colorful beams coalesced into beautiful women, bowing respectfully to the goddess. Enough of the pleasantries. Eradicate the evil gods and heretics here. The goddess commanded indifferently, and the 3 figures transformed into orbs of light, soaring skyward, quickly vanishing from sight. Wow, so this is what summoning entails. Lin Xiaoxue mused, initially believing it absurd for Yu to summon a single deity, only to realize he had conjured 4. Children, it is best you return. This world is not suitable for you to linger in. The goddess and Appos' warm voice resonated gently before the luminous orbs disappeared from the scene. Hurry, Xiaoyu, send them back swiftly. Beings not of this world will be affected by the conflict among the deities. Understood. Upon regaining her composure, Shengwanyu waved her hand, and the young priest and the juvenile brother were transported to the boundary set by Shengwanyu, which was the village from which they had been sent away. Chapter 58. The Powerful Goddess, Siria's Anomaly Ding. The instance is being replicated and will return in 10 seconds. The chat group system sprite was quite perceptive, promptly sending everyone back to avoid any repercussions. Let's head back. We can discuss things later. All right. Farewell, group leader and esteemed mage. Yaya had no objections. Upon witnessing several beings and deities stronger than herself, her desire for power swelled even further. After exchanging pleasantries, she vanished from the scene. Well then, I'm off. Handsome goodbye. Lin Xiaoxue flashed a sweet smile before disappearing as well. Damn it. Who are you? A shadowy figure, its expression twisted in rage, glared at the surrounding extraterrestrial gods. Suddenly, a colossal luminous hand appeared, striking the dark figure away. Ah! The anguished cries echoed, only to be met by countless slaps, raining down upon it as if playing a game of catch. Heh, dare to bully my blessed children. The goddess's gaze turned frigid, her eyes reflecting a deep disdain. Smack. Ah, you wretched woman, I am the god of truth. The shadow roared, unleashing a surge of energy to disperse the luminous hand, its blood-red eyes fixed on the goddess before her. Yet, the goddess merely smirked, extending her delicate hand. Instantly, an even larger luminous hand materialized, firmly grasping the shadowy figure. So, you possess such courage? The goddess chuckled darkly, gazing at the furious god of truth. As another colossal hand began to coalesce. God of truth, is it? Smack. God of goblins, is it? Smack. Kill me. Kill me. Once a deity who toyed with the lives of mortals and the fabric of the world, the god of truth was now being mercilessly beaten by other gods. Resembling a helpless chick, His mental state shattered, he began to scream maniacally, while a nearby winged illusory god cast a sympathetic glance before silently turning away. Heh! With such pitiful abilities, you dare bestow blessings upon goblins? Very well, you shall oversee this realm for now, from henceforth. You shall be the god of happiness and beauty in the divine realm. As flames consumed the shadow entirely, the goddess nonchalantly waved her hand, lifting the divine barrier. She turned to the local deities and softly spoke. Yes, my goddess. The petite winged goddess managed a faint smile in response. Lorway, has the world been consolidated? Yes, my goddess. The review has been approved, and this world has been classified as a domain under divine management. The blue-haired goddess smiled softly. All right. Thank you all for your hard work. You may return now. The goddess nodded, and the assembled deities acknowledged her before returning to their respective realms. In truth, the goddess did not require so many deities. She summoned them merely to satisfy a small, selfish desire within her heart. Hee, Syria, did you expect this? I shall come to pilfer from you, daring to flaunt your affection before me. Meanwhile, upon returning to the quaint cabin, Shangguan Yu promptly checked in with everyone in the chat group to confirm their statuses. The Just Mage, everyone is all right? Have you all returned? The Weak Beastmaster, I'm home already. This round of points will last me quite a while. Tushan's second in command. I'm back too. No time to chat. My sister is calling me for dinner. Summerbox, is it over? The Weak Beastmaster, yes. With the big shots around, there were no mishaps. The Goddess of Wisdom, a journey to another world? Take me with you next time. The Weak Beastmaster, sorry, Aquaria, it was far too perilous last time. The Goddess of Wisdom, on account of the group leader and Oppos. As sincerity, Aquaria forgives you all. Goblin Slayer, thank you, big brother. And thanks to the group leader and everyone. Pink Cute Bear, one less tragedy, keep up the effort. Goblin Slayer, blonde perverted knight. I can do it too. Explosive Mage. Darkness, have you forgotten something? At that moment, in the realm of the pure world, Darkness's typically perverse expression momentarily faltered. Oh no, I forgot about Megumin. Her face paled as she donned her armor and sprinted towards the outskirts. It turned out that today, the two had successfully teamed up with a group of adventurers, only to leave the captain's face darkened before being expelled from the team once more. Sorry. Megumin. Darkness, carrying Megumin on her back, blushed and panted as she apologized. You wanted it this way, didn't, and Oppos. To you? You perverted knight. How could you forget me? As punishment. I shall not yield. Done. Remember to offer me something delicious. Finally, the goddess's playful voice echoed in her mind. Shangguan Yu turned over, revealing a smile, feeling quite cheerful as he prepared to gather offerings for the foolish goddess from the back mountain. Meanwhile, in Syria and Oppos' palace, the golden-haired sprite narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the woman's display of arrogance before instinctively tightening her grip on the magic book. You little rascal. As expected. The little boy still worries about me. Syria, how are you feeling? Angry? Giggles. Get lost. Chapter 59, Daily Life of Family. The Fall of the Northern Kingdoms. What magic did you learn today? I learned the magic that allows for a quick slumber. The setting sun gently filtered through the barrier, casting a warm glow upon the table. The delicate legs of young girls moved like newly born fish, swimming joyfully under the guidance of Fulilian. The girl spent her day in bliss, relishing her time here, appreciating the strictness of teacher Syria, cherishing Fulilian's attitude toward magic, and especially loving her master, who doted on and cared for her. Seeing Anna's joyful expression, Shangguan Yu could not help but gently pinch Anna's chubby little cheek. Its softness was utterly irresistible. You entrusted her to Fulilian? Aren't you afraid that she might turn such a gifted magic user into a failure? A calm voice resonated softly within the spacious wooden cabin. The familiar tone, tinged with disdain, made the white-haired, twin-tailed elf, who was engrossed in her meal, frown slightly. Syria, I truly find you insufferable. Fulilian glanced towards the doorway, her tone equally calm yet combative. The exchange among elves was lost on Shangguan Yu. Teacher, after a gentle greeting, Shangguan Yu rose and made his way to the kitchen. Unlike the usual delicacies, today he prepared beef, simply combining chili, vegetables, and cooked beef into several hearty bowls of beef noodle stir-fry, of course, always preparing a portion for Syria. Syria remained barefoot, looking at Fulilian with a faint smile. Magic is magic. No amount of unnecessary embellishment can change that. I recognize your methods. However, for Anna, her magic is not inferior to what Lady Syria expects. Fulilian nodded and continued her meal. Syria is like a child who has yet to grow up. However, Anna is not my disciple, so regardless of the outcome, it has nothing to do with me. It was merely a whim to teach her. Syria's lips curled into a slight smile as she slowly took a seat at the chair Shangwan Yu had prepared. Teacher, I returned a bit late today. Will you wait for me? Yes. Syria gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, her eyes momentarily lost in thought, and with a soft chuckle. She shook her head. Indeed, I still know so little about humans. Then try to understand. But before that, I hope Lady Syria will put on some shoes. Shangwan Yu smiled slightly. Did he truly know Syria? Not quite. He simply cared every day. Syria and Apos' expression stiffened slightly. Then she softly said, let us talk about it next time. I'm hungry. Very well. Looking at the elf who shone like the sun and her indifferent expression, Shangwan Yu suddenly realized that half a century had passed between him and his teacher. Once a mischievous brat who could not even control his eyes, now, she is reprimanding me. Heh, Syria elegantly savored the meal prepared by Shangwan Yu, her thoughts drifting, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. The conversation with the goddess left her, bewildered. Have I returned too late? Upon reflection, Syria suddenly realized how much this ambitious human had influenced her. The whimsical teaching and taking on disciples, embarking on a journey to gather and understand magic, it seemed. No one had ever left such a lasting impression, someone she cared for so deeply that even after centuries, she would return home punctually every afternoon. Delicious. Syria chuckled softly. She did not despise this feeling. As she stared at the steaming noodles in her bowl, she fell silent. The dialogue with the goddess resurfacing in her mind. Admitted, Syria, you surely like this young man. The playful elven goddess grinned mischievously. Do I like him? Indeed, I am fond of him. The pursuit and desire in his eyes bring me joy. What do you mean? I'm talking about that kind. Don't jest. Apart from elves, the demon race and we share a near-eternal lifespan, so I've long known he cannot succeed. Yet he has concocted that. Dragon's elixir? 1,000 years of life, outliving even dwarfs, and what about me? Becoming a deity? Even in your prime, passing the trials was no easy feat. After all, his essence remains that of a frail human. Don't be so pessimistic. At least there is such an exceptional man who likes you. Aren't you inclined to give yourself a chance? And grant him a chance too. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become who you are today, even secretly gathering ancient materials for him. I merely wish to see how far he can go. Giggling yes, so if there are no ifs, I can satisfy his desires. But I will not fall in love with him. I do not wish to etch a mere human into my memory for an eternity. Haha. How about I arrange for him to become a deity and have him work for me for 10,000 years? As you wish. Ugh, how boring. Goodbye, and ponder my words. Syria, perhaps someone intruding into your life could make your future so dazzling that even I cannot predict it. In Syria's mind, the gentle smile of the young man grew clearer, swaying in her vision. Teacher? Lady Syria? Noticing Syria in a daze, Shangwan Yu gently shook her and called softly. Oh, what is it? Syria came back to her senses, gazing at the face so close to her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Suppressing her peculiar feelings, she casually looked outside and inquired. It's nothing. I was just asking you about Fulilian. I heard that many regions in the northern kingdoms have fallen. The demon race and Apos' counterattack seems rather formidable. To be precise, most of the territories north of the northern highlands have been invaded and destroyed by the demon race. The white-haired elf beside her calmly fixed her gaze on Syria, adding softly, Oh, Fulilian, she has indeed achieved much. Her current strength and status are nearly on par with yours, not counting your forbidden arts. Syria recalled her other disciple and spoke softly. What do you mean? So, she is doing well now, right? That is good. Shangwan Yu lowered his head to take a bite of his noodles, chuckling. After all, she is your junior sister, and while buying ingredients today, I heard plenty of news about the fall of the northern kingdoms, so I casually asked. In any case, Fulilian has temporarily obscured your position in the demon race and Apos' rumors. However, Fulilian is far more cunning than you. For now, the demon race cannot do anything to her. In short, she is quite safe, so you need not worry. Teachers understand the demon race well. Unless it is the demon king, very few can harm her. Fulilian nodded, though she and Syria did not get along well. She trusted Syria's judgment implicitly, for her teacher, Fulilian, felt the same way. Yummy, so delicious. Anna, show your magic to Lady Syria. Shangwan Yu teased his little disciple. And the atmosphere at dinner gradually became warm and inviting. Okay, pretty flowers, bloom quickly. Flower field magic. Anna joyfully hopped down from her chair, her little legs scampering towards Syria, reaching her tender white hands towards the window, cutely saying in her baby voice. Beautiful roses entwined with unknown wildflowers gracefully climbed along the window frame, basking in the fading sunlight, blooming exquisitely. Kiki, lovely blossoms for my revered master Suraya. Suraya, chapter 63. Years later, Elena's birthday. Oh, divine goddess. This time the offerings consist of a small cake and an abundance of sweets. Perhaps a tad excessive. As I gaze at the mountain of pastries and confections that have vanished in an instant, a slight twitch appears at the corner of Shangwan Yu and Appo's mouth. Truly, she is a gluttonous deity. Wah, so delicious. Little you, want you consider it? Just a single word from you, and you shall become the god of culinary arts, blessed with eternal life. There is no need for that, your divine highness. I believe I can succeed in my research, even if this world imposes limitations. However, I am not bound by the constraints of this world. Shangwan Yu smiled softly, understanding the goddess's good intentions. Mortals have limited lifespans, and although he had created a dragon-like being such as Elena through specialized magic, and even discovered a secret potion that could grant ordinary individuals dragon genes, he had never contemplated achieving eternity through another's divinity. All right. You two, master and disciple, truly are cut from the same cloth. Even your stubbornness is identical. Higi, then, your divine highness, I shall take my leave. With a chuckle, Shangwan Yu turned away from the altar. However, after his departure, the once pristine sky began to grow cold as delicate snowflakes accumulated outside the barrier, blanketing the mountains and the ground. Indeed, the northern regions had welcomed the chill of winter. It had been a full 3 years since the conquest of the world of Gosha. Boom! A deep rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, and the sun, previously only partially obscured, was now entirely shrouded by ominous clouds. Is it going to rain? Shangwan Yu looked up at the now gloomy sky, his brow furrowing slightly. He extended his hand, feeling the cool touch of raindrops. Although faint, they were accompanied by more than just dark clouds. It's raining. It and Appo's raining. Quick, pack up. Thankfully, the Magic Association and the Adventurers and Appo's Guild are nearby, so there's no need to fear those terrifying monsters. The vendors hurriedly gathered their stalls, gossiping amiably, entirely unconcerned about getting wet. It seemed that the seasoned merchants had long been prepared with awnings, which they had already set up over their heads before the rain intensified. Hey, I've heard that the old king of the empire is on his deathbed. Go away. That level of nobility is not worth your life. Don't say that. Be quiet. Snap. Shangwan Yu lightly snapped his fingers, conjuring an invisible barrier around him as the rain began to fall more heavily and rapidly. In just a minute or two, what had started as a light drizzle transformed into a deluge, pouring down upon the mortal realm. Even the commoners were aware of the news. It appears that old fellow has indeed passed away. I wonder how things are faring over at Elena and Appo's side. As he walked through the rain-soaked streets, Shangwan Yu remained silent. The 3 years having passed like the blink of an eye for the four of them. The daily routine of magical studies, teaching, and nurturing felt as though it had transpired merely within minutes. He had gradually acclimated to the pace of life befitting an immortal. I'm back. Shangwan Yu gently pushed open the door of the wooden cabin, where Fulilian had long been seated at the dining table, her calm gaze fixed upon him as usual. You're 10 minutes late today, Fulilian stated flatly, a hint of reproach in her tone, her little legs swinging adorably. It's just that it's raining outside. Where are Miss Celia and Anna? Have they taken her out for training again? Noticing Fulilian unconsciously lick her lips, Shangwan Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Yes. Celia said she wanted to expose her to the harsh realities of battle. Last time Anna cried out of fright. I believe I was the one comforting her, right? The teacher can be quiet. Shangwan Yu's lips twitched as he shook his head in exasperation. She mentioned that the child's dual soul talent should not be squandered. Anna is far too kind-hearted, although her magical aptitude is quite high. Celia said that kind-hearted mages often lead short lives. Sigh, that is true. However, Anna isn't exactly a normal mage. Her half-elf lineage has kept me researching for quite a while. As of now, I have no knowledge of how long she can live. Shangwan Yu had grown familiar with and understood Celia's teaching style. Though he felt a pang of sympathy, necessary trials were essential. At least from the perspective of an immortal, Anna truly does not require so-called friends. Possessing the right worldview and the ability to protect oneself is evidently far more crucial. Hiss. Indeed. A cup of hot tea on a rainy day is pure bliss. Shangguan Yu took a sip of the warm tea, gazing through the window at the world beyond the barrier, feeling exceptionally content. Aren't you worried? Fulilian looked curiously at the human who was gradually resembling both herself and Celia, unable to comprehend why he had previously argued with Celia so fervently. Worried about what? With Celia around, should I be concerned about safety? Or whether she might go hungry? Don't look at me like that. While I don't entirely agree, at least given the current state of affairs, Celia's reasoning isn't flawed. Shangguan Yu rolled his eyes. He wasn't a saint. Initially, he had merely aimed to nurture the little princess, as Anna was the youngest among the four in both age and appearance. Naturally, she received affection from all three, including Fulilian. Celia's intuition is always correct. Fulilian nodded in agreement, then picked up her small cup, added 2 sugar cubes, and began studying her magical tome, attempting to feign ignorance of the ingredients. As long as I pretend to read the magic book, you cannot order me around. Watching the white-haired elf's earnest yet comical attempt to read her book upside down, Shangguan Yu couldn't help but rub his forehead, pondering whether their future offspring would be affected in intellect. Hey, Fulilian. Hey, stop pretending. The book is upside down. Quickly help me with the ingredients. I can sense that Miss Celia and Anna will return soon. After placing his empty teacup on the table, Shangguan Yu shot Fulilian a glare, lifting the ingredients with one hand and playfully tapping her head with the other. I'm not a child. Don't keep tapping, or I want to grow taller. Enough of that. Hurry and handle the ingredients, you freeloading elf. Fulilian, ultimately. Fulilian reluctantly used her magic to assist Shangguan Yu in washing the vegetables, as they had decided on hot pot for dinner. Shangguan Yu had utilized teleportation magic to gather a bountiful selection of delicious, firm fish and beef and mutton beast from the southern continent, as well as the saline regions of the northern central continent, preparing to host a splendid banquet. Of course, the most significant reason was that today was someone's birthday. Are you going out? Fulilian pouted slightly, staring at the silhouette by the door, resembling an inflating pufferfish, her large eyes seemingly saying, "If you dare leave, I will cry." Oh, I forgot to mention. Shangguan Yu adjusted his attire slightly, then turned to Fulilian with a teasing smile. Today is Elena and Appo's birthday. I promise to celebrate it every 5 years, and this year happens to be the 5th. I'll be taking her here to live with us. The capital is temporarily closed for business. By the way, would you like to join? Chapter 61. Undercurrents and the Dragon Hunt. Fulilian. Never mind, I shall not go. To be honest, my fondness for the imperial capital has waned. If possible, please convey my regards to the teacher. Fulilian shook her head, contemplating before she ultimately declined Shangguan Yu and Appo's proposal. Fully, if both of them were to leave, Syria and the others would return to find no news. Secondly, the imperial capital sounds like such a hassle. Indeed, Fulilian was quite lazy, and recently, negative news regarding the capital had spread throughout the northern region. Naturally, she was reluctant to approach the epicenter of the storm. A soft chuckle escaped Shangguan Yu as he gently pushed the door open, saying, "Then I would appreciate it if you could prepare the ingredients. As compensation, I can teach you flight magic as a reward." Deal. Fulilian's pointed ears perked up, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and without a moment and Appo's hesitation, she agreed. Shangguan Yu was accustomed to this. He could teach her numerous spells. Yet Fulilian often merely glanced at them and chose to forego them, for she was unwilling to accept magic that came too easily. Even the teleportation spell had been forcibly bestowed upon her by Shangguan Yu. Outside the barrier, the streets lay deserted beneath a gloomy sky, not just the capital of magic. Kingdom Imperial Capital, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed, sharp spears in hand, as the kingdom and Appo's nightly order swiftly traversed the streets. Merchants wore expressions of terror as the royal knights enforced the law, commanding bystanders to step aside. The roar sent waves of panic throughout the district, and the sky seemed to darken further. Soon, a large gathering of knights assembled, their destination unmistakably clear: Cane Tavern. Creatures within, you are surrounded. Surrender your magical powers for imprisonment at once. The typically bustling Cane Tavern stood eerily quiet, knights on high alert, with even subordinate military forces like the Lion Knights present at its entrance. General, the news cannot be suppressed any longer. We must hasten to have His Majesty ascend the throne. I know. Have the Mage Association intervened? Including the Adventurer and Appo's Guild? The middle-aged knight with dark hair and a beard questioned coldly. The encirclement is complete. What of the court mages? The sealing barrier has been activated. Only a power beyond that of a first-tier mage can breach it. However, Reports from the front suggest that the Grand Mage Syria's whereabouts seem to be near the demon battlefield. Good. Everyone, prepare to attack. Meanwhile, within King Tavern, Elena and Amp, Apos' golden hair framed her face as her eyes transformed into slits, a tempest of unutterable fury swirling within them. Even among her own kind, the vile ones remained despicable. Elena and Apos' chilling voice resonated as she spoke to herself, gazing towards the tavern and Apos' exterior. Supreme magic, infinite void. Emotionless, she began to chant. A terrifying beam of magical energy shooting skyward as an enormous magic circle illuminated the heavens, only to vanish into the ground moments later. Not good. This magical fluctuation is beyond what an ordinary mage can withstand. The captain of the Lion Knights felt a chill in his heart, stepping back in alarm. Is the Emperor himself commanding this operation? Has he lost his mind? What kind of dragon hunt is this, Spa? Are we to confront the esteemed lady-in-waiting of the Great Hermit? Silence. Do not speak ill of his majesty. The knightly order erupted into chaos, while the bearded, middle-aged man at the forefront wore a grave expression. Lady-in-waiting of the dragon, Elena, by the name of his imperial majesty, I command you to come forth and submit to investigation. The man fixed his gaze on the tavern's door, a flicker of hatred glimmering in his eyes. It became clear that as a knight loyal to the Sixth Prince, he sought nothing more than to slay all dragonkind. Why? Because his wife and child had perished in the jaws of a dragon during a tragic incident. Curse the dragons. As creatures of darkness, they deserve to perish. Even if they take on human forms, they must die. The flames of vengeance burned within him. Yet the interwoven fates of the world revealed a tragic truth. Greedy adventurers coveted the treasures of dragons, attempting to seize them through cunning while the mighty beasts were absent. Little did they foresee that those treasures bore the essence of dragons, leading to the complete destruction of their village by the wrathful dragon, with devastating casualties. My master was not mistaken. You greedy, foolish mortals shall never learn gratitude. A cold voice resonated like the icy peaks of the far north, emanating a bone-chilling authority. As the door creaked open, Elena's fiercely aggressive slitted eyes locked onto the man at the forefront for a brief moment before she could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Greedy humans, where does your hatred stem from? You are acutely aware within your own hearts. And let us not even speak of whether you rabble are my match. Elena paused, her leathery wings unfurling slowly as she released her terrifying magical energy unabashedly, ascending into the sky, coldly surveying the kingdom's forces. Dragon magic, pressure, ugh, uffed. In an instant, all the ordinary soldiers and knights turned pale, blood spilling from their mouths as they collapsed, pinned to the ground by an invisible force. Fear flooding their eyes. In this densely populated imperial capital, how dare they act so recklessly? Hey, what? Do you think to bind me with your so-called morals? Elena scoffed disdainfully. While she possessed a measure of goodwill towards some kind-hearted humans with whom she had shared her days, she had no desire to destroy the beauty and prosperity of this place over trivial matters. But, mere ants, attempting to control a dragon? Chapter 62, Power Struggle. Unexpected, a thunderous explosion erupted, igniting fierce flames within the shadowy imperial capital, the blaze reaching skyward as if to shatter the oppressive darkness. You. Damn you. How dare you act within the city? The leader was seething with rage. Indeed, a monster is a monster. Elena sneered coldly, finding the words of the worm before her utterly laughable. Slowly raising her sharp claws, she replied icily, What? You filthy creatures have set your sights on me, and still expect me not to resist? How amusing. You, accursed monster. What right do you have to judge me? Everything I do is for humanity. And you, disregarding even the comrades you've known for decades. See, everyone, a monster is indeed a monster. A dragon cannot coexist with humans. The man's furious roar felt absurd amidst the flames and ruins. Most of the knights and Apos' eyes flickered with a mix of conflict and numbness. Truth be told, had it not been for the royal mandate, they would never have accepted orders from this creature. Yet, for the sake of their lives and families, they had no choice but to comply. How hypocritical. You accuse me of being a monster, yet you sacrifice others for your so-called hatred? TSK, TSK, TSK. Silence. You monster. What right do you have to speak to me? The commander shouted in exasperation, the veins in his eyes bulging. In his desperation, he was clearly agitated by her words. Elena smirked mischievously, pretending to hold her stomach in laughter, mocking the enraged middle-aged commander with disdain in her gaze. TCH. Had it not been for my master and Amp, Apos' teachings, I might have actually been disgusted by you. Attempting to morally bind a dragon? Truly, your intellect has been compromised. You, members of the Lion Knight Order and the Nightfall Knight Order, attack. The ordinary knights roared and charged forward, their eyes filled with hatred. Everyone, attack immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting your actions to the Emperor. This fellow, truly infuriating. Yet, I apologize, Miss Elena. There is no choice. The royal succession is complete, and now the empire belongs to the sixth prince. No, to his majesty. The soldiers lowered their heads, hoping to alleviate the guilt gnawing at them. Elena chuckled softly, merely extending her delicate hand. In an instant, several knights at the forefront were struck by an invisible wave of energy, their bodies freezing in place. Since you intend to kill me, it is only reasonable that I retaliate. Elena beamed, her hand glowing with the radiant sigil of her innate dragon magic. Petrification magic. What is this? No, don't. Captain, help me. Help. The beam spread swiftly, and within mere seconds, dozens of knights were transformed into stone statues. I could have ignored you, had I merely set up a barrier within my master's residence. Your uproar would not have affected me at all. Elena's gaze turned icy as she regarded the remaining knights. However, since you dare to attribute the traitor's sins to my master, have you considered how to face his wrath? Upon hearing this, the faces of the older knights paled. They knew all too well about the great hermit, who had slaughtered countless demons on the battlefield. As he ascended, he faced numerous treacherous noble schemes, yet those who dared to confront the great hermit either vanished or suffered mysterious deaths, be it on the battlefield or elsewhere. Now, with the great hermit seemingly missing, these nobles were only too eager to take advantage of the situation. This is your final warning. Do not attempt to breach the barrier, or I will show no mercy. Elena's vertical pupils glared coldly at everyone. In her perception, a portion of mages and demonic energies concealed themselves nearby, which was why she refrained from stepping outside the barrier's embrace. She was no fool. Elena, the power required for transcendent magic is immense, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary humans to wield. However, the innate gifts of dragons grant you a superior aptitude for magic, enabling you to perform such spells. Yet, once the barrier is fully activated, the magical energy consumed will be tremendous. I'm not foolish. These fools clearly had a premeditated plan. Elena chuckled, mockingly observing the knights outside. Should they dare approach, the curse of petrification would be instantaneous. You think we were unprepared? Heh. The middle-aged knight sneered. Waving his hand, two knights brought forth a figure shrouded in a white robe, slowly advancing. Remove her robe. Yes. Elena frowned slightly, initially perplexed by the foolishness of these individuals. But in the next moment, her pupils constricted in shock. Flameye. The woman in white looked at the familiar structures and people around her, unable to suppress a weary smile. It's been a long time, Elena. How could they have captured you? With your strength, this rabble should not have been able to ensnare you. Elena exclaimed incredulously, her shock palpable. Although Flameye's power paled in comparison to hers, she was still a formidable first-tier mage. Even if those hidden individuals had acted, Flameye should have been able to escape with ease. Just an accident. But, are these fools really so stupid as to dare attack you and your brother directly? Do not concern yourself with me. Flameye shook her head, seemingly unwilling to discuss her predicament. Instead, she cast a derisive glance at her surroundings. What a grand spectacle. They've amassed nearly all the military might of the Imperial Royal Guard. If this power were deployed to the border against the demon forces, perhaps the war would have concluded long ago. Dragon, you cannot escape the Empire and Appos' retribution. The traitorous mage Flameye has been captured. Step forward to face interrogation. Or, the middle-aged knight sneered, as the knight controlling Flameye slowly drew his sword, pointing it at her neck, his expression devoid of any emotion. Cold as a machine. Stop. Elena's expression darkened, concern flickering in her eyes. As Flameye was the disciple of her master, she could not stand idly by. Taking a deep breath, Elena's countenance turned frigid. Do you realize that Flameye is the disciple of the great mage Celia? Consider the consequences of laying a hand on Flameye. Have you thought about how to placate Celia's wrath? At that moment, Elena and Appos' expression grew increasingly serious. She struggled to comprehend how these foolish humans could have offended both the most powerful mage among them and the world and Appos' strongest sorceress. Truly, their minds must be muddled. Flameye has betrayed His Majesty the Emperor. It is our prerogative as humans to deal with her, and besides, she will die because of you. What does it have to do with our Emperor? The middle-aged knight chuckled triumphantly, a sadistic pleasure swelling within him. Submit immediately. Otherwise, I will kill Flameye right now. The commander's face twisted with malice as he drew his sword, pressing it against Flameye and Apos' neck, blood trickling from the wound. Elena seethed with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. At this distance, her magic would be ineffective. Moreover, Flameye was ultimately human, too fragile to risk. She dared not gamble. Very well. I shall emerge. Release Lady Flammel, or else, upon the return of my master, your emperor shall surely come to regret this folly. Elena inhaled deeply, her sharp fangs elongating as she gradually stepped outside the confines of the barrier. In an instant, a cadre of shadowy knights seized her and the leading shadow guard. Moving with remarkable swiftness, ensnared her arm with a circular ring. Her magical essence was swiftly drawn away, and in mere seconds, an ominous incantation completely sealed her power. The dragon lady has been captured. Her magic is entirely bound. Elena gazed at these familiar figures with an expression devoid of concern regarding her sealed powers. She softly uttered, "You are the Shadow Guards, are you not? You must be well aware of the cost of capturing me." The leading Shadow Guard paused, turned to face Elena, and spoke in a grave tone. "We harbor no intent to offend the esteemed hidden sage or the illustrious sylph of Syria. However, the war between humans and the demon race is nearing its conclusion. The coronation of His Majesty the Emperor necessitates your presence. Only through your union with the Emperor can the populace be swiftly placated. The hidden sage will comprehend the needs of the Empire." Chapter 63. The Divine Weapon descends, the slaughter begins. The esteemed Hermit Lord would comprehend the Empire's. Bang. As the Black Hawk Guardian had just uttered these words, without any forewarning, his head exploded like a watermelon, blood splattering everywhere. "I understand the code, Lego pen." A voice of fury echoed, and after a moment of stunned silence, numerous knights and shadow guards were abruptly roused. "An assassin! Who dares to attack the Imperial Knights?" Another shadow guard roared, his muscles tensing as he scanned the surroundings. Aside from the corpse of the shadow guard, and the repulsive blood and flesh oozing around, there was no sign of anyone else. "Master." The previously indifferent Elena and Apos' eyes sparkled with surprise before a terrifying surge of magic erupted, enabling her to break free from her restraints. Her immense magical power re-emerged as she gazed skyward, her adorable tail wagging furiously. The person arriving was none other than Shangguanyu himself, who now looked down upon the knights. He slowly descended beside Elena and gently brushed her golden hair, expressing surprise at the unexpected greeting from the court's inept and noble class after 3 years away from the imperial capital. "No, I'm fine. It's just that Sister Flam was captured. I was concerned about her." Elena took a deep breath, her face flushed as she spoke softly, tears shimmering in her eyes. Yet, being the strong-willed girl she was, she bravely held back her tears and stared defiantly at Shangguanyu. Well done. You did nothing wrong. I have always said, no matter the circumstances, you are my family, someone I cherish. The opinions of others do not concern me. While your consideration for Flam is commendable, remember, next time, it is better to strike first." Shangguanyu affectionately patted Elena's head, then turned his gaze towards the knights. His eyes filled with brutality and coldness. "How do you wish to die? Damn it." The knight commander felt a jolt of fear as he raised his sword to point at Flam. She, however, smirked and mocked him. "Wait, esteemed hermit. This action is under the Emperor's orders. We are merely..." A fierce rage ignited within, bloodlust stirred in his heart. Shangguanyu cast a fleeting glance at another shadow guard he recognized, one of the old king's guards, also a knight commander of the shadow guard. For them, the Emperor's orders in the future of the nation were paramount, indeed, but Shangguanyu's stance did not align with the so-called empire. The esteemed hermit? Haha, merely a traitor. One who possesses teleportation magic yet refuses to serve the empire. Knight Selvi, such traitors are the tumors of the empire, hindering its glorious advancement and must. Before Shangguanyu could finish, the middle-aged knight commander venomously accused him of being a traitor to humanity. Time stasis magic. A calm voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of clockwork ticking. The crowd, in horror, realized their bodies could not move. Damn it! How is this possible? Time magic. Impossible. Impossible. Shangguanyu calmly walked past the shadow guards, then grasped the air. As a magical greatsword coalesced along the arc of magical energy, with a swift stroke, a head flew into the air, rolling several times before landing at Shangguanyu and Apos' feet. He slowly sheathed the magical greatsword, casting a dispassionate glance at the unseeing head, then raised his right foot. When did insects gain the right to speak? Bang! With that, he stomped down, and the head exploded like a watermelon, as all gazes were filled with terror. Shangguan Yu gently reached out and grasped the shackles on Flam's arm, squeezing lightly, causing the incantations and magic within to dissipate into black smoke. Thank you, Flam smiled faintly. Now restored to her magical prowess, the area affected by the time stasis magic could no longer restrain her. After all, this magic had been taught to her by Celia. Essentially a curse, and as one of Celia's prized disciples, Flam had ways to break it. I warned you, your kindness will ruin you. Yet, I never imagined you would be captured by those court fools. This matter, I must return and share with Celia. She will undoubtedly laugh at you for 2.5 years. Shangguan Yu chuckled lightly, snapping his fingers to dispel the magic. Flam, Master. Elena snapped back to reality, gazing in astonishment at her delicate hands. She had just been cursed, yet she thought little of it. For it was her master's powerful magic, so what did it matter? Elena joyfully leaped into Shangguan Yu and Appo's embrace, rubbing against him fiercely before turning to Flam with a nod. Hello, Sister Flam. The captive she mischievously winked, causing Flam's cheeks to flush. I had actually reserved a means of self-rescue. Those brutes threatened the children. The more she spoke, the less confidence she exuded. For both Celia and her senior brother Shangguan Yu despised Flam's excessive compassion, not that they disdained kindness, but rather the overabundance of it. Sigh. Shangguan Yu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. I have said this before, aside from those important to you, there is no need to extend such kindness to others. The inherent foolishness of mortals will one day backfire on your goodness and compassion. I was wrong, brother. Flam pouted, lowering her head in acknowledgement of her mistake. To recognize one's errors and amend them is the greatest virtue. Enough, your matter is resolved. Now, regarding these remaining individuals, Shangguan Yu's smile faded, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. I have long established an agreement with the old king. I shall not meddle in the empire's internal affairs, nor shall the royal family dare lay a hand on my people and enterprises. Shangguan Yu strode towards the captain of the Shadow Guards, each step resonating like a heavy hammer upon the souls of the knights, the atmosphere thickening with dread. Thunder rumbled as torrential rain cascaded from the dark clouds, lightning illuminating Shangguan Yu's calm eyes. Speak, how do you wish to die? No, please. It has nothing to do with us. We are merely following orders. Yes, following orders. Indeed, we are just innocent soldiers, esteemed hermit. It has nothing to do with us. We too have families threatened. We had no choice. Please spare us. The knights, pale with fear, cried out in desperate pleas, yet, bang, 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 bang. Without warning, before they could react, the ground was littered with headless corpses. Shangguan Yu calmly approached the knights, the scent of blood mingled with the stench of urine, causing him to frown. Bang, 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 bang. As they witnessed their companions and Appo's heads explode like bursting balloons, the knights utterly lost their courage, dropping their weapons and choosing to flee. Do not kill me. It is of no concern to me, merely a resounding thud. The man staggered a few meters before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The mingling of rainwater and blood gradually stained the earth crimson. Flam observed this scene. A flicker of compassion evident in her gaze, yet after a moment and Appo's contemplation, she sighed and turned her head aside, the sound of bursting balloons fading amidst the tempest. Before her stood the only calm figure, the Shadow Knight, as Shangguan Yu remained silent, gradually sheathing his magic. Fearless of death, are we? Not afraid. Knowing full well that those who provoke me are courting death, yet they dare to act that old fool, he must have perished long ago, hasn't he? Since my arrival in the imperial capital, I have felt his absence, Shangguan Yu murmured, convinced that the old king was indeed dead. As for the reason the empire had yet to announce it, that was of no consequence to him. The old king is dead, yet the empire persists. The Shadow Guardian slowly removed his mask, his gaze reflecting an unwavering resolve that seemed to coalesce into a palpable force, meeting Shangguan Yu's stare without flinching. With differing allegiances, the old minister, Greelan Set, devoted his life to the mastery of swordsmanship and martial arts, all for the envisioned future of the empire, facing death without regret. The elder gently placed his hand upon the sword sheath, drawing forth his blade with deliberate slowness, before abruptly pointing it towards the indomitable man before him. He intended to challenge the kingdom's foremost mage, the legendary hermit. Shangguan Yu gradually raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of formidable magical energy without reservation. A deep azure aura enveloped the entire imperial capital in an instant, and in mere moments, two magical swords materialized in his grasp. He pointed them forward, his expression serene, and intoned gravely, "Daring to draw your sword against me, how intriguing." Chapter 64, The Challenge, the Unresentful Archmage Venerable Hermit. I have dedicated my life to honing my swordsmanship, cleaving, hacking, thrusting, and slashing. Perhaps I am but a common warrior, but for the future of the Empire, I am willing to wager this life. Berlan Sert and Amp, Oppos, aged face bore a trace of resolution. Yupavanyu silently mirrored the gesture, his sword aimed at the elder. A lifetime of martial arts refinement, you say? How intriguing. Name: Yupavanyu class. Magician magic swordsman blessing, swordmaster effect, when wielding a sword. Your comprehension of swordsmanship shall be greatly enhanced. Melee attacks will inflict additional true damage and possess a 100 critical strike chance. You will periodically perceive your opponent's weaknesses, 1-minute duration. Indeed, the goddess's blessing. This marked the 6th day of its activation. Swordmaster proved an invaluable boon for Yupavanyu, as blessings often pertain to elemental entities or celestial deities, amplifying magical prowess. Not that such blessings were unwelcome, but blessings akin to Swordmaster were rare, appearing only twice in 3 years. One such blessing, Warrior's Heart, bestowed upon Yupavanyu formidable physical resilience, ensuring impenetrable defense so long as his will remain steadfast. He had even enlisted Friarin's aid to test its efficacy, finding himself impervious to even the most potent destructive lightning spells. Words are futile. Be wary, Venerable Hermit. Sert and Oppos' eyes narrowed as his figure vanished from sight in an instant, materializing behind Yupavanyu as if by teleportation. With an impassive countenance, he brought his sword down in a cleaving motion. Clang. Blocked, you say? I sensed it all along. Venerable Hermit you are, in fact. A swordsman yourself. Sert executed 2 swift backflips, creating distance between them, his expression grave as he regarded Yupavanyu with profound apprehension. The sheer magical power emanating from the imperial capital is enough to inspire despair. But to think his swordsmanship is equally formidable. Swordsmanship, in its essence, is merely the art of wielding a sword. As for the nature of that art, it is the art of killing. From a young age, Sert possessed a profound understanding of swordsmanship. The myriad techniques, in their complexity, stemmed from variations of fundamental sword forms. Sert disdained the practice of sterile, formulaic swordsmanship. Unparalleled speed, indomitable strength, and a seamless fusion of basic sword forms. These were the qualities that defined him as the court sword saint and one of the 2 knights captain of the Shadow Guard. Decent speed, passable strength, but alas, I surpass you. Yupavanyu offered a laconic assessment before his figure, too, vanished in a burst of sonic boom. His form materialized before Sert with spectral swiftness, and with a horizontal sweep of his sword, Sert was caught off guard. The immense force sent him flying backward, crashing through 3 trees in succession, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough, cough. His aged frame frail, Sert struggled to lift his head, his breath choked with blood and fragments of internal organs. He gazed into the distance, a look of bewilderment on his face. Have I been defeated? Despite his desperate attempts to rally his strength, his body remained unresponsive. Sert's gaze shifted toward the imperial palace, a sense of liberation evident in his eyes. Slay me. You are too powerful. I am no match for you. For the first time, Sert recognized the existence of raw talent. Even his swordsmanship, honed through decades of painstaking training, had been vanquished by the court's legendary magician. He felt a twinge of resentment, but also a sense of resignation as he accepted his imperfect existence in the face of death. So you harbor a death wish? How quaint. But who authorized your demise? Yupavanyu approached, sword in hand, and with a dismissive gesture, he suspended Sert's aging body in midair. As emerald light enveloped him, his shattered organs and fractured ribs were mended. Dark runes crawled across Sert's body. What have you done to me? Sert stared in disbelief at his restored physique. What sorcery is this? To heal my mortally wounded body, restoring it to its prime. He had regained a portion of his youth. Did you believe you could simply challenge me at will? Losers must prepare for the consequences of their defeat. Berlan Sert, henceforth, you shall no longer be a member of the Empire's Shadow Guard. As the vanquished, you shall live out your days as a sword thrall, serving as a slave forevermore. Yupavanyu chanted the incantation, and the black runes, like writhing vermin, engulfed Sert's body. Ah, kill me, kill me. The soul-searing brand of servitude was complete. The agony and burning sensation originating from his very soul caused the court sword saint, who had long thought himself accustomed to hardship, to wail in anguish. His face contorted in torment, begging the man before him to end his life. Was that perhaps too cruel? From cast a worried glance at Yupavanyu, her concern growing as she beheld his icy countenance. She feared that her brother was succumbing to extreme emotions due to her and Elena and Apos' circumstances, which she deemed unworthy. From kindness, compassion, and patience, these I reserve for you, for our teacher, and for those who hold significance in my life. Not for a rabid dog from a bygone era. Yupavanyu glanced at From and Elena before casually waving his hand, extinguishing the crimson glow of the searing runes. Sert collapsed to the ground, convulsing in agony. The excruciating torment was akin to being devoured alive by countless ants. He could almost see the insects consuming him. Henceforth, you are a sword for all. Continue honing your martial skills, infiltrating the Shadow Guard. Do not dare to resist, you have no right. Yupavanyu cast a cold gaze upon the fallen Sert, delivering the final verdict of this farce, or rather, not quite the final one. Witnessing the rain held at bay and the worried expressions of the two women, Yupavanyu sighed. Rest assured, I have not descended far enough into depravity to vent my wrath upon the entire nation. However, I shall report your conduct to Serriere without embellishment. Ah, please, brother. I was wrong. Oni-chan From's face crumpled as she clung to Yupavanyu's arm, her soft touch sending a jolt through him. A flicker of triumph crossed her eyes. As I suspected, brother still prefers them big. But the way he eliminated those scumbags so cool, Dawn and Apos, to even think about it. The adage and amp, Apos, a kind magician does not live long, and amp, Apos, holds true. Those children were merely orphans with no connection to you. Their fate is none of your concern. To bind yourself to your enemy's control is utter foolishness. Yupavanyu glared at From, at a loss for words when it came to his complex and capricious sister. After all, the demon clan had annihilated From's homeland, and he would have no qualms about obliterating them all. However, From displayed an excess of kindness and compassion when dealing with humans, which was her greatest vulnerability. I promise I won't do it again. From clung tighter to Yupavanyu's arm, offering a sullen response. Though Yupavanyu's reprimand was harsh, she felt a sense of warmth in her heart. What about those members of the royal family? Those detestable individuals spread rumors that Master was colluding with the demon clan. It's outrageous. Elena glared at Flam with bared teeth, finally realizing the situation as she observed Flam's childlike demeanor. How audacious. I considered you my sister. Yet you dare to vie for the Master's favor. Naturally, all shall be annihilated. Shangguan remarked coolly, then slowly raised his right hand, invoking the supreme magic, Meteoric Descent. Chapter 65, The Puppet Master, Unexpected Complications, Superdimensional Magic. Meteor Fall. An immense surge of magical energy enveloped the entire imperial capital. Within the palace, one individual, sensing Shangguan power, broke out in a cold sweat. Similarly, the person seated upon the throne, the empire's sixth prince, displayed the same reaction. This magical fluctuation. Celia? No. This is disaster. Your Majesty, we must depart at once. One of the Shadow Guard captains, who was on duty, exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. He immediately rose and pulled the bewildered emperor to his feet, then enveloped them both in a cloud of dark smoke, transforming them into a viscous black substance that vanished into the shadows. Rumble. A terrifying explosion resounded, and in the next instant, the palace guards, still in a state of shock, were instantly vaporized by the intense blast and searing heat, departing this world without a trace of suffering. A colossal meteor, trailing fiery tails, descended with incredible speed, and in a mere blink, the entire imperial palace was reduced to utter ruins. Senior, is this your idea of not implicating innocent bystanders? Flam remarked with a slight twitch of her lips, gazing at the palace ruins, which resembled a scene erased by a game master. I was referring to ordinary residents and civilians. Besides, it was a meteor that obliterated the palace, not me. Shangguan chuckled softly, nodding in satisfaction. I didn't expect anyone to survive such an assault, but let us go and confront the true mastermind. Someone deliberately orchestrated the events surrounding Elena and yourself. While those princes are undoubtedly foolish, they are not foolish enough to dare provoke you and me. Furthermore, I detected the aura of the demon race just now. Shangguan eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke in a chilling tone. Demons? No wonder these fellows were so audacious. Elena responded with a sudden understanding. She had been wondering why these individuals were acting so crazed and attempting to possess her. They deserve to die. If Shangguan hadn't arrived, Elena would have unleashed her petrification magic, cursing everyone before undoing Flam's petrification, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Elena had deliberately allowed them to believe she was restrained by the small limiter. Let's go, Flam. Flam cast a final, lingering glance at the ruined palace and the bewildered residents before turning to follow Shangguanyu. They traversed the ruins and located a hidden compartment beneath a chair, revealing a passage leading into the depths. Even the Imperial Palace has such a vast underground space? Flam exclaimed in astonishment. If she had harbored any doubts before, she was now utterly convinced that the Empire possessed the means to swiftly conclude the war against the demons. The underground facility housed not only a vast stockpile of military supplies, but also countless treasures and powerful magical arrays. Yet, Flam had never witnessed any of these resources being deployed on the battlefield. Who are you? A trembling voice echoed. They looked up to see a short, obese young man at the end of the tunnel, his face contorted with terror as he stared at them. Hey, Shangguanyu sneered, then abruptly turned and lunged into the shadows. Ugh, cough. A man clad in black robes and light armor was seized by the throat by Shangguanyu in midair, his eyes wide with disbelief. A foolish tactic. Shangguanyu stared impassively at the struggling shadow guard and applied a slight pressure. A sharp crack echoed, and the struggling figure stiffened, its limbs falling limp. Clang. The sound reverberated through the dark chamber. Are you not going to emerge? Must I invite you out personally? Shangguanyu asked, flicking his hand in disgust as he glanced toward the shadows behind the Emperor, his voice devoid of emotion. Elena and Flam cautiously scrutinized the shadows. Elena remained unconcerned about the Shadow Guard's abilities, as her dragonic physique rendered her immune to most physical attacks. However, Flam watched with a grave expression, contemplating the Empire's motives for secretly nurturing such an organization. This type of magic, akin to demonic magic, seemed deliberately designed to counter mages. With sufficient power, it could potentially eliminate even a first-class mage in an instant. Ha. I did not expect to be seen through by the esteemed hermit. A repulsive cackle echoed through the hall and corridors. Shangguanyu watched impassively as a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a black magic robe. With a slightly hunched back, the figure bowed mockingly before them. However, Shangguanyu was puzzled by the fact that this individual, despite exuding a demonic aura, still possessed knowledge of courtly etiquette. Do you recognize him? Shangguanyu tilted his head slightly, a look of confusion on his face, and asked Elena in a low voice. No, Elena replied, shaking her head. I have no recollection of him. Miss Elena, your memory is indeed selective. The figure chuckled, removing the black robe to reveal a face that was half covered in raw, bloody flesh. Golden hair and eyes filled with intense hatred and resentment were fixed on Elena, who stood beside Shangguanyu. You're the person from the tavern. Elena squinted, finally recognizing the hunchbacked figure. She pointed at him in shock. Heh. You didn't amp. Oppos. Do you expect me to return alive? Did you? Heh. Do you know why I came back? I hate you. I hate this nation. I hate everyone. You all deserve to die. A lowly woman like you should have obediently become my plaything. Why did you resist? Heh. Although the plan deviated, it is worth it to drag so many people down with me. Ha. Ha. The maniacal laughter reverberated through the palace. Shangguanyu frowned and acted instantly, gripping the air and immobilizing the black-robed figure. The figure began to float slowly into the air. Ha. Even if you kill me, it will not matter. Ha. I used your hand to destroy the entire court, and with only a slight manipulation. This foolish emperor actually wished to marry a dragon to prove his status. Ha. Cough. Heh. Killing me will not solve anything. Do you know why I dared to come here? Heh. After undergoing the demon and Oppos' transformation, my body has already been transformed into a carrier of the black magic disease. Heh. The former nobleman, Mirian Certifu, laughed maniacally. He bet that this group would not dare to act. The Black Magic Plague was a special virus researched by demonic plague magic researchers in conjunction with humans. It was extremely lethal to mages with magical power. Plague. Flam's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. She immediately cast a dispelling spell. But as the magic array was completed, Flam and Oppos' face turned deathly pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Heh. Too late. Ha. Ha. Everyone will die. Everyone will die. Everyone will die. Everyone will die. Shangguanyu frowned. As they entered the underground passage, he instinctively felt a sense of disgust. Boundless void, barrier magic. Shangguanyu frowned and instantly unleashed a massive superdimensional barrier magic, enveloping the entire palace. Soul Flames magic. Black flames ignited instantly, searing Certifu's body and soul as he writhed in agony on the ground. Shangguanyu glanced at him coldly. Death? That would be too easy. He casually incinerated the sixth prince on the throne and quickly turned to check on Flam and Appos' condition. Do not speak. We will talk when we return. Shang Wanyu shook his head, feeling little concern for the plague, as his formidable physique rendered him and Elena impervious to such a minor affliction. However, Fulilian was far too fragile. Coughing violently, Fulilian struggled to maintain her composure and warned the two, senior brother, the entire underground palace is teeming with the virus. Fulilian. Dear sister, Elena exclaimed, observing Fulilian's precarious state. She hurriedly embraced Fulilian's frail form and gently placed her delicate hand upon Fulilian's forehead to assess her condition. Yet, mere seconds later, Elena's expression shifted dramatically. Master, this entity is eroding Fulilian's vitality. Chapter 66, The Darkness of Humanity, An Inextricable Poison. What has happened to the teacher? Fulilian and Appos' expression remained serene, yet her diminutive elven form trembled slightly from within the confines of the magical barrier, betraying a heart that was far from calm. Do not worry. Fulilian. Master will surely save Sister Fulilian. Elena murmured, her lips parting in an attempt to offer solace, though she was at a loss for words. For it was only Master Fulilian who held a parental role in Fulilian and Appos' life. Cleansing exorcism. Shang Wanyu and Appos' brows knitted tightly. It was merely a plague. Why did the purification spells from the mythic era and the pestilence exorcism magic prove ineffective? No, something is amiss. There must be something wrong. Drawing upon his half-dragon lineage, Shang Wanyu and Appos' expression grew increasingly grim. After so many years, he encountered such a formidable predicament for the first time. He could take his time to investigate. But what about Fulilian? No, Fulilian must not perish. Absolutely not. Taking a deep breath, Shang Wanyu suppressed the tempest of anger and impatience within him, casting a glance at the weakened Fulilian. With a sigh, he said, I apologize, Fulilian. I have yet to devise a solution, but what I can confirm is that the stasis spell can halt the spread of the toxin. Until I find a remedy, you will have to endure this for a while. Fulilian weakly nodded. Her body racked with pain akin to that of ants gnawing at her insides, rendering her unable to speak. After offering her a sip of water from a nearby cup, Shang Wanyu invoked the stasis spell, placing Fulilian in a relatively motionless state, encompassing her cells, blood, and even her very essence. This is highly suspicious. It is neither a negative state imposed nor a curse. Wait, magic draws from the natural world, and mages must absorb magic to grow. They essentially function as a magic processing plant. Thus, Shang Wanyu and Appos' brows furrowed further as he felt an inkling of inspiration. His eyes gleamed slightly as he realized, indeed, it is biological, a toxin targeting the cells of mages, rather than mere magic or curses. Consequently, the issue returns to its roots. The plague cannot be dispelled by purification magic. Shang Wanyu narrowed his eyes. Having discerned the purpose behind the demonic species developing such a weapon aimed at human mages, including the circulation of these weapons among human nobility. Even the researchers of the Shadow Guards participated in its development. This is explicitly designed as a biological toxin targeting mages, given the habits ingrained in mages over time. When faced with such circumstances, the only thought that arises is that of curses and similar magic. However, should one pursue research in this direction and carelessly apply magic, it would not only fail to eliminate the plague toxins, but instead create a fertile breeding ground for their rapid proliferation. The most insidious aspect is that once everyone realizes this is not a magical plague virus, but a biological toxin transmitted through magical energy, it would already be too late. The only method to treat this biological toxin is through the archaic practice of bloodletting employed by quack doctors. In a state of poisoning, relying on such unreliable medical practices, one is fortunate to avoid death solely due to their physical conditioning, even if one could use guiding techniques to weakly draw the toxin out through the blood. The time consumed would be exceedingly lengthy. Given the current medical situation across the continent, should this biological toxin be unleashed in warfare, it would pose a fatal threat to mages, humans, dwarves, and elves alike. Why? The medical technology is antiquated, entirely reliant on magic, and only a few have mastered the goddess and Appos' healing magic cultivated over millennia. Coupled with the misleading nature of magical treatments, those infected are essentially doomed. These inherently malevolent creatures. After contemplating the critical points, Shang Wanyu took a deep breath, calming the fury within him. Whether it is the demonic species seeking to subjugate humanity or the human nobility wishing to enslave everyone, their only shared objective is to eliminate both himself and Celia. Why? He and Celia are too powerful, and their influence across the continent runs deep. After Shangguan Yu integrated the Mage Association under his command, all mages therein began to enjoy certain benefits. Some free spells could be acquired by joining the association, and Celia, who had previously only taught magic in the capital, was incorporated into the Mage Association's identity card, thus accelerating her recognition among mages across the ages. This led to an unprecedented admiration and respect for Celia among all mages, transcending centuries. As for him, being the hidden sage and president of the Adventurers and Appos Guild of the Northernmost Empire, his influence is similarly substantial. Though his charisma may not match that of the great elven Celia, the existence of the Adventurers and Appos Guild has attracted numerous individuals, causing considerable unease among the nobility. Thus, they and the demons share a singular goal, to eliminate both himself and Celia. Understanding why the demons wish to kill him and Celia is straightforward. Their strength is formidable, and as long as they exist, humanity cannot be wholly consumed or enslaved by the demons. It seems you have encountered quite a troublesome predicament. A languid voice interrupted Shangguan Yu's thoughts. Turning in surprise at the familiar tone, he beheld Celia, draped in a specially thickened robe provided by the Mage Association. Her face alight with a smile. Teacher, there has been an incident in the imperial capital. Fulilian has encountered trouble, afflicted by a biological weapon co-developed by the demons and humanity. Shangguan Yu collected his thoughts and spoke softly. Oh, Celia and Appos' interest piqued at his words, and she inquired with confusion, are you unable to unravel it? Indeed, I have attempted dozens of purification spells and methods to dispel the plague and eliminate negative states, but all have failed. Alas, teacher, please wait. Do not enter. Shangguan Yu sighed, preparing to elaborate when Celia's expression darkened, and she made to breach the barrier to check on Fulilian and Appos' condition. Startled, Shangguan Yu hastily intervened, for by all accounts, Celia's physical form was akin to that of an ordinary person. Why are you stopping me? Celia maintained a calm demeanor. Her steps halted as if awaiting an explanation from Shangguan Yu. The teacher is angry. Shangguan Yu sighed, then candidly shared his research findings and speculations with Celia. Her brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that his conjecture was indeed accurate. Celia's physical form was comparatively fragile. Fear not. I wish to see how these scheming individuals intend to kill me. Just as Shangguan Yu felt a momentary relief at having persuaded Celia, she let out a cold laugh and resolutely stepped into the barrier. Sister Fulilian, what has happened? Finally, sensing the tense atmosphere, Anna tiptoed over to Fulilian, gently tugging at the elven maiden and Appos' small hand and inquiring softly. It and Appos' nothing, Anna. You should return to your room, Fulilian replied. Coming back to her senses and gazing down at Anna's timid demeanor, a hint of tenderness flickered in her heart, yet considering the imminent danger of the forthcoming treatment, Fulilian decided to escort Anna back to her room for safety. But there are no buts and Appos. If Anna does not return to her room, I am certain you will be upset. Oh. Anna nodded dejectedly, obediently following Fulilian back to her room to rest. Just as they ascended the stairs, Fulilian cast a deep glance at the two within the barrier. You must save the teacher. Chapter 67. The concern of Syria in the intransigent teacher within the barrier. Shangguan Yu gazed anxiously at Syria, her face etched with worry. Teacher, do you feel unwell? Syria, upon hearing this, cast a fleeting glance at Flammel before gently shaking her head. I possess thousands of magical defenses against curses and these viruses. Even the so-called natural biological toxins must first pass through my protective barrier, and evidently, they are not worthy. Furthermore, you are mistaken. It is not that magic is ineffective. Rather, this type of assassination can be intercepted through magic. Thus, I must say, both you and Flammel are still too young, Syria remarked with a subtle critique, then stepped forward to examine Flammel's condition. Indeed, it was precisely as Shangguan Yu had described. Even Syria herself found it challenging to extract the repugnant toxin that had already integrated into Flammel's body. In her mind, aside from bloodletting, she had no other remedies. As a grand sorceress, she was not a grand physician. Faced with this peculiar plague that magic could not dispel, her options were regrettably limited. Sighing, she concluded, for now, sealing with the spell of stasis is prudent. At least with our current means, we must seek assistance from researchers within both the demon and human realms. Shangguan Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as you are well, teacher. Otherwise, I would have considered razing the entire kingdom. I have a plan regarding Flammel and Apos' situation. It will require some time for research. However, the spell of stasis demands immense magical power to sustain. Until then, I must trouble you, teacher, he continued, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. What, are you trying to flaunt your viral warfare before me, an outsider? Syria and Apos' eyes widened in surprise. You have a solution? Of course. Remember what I said, teacher? The future of the world undoubtedly belongs to humanity. This time, humanity has surprised you, hasn't it? Shang Wanyu replied with a cold laugh. Originally, he had sought only immortality, but the recent announcement in the chat group had altered his perspective. Not only was Flammel saved, but his own aspirations had also been illuminated. Beep. Bug detected. We apologize for the less than ideal experience for group members. The point system will be updated with new rules as follows. 1. Sign in to accumulate points. 100 points for 30 minutes online, 500 points for 60 minutes. 2. New members will receive world subcopies from the administrator, with basic points distributed based on task difficulty, and extra points awarded according to member contributions. 3. Points will serve as universal currency across multiple worlds, with market prices adjusted based on the member's world. Note: after this update, each member will receive a compensation of 2,000 points. To alter the trajectory of the world? If I am not mistaken, the Demon King and the hero must be pivotal in this. The remaining factors may well be the transformation of civilization and systems. Beep. Your world subcopy has been issued. Shang Wanyu pondered for a few moments before opening the world subcopy, and as expected, it contained revelations. World subcopy 1. Major events. 1. The birth of the strongest hero. As humanity's mightiest hero, he will foresee the future and choose to die for it. 2. The 7 collapsed sages, the most formidable force of the Demon King's army, one of humanity's greatest foes. 3. The death of the southern hero. As he glimpses a fragment of the future, his fate is sealed. 4. The rise of humanity. Following the death of the Grand Sorceress Flammel, humanity will enter an era of magical explosion and development. Ah. So it is after Flammel's demise that significant advancements will occur? It merely implies the dissemination of profound magical theories and Syria's fate. Shang Wanyu scoffed. What kind of nonsense future waits to be altered? Moreover, the means to extend my lifespan necessitate resources to sustain it until I can truly develop the elixir of immortality. It was not that Shang Wanyu was unwilling to purchase those cultivation techniques, but rather that the world's regulations forbade it. Setting aside the need to cripple his years of magical training, the standards for talent were exceedingly high. What? You speak of magic cultivation methods? Regrettably, that one and Apos' suffice. The spiritual energy required for cultivation must achieve unparalleled feats, while using magical power as a source would drastically diminish the effects. A simple analogy: even if the quality of the technique is exceptional, magic is still just magic. It lacks the comprehensiveness of spiritual energy. Nourishing and nurturing the body must be researched independently. Most importantly, whether techniques or spiritual energy, the prices are exorbitant. Longevity Azure Dragon Technique. 1,000,000 points. Shang Wanyu. Cultivation? What a farce. 1,000,000 points? Why not go rob a bank? With that amount, I could concoct a world-class version of the 9 Revolutions Golden Elixir. Shang Wanyu grumbled in frustration, bypassing the cultivation categories and opting for those more suited to his world. Ah, cultivation. If it were that easy to achieve, it wouldn't even be called cultivation. Besides, in the realm of cultivation, attaining immortality is exceptionally challenging. Without talent and resources, one cannot even enter a sect. Think of the human netizens from your past life, seeking longevity, immortality. Failing to enter the 10,000 souls banner is already a blessing. Silence. I know without your reminders. Let us not dwell on the trivialities. I have altered the destinies of Syria, Fulilian, and Flammel. Surely there are compensation points? Stop playing dead. If you do, I will promptly inform everyone about the bug. Shang Wanyu chuckled mischievously, having gained some understanding of the chat group system spirit. It possessed certain permissions, albeit limited. And there were instances where some functions could not be fully controlled. Wait. Here, I'll give it to you. But you mustn't tell them about this. The system spirit lamented, having intended to pocket some bonuses, only to be caught in the act. Beep. Congratulations. You have received compensation points. 100,000. What are you grinning about? Syria inquired, perplexed by her disciple and Apos' sudden, awkward smile. Nothing, teacher. I have a plan. Give me 3 days, and I shall resolve this plague. Shang Guanyu snapped back to reality, scratching his head awkwardly before adopting a serious demeanor. Really? You promise? Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Then, I entrust Flamel and Apos' life to you, Syria replied earnestly after taking a deep breath. Shang Guanyu paused momentarily, recognizing Syria's prideful nature, which occasionally bordered on excessive. In the original narrative, even after Flamel's death, Syria had chosen to establish an entire magical association and promote magical education across the continent. Despite her harsh words, Shang Guanyu instinctively thought that Syria might dismiss the situation, retreating into her library to search for solutions. However, unbeknownst to her, Syria had undergone significant transformation. Her once monotonous life had become defined by certainty. Ultimately, her disciples could not accompany her for long. Yet, with the emergence of this peculiar being, the proud high elf suddenly felt an unexpected fondness for her students. Just moments ago, a pang of realization struck her heart. Syria understood that she did not wish for Flamel's demise, at least not in such a manner. Thus, confronted by her most esteemed disciple, Syria instinctively began to plead. Observing Syria's exquisite and delicate visage, along with the faint hint of concern in her eyes, Shang Guanyu smiled. A genuine smile of joy. Teacher, you are finally being honest. Rest assured, leave it to me, teacher. Chapter 68. Healing, Flam and Apos. As choice am I dying? Brother, is this the legendary land of soul slumber? It feels so warm. A soft, milky light enveloped Flam and Apos' body, akin to the gentle embrace of spring sunshine. Her consciousness gradually returned, allowing her to experience a tender sensation reminiscent of a mother's touch. Do not utter such ominous words, with me and the teacher here. You shall not perish. Shang Guanyu, observing Flam's gradual recovery within the healing chamber, wiped away the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead and jested. What is happening? Upon fully regaining consciousness, Flam looked bewildered at her body restrained by the apparatus, and then, she instinctively let out a shriek. Her pale cheeks flushing slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Shang Guanyu with a look akin to disdain, trembling lips uttering, You, brother, we are siblings. How could you do this to me? Shang Guanyu and Apos' lips twitched. What do you mean by Apos, do this to you, and Apos? The teacher is right beside us. Enough, Flam. I was the one who removed your clothing for your treatment. Your brother is merely assisting you, and he cannot see anything within the healing chamber. Celia, watching their interaction, allowed a small smile to grace her lips, feeling a heavy weight lift from her heart. Teacher, Flam, regaining her senses, could not hide her embarrassment and instinctively turned her head away, for in her mind, Celia always bore a serious demeanor. It is good that you have awakened. Next time, take better care of yourself and refrain from being a benevolent sorceress. Celia paused for a moment before softly comforting her, a hint of affection gleaming in her eyes. I understand, teacher. Flam blinked in surprise, a smile blossoming on her face as warmth flooded her heart. It turned out that this was not an illusion. Here was also her home. What should I do next? Flam wondered aloud. I should have escaped danger by now, right? Celia turned her gaze to her disciple, inquiring gently. This device will slowly filter and purify your blood completely. However, Shang Guanyu sighed, hesitating for a couple of seconds before meeting Flam and Apos' gaze. She too felt a wave of foreboding wash over her. Flam, your life has been saved. It will likely take a few hours to eliminate most of the toxins. However, but what? Flam urged, her calm demeanor betraying a slight tremor in her voice, causing the previously warm atmosphere to tense again. Shang Guanyu explained that after acquiring points, he had spent 1,000 of them to procure an entire set of medical resources from a high-tech dimension. Through the equipment in the nanomachine medical chamber, Flam's blood was extracted, purified, and then reintroduced into her body. Theoretically, modern medicine could cure such toxins, but the troubling aspect was that these toxins reacted with her magic, causing some to nearly flood her heart. This meant that portions of the toxins had already irrevocably integrated into Flam's body, making it impossible to separate them without destroying that part of her cells. Given Flam's fragile human form, she could not withstand such an ordeal. Thus, the outcome would be singular healing, but not complete healing, relying on her immune system to gradually eliminate the toxins. This artificially synthesized toxin, akin to a relentless parasite, would not significantly affect her lifespan, but it seemed she would never be able to wield magic again. In summary, Her current condition could be considered a stroke of misfortune amidst the fortunate. Her life was preserved, yet. Shang Guanyu patiently relayed the implications of the toxins to Flam, sighing in sympathy. It was far too cruel for her. Celia also sighed, her heart aching for her entranced disciple. I see. Flam's expression stiffened, turning back to Shang Guanyu with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Brother, you must be jesting. If there were truly no hope, you wouldn't wear such an expression, right? So, I must still have a chance to be saved? Magic is the only means through which I can cherish and remember their existence. There is indeed a method, but first, I need to ask you a question. Shang Guanyu sighed, his gaze turning serious as he looked at Flam. Ask away, brother. Celia, observing Shang Guanyu's awkward demeanor, had already guessed the nature of the method. However, she remained silent, eager to witness the choices her two disciples would make. You must understand. The reason many nobles in the palace would risk their lives to act against me, right? I do not know. I am not particularly concerned with the nobility and political struggles within the court. Flam shook her head, pondering her brother's motives. Perhaps it was due to the wealth and influence of the Adventurers Guild? Ah, you truly understand nothing. No wonder you fell prey to those rabble. Shang Guanyu rubbed his forehead in exasperation. After all, Flam was only in her 20s. Much like his former self, a naive university student whose innocent yet foolish gaze betrayed her ignorance. After patiently explaining the research and origins of the dragon elixir, Flam's expression shifted to one of shock. She had always believed her brother had developed some form of ageless beauty spell. To learn that it was indeed a genuine elixir of eternal youth was astonishing. Flam's eyes sparkled at the thought of everlasting youth and extended lifespan. No wonder those audacious individuals dared to capture her. Yet, it was clear they were merely using a fool to test her brother's limits. Suddenly, Flam seemed to grasp the situation, realizing why these individuals would go so far as to target her and threaten her brother and teacher, not merely for profit, but also for the allure of eternal life. After all, capturing elves for research was not solely a matter for the demonic races. Many nobles were doing so in secret. Yet under the constraints of their era, they would never succeed in their endeavors. So, do you understand, Flam? Once you choose this path, you can no longer easily involve yourself in the affairs of mortals, especially regarding matters of the heart. Shang Guanyu sighed, having contemplated this predicament. He had considered granting Flam eternal life, recognizing her talent in magic was on par with his and Celia's. However, he had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. Feelings? Aside from teacher, Fulilian, and everyone else, I do not have anyone else I truly care for. As for my dreams, perhaps I shall continue pursuing them? It is uncertain, but at least for now, I wish to benefit the majority of good-hearted ordinary people with my limited life. That is enough. Disgusting. Celia remained silent, her disdain evident. Magic is not something ordinary people can learn. The ruling class would never allow it. Even if they could, those individuals would find ways to hoard advanced resources. Heh, master, if I were to perish one day, would you shed a tear for me? Fulilian inquired softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she gazed upon Ciri. No, I wouldn't. Moreover, I forewarned you long ago that death is merely death. You are but a disciple taken on a whim, Ciri retorted, her expression momentarily faltering before she let out a disdainful snort. Fulilian reflexively attempted to stifle a giggle, but mindful of the medical equipment and her weakened state within the healing pod, she desisted. After a moment of contemplation, she mused, is that so? Well then, if senior brother is willing, it wouldn't be so bad for me to remain by master and senior brother's sides indefinitely. Fulilian smiled softly, a hint of longing shimmering in her eyes. Observing her teacher's prideful demeanor, Fulilian chuckled, realizing that she had already made up her mind. Eternal life held little allure for Fulilian. The prospect that had briefly piqued her interest was not immortality itself, but rather something that every normal woman desires, an ageless visage. Thus, Fulilian inhaled deeply. Dreams? They no longer hold importance. I have discovered my happiness. Father, mother, senior brother, administer the dragon and amp, Apos, elixir to me. I wish to journey alongside master and senior brother for eternity. Chapter 69. The power of the dragon's secret elixir and Fulilian's transformation. Are you feeling unwell? Gazing at his sister disciple, who had openly revealed her vulnerabilities, Shang Guanyu's eyes bore no trace of emotion, only an insatiable thirst for experimental data. As the first individual to receive the dragon and Apos' secret elixir, his own physical constitution was remarkable. After all, aside from the cultivation of magic, he had prioritized physical training. rendering him a formidable presence among his contemporaries. And no, brother, could you please not look at me like that? I cannot. Moreover, I must record the experimental data. You are the first person, apart from myself, to ingest this elixir, so please cooperate for your own safety. Observing that she had already injected 1/3 of the elixir, Shang Guanyu spoke calmly, his fingers deftly inputting commands and recording data on the console, his gaze filled with caution. The transformation of his body after consuming the elixir was based on his previous physical capabilities. Clinical trials had involved animals, eliminating potential dangers. But the effects on ordinary humans remained uncertain. In simpler terms, it hinged on dosage. Remember, if you experience any discomfort, notify me immediately. Yes, I will, brother. Fulilian nodded. And Shang Guanyu proceeded to adjust the dosage, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Meanwhile, Celia stood silently, prepared to employ magic to safeguard Fulilian's life at a moment's notice. Injecting. 70. Encountering unknown chemical elements. Ugh, it's so hot. Brother, do you like me? As her immune system detected numerous hidden invaders within her cells, an abnormal immune battle erupted within Fulilian's body. The rising temperature blurred her consciousness, causing her to speak incoherently. Teacher. Elemental magic. Life catalyst. Celia calmly raised her right hand, the elemental wool spinning rapidly. The water and wood dials illuminated simultaneously, infusing a gentle life energy into Fulilian, providing a direct nutritional source for her cells, ensuring she would not succumb to her own immune response. So hot. Brother, hold me, please. The sweet, intoxicating voice escaped Fulilian's lips, her enchanting eyes radiating the allure of fine wine. Shang Guanyu's lips twitched. She resembled someone intoxicated, yet he had no time to address his infatuated sister-disciple. He focused on the gradual decline of toxins within Fulilian's body, his heart finally easing. It seems I possess a certain talent for medicine. Toxins completely eliminated. Phew, it's done. Master, Fulilian's body has fully recovered, and due to the toxins, the previously overwhelmed cells have expanded their capacity. It appears, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she will absorb the full potency of the elixir. What a blessing in disguise. Shang Guanyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his burdensome worries finally dissipating. For ordinary individuals, the dragon's secret elixir, devoid of life magic, was akin to poison. Normal cells could not withstand the encroachment of dragon cells, likely resulting in a transformation into mindless beasts. However, with the support of life magic, the cells proliferated ceaselessly, and even if one perished, it would regenerate at an accelerated rate, trapping the dragon cells in place. During the process of the body's cells identifying and attacking the dragon cells, under the influence of the elixir, a miraculous reaction occurred in human genetic cells. They began to evolve gradually towards the dragon cell structure. Indeed, evolution. The cells would undergo a certain degree of evolution towards the dragon cell form, and as they completely absorbed the elixir and Apos' potency, the essence of their being would transform into a cellular structure akin to that of dragons. This was the fundamental reason why the dragon and Apos' secret elixir could extend life by nearly a millennium, the leap in the essence of life. According to genetic biology, dragon cells were superior to human cells, and similarly, elven cells tended towards perfection, surpassing ordinary human cells. It's a success. Shang Guanyu beamed as he observed the data curves stabilizing. The power of the dragon's secret elixir could almost instantaneously elevate a mage's physical capabilities to that of a second-tier warrior, particularly in the realm of physical prowess, while also significantly enhancing cellular immunity. The plague virus, for instance, posed little threat to him and Elena. But Fulilian was affected. This illustrated the disparity in the essence of life cells. For them, the viral toxins felt like mere irritants, while for Fulilian, they were lethal. Celia nodded, and after injecting a final measure of life energy into Fulilian, she severed the energy supply. Following the upgrade of life cells, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped Fulilian, prompting her to cast a final glance towards Celia before gently closing her eyes to succumb to slumber. What a fool, Celia observed with a hint of disdain, then waved her hand, using magic to delicately cover Fulilian's slumbering form with a soft blue fabric. All set. Fulilian must be quite anxious by now. Shang Guanyu smiled softly at the tender scene before him. After several days of urgent care, Fulilian not only regained her health but also surpassed the genetic limits of ordinary humans. Now, she lay peacefully asleep in her room. Once she was settled, Celia returned to her library, while Elena and Fulilian, upon hearing the news of Fulilian's full recovery, breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Yu. Fulilian bowed slightly, expressing her gratitude to Shangguan Yu. It and Appos, nothing. We are family, after all, whether it be Celia, Elena, or you and Fulame. I will always lend a hand when someone is in need, and you would do the same, wouldn't you? And Anna Master the small Anna tugged at Shangguan Yu's trousers, protesting with discontent. Ha. Shangguan Yu chuckled softly, lifting little Anna into his arms and affectionately rubbing her cherubic face. Of course, Anna is the darling of us all. Giggling, Elena covered her mouth, chuckling lightly, while Fulilian smiled faintly. She cherished this life, thinking to herself, in that case, I could live here for 1,000 years. Chapter 70. The Birthday Feast. Syria's Allure. Happy birthday. Thank you, everyone. Elena beamed at the 4 individuals before her, as the first true dragon possessing human emotions. She felt an inexplicable joy on her birthday, an overwhelming sense of happiness. Ding. Elena, this is a gift I prepared for you. Also, thank you. Without you, my journey as a mage might have come to an abrupt end. Flamel jested, gently presenting a gift box to the dragon maid adorned with a birthday hat. Thank you. Elena revealed her small fangs, joyfully accepting the gift, her tail wagging in excitement as she eagerly glanced at the remaining 3. As everyone's gaze shifted to Syria, the golden-haired high elf helplessly rubbed his forehead, mumbling about how he loathed the tedious customs and peculiar festivities of humans. With a light snap of his fingers, an ancient grimoire appeared before Syria. This tome contained magic mastered by dragons in the mythical era, known as dragon breath magic, a power capable of effortlessly vanquishing any creature. Shangguan Yu. Fulilian glanced at the meticulously prepared gift in her hands, suddenly pondering if Syria might be a tad unwise. Dragon breath magic. Should not every colossal dragon possess it? Moreover, such an immense power. Gifting it to Elena? Shangguan Yu inquired, bemused. Not to mention, Elena should inherently possess this ability. What you consider dragon breath is merely a more advanced form of fire magic. Dragon breath magic is not something an ordinary dragon can wield. The legendary dragons of yore could easily assume human form. As time progressed, all races, save for humanity, regressed. Most dragons faded into obscurity, their descendants devolving into beast-like monsters. Your experiment awakened her dragon lineage, essentially elevating her beyond all dragons of this era. Syria patiently elucidated that dragon breath magic is not merely about exhaling flames, but a true innate magic of dragons. Thank you, Lady Syria. Elena happily accepted the ancient grimoire. In truth, her desire for magic was not particularly fervent. As Syria mentioned, she was originally a soulless creature, a mere monster. However, an unexpected experiment by Shangguan Yu unlocked her dragon heritage, liberating her from the confines of monstrosity and allowing her to become a true being with flesh and blood, and consequently, emotions. In contrast to those instinct-driven monsters, Elena was a dragon. They could at best be considered dragon-shaped monstrosities, not true dragons. Happy birthday, Elena. Though I may not fully comprehend, I sincerely chose this with care. Fulilian shyly lowered her head, recalling her struggle to select a gift. Indeed, the essence was not merely the gift itself, but Fulilian and Appos' earnest nature as an elf. If she were to present a gift, it must be appropriate and cherished by Elena. Such sentiments were common among elves, often leading to indecision in their choices. Thank you. Elena held a fondness for Fulilian, smiling as she accepted the gift box. Upon opening it, she discovered an exquisite silver bracelet, adorned with beautifully engraved flowers. Instantly, Elena joyfully lifted the bracelet, playfully nudging Fulilian and Appos' delicate form, exclaiming, It and Appos' a silver mirror flower bracelet. Thank you, Fulilian. I adore it. I and Appos, am so glad you like it. Fulilian scratched her head, relieved and smiling. I never imagined Elena would cherish it so much. Oh dear, my silver coins are nearly depleted. Sob, reflecting on the 200 silver coins that vanished from her pocket, Fulilian felt a twinge of regret. Amidst the laughter, Elena received her most desired gift, a ring. Elena, happy birthday. This ring is custom-made just for you, Shangguan Yu said with a gentle smile, his eyes revealing a hint of affection as he watched Elena don the ring. Thank you all. I truly appreciate the gifts. Now, let us feast. Elena joyfully admired the ring before announcing the commencement of the birthday banquet. Let the feast begin. As each dish was unveiled, it revealed a spread of delicacies prepared collectively, including roasted meats, cold dishes, and an array of exquisite desserts. At the center lay a grand cake, topped with creamy white frosting and enticing cherries among other fruits. Amidst the joyous laughter and heartfelt wishes for Elena, they uncorked champagne and celebrated until the night drew to a close. Such delightful moments are fleeting. After a night of revelry, the table was left scattered with empty bottles and remnants of uneaten food. The sun had risen to its zenith, while the occupants of the room remained lost in dreams. Ugh, drank too much again, huh? Wait, as awareness gradually returned. A familiar sensation enveloped him, though this time it felt different. Oh no, the teacher and Fulilian? What happened last night? Observing the two mischievous elves sleeping soundly beside him, Shang Yu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. No wonder this sensation was peculiar. Oh no. My dear brother. No, don't. Fulilian's delicate form clung tightly to Shang Yu's waist, resembling a cuddly little creature. Instinctively, he shrank away. As if embracing a plush toy, her infant-like sleeping visage eliciting no trace of ill intentions. Cough, cough. Blushing, phew. Thank goodness. It must be just another drunken episode. Yet, Fulilian, when inebriated, is rather adorable, albeit a bit unruly. After playfully pinching Fulilian's cheek, he gently shifted her hand aside, finally breathing a sigh of relief. However, the situation on the other side made him break into a cold sweat. Syria had completely nestled into his embrace, akin to an adorable orange cat, clinging to him, and the sensation was starkly different from the previous drunken encounter. Forget it. Given Syria's personality in this era, it was highly likely. Shang Yu instinctively swallowed hard, taken aback by her remarkable softness and the slightly disheveled state of her gown. Cough, cough. What are you staring at? A calm voice echoed, and looking down, he realized Syria had awoken at some point, glaring at him with an intense gaze. It's a misunderstanding, teacher. I drank too much last night. I'm utterly clueless about what transpired. Shang Yu and Appos' expression stiffened as he hastily explained in a hushed tone. Do you like it? Huh, not like it. Syria wore a playful smirk, her delicate fingers lifting Shang Yu's chin, her eyes fixed intently upon his flustered gaze, breaking into a smile. I suppose I do. Then strive to fulfill the promises you made to me. Oh, huh. Shoo, don't wake Fulilian. Chapter 71. The Fleeting Flame. Flam's heart off. Fulilian yawned and stretched lazily, surveying the disarray around her and the oversized garment draped over her shoulders. After a few moments, her consciousness finally kicked in. Huh? Is this you and Appos' clothing? It then dawned on her that she was wrapped in a piece of attire that was clearly not her own. She found herself alone on the bed. Yet it was evident that, how did I end up in you and Appos' room? The wine. Ugh, not palatable. The dryness in her throat compelled Fulilian to struggle into a sitting position. Upon realizing she was not in her own room, she felt no particular alarm. After all, you had taken care of her and provided her meals, so it was only natural for her to reciprocate his kindness. As soon as she rose, Fulilian noticed a cup of tea on the bedside table, now lukewarm, clearly prepared by someone in advance. Well, Fulilian, it seems you had quite the night. Only just waking up now? A teasing voice chimed in. Fulilian glanced toward the doorway and, disregarding the comment, took a hearty gulp from the cup. Is there something you need, teacher? What do you mean by quite the night? What are you implying? The soothing warmth of the tea eased her throat, allowing her to respond with a hint of confusion. Oh my, Fulilian, you truly are a naive child. Could it be that you is lacking in certain areas? Flam giggled softly, her playful expression revealing her awareness of her pupil's innocence. The impact of such purity, combined with Fulilian's delicate features and distinctive white hair, was undeniably potent. Enough of that, teacher, Fulilian protested, exasperated by Flam's antics. Fulilian, did nothing happen last night? I specifically created opportunities for you, and you. Flam continued, her smile persisting. Dubious that her pupil had experienced nothing at all. She would rather believe that you was the one incapable than accept the innocence of their interaction. Fulilian responded with bafflement. Teacher, since you entered, you've been spouting nonsensical remarks about quite the night when you clearly. Just then, you arrived at the door, having come to rouse Fulilian for breakfast. Upon hearing the conversation, his smile faltered, and his expression darkened as he pushed the door open with a frown. I demand to know what transpired last night. I distinctly recall returning to my own room first. It turns out it was you, Flam. I didn't realize you were so bold. At you's voice, Flam turned, playfully sticking out her tongue and winking, innocently pointing at Fulilian. You can't blame me. After all, you always act strangely around Fulilian. And besides, you must have a thing for elves, right? He shut up. Nonsense. You retorted, his face reddening at Flam as teasing laughter. What do you know? I don't and Oppos. Do you fancy the teacher and Oppos' body, nor those delicate feet? Wrong. It's the golden-haired Sundara and the innocent white-haired girl that captivate me. Can we discuss this later? I'm a bit hungry, teacher, and you, Fulilian interjected, unfazed by the teasing exchange, as she was blissfully unaware of the implications of their banter regarding physiological knowledge. Oh, Fulilian. You seem eager to shoo me away before embarking on the next round of silencing magic, you remarked, his expression darkening as he snapped his fingers to release the magic, feeling significantly relieved. What was wrong with Flam? Ever since her recovery yesterday, she had become increasingly unruly. Come on, Fulilian. After breakfast, we have a lot to accomplish today. First, let an amp, Oppos, tidy up and freshen up, you instructed, ignoring Flam and amp, Oppos, forlorn gaze. He then deftly styled Fulilian and amp, Oppos, hair under Flam and amp, Oppos, watchful eye, while the white-haired elf closed her eyes in sheer enjoyment. After receiving her grooming, Fulilian languidly made her way to wash her face. Magic undone. You claim you have no feelings for Fulilian, yet you seem to be quite the peculiar elf enthusiast. Flam rolled her eyes, noting how Yu's attention, while styling Fulilian's hair, resembled that of a father caring for his daughter, devoid of any genuine emotion. I never denied it, you replied with a soft chuckle as he watched Fulilian's retreating figure. You're something else. I'm beginning to suspect you may have already won over the teacher. Today, she looks like something I've only seen on the faces of noble women. Yet you're toying with Fulilian. Aren't you afraid of making the teacher angry? Flam's eyes sparkled as if she had uncovered an astonishing scandal, teasingly raising an eyebrow. Not afraid. Why are you suddenly asking all this? You and Oppos' smile faltered, sensing something amiss. Of course, it's for my own future considerations. After all, becoming sisters with the teacher is quite thrilling for me. Kiki. Flam grinned mischievously, hands clasped behind her back. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm a woman too, you know. Flam laughed at you, and amp, Oppos' bewildered expression, wondering why he appeared so perplexed. It's not that. It's just, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic? While we've had a decent relationship before, this feels different, you admitted, not one to mince words, as he acknowledged his feelings. Especially in a time where societal norms were less rigid. Before you could finish, a delicate hand gently covered his lips. Beneath her wine-red hair, Flam's emerald eyes sparkled with amusement. I've realized that sometimes you truly do not understand women at all. The teacher and Fulilian are elves, even if things linger. It's not a big deal. However, if you paid closer attention, you'd notice. I actually dislike delays. And your humanity made you fall for me when you saved me. Pausing, Flam playfully blinked before turning with a relaxed smile. Humans impose sequences and intentionally plan and record time for the sake of efficiency. I feel the same. My limited lifespan cannot fulfill my dreams. Not even witnessing the defeat of the Demon King. Just like my name suggests, perhaps one day, I too shall become a flame, burning for that unattainable dream and future. Each day, I ponder how to best utilize this limited time to bring that future closer. Thus, I have always been in a hurry. Yet now, I feel that the pursuit of dreams and the anxiety that accompanies it may not be as significant as I once thought. Flam sighed, the midday sun casting its intense rays. She shielded her eyes with her hand, as if caressing something unseen. You listened in silence, reflecting on Flam's musings. Indeed, as a human, she was merely in her 20s, and she too would experience fear in the face of death. Yet, Flam had achieved it, a millennium later. She remained the most formidable sorceress among human magicians, accomplishing feats that even Cerelia had to acknowledge. But did Cerelia truly care about such accolades? Did the world? No, it did not. What Cerelia cared for, from the beginning to the end, was the carefree girl who called her teacher, Flam, not some hollow title. Only Cerelia, after a millennium, remembered the hand she held as a child, the dreams they shared, and the pure smile that accompanied them. So, do you have feelings for me? Floros pivoted, her hands clasped behind her back, gazing at Shangwan Yu with anticipation. By the bedside, the blossoms that Anna had once coaxed into existence were now unfolding in the sunlight with ethereal beauty, mirroring the radiant smile that graced Floros and Amp, Oppos' countenance. Chapter 72, Flam and Amp, Oppos' concerns, communication, and revenge. Senior brother, do you have feelings for me? Flam's radiant smile, reminiscent of a blossoming garden, momentarily captivated Shangwan Yu. Gazing into Flam's fervent eyes, he understood that what she sought was a definitive answer. Indeed, I knew it, Flam exclaimed with a joyful bounce, wrapping her arms around Shang Yu's, and then playfully requested, "Then, might you grant me a small favor, senior brother? Surely you wouldn't refuse a lover and amp, Oppos, s modest plea? Absolutely not. Let and amp, Oppos, s keep matters separate." Shang Yu rolled his eyes. While it was evident that Flam had genuine affection for him, he suspected she was attempting to persuade him to abandon his quest for vengeance. "Ah, please don't dismiss me before I've even finished." Flam pouted, gazing at him with a look of feigned indignation. "You merely wish for me to cease tormenting that man and to relinquish my pursuit against the Empire, do you not?" "Well, yes, but wait. That is not the point. Senior brother, while these insipid individuals are indeed detestable, they still hold value until the war with the demon race concludes. Without them, perhaps children like me and Fulilian would have no hope of survival without the protection of an army." Flam sighed, her expression softening. Flam had never cared much for anything else. Her initial act of saving Fulilian stemmed from the desire to rescue not just herself, but also the version of herself that had been saved by her master, her despairing self after losing her family. Sighing, Shang Yu contemplated Flam's perspective. While he could grasp her sentiments, he could not fully empathize, as he had not endured such trauma or redemption. Thus, his feelings towards Flam's kindness were often tinged with understanding rather than reproach. However, on this matter, I cannot yield. Flam, you must comprehend that if I find myself powerless this time, your fate will be death. Without my research, I might also fall victim to this conspiracy." Shang Yu's expression turned grave, his resolve unwavering as he looked at Flam. "Flam, I know what troubles you. Allow me to explain." He sighed again. Flam perceived some truths, yet the limitations of her era prevented her from grasping the deeper machinations at play. Reluctantly, Shang Yu began to elucidate. He possessed a profound understanding of the aristocratic system within the court. This situation was not merely the revenge of a deranged noble. It entailed a complex interplay between himself and the aristocracy. After all, the Grand Hermit and Celia had severely infringed upon the interests of the nobles. By eliminating him and dismantling the entire Adventurers Guild, they could exploit the masses of adventurers without restraint, leaving them with nothing but scraps. Moreover, the adventurer profession, while manageable in number, had surged under Shang Yu and Oppos' near losses in recent years, now posing a significant threat to the nobles and Oppos' safety. Why? Because adventurers undertook perilous tasks, comprising warriors, mages, clerics, and a myriad of other professions. Though diverse, they shared a common trait: experience in battling magical beasts and creatures. In essence, they represented a new form of military force. With the Grand Mage Celia's renown and the status of the Adventurers Guild president, should they rally together, what might transpire? Tell me, what could happen? The nobles could no longer exploit these and Oppos, slaves and Oppos, at will. They could not act with impunity. Should Shang Yu desire, as a disciple of Celia, would she not assist him? Regardless of Celia's disposition, the nobles would only require a hint of suspicion and the Grand Hermit's potential threat to their dominion. That alone sufficed. They could foresee that should the Grand Hermit call upon the adventurers and mages, there would be an immediate rebellion against the imperial and noble rule, dragging them from their opulent paradise to their doom upon the Grand Walls. Thus, the Grand Hermit must perish. Even if not killed, his reputation must be undermined. Coincidentally, a hapless soul was seeking revenge, and the nobles were all too eager to leverage this to weaken the Grand Hermit. They wagered on human nature, not on malice, but on benevolence. Why so? If it failed, it would merely be Miriam Setaf's vendetta, at most a familial endeavor. What concern was that to them? Was the Grand Hermit foolish? If not, he would inevitably realize that this was no simple assassination. However, once Shang Yu uncovered the truth, he would face a choice: eliminate all the nobles, at the cost of leaving the war against the demon race leaderless, and furthermore, severing the supply lines, which would undeniably lead to humanity and Oppos' defeat. So, what would prevail, righteousness or personal vengeance? This gamble rested on the Grand Hermit's benevolence. They could not fathom that someone uninterested in court power would disregard the plight of the common people. Thus, do you comprehend, Flam? What you perceive is merely the luminous facade of humanity. I understand your hopes, yet reality is unforgiving. What governs the world is not humanity and Oppos' goodness, but its malevolence. Shang Yu and Amp, Oppos' gaze remained steady upon Flam and Amp, Oppos' silhouette, his tone grave and earnest. Yes, if a compromise could be reached this time, what of the next? Or the one after? Hesitation leads to downfall, Since they dared to act against the very lives of the populace, even attempting to assassinate me, they should not fault me for my ruthlessness. Flam appeared momentarily lost, her emotions a turbulent mix. She realized she might have underestimated the rotund, indulgent nobles whom she had deemed vermin. Yet, senior brother, must we truly sacrifice these ordinary families and children? They are ultimately innocent. Flam and Appos' resolve began to waver. But the pain of losing her parents still lingered, filling her with reluctance. Concurrently, a seed of hatred towards the nobles quietly took root in her heart. My fury must be appeased. Do you think I keep that sword slave for mere amusement? I am gathering the genealogies of these nobles. Should they dare to strike against me, they must be prepared for my retribution. It is only fair, Shangguan Yu chuckled darkly. The Shadow Guardians, once mere sword slaves, had now transformed into his intelligence network, and the disparity in power and perspective led the nobles to believe they held leverage against him. Rest assured, Flam, I have always valued my family's counsel. You must understand, my master and I have transcended the mundane realm. In a century, you too shall become an existence beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Chapter 73, Mastering the Shadow Guards, the despair of the omniscient senior brother. I am simply unable to bear it. I apologize. Flam leaned weakly against Shangguan Yu's chest, her heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. For Flam, this was an exceedingly arduous choice. Her love for Shangguan Yu clashed with her affection for her family and the haunting memories of her childhood trapped in darkness. Listen, I share this not to have you wallow in despair, Flam. Sometimes, when faced with dual choices, it is due to a lack of strength or some other weakness of the involved parties. However, with me, I shall not allow revenge to bring tears to your eyes. Do I truly appear to be a villain? Shangguan Yu chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Flam's forehead, offering her gentle comfort. But Flam's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip, then resolutely lifted her head, speaking earnestly. You are right, senior brother. I have been too myopic. I cannot compromise this time. As for the war against the demon race, I will return to the front lines and keep them at bay beyond the northern borders. An immense surge of magic erupted forth, the long-repressed power now manifesting with terrifying intensity. Observing Flam's magical prowess, which was now comparable to his own, Shangguan Yu let out a faint sigh, followed by a pleased smile and an approving nod. He felt gratified by Flam and Appos' determination, yet the situation was not one they could control. Flam, in fact. As Shangguan Yu spoke, a flicker of surprise crossed Flam's previously calm eyes. Very well. If that is the case, then those rotund, gluttonous creatures must be exterminated. You are right, senior brother. I have been too weak. They deserve to be hanged from lampposts. Watching Flam's sudden transformation into a figure of wrath, Shangguan Yu and Appos' lips twitched as he raised a hand, torn between words. Kingdom underground ruins. Wait, Sword Saint. This is the Fran family. In the dim light, a group of individuals clad in black combat attire trembled before the elder as three severed heads rolled to their feet. Silencing all dissent, only awe and fear remained. By the late emperor's decree, gather and record all information regarding the nobility. The former Sword Saint, Grilon said. With his iron-fisted approach, seized control of the entire Shadow Guards, eliminating all the nobility's hidden pawns. At this moment, the Shadow Guards were no longer under the influence of imperial power or anyone else, truly transforming into a deadly sword shrouded in darkness. Indeed, no one dared to oppose. They respectfully vanished into the shadows. Days prior, while tending to Flam, Shangguan Yu began to devise a form of communication magic, even a magical communication network. It was evident that the research was still in its infancy, as he could only issue simple commands through runes and seals. The actions of the former Sword Saint were indeed commands from Shangguan Yu, aimed at purging the entire kingdom and Appos' Shadow Guards and fully seizing control. The second command had been issued days earlier. Collect information and genealogies of the nobility, detailing personality and character predictions. The cursed Grilon said, now bound as a sword slave, dutifully executed the orders. Externally, the war against the demon race was nearing its conclusion. Why? Because winter was fast approaching, and both humans and demons needed to secure sufficient food before the harsh cold set in. After all, no matter how formidable the demon race, they remained bound by biological needs and required sustenance, albeit their diet consisted of the flesh and blood of all living beings. They too would be constrained by nature. Fear of the cold could lead to death. At this moment, a temporary truce existed between the demon and human forces, both armies standing in opposition. The supply lines of the demons had yet to stabilize, thus their offensive remained focused on the northern plateau, eyeing the human towns and villages below with predatory intent. Is this the purpose for which you summoned me? Surely, you could have accomplished it yourself? Celia gazed down disdainfully at the battlefield strewn with corpses. Frost gradually covering the bodies and the darkening blood, alongside the ruins of villages that testified to the brutal combat that had transpired here. Alas, your reputation far surpasses mine among the demon race, and primarily, there is fear of that hidden figure lurking in the shadows. Shangwanyu smiled brightly. Observing Celia and Appo's expression of distaste. Taking a deep breath, he turned, his gaze sharp as he focused on the distance, piercing through layers of obstruction to locate the demon battleground's headquarters and supply lines. If he could utterly dismantle them, then the entire war of the demon race against humanity would be brought to a halt for at least a century. Forbidden spell, heavenly waterfall. Shangwanyu inhaled deeply, unleashing a powerful surge of magic. Within a radius of 10 kilometers, all magical energy surged toward him, a colossal magic circle shimmering in the air. The terrifying aura not only terrified the nearby troops but also threatened to coalesce into a tangible magical storm, leaving the mages pale with profound dread. Is this the Demon King? How terrifying. Damn. Not only the humans, but even the demons, miles away, were stirred. Among them, a demon adorned in elaborate garments, donning a peculiar mask and robe, hovered in the air with a grave expression. This is unusual? I never imagined what the Demon King spoke of was true. The fate of the mighty is elusive. This was the Demon King and Appo's second-in-command, the ancient and formidable demon, omniscient Shulahat. Shulahat silently surveyed the frozen ground and tents below, sighing, indeed, even if the future shifts, can I still not alter it? Does the demon race truly have a future? He cast a long, contemplative glance at the massive magic circle that gleamed in the distance before his form dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Indeed, as the future and Appo's S7 collapsed sage. The omniscient Shulahat possessed abilities that bordered on the miraculous, reaching a level of divine intervention. He had hoped to advance the demon race through foresight but found himself beset by the immense costs and stringent conditions of his prophetic powers, which revealed a future heading toward annihilation. The initial sign was the cataclysmic strike that obliterated all the demon race's frontline strongholds, plunging them into over 5 centuries of silence, severely wounding their vitality. In an attempt to alter this dismal future, he had made countless choices, and this path was deemed the most optimal. After all, the foresight indicated 2 potential outcomes. Either summon the Demon King to resolve the crisis, resulting in significant losses for humanity and a subsequent surge in the demon race's morale, nearly advancing to the heart of the northern nations, the Empire. Yet the final outcome was one Shulahat could not bear. The Empire was annihilated, and humanity, guided by a mysterious figure, entered in unprecedented unity, even unifying the entire central and southern continents. The figure known as the First Emperor emanated an aura so chilling that merely a glance left Shulahat feeling seen, the icy terror of the Emperor and Appo's gaze suffocating him. Then, merely a decade later, the demon race faced total extinction. Chapter 74. The Great Power of the Stars, the End of War, Forbidden Spell, Celestial Waterfall. A deep blue magic circle suddenly illuminated the sky, gradually taking shape with the intricate symbols of the 8 gates and elemental magic runes. A terrifying vortex appeared in the heavens. Celia squinted as she observed this spectacle. Even after all this time, she remained perplexed by the operational logic behind it. She had never inquired with Shangwanyu about it. As the celestial bodies twinkled within the array, Celia and Appo's golden hair danced wildly in the tempest of magic. Gazing at the glowing runes above, a smile crept upon her lips. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Unlike summoning meteors, this time, is it the genuine power from the stars? Suddenly, one of the stars within the array shone brightly, and from below, it seemed to be hurtling toward the magic circle. A massive meteor, ablaze with violet flames, drew closer, its size expanding exponentially. Teacher, please, activate the barrier. Shangwanyu shouted, his forehead slick with cold sweat as he maintained the colossal forbidden spell. The force of this attack was so immense that merely the shockwave would obliterate all life within 100 kilometers. He urgently called for Celia's assistance to protect the human army and the villagers behind them. Is this what they call a forbidden spell? Indeed, it is terrifying. If possible, I would love to experience withstanding such a blow. Celia mused, her demeanor calm as she prepared to shield those in peril. As the star prepared to descend, She chuckled lightly and unleashed a tremendous surge of magic. A barrier wall, extending for hundreds of kilometers, erupted from the ground, encircling all frontline fortifications of the demon race in a grand circular shield. The colossal star, revealed through the magic circle, displayed its immense size. With violet flames licking its surface, the demon warriors stood frozen in place. Is this some kind of joke? Surely, it must be the work of a goddess. They lamented in fear and despair. Why must it be this way? Is it our fate to perish? Who can save us? As dread enveloped the demon race, they desperately summoned their own powers to escape, yet under the might of the star, their efforts seemed utterly insignificant. With a thunderous roar, the star struck down, radiating an otherworldly light. The ensuing explosion obliterated the demon army's frontline base in a mere heartbeat. Those attempting to flee were vaporized in seconds, the searing shockwave annihilating everything in its path. Even the towering mountains were cleaved apart, and the snow blanketing the ground evaporated instantaneously. The violet shockwave surged forth, reducing the demon race and Appos' supply depots to mere ashes, completely vanishing from existence, save for the massive circular crater left in the wake of the cataclysm. The world seemed to have erased all traces of the demon lord and Appos' army. I find this magic quite delightful, Syria remarked softly, effortlessly containing the violent shockwave within her barrier, which glimmered with an ethereal blue light. A rather impressive spell. If I were to wield it, perhaps I could annihilate the entire world? She glanced at the dissipating light, then withdrew her magical barrier, nodding in satisfaction at Shangguan Yu. Teacher, the world is fine as it is. There's no need to destroy it outright. He replied, exhaling heavily, his eyes reflecting weariness. He merely wished to overturn the nobles' tables, not to upend the planet itself. What I mean is, this magic is immensely powerful, capable of overwhelming everything in its wake. If there and Appos' any chance, it should not be wielded lightly. Syria gently shook her head, her wisdom evident. Why would one wish to destroy the world without cause? Isn't it true that once such magic is unleashed, it cannot be halted? Besides, without my level of power, any mere first-level mage would likely meet the same fate as those demons. Indeed, that is why the celestial waterfall is a forbidden spell. This is the smallest magnitude I can control, Shangguan Yu sighed in resignation. There was no choice. Summoning meteors lacked sufficient force and intimidation, and certain special demons had means to evade such an attack. However, the star was different. Its violet power possessed a potent corrosive nature. Any contact would result in instant annihilation. It's done. We should return now, teacher. Very well. Syria activated the teleportation spell, gently grasping Shangguan Yu's hand, and they vanished from sight. Meanwhile, atop the snow-laden mountains, Shula had silently observed the aftermath. With the barrier dissipated, nothing remained. Truly terrifying. No wonder only the demon lord could have saved them. It seems this was destined to be. He cast a lingering glance at the gaping chasm that resembled a natural fissure, a sense of dread growing within him. In the following days, the demon race surprisingly sought peace, withdrawing from previously occupied territories and retreating to the far north. Soldiers cheered joyously, celebrating the hard-won respite from conflict. Is it true that those demons were slain by our teacher? I and Appos' heard that hundreds of thousands of them simply vanished, along with several demon generals. Do you believe I killed them? Shangguan Yu chuckled as he playfully pinched Flam and Appos' cheek, who nuzzled against him, basking in her lover and Appos' affection. Unlike Syria and Appos' proud demeanor or the innocent naivety of Fulilian, Flam had embraced him exuberantly on the day they learned of the war and Appos' conclusion, her eyes sparkling with affection, nearly offering herself in that very moment. She was a vibrant flower, unreservedly voicing her desire to bear his child. Of course I believe you, but enough of that. We've embraced enough. What thoughts do you have? Shangguan Yu said, gently clasping her restless hand. A mere touch of his abs was sufficient. She need not push further. Flam teased, sticking out her tongue and winking mischievously. Since you wish to create such a world, why not embark on a journey? Let us explore this realm and ascertain its worth. Moreover, it could help Fulilian understand humanity better. A win-win, wouldn't you say? Fulilian is still your student. So what? I have no intention of monopolizing you, dear brother. Stop. I agree, just like that. Yay. Brother, come on. Reluctantly, Shangguan Yu acquiesced to Flam's proposal. Just then, a significant global event flickered into existence, with the destination situated in the southern realms.